minutes. Please, free surfers, you have to get out of the water. Please, free surfers, less than 3 minutes to start. Minutes to start. 2 minutes. So please, free surfers, you have to get out the water now. Less than 2 minutes to start. One minute to start. Please, no more surfing. 1 minute to start, no more surfing. Okay, so hold your positions, please. No more surfing.
The World Surf League's qualifying series welcomes you back to Portugal. Costa de Caparica plays host to the finest qualifiers from across the shores of Europe and beyond. And we're into finals weekend now, final Saturday, even a chance we could finish the whole thing today. We're going to find out more info about that. We're going to break it all down for you, here to talk you through a big day of competition in the capital of Portugal, Lisbon. Joining myself, Paul Evans, is Ben Mundy and Zay Ferreira. Good morning, chaps.
Good morning, Paul. And you know, it's finals day, don't you, Zay Ferreira, when Paul brings out his favourite shirt. You just know that, you know, you get that, I get that little feeling inside that there's something special happening today.
Morning show and post show.
Someone's got to make an effort, mate.
Well, I like it. I like the jester look, and I like the fact that there's an extra sense of excitement. It's a massive day of incredible waves. I'm pretty pumped.
Zay, your take, mate, on, we have little glimpses of the surf so far this morning, and it sounds like there's a little more motion out there.
Yeah, a bit more movement. The waves picked up as expected. We've been having, well, yesterday, especially yesterday afternoon, waves were firing, so the scores really came up. And so we're expecting great surfing today with the rounds and the competition being tighter.
Well, there's one man who's making big decisions about all that good stuff. Iconis Direct is a local legend. His name is Hugo Pinheiro. He's with Joanna Gonell.
Good morning, boys. Chico by Chico here. Hugo, what's the call for today? Looks bigger and a lot better than yesterday.
Yeah, good morning. Finally, we have the swell. Now is the peak of the swell that we have here. So now the tide still to come. Still, it's high tide at 9, so we still have 2 hours. Should be a good time of the day to have good quality waves. Of course, we have a little bit onshore, but hopefully the winds also go a little bit lighter. So we're gonna have waves until the end of the day, and for sure we want to finish with the biggest waves we have.
Do you think with the high tide it's gonna get better on the inside?
Yeah, normally with this size, with the high tide, we're gonna do like some good inside balls, and will be sick ones. Let's see.
So finals day today?
Yeah, hopefully we would love to finish on the big conditions. And tomorrow it's tricky, so let's try to finish with the biggest waves we have in all the comp.
Nice. So finals day, boys. We hope so. And back to you.
Thanks, Chico. Wow, there it is. It's official. We're going to try and do this thing, guys. How many heats today, Ben, are we going to run if we go all the way to the final?
Not enough. 26. Just the lazy 26. I think we did 28 yesterday. So big days ahead. But you know what? That's exciting. Hugo Pierre. I mean, whether he's backdooring an 18-foot sort of slammer sort of slab or just sort of coolly calling on the days, he's so relaxed. Got total faith
Very cash.
in his plan.
Super cash.
Knows the swell, knows the tides, knows the waves.
Underwater right now. This is Afonso Antunes.
Afonso Antunes, yeah, the Portuguese hope. Oh, that's a start he would have been hoping for last night. First heat of the day, still in the dark out the back. Gatien De La Haye, you can see the size increase straight away. Gatien's a big lad, and he was up a bed, and here we go. All these right-handers, Thomas Debier, and maybe just one-turn combos. We saw the judges paying those massively yesterday, which is great. So, yeah, we're off. We're underway.
Also got Charlie Martin out in the water too. So 3 surfers, all from the same island, Guadeloupe. And Afonso Antunes, of course, the local, who surfed as a wildcard in the championship tour last month up in Peniche. Here's Charlie Martin in live action as he snaps one off the top in a bit of a sort of a trademark Charlie Martin turn. And he'll wait for it inside. There's a little sort of snatch at a section, and then nice for the finish. Groans of pleasure for a Monday.
I tell you know it's an early start when there's surfers competing and the tractors still got their lights on the beach. And Charlie Martin, yeah, the only first person to get a 3-turn combo live action though. Gatien's kicking out. Yeah, Charlie, first turn was strong. A couple of little weak ones and a big finish. So they're going to compare that to those sort of combos of Antunes, which might be the best, I think, of the exchange, and then Thomas's single one. But what about that Guadeloupe connection, Jose?
Yeah,
That such a tiny little island. Tell you what, it just keeps pumping out some of Europe's best surfers.
it's impressive. It's impressive. They really do have a movement there, as we see Charlie's replay with this angle. This first nice kind of laybacky snap, and then goes for another one. This wave gets a bit slow in the inside, but finishes off well. So nice. He was the last guy to catch a wave out of the 4, but did well to wait. And yeah, that they have a big surf club movement. They have little local competitions. They have also, I think, a lot of people going there and just to surf, which creates this dynamic place. And yeah, it's a case study.
There goes Gatien De La Haye, sets himself up, and he's got a nice inside section here. Does a similar kind of turn to his previous wave. Just kind of clips the lip pretty hard with speed, and then make sure he uses that speed to get out in front of the section for a completion. So judges with a lot of thinking to do this morning. They had some thinking about loads of interferences that went down yesterday. Do you think we might see a similar sort of story repeat today?
Yes.
You're hoping we do?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah, there was some controversy. There was every sort of interference known to man, and some unknown to man yesterday. Rob Gunning clarification that he doesn't think he's ever seen so many individual interferences in a single day of competition. And if Rob hasn't seen it, well then, no one's seen it, have they? So yeah, I mean, obviously not often so good for the interferee, but it creates a bit of, well, I think, you know, in these type of conditions, 4 surfers all gunning for that top, spot in the Challenger Series. There's so much on the line. They're going to do whatever it takes. And in these kind of lineups, there's no set peaks, there's no defined channels. Yeah, it breeds interference territory.
Ben, you like to just kind of blue sky think some sort of new futures for surfing. Any alternatives to the current system of interference? Any other way of sanctioning the surfer that interferes? Any way of sort of benefiting the victim?
I don't mind the sin bin. Put them on the beach for 5 minutes, just in a little pen.
Can
People can throw eggs at them.
throw sand. Drums can just throw sand at them.
Yeah, or rotten tomatoes, or maybe put them in stocks.
Like a thinking chair or something?
Yeah, put them on a naughty step. Build a massive step that they have to climb up and just sit on, like a massive naughty step. It's like 8 foot high. There's all sorts of ways that we can make the sport sort of more dynamic.
Oh, Delahaye, it's nice and smooth. He's on an inside section, which goes a lot soft, so he just kicks out.
Yeah, that last wave came in a bit better than his first 6-2-3. It's a pretty dynamic move, but it was such a juicy, meaty section. He could have even gone a bit harder. Martinez live action.
Bang, belts a lip on an inside, and he'll go down. To quite a busy start to this one. And these surfers have been up pretty early this morning thinking about this heat. We kicked off 7:15 local time.
Really early start, and will be interesting to see what surfers are doing regarding their equipment, because waves are bigger, but also everybody has surfed at least one heat and got through. So it's also a question of, like, you've been feeling good with the board you've been surfing. Are you going to change for today because it's like a little bit bigger, or are you keeping the same board? You know, hard question for some of the guys.
Yeah, I think Charlie Martin's riding that same board. We've watched him. He's surfed every heat since the first round, riding a board that he got to the final of the event last year. But he says he's even a couple of years older than that, so he's on that same. Dylan, 3 or 4 years old. Yeah, we just see how what Delahaye and Debier, whether they've just gone up an inch, or even a ½ inch in these days, isn't it? It's tiny increments.
Yeah, exactly. And also, you know, just going from epoxy to normal board, it's a big difference.
Mark Lachamere getting ready for his next heat. His ranking's 34, so he's way down the European qualifying series ranking. So he's got 2 events. He's going to have to do something pretty big in one or both of them to get up to that all-important 10 rankings, but he's a perennial performer. I think that wouldn't be too much of a problem, especially now. Today the swell's increased a bit.
How many seasons do you reckon he's done on the QE?
He's done 44. No, well, I don't know. He must be at least 12 years, I would say.
Him,
Would have
Charlie.
started when he was 18.
Yeah.
He's there 28 now, aren't they? 29. So solid 10, 11 years chasing the dream. Got really close, both of them, at various stages of their career. So, yeah, I'm now still battling away to just try and get that Challenger Series and see if that, you know, that CT dream, the holy grail that they've been sort of hanging on to for so long. It's pretty hard thing for surf, really. You sort of, in most careers, you get markers of if you're doing a good job or not, or if you're progressing. In surfing, Pete, these guys, there's sort of one goal. If you don't get it, you pretty much haven't achieved what you set out to do, and then it's all over.
Well, of course, these days, if you do qualify, you essentially qualify for 5 events, don't you? You
Yeah,
qualify
true.
for the tour between February and April, essentially. You get 3 months.
Yeah.
That's what you qualify for. All the rest of it, you need to earn with your results, rewarding the good surfing. And whittling that tour down, that mid-season cut looming after the Australian leg, which I think the waiting period opened last night, did it, Ben? For Bells? What happened?
I haven't checked it. I've been too busy researching the finals day and sort of doing my yoga for this event. But yeah, I don't think they ran. And yeah, we've got Bells coming up from the 10th and all the way through Easter. Easter weekend's next weekend. That's the sort of usual traditional time. So yeah, it's all go all over the world.
Dubier, big hits. Bang, there's another. Tricky section, does it really, really well. Second wave for him, and that'll be a score. And we're going to be pretty tight with a lot of these scores really close together from these surfers. A similar sort of surfing. How do you differentiate it?
Well, it's a degree of difficulty. I mean, that you said that was you didn't really hammer that because it was all foamy and bouncy. So I think the judges are just going to be looking for something that, yeah, just that bit of wow factor. Even if it's one turn, really going for it. I said that Gatin's second wave, that was a good score. I think he left some points on that last section. So the judges are already saying, look, you've got to go big to get points. You can't just nurse it. You can't play it safe. If you play it safe, you get fives. If you really hammer it, you know, you get a chance to get up in the sevens.
Get down towards the midway point in this seat. Delay does have the lead from now Debier, who jumps to second. Small requirements for Antunes and Martin. They just need fours. A lot to come in this. Expect this to go right to the wire, I reckon. It's a lot of competitive intensity out there in the water for a number of reasons. As you mentioned, Ben Martin, who sort of mangled his entry, really. Administrative nightmare from Charlie.
Not his first time.
He explained it that you basically have a 7-day sort of period to get your thing in, and he sent his on the 8th.
Right.
Which,
a day late.
Essentially, yeah. Yeah, he had a whole week and missed it. So he had to go from round 1. And he surfed through the rounds, and he surfed them well.
I think he had the same last year.
He did have the same last year, and possibly the year before that as well. Yeah. Yep. So he likes a bit of adversity. Sometimes when life doesn't create it for him, he creates it for himself. It's working for him.
Yeah, it's working for him. It worked last time. He had a few close scrapes in those early heats. The first round, I think, he got a wave in the last dying moments. Another one, he had to, get a big score within 2 minutes. So he scraped through. He's still there right now with priority. It's all pretty close, so he'll be waiting for that one good wave that makes a difference. But Martin, administrative errors aside, he's right up there. Right up there.
Personal admin, Ben, you're not bad at that. You're better at personal admin than you look. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Yeah, I think that's a compliment.
Do you have a set day for it? Is it Tuesday?
For personal admin?
Yeah.
Here we go. Sometimes I do it on Monday instead of actually doing real work. I find that it still qualifies as work, so I try and set aside Monday for some personal admin. Get the calendars coordinated, synchronised. Get yourself in order for the day. Set your to-do lists. Just tick them off, Paul. Set your goals for the week. Just tick them off. Tick them off. That's what I'm all about.
Live action here. Antunes hits one. There's another snap. Clips it again. Not loads of body movement from him. He's kind of a stiffer body.
I would say that might be an example where it was a bit safe. He surfed it really, really well, Zay. But just this first section, could have done a bit more potentially.
Yeah, wave was smaller. Nice spray on this third turn. So he also just wants to put something in the board. But yeah, this wave, the body movement was a bit on the low side.
Subdued.
Really. Yeah, not a lot of that wow factor, but I think Afonso is building his confidence slowly. I think the CT was a bit overwhelming, as we see Team Bisso warming up.
Yeah, Bisso looking good for the Changers. 7th spot on the ratings at the moment. Would still love to just nail that home. Went big in Santa Cruz last year. We'll be heading up to Santa Cruz next week and kick off up there. More QS 3000 for the men. Women aren't competing at Santa Cruz. Bisso would love to replicate more success in Portugal. Got a big heat on his hands though. Saw Mark Lacamar getting ready. Mathis Crozon as well. Also Pedro Enrique, who I think Chico by Chico picked him as one of his favourites pre-event for this. Enrique, the veteran, surfs with a ton of speed. The heats come thick and fast in the round of 32. Martin having a paddle. It's got prio. He won't use it on that. Meanwhile, a little bit wider on the peak. Antunes, he'll slip in and slip out.
And boys, who would you choose as a winner this year.
Josie Ferreira asking
He's
the
not in
big
it.
questions.
That's the first heat of the day, so, you know.
Paul, who you backing?
A lot of people
It's a
can
hard
do it.
one. There's 32 surfers left. We saw a lot of them yesterday. But I'm going to go Sammy Igil to Souza. He's been on fire since day one.
Yeah, he's been good. He's been really, really good.
I might say I'm confused between, not confused, indecisive between either Maxime or Vasco.
Big guns.
Luke Dillon,
Luke Dillon.
So that yesterday.
That would be
quiet
awesome.
warrior, doing good work. Bang, big hit there from Dubiet. And a nice slice in the pocket. It's got a lethal backhand. And using it well on that wave. Some nice looking lumps coming through. It's all shaping up in the shorey. Good point scoring sections. A quiet heat from Dubiet. That was just his fourth wave. Martin's only ridden 2, under 8 minutes. Here is Charlie, having a sniff. Drops into the bowl. Triple pump bottom turn. Little angry snap. And a foam climb to finish.
Again, not an easy wave to surf, was it? Bit of frothy, bit of foamy. When he took off, that wave preceding it just added a bit of texture to it. Did well to get 2 clicks in. Comes Debier, also just mistimed both these backside turns. Unlike him, he's usually so solid with his timing. So after Charlie gets this one, it's going to be so close. Cameron, see that foam, that makes it hard to go through. Did well to get that turn. He's really late. Surfed it really well. Just a difficult wave. The first time was a bit of a nothing turn. Late to that one. So backs his 5 up. Meanwhile, Debier.
That was pretty sick.
Yeah, it was pretty sick. Just this one, don't know why he didn't sort of hit the foam. He sort of hit the lip just below it. He could have cracked that foam. He would have had a obvious decision to make. But yeah, that first turn was pretty committed. You got a 4.83 for that.
Hey, how do you like on the women's side? Who's your picks?
Well,
I'm going Hopkins.
stolen the Hopkins card, eh?
Hopkins would be amazing because, as we were saying yesterday, she's in 8th place at the moment, so she does need a result. What do you think, Ben?
Bonvilla, she's won the last 12 heats she surfed. She hasn't lost a heat in about 4 events. So I can't find anyone's going to beat her today. I think she's in confidence, looking too good, been on a roll. It's going to continue.
Live action.
Oh.
Here goes Gatien Delahaye on a big open face, gets a carve in. Ooh, that was nice. There comes the explosion, and there's those rubbery limbs as he emerges from the moor. And a little jam down into the pocket from Antunes, who gets a kind of exploded and gargly brown section coming at him. Gets out the way. Won't add massively to his score there. And we are quite close together still with these numbers. Just waiting for a couple to come in. Martins will put him close, or closer anyway, and get him out possibly out of 4th. Delahaye, a lot happening there.
Pretty savage, that. A really, really difficult section. Little set up carve and then a big belt. That's going to be his best wave, I hazard a guess. 3.6 for Charlie Martin, so that's not going to be in his counting to 2 scores, you'd think. And Gatien Delahaye just probably going to add to his score. Really hard to hang on in that big lip. Fonzo, though, started off strong. This is right off the bat. As soon as the hooter went, that was his best wave, a 5.33. Gatchen's been doing these big closeout re-entries for big points. He's got himself a heat lead. Charlie Martin. Here's the first wave. Sort of a tale of 2 ends really. The start and the finish were great. A bit sloppy in between. He managed to get a solid 5.23, but then this last one just coming in here is Gatien. Hasn't made any mistakes, hasn't fallen off, and has made those end sections count. Debbie, a recap, a lot of ways, all very similar sort of standards, and it's just come in. It's Gatien Delahaye with his last wave. Just prior to that recap was a 7.67, Paul Evans. That's a massive number, and that's got him way out in front.
Yeah, I think degree of difficulty weighing heavily then for the judges. That was a bomb. It was thick, it was powerful, and he negotiated it really, really well and goes almost into the excellent range. So De La Haye just adding the pressure into the final 5 minutes in this and putting that crucial daylight from him and the pack, chasing De Bier, needing a score on the inside, making his way back out. 4.97 the requirement. And he's just going to get a quick throwaway for his last effort. A number also for Charlie. Well, we're all caught up with that. That's also a throwaway for him. So just small numbers, though. Under 5's required for De Bier and Martin. It's still wide open, this thing.
Absolutely. De Bier must have fell off that. He's uncharacteristically making a few errors. Martin on a little fatter right. It's one turn in, but it just didn't open up. So that wave no good to him. He'll get out the back pretty quick after that. Yeah, De Bier and Martin chasing a 5-point ride to stay in the competition, to move to the round of 16. This is where it all comes down. 3 minutes, I should say, for a 5-point ride. So it's all going to happen in the last 3 minutes. They're going to get another opportunity, you'd think. And it's all on the line. And Tunes 2 trying to improve on just a 4.7, and he's got priority. Set up nicely.
And I've been struggling about De Bier, because he really reminds me of some surfer. I was just...
Beat Durbridge.
Bit Durbridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Surfs like him, looks like him. Never been seen in the same room as him. So he could be, you know, potentially, you know, I haven't done the DNA test, but he could be beat. Tunes. His backhand. Again, I just don't know, be a bit picky. I just think there's that safety net. Uh-oh. De La Haye had a couple of sections there, and he's just feeling it. Got the groove on.
Beautiful surfing. That wave wasn't nothing, you know, spectacular, but just beautiful lines, you know, that knee, bended knee. Just improving a lot. Impressive surfing from Gatier.
Yeah, he's looking good. 2 on the clock. Finishes on an inside. Another wave, tricky wave, well surfed by him. A lot of power available. And Tunes trying to improve his position, trying to build a bit of a cushion. Not sure he'll do it there.
We'll double up out the back on that. And I thought he had a decision to make whether to do one massive turn or two. And yeah, you're right. He had a sort of kind of pretty cool line. I just wonder if that one big turn would have been just as effective. But he's way out in the front. You see Martin. He's cracking away. Can he get a third one in? And he can't. He needs a 4.81.
He doesn't need a big number, 4.81. He's feeling it. Let's see. That'll be a crucial number for him. This is De Bier also after a 4.
Yeah, well, they're all selling it. They're all sort of there or thereabouts. You might think De Bier's wave was better than Charlie's, or, well, that's what the judges are about to find out. Whoever wins that battle might just get into that top 2. Tunes now under threat, and he's waiting for the scores. Not a good place to be, especially got no time to come back. 55 seconds. Charlie doesn't get the score, so we can probably discount him. And that just means that De Bier has got a score to come in. And this is going to be a big one for those two surfers, and Tunes and De Bier.
And De Bier also has that curse of just making it look so easy. You know, he's so smooth, and he's such a good surfer, makes it look easy, but it's not that easy what he's doing.
There's all sorts happening here. Looks like Martin might get on an end section here, looking still for 4.81. He'll clip it once, a weird wave, doesn't have a lot of room, and he'll go down just trying to push on the inside. He'll run out of time down here. That'll be it for Charlie Martin. Still waiting for the previous of De Bier. Meanwhile, this is your heat leader, and he's found a load of double ups, and he does it really well with some nice glide and flow, and he'll just bring that one in for a solid victory. Antunes doesn't add, so still waiting on previous of Thomas De Bier. It's better than a 4.97. It's bad news for Afonso Antunes. All over for Charlie. He surfed from round 1 and just not quite getting there today. Unable to really find any quality waves. You compare some of the waves that Gatier had that kind of didn't need. And Charlie would have loved one of them, but he scrapped it out and had waves with a lot of bump on the face, and going into the rip particularly was his enemy throughout that one. Charlie, these two, they don't know who got through as yet. Neither do we. Neither do our judges. They're still deciding. He's through. That man's safe. He's won that heat. He's won it pretty well. He's found the best waves, and he never really looked ruffled in any sense. Very much in control and composed. Something of a commanding performance to get himself into the final 16 of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. But who advances with him? Derbier. We've waited an eternity for a number to come in for him. It's one big hit, really, particularly that the judges are scoring.
It's going to be close.
Whether it's a 5 or not. It comes in as a 5-1. Derbier jumps to second. Bad news for Afonso Antunes. He'll be gutted. And it's close margins at this level. And it's smiles for Delay and Derbier. And it's official.
Absolutely. Antunes will be kicking himself so close. But didn't make it. But that's a bit of quality's come through. Derbier put on the line and made it happen.
We've already seen a bit more juice out in the ocean today. Potential for scores, all about finding the right ways. A big day of competition. Finals day in Portugal. We'll be right back.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live action. We are in Costa de Caparica. We've done one heat. 25 to go. It's a finals day. Every day is a countdown. Every heat matters. Surfers from Europe vying to get into the all-important Challenger Series event that starts in May. Top 10 in the men, top 6 in the women. So these heats matter. And right now we have Pedro Henrique, the veteran from Portugal. Timotei Bissau, currently sitting really safe up there in the top echelons of that Challenger Series rankings. Mathis Crozon leading a big score. Marc Lacamin, the French veteran, who is sitting down the rankings and now needs a pretty solid sort of result both here and potentially also in Santa Cruz next week to get through. And while we've had 3 minutes of the heat, only a 3.5 ridden from Pedro, and I'm joined, my name is Ben Mundy, and I'm joined in the booth by Zay Ferreira. And this high tide just means that most of this new swell we've got starting sort of to concentrate on the inside.
Definitely. We heard Hugo Pinheiro, our contest director, saying that high tide would be one of the best times of the day for surfing, and we definitely see improved conditions, bigger waves, probably the best waves of the contest so far. Well, yesterday we had a show in terms of waves. It was pretty dreamy, but great stage for these guys to act on. As you were saying, important day of an important competition for European surfing. So it's all on the line, really.
Absolutely. And we got Bissau pulling the trigger on his first wave. Backside is pretty gnarly. He's on a new board today, I think. First turn, a little bit sticky, but comes around the section. That one's nice. He falls off. So unlike Timmy just making a mistake on his first wave.
Yeah. Also from Guadeloupe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Timothy from the Caribbean.
Another one.
Just comes to show what you were saying. Anyway, living in Portugal at the moment in Ericeira and really improving his surfing. Very solid, compact surfer. A lot of water, a lot of explosion in his turns, and unfortunately fell on that one. That would be an important one, and so it started our interference campaign for today. I'm not sure that's going to be something.
I think that was at the start of the heat, so I think that there was no priority. So
No
both
priority.
surfers was just a bit of a battle of sort of
Affirmations.
bluffing, yeah, and Enrique out bluffed his opponent, shaped to go left, actually went right. Only got a 3.5 for it, so didn't make too big a deal. But yeah, showed his intent, showed he wasn't going to back down. And now it's just Lacamere and Crozon who haven't had a wave yet, and so no priority allocated to them. Looks like Lacamere is putting for this wave on his backhand, and so that wave isn't going to count, and that leaves Crozon out the back with priority. You can see Lacamere is a bit upset by that decision. Threw away the potential to have priority and want to get a score on the board early, and he's waited 5 minutes and took off on a closeout. So you need to regroup. It's a 20-minute heat for him.
Yep.
What you have for dinner last night, Zay? Oh, I hold the phone. Hold that very important question, because down on the beach, we've got the winner of the first heat, Gatien De La Haye, with Chico Alves.
Ben, yeah, Gatien, congratulations. How are you feeling today in this early morning heat?
To tell you the truth, I've been having a hard time waking up in the morning. And this morning, like yesterday, knowing that I was the first day, I was like, okay, today I'm gonna go to bed really early to be able to wake up properly this morning. And I did told myself, okay, I'm gonna do a free surf before my heat, and still didn't wake up. And I just took the jersey and paddled out, caught one wave before the heat, and that was my warm-up, that was it. But yeah, I was feeling good.
And how's the waves? How do you find the waves today? Better than yesterday?
Much better, much better. We have way more swell, way more consistence. And yeah, there's just wave coming all over the place. Like I told you, each time I paddled out, there was a wave popping out and I had to go. So yeah, let's just keep on surfing and use the condition we have today.
Are we going to see some full rotations by Gatien De La Haye or what?
Probably, if I have to, I'll do it. I'll do it for sure. But let's stay on basic surfing for the moment and see how it goes.
Thanks. I'll be watching. Congratulations and good luck for the next round.
Thank you, obrigado.
Okay, live action. Bissot just finishing off a nice right-hander. That was cool from Gatien. I love it. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go to bed early. I'm going to get up for the early free surf. Nah, just slept in.
Caribbean style.
Can't really imagine Mick Fanning saying that. Saying,
No.
yeah, I just didn't get up.
Yeah, I just couldn't make it. The snooze button was always on.
And but I tell you what, it doesn't matter. Once he hit that water, he was electric. That's a big wave. Timmy floats over it. Carving turn. It's a little bit fat this wave, but it does finish off. So, we'll see. And then this is Pedro, Zay.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
actually,
Cruzon.
Matisse Cruzon, and really nice first turn and finishes off strong. So maybe the best wave of this heat so far. A lot of spray on that first turn. Solid surfing trademark, Cruzon. So he's gonna do the best wave of this heat so far, or at least his best wave.
The judges like a bit of fins, don't they? They like to see those fins busted out.
Yeah,
And
they
he did that.
love a good fin.
16 minutes to go. No huge scores. Yeah, I think you might have called it. Ferreira on point with his judging, a 6-point ride for Matisse Crozon. So that's the highest score of the day so far. Sorry, of the heat so far. So he's got himself a solid start. Bissot's last wave, that long right, a 4.33.
Yeah, judges really want to see, at least from seeing the first the first heat and this heat, judges really want to see quality turns. I think they'll stay on the same criteria, even if it's just the one turn, they'll reward it. They don't really want to see like half turns, like 6 half turns. They really do prefer one strong turn than a lot of, you know, weaker turns.
Yeah, they like to be wowed. Big turns, big powerful sections, 100% commitment is what they froth on, and they'll reward accordingly. Been really consistent in judging throughout the event. Can't remember too many instances where there was any type of controversy or you know, obvious sort of errors. They've been just pretty much on point in difficult conditions. A lot of waves getting ridden, long days, a lot of glare. So shout out to that effort. As you see, a little double up. It's nice and clean, these conditions now. That wind just backing right off as Hugo Pinheiro, the contest director, forecast. He said that wind's going to back off, the swell's going to pick up, the tides, high tides at 9. Well, surprise, surprise. It's been proven correct as we push on through the finals today. Yeah. So round 32 of the men's and 16 from the quarterfinals. We start to go man on man. And so yeah, so much surfing action coming our way today. And especially in the women, seeing this is the last European qualifying series event of this particular term or this calendar year. There's going to be, you know, we're going to find out by probably around 6 o'clock tonight who are those 6 surfers going to Australia for the first Challenger Series event. And that's exciting. See Leopold Etienne getting ready for his next heat. So got Gaspard Larsenet, Lucas Silveira and Raul Borman. As we see, Raul cruise on. Wow, big first turn. Gets a little bit hung, and that means he just can't get the second one in time. Did pretty well to even get close to hanging on to that one. But it was just that first turn that just got a little bit caught. You see Alain Raul, brains trust there with Romain. So very experienced.
Yeah,
and very good surfers sitting there on your team. Also Mark Lacamere in the water as well. So they got a bit of skin in the game. And here goes Mark now looking at this one. He's not afraid of one big turn, I'll tell you that for nothing. And there it is, there's a big backhand belt. Can he get a second one in? And he can, so that's 2 big turns. So that'll be his first scoring wave of note, and he'll be happy to get back in the game.
Yeah, that's trademark Lacamere. Big backside turns, vertical surfing, top to bottom. Look at this. Bottom turn, no hassle in between turns, just 2 defined turns by 2 defined lines, and great for him. And Cruzon just a bit late to this one, Ben.
Yeah, he clicked the fins out, and he just got held up, just that tiny margin, a split second. Not even, where he just got delayed coming back down, and that meant he was just, you know, a tiny bit off with his second key. So yeah, unlucky for Cruzon. But he's going to come back out. 12 minutes on the clock, plenty of ways to be ridden. Right now, though, with a short break coming our way, we're going to go to a commercial break and come back with more live action. Right after this, the boats are piling into the Lisbon Harbour. The waves are pouring into the Caparica beach breaks. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this. And welcome back to Caparica. Yeah, the Santa Cruz event is on. It starts next Tuesday. Time waits for no man in this professional surfing game. And you can see that from that clip, the power of the waves. So many random beach breaks, real grunt, real energy. And the forecast, after a bit of a wild and woolly start to it, starts to look pretty amazing for the end of that. So we're going to get some really solid waves up there in Santa Cruz. Some good times at Noah Surf House. When isn't it a good time to be at the Noah Surf House? And yeah, Europe's best surfers all piling into that great little town. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that next week. As you see some very different conditions. That wind just over here in Caparica, swirling around a bit. Face is pretty clean though. Pedro Enrique, here he goes live. He's been quiet in this heat after that sort of start. Not like him, he's usually a really busy surfer.
Yeah, true that. I think he's, wow, but look at this little ball. Nice first turn. Cruzon really, really being a standout in terms of wave selection. He loves it.
He really does. He, I mean, set it all up with that first bottom man turn. Might get you to break just that single manoeuvre down. Out the back, Lacamar. There's a big crack. He got a 7.5 for his last two belted combos. So the two Frenchmen starting to get a grip on this heat. And we think Crozon's going to get a good score for that. Back up his 6. Lacamar now trying to back up a 7.5, which is a huge number. So just taking, haven't got the job done yet, but taking a little bit of control. And Mark, first turn was nice. Unfortunately, just couldn't get a second one in. But he will increase his score. But there was that turn there.
Boom.
Boom.
Really bowly wave too, which helps his cause, and finishes off. Look at this. It's also, you know, counts as a maneuver, I think. And then, yeah, but Lacomar, just so much amplitude and space that he's taking in each turn. That's why his scores just, you know, come up 5 points for that one turn, you know.
Yeah. So Bissot live, fighting back on his forehand. He might go to the air here. It's a big section. Clicks it nicely. Another section. He's late and he just can't get over it. So some
Second
points.
wave
There
like
was some
that.
point. It was a difficult wave to surf, but there was points on that. Definite point. What went wrong? Say,
Right,
what went
let
wrong?
me tell you, this is one of the best waves we've seen today. Bigger wave, you know, this first turn was very clean, not that powerful, but clean, and then just comes a bit too late there to that section, and his board just get mixed up with the lip there and loses control.
So Mark Lacamar on his left now, forehand, swooping that trademark swoop. Now he's got a section, try and hammer it home. Nice turn. And there's another one. So he's just starting to dot the I's and cross the T's. No sort of wiggles between his turns. Just kind of drives down the line with real sort of intent. And that should be better than his last 5. So he's going to make his lead probably increase. Bissot now in a bit of strife.
Yeah, nice first setup turn, and look at this, takes the space, nice snap, and then waiting in the bottom and finishing off very strong. And you can just kind of compare, that's what the judges are doing, compare Lacomar's last wave with Matisse Crozon's last wave, and it was a 5.67 for Matisse, the one he claimed. And we have the groove on this morning.
Yeah, the Borman groove.
The Borman groove.
He knows it. I saw him last. We were out having dinner, just on those little restaurants up the Dr. Bernard's on the beachfront there, and there was a little jazz sort of duo playing. Borman was all over it, dancing, trying to play the drum machine, getting right up in their grill. Yeah, loving it. So he had the groove on last night as well. He's still taking it down to the beach. So real character. He's been loving these conditions, been absolutely on fire, as Lucas Silveira as well. Brazilian, who spends a lot of his time now in Portugal. And there's Bissot starting to go to the air. Little sign of frustration, because Mark's last wave came in at 6.10. Matisse Crozon's is 5.67. So as it stands with 5 minutes to go, Timotei Bissau needs a 7.34. So that's a big number. And Pedro Enrique, who's been kind of missing in this heat, now needs an 8.17.
Yeah, such a smart competitor. But truth is, sometimes we see Pedro doing very well in one heat, and then in the next heat doing very well again, and then the next heat so-so. So also finding his rhythm sometimes takes time to find his rhythm. But when he does, let me tell you, he's definitely one of the best surfers in Europe ever. Obviously, growing up in Brazil, that was a nice wave for him. 3.5. Timo here, a lot of speed, a lot of drive, a lot of composure. Just falling down in those two waves really cost him in the seat then. Crozon here, getting the job done, and nice solid surfing from him. He's happy, but this guy, as you would expect, doing some damage on these bigger waves of Caparica today. So really shines with more powerful waves. Big guy, so yeah, you would expect that.
Yeah. And he's got a pretty healthy lead. A bit of distance even between him and second place. So it's Bissau and Enrique now chasing some big numbers. 3.5 minutes. Potential to get 2 waves in that time. More likely though, you're going to have to do it with 1. So timing is pretty important right now. Picking the right wave as well, just no sets out the back. Start to see all this increased swell. It sort of caps on the outside sort of sand banks and then rolls in and reforms. So you can kind of see when the sets are coming pretty early. Enrique just looking at that. Any little bump now with 3 minutes to go is going to be a... You're going to have a look at it. You're going to have a sniff. So they know they need their scores, and actually those scores have gone up again. So now it's an 8.6 for Tim. And a sort of almost a combination score for Pedro, so they're well behind. It's going to take something absolutely sensational for either of those two surfers to pull through to the next round.
Definitely. And yesterday we saw most of the heats. If you did 10 points of combined score, you'd go through. But the rounds are getting harder, the heats are getting harder, the waves are better, and we'll see, harder heats, bigger scores. That's what we can expect from today as we see Cruzon again.
Yeah, live action, a bit of a wobbly, bumpy wave that won't count. Yeah, 5s ain't going to cut it anymore today, not in finals day. You've got to step up your game. And right now, Bissau and Enrique failed to do that for a variety of reasons. I think Enrique he just hasn't had the waves. He hasn't caught the right waves. Bissau, I think, had opportunities, just made a few mistakes really, just fallen off on waves, and just hasn't found his groove at any stage throughout the 25 minutes. With 90 seconds to go, I think it's going to be all too late no matter what goes down here. As we see Pedro on a nice looking left though.
He's got to go for a big air.
He's fanging down the line. Nice first turn. Gets it up. So nice wave. Unfortunately a little too late. You can tell by Pedro that it's not the 9.4 he needs, so his day is done. He's wrapping it up. The veteran. He's been through a lot of these heats in his career. You know the way it goes, but what a nice looking wave. Overhead, big turn, and then a big section. So great surfing from Pedro. Lovely way to go out, but that's his last wave of the event. And same for Tim Bissau, unless he manages to get an 8-point ride in the dying seconds of this heat.
Yeah, Pedro kind of needed a result. He still has Santa Cruz, obviously, but he's pretty low in the rankings for the challengers. But truth is, with one good result, everything can change. Obviously, Bisso is in 8th place, so a bit more secure.
Yeah, you still be going to bed a bit nervous. Santa Cruz, anything can happen. There he is. They're all coming in, so it's game over. And the Huda goes as well. So officially, Lacamar and Crozon, the two Frenchmen, are through. The powerful, nuggety, goofy foots. They'll be happy into the round of 16. Start to smell the finals. One more four-man heat. They're into the man-on-mans, which is where it starts to get serious. So well surfed, Mark and Matisse. But with that event, with that heat done and dusted, we're going to go to a short commercial break. I'm going to come back with more live action with Leo Paul-Etienne, Gaspard Larsena, Lucas Silveira, and Rail the Dancing Man Bowman, coming right after this short commercial break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. We're getting into the final rounds. We're in the final day. That was Marc Lacomar, and here we have live action, Leo Paul-Etienne. So the last heat was closed down. Marc Lacomar, Mathis Crozon, and now we're into the third heat of this round. Paul, and stacked morning of action so far.
Yeah, absolutely. In the biggest day of our waiting period, and that gets greeted by big turns, powerful surfing required, as we had real small conditions kind of plaguing this event the first few days. That's all changed now. There's some real quality sections out there, big numbers available. Good to see Mark going up into the lip, nice and vert, and that last getting the high 7, and I think we're going to see that sort of stuff all day. Anyone goes vertical, take risks, they're going to get rewards. Here goes Leo Paul. He hits the lip with a ton of speed, and he's going so fast into that. Actually makes it kind of easy for himself to make a really nice turn, just kind of extend it off the tail. Silveira as well, a little layback jam from him, and he's super consistent. Lucas, in a variety of conditions, an amazing big wave surfer, and pretty good as well, inducing it on the QS in the beach breaks. A standout in Portugal over the last few years, of course, representing Brazil. But you can nominate your region where you want to get your qualification done, and he's competing in Europe, so his points count towards that. And he's going pretty good.
Definitely. He's been putting in the hours in Portugal all around. And for the moment, we have Lacomar with Chico down at the beach. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, boys, I'm down here with Marc Lacomar. Marc, how was it out there? How are you feeling with the heat wind?
Yeah, I'm happy to start the day with a win. Finally some wave where we can surf. So pretty happy, and yeah, looking for the next heat.
Do you feel with more space on the wave, you can open up more and put the Marc Lacomar power in there?
Yeah, definitely. I was struggling the first few days. Even with a magic bar, I'm still pretty heavy. So I'm really happy there is wave. And I heard it's the finish today, so there's going to be some wave all day, so that's fun.
Nice. What was your choice for today in terms of board?
Just my regular rookie 15 from Channel Island, 5'11" and a half.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the next round, and great to see you again.
Nice one from Marla Komar. Definitely happy to go through, but also happy because the waves are bigger. This is the biggest day of our waiting period. And if someone reaches the final, they have 4 heats to surf in one day. So the physical part of things come into play in a day like today.
They're not going to get any sympathy from me, mate. I'm commentating 26 heats. So 4, that's nothing.
Yeah, you need to be on a better physical shape to commentate 26 heats than to be on them. Definitely.
Good number in for Leopold, though. Dropping a hammer early on, getting rewarded.
Yeah, 683 Leopold. Those 2 nice crisp turns, and Gaspard Larseneur. Here he goes, very smooth, experienced surfer. Look at this. He's not going to make many mistakes. This wave wasn't good enough for 2 turns, but just sometimes it's just important to get your feet rolling, and that's what this guy is doing. Leopold Etienne looks sharp, and 533 for that layback snap from Lucas. Yeah, Lucas definitely been putting in the hours in pretty much every good spot in Portugal. He's always a standout, not afraid at all. He always pushes a little more, as we have Gaspard's replay.
Yeah, gets a little sort of chunky section here, doesn't he? And he kind of spends quite a while just going down the wave and timing the bottom turn, and then swings into the lip. One nice hit from him, just the 1 turn. He'll get a reasonable number to open things up. I think the judges are going to get too carried away with that.
And we might have had a wave for Mr. Borman. There it is.
Yep, so favouring the left-handers. We saw him go to the air reverse multiple times to great effect when it was smaller. Is he going to be able to do that today? Well, there are ramps out there. There's some meaty sections, but you're going to have to be going very fast to be able to boost over these sections. Let's see if he can do that. He'll get a small, most likely throwaway number for that last effort. Comes in as a 2, something of that order. Interesting to see how Borman goes today. He's been competing with so much intensity at the end of his waves. See the passion. There's a lot going on there, and he's going to need to fire himself up here. This is a really tricky heat against surfers who are possibly a little bit more experienced with surfing on finals days. Let's see how Borman goes.
Yeah, well, a lot of these surfers that we're not... well, let's watch this wave. But definitely for me, well, Gaspard here before anything else. Let's see, nice big turn. So that's what we're used to see from Gaspard in bigger waves, but I can't really tell you what to expect from Borman with more solid conditions. That's pretty much a test when you start seeing a surfer in competition. They might be almost 2 different surfers surfing small waves and bigger waves. Lacomar is kind of a good example.
Here Larsen just bobbing and weaving on his way down, puts it up in the lip. That angle shows you how shallow that inside is, with a lot of exploding going on. Those kind of turns, those kind of floats down to the flats, they're impressive in terms of the score. Judges aren't going to get overly seduced by that compared to surfers who are really putting the board up aggressively into the lip. But it requires some nice balance and some skill. So a couple of numbers to come in for Larsen. They're going to be decent mid-rangers. They were really nice waves. And he's going to set himself up with a bit of a platform. He's got a pair of 5s.
Lucas now. Lucas is still using his epoxy. You can see he has a very fluorescent white board, which means usually he's on an epoxy. And yeah, would be nice to see what people are thinking about equipment-wise a day like today. Waves are really different, and I have a question. But before that, Borman again, smaller wave, not much potential. If you had to choose one sport to complement surfing, if you were competing hypothetically, we know Borman would be dancing probably. I can't write out of that one, unfortunately. But what do you think? What would you choose?
Can I have bird watching?
Not
really
I think
a sport.
chess is the line. But bird watching, yeah. Well, yeah, all right. Bird watching.
If not, I would probably say maybe something like badminton.
Badminton. I love badminton.
Yeah, everyone loves badders, mate.
Gaspar now. Nice first turn. Really plays it well on that leg work in that bottom turn there, which gives him the base for that second turn. So putting in the work, putting in the numbers, and Lucas now, 2-turn wave, solid as ever. That's his dad, I think. So I think he moved here with his family some time ago. No, that is not his dad, but might be his coach, or yeah, definitely someone who's helping him here. But yeah, Gaspar, really solid. And look at this waves. Wow, really nice turn. Let's wait for that second one. And impressive foam climb there for Leopold. Really in form, really in tune with his heat, with his wave selection, and really nice wave, probably the best wave of this heat so far.
Great looking wave. Look at this entry in, and look at the elasticity that he shows. He's so bendy and fluid and able to put that board up. I mean, he was so late to that second turn, and he put so much of his board through the lip there. Very impressive indeed. Silveira flicks it pretty hard. He's got some power. It's not necessarily a big guy, but he is able to squeeze the juice out of these sections, as is Larsonneur, with some nice rhythm to this, and just leaning into those turns. And they are asking serious questions of our judges with some pretty tight surfing and good numbers coming in. I reckon Leopold's going to get a really good score, but Gaspar dropping a good number there, Zay.
7.17. So definitely doing the honors, as we see Adur getting ready for next heat. This is one of Basque's finest, one of Iberia's biggest hopes. Really good surfer. Ben was telling me his dad is a big wave surfer.
Ibon.
Exactly.
Surfed
so
in the eddy.
Surfed in the eddy, wow. All right, so bit of history right there. And Borman now. Wave wasn't that good. He is motivated, as you can see. He's not stopping, and he's not going to stop until the end of this heat. He definitely wants to keep on sharing.
Yeah, he's struggling here. He needs at least a couple of sixes, doesn't he? He's way behind this.
And Gaspar now. Ooh, he likes it. And the famous no claim with the little board throwing claim in the end. So that was very claim worthy, though.
Massive number drops for Leopold previous to that. That left hander, beautiful looking wave. Goes excellent.
Yeah, 8.6, and this heat just keeps on offering. Lucas Silveira here, another layback. Nice one, radical.
Loads and loads of scoring sections out there all the time. Just relentless opportunity for surfers if they're able to take risks There's a lot there on offer. Leopold getting heavily rewarded for brilliant surfing on a left-hander. That 8-6. This is Silveira now in third prior to this. And that's really nicely done. Just extending that tail out through the turn and making sure he finishes. Meanwhile, Larsson looks really good out here. Just juices a first one and then straight back up. And manages to get done ahead of the explosion. And he's fired up here. Almost sort of poking himself in the eye with the nose of his own board, which would have been unfortunate. But I think he'll improve on his 7 with another score close to the exit range. And, well, it drops in and it's another good number for Gaspar.
So 7.5 for Gaspar. These heats really are getting better and better. Lucas there, really nice turn, but just he needs 2 of those in this heat at the moment because guys are surfing really well.
Yeah, huge numbers in. You think about our top 2 and their totals. Surfer in second, surfer in blue, Gaspar. Got just shy of 15 points, so a couple of 7s at least is going to be required to get past that, and that's a reflection of the surf today. We've seen throughout yesterday some big numbers going down, but it tended to be one surfer kind of dominating and maybe going excellent per heat, and then a little gap with that race for second. This one, it's 2 surfers really running away with it, and Lucas Silveira, who's surfed really well, he's got a really respectable total. 13.4 is decent to get you through a lot of heats. He's way back, still looking for a 7-8.
Definitely look at this scoreboard. 15, 14, 13. That's always a good sign when you're running through the results and you see a heat like that. You do want to see what happened there if you're going to check the action. But if you're live with us, stay on that side because we have a stacked day of competition. This is a very important stop. The second last event for the men's division. We will see who is going to qualify for the challengers, and this is a very important competition for that. Also for the women, this is the last opportunity for the women to qualify. So a lot of decision-making time in Caparica.
Great to see the swell firing in for today. Chico, our buddy from this region, has been promising us this swell. I don't want to say we didn't believe him, but each day would come back and it looked very similar to the previous. And we're like, where is it, mate? Well, it fired up yesterday afternoon and built throughout the night. And it's jumped up pretty solid. Some good sort of maybe 5-footers, something like that. But the thickness as well is the thing that's impressive. Is really heavy sections. And that makes for really impressive surfing for those able to take the risks. So far in this one, a couple of Frenchmen, pretty dominant. Leopold has looked so good out here. Look how much spring he's got in his step and how he is able to accelerate into his turns and also out of them, gathering that board. And this was an absolute beauty of a wave. Drops a bomb here, 8-6 for this. Amazing double up section. And that turn, the audacity to get that much board out of essentially a foam climb, just an extended foam climb maneuver. Super impressive. Larsson, good enough for a couple of 7s. And he has skillfully navigated some heavy sections on the inside. Silveira's done well. He's got 1 7 of his own, a 7-4 for this hammer blow. But he needs a similar score to that. And that's a reflection of the quality that we're seeing in this heat. And speaking of the quality, man who will be hoping to go all the way for a big finish here and another win in Portugal. It's your mate Vasco Ribeiro.
Yeah, Vasco's been really in form. These waves suit him way more than yesterday's waves, although you would see him fly by every time he got a wave, surfing really fast. And his sister he gave birth yesterday. So must be a happy day for the family as we see a happy wave for Lucas. He's looking for a 7.2 weight. It's still very possible with these kind of waves and the form these guys are showing. Just Boorman is a bit out of this heat. Can't really find himself, and it's when you get to this round, it's it's where experience really kicks in, and you do need to do a couple of rounds like this to start feeling comfortable. Either that, or you're very, you have a lot of audacity and just boldness. And as we can see, some nerves. This is one side of the story you don't see very often. But there's a lot of people rooting and feeling the same feelings you are feeling inside the water. She's with Leopold Etienne. So nice support there. Very important as well for your structure. And Lucas now just, you know, not stopping, not letting time go by. He really wants to be in those Challenger Series. And Leopold here on another good-looking wave, not as good as his previous. He does not want to leave room for Gaspar or Lucas at the moment to steal his first place. You know, in a heat like this, things can go south very quickly. So, you know, you're not going to give an inch to anyone. And Borman now can't ride out.
Yeah, it's what happens when you're chasing a number and the heat's not going your way. You end up kind of forcing things a little bit. And that was a really heavy section. He just drew out the bottom turn, maybe a little too much. He arrived at the lip really late. Contrastingly, Leopold very much got the measure of conditions, and even finishing off on the inside, getting a tricky turn done and making sure he finishes. Don't know if this will threaten his top two. It's back up with 6.83, but he just looks like he's got an extra gear, and he does actually have a pretty good chance. Well, he gets close to his score. It comes in just under, but he's throwing away the 6.47 there. This man's still looking for a number.
Yeah, first good turn and second good turn too. He likes it. I was waiting for that. 7-2-8, that's what he needs.
That's his 10th wave, so he's deciding to be really busy, is Silveira, and he's hunting for that score, and he's saying to the judges, come on, give me a 7. So first turn's just a setup, not major points there. It's decent, it's technical, there's a bit of risk involved, but I think he's partly feeling a little bit sort of exasperated that he hasn't really had the big, thick sections. And that was a nice finish to the wave. Whether that's good enough to go all the way up for a 7-2-8 for essentially hitting the closeout on your backhand, I'm not sure. I've got a feeling that might come in a little under. And he hasn't really had those double ups that have offered the highest scoring potential. Sort of contrast that left to Leopold's 8-6.
Definitely, and Raul wanting to go to the air. That's been paying off for him in the previous rounds. And I think we have some rain now.
Yeah, again, just having to kind of force it here. He's comboed deeply. He needs 14-6-7. So going for a big rotation, but was always kind of throwing that one away. And he needs a couple of waves, and they need to be really good. He essentially doesn't really have time to do that. With just 2 on the clock, he's going to struggle to find himself 14 points. So Borman, who's surfed well throughout this event, has had a little bit of a nightmare in this one. He's been really, really busy. It's not for lack of trying. That was a 9th wave for him. Still waiting for a score for Lucas Silveira for his last.
Yeah, not waiting, not quitting. And Leopold having a look at this one. He wants to improve on a 6.83. It's not going to do it for him. And Gaspar, you know, 1 minute to go. He has the priority. So he'll be wanting to kind of sit close to Lucas. It will be interesting what he does. And Lucas has a score to come in, and it looks like he's going to have it. 7.5 for that last one.
Wow, he gets it. I hold my hands up. I didn't think he was going to get the number for that, but he does. It's his high score. He does improve, and he does crucially go to second. So bad news for La Sonneur. And I thought that was going to come in the region of a 6, something like that. And the judges paying out heavily for that. So Silveira getting the number. And Gaspar Larsonneur now. It's all on him with priority. 7.44 he needs.
Yeah, 7.44. So the judges having well, a comparison definitely between Gaspar 7.5 and Lucas 7.53. So, and thinking that Gaspar's wave wasn't as good as Lucas's. Well, tell you the truth, both of these guys are surfing very well and deserve to go. But a very important wave for Gaspar, just the 2 turns, 7.44 won't be the score. And this guy is very happy. He's with Lucas. I'm not gonna say what he's saying, but he's definitely celebrating. That's Lucas's crew, Hali Batista. He's his coach when he's in Portugal, and this guy was the standout of this heat. Leopold, just little victory lap there.
Yeah, he tore it apart out there. It's really good, as did Gaspar, as did Lucas. All 3 of those really deserving to get through. It can only be 2. This is another look at Gaspar's last wave. And I don't think this is going to be the score. But then again, I didn't think Lucas was going to be the score either. So I'll just let the judges throw down for that. But he's going to be gutted to miss out. Gaspar, he surfed really well.
Yeah, foggy morning for Gaspar. Unfortunately, just moving to 3rd in that last minute, but very well done from Lucas. You can never be safe in a heat like that. So this is just kind of a prospect of what you can expect for the day. And we'll go to a little commercial break. When we come back, we'll have all the action. Join us.
Blue Gaspar Larsonneur and in 4th green Raoul.
Almada, território de muitos.
Final Saturday in Portugal, Estrella Galicia Caparica Surfest comes to a thrilling conclusion in powered up conditions. Let's check out Heat 4 of a round of 32. Markel Vizcar Guanaga, Samuel Igo de Souza, Adur Amatrein, and Vasco Ribeiro. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Chico by Chico Alves. Mate, you said the surf is coming. Turns out you weren't lying.
Yeah.
We should have believed you.
5 days after the swell is here. Oh my God. I was waiting for this for so long. And I actually promised you that we had some waves for today, on Monday.
Big scores going down already this morning. Big performances as well. Feels like the power surf is being suited. Surfers taking risks.
Yes, it is. There's some big open walls as we see a powerhouse. Vasco Ribeiro with a quick snap there. Another one here. And does he finish it off? Oh, that
Look,
was hectic.
close to getting the board in the face there. We talk about that inside section and how heavy it was. And he was just building up momentum, getting maneuvers done. He looks like he's all right, but that could have gone horribly wrong. That was really close to his head as that all exploded. A number comes in. It comes in as a 4-5. Talking about big performances and massive numbers. Leo Paul Etienne throws up a huge total, 15-4-3 in the last heat. A dominant performance from him. Let's go and get his feelings on that heat.
Thanks, Paul. Good morning. What a morning, right? Finals day, and you're absolutely in love with those lefts. Is that right?
Oh yeah, I feel so good. Huh? Start the heat with the little ride, got a 6.8. I was feeling comfortable. I was just waiting for the left. I saw a couple left this morning, and I took this left, did 2 turns, got that 8. Didn't know it was a 8 or more a 6, and that was super exciting. And I knew I would need to wait and just try to improve. And all the balls were whipping 7 after 7, second to 3, 3 to second. So it was a pretty hard hit, but pretty happy to make it.
Are you excited for a long day of surfing?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a long day. Huh? Many hits to come, I think. So,
And how are you going to rest and prepare and focus?
I think I'm going to go to my place, just rest a couple minutes, and then come back with a dry wetsuit and start to focus for the next hit.
Well, you won't need a dry one. You're going to be in the water anyway, so.
Yeah, but it's pretty good to change the wetsuit anyway.
That's true. Congratulations in the round of 16.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job from him. He's hoping for a lot of heats to come. He's hoping specifically for 4 more to get all the way into the final as the rain pitter-patters down on Costa de Caparica, and we just about make out the slim and slender, quite tall figure of Markel Vizcarguenaga slicing. What's he got here, Chico?
Yes, we see red ear upper riding. The wave wasn't that good. He goes for the layback snap and ends up falling, as we see the replay of white. Adur. Quick snap there. He goes around it and gets one more hit. Almost gets the rail caught there, but he was able to finish it off. So great wave by Adur. A lot of similarities in terms of style with Aritz. Adur
comes from the same town.
Yeah, they look alike, like in some ways to approach the wave. And Adur, the next generation from Zarautz, right?
Yeah, Aritz very much the flag bearer from that region. But have we seen him in this event? I'm not sure I've actually seen him here, which surprises me.
I actually spoke with him like 2 days ago, and I thought maybe he's around. And then I checked. We've been on the booth for a while, and I haven't seen Aritz. So
maybe he's got an injury or something like that, because he loves competing.
Yes.
Won an event in Portugal back in January, tube riding event, Capitula Perfeito. Took that out again. He's won that event before up in Nazaré. The Carcavelos, he got deeply barreled and won that event, and still a great competitor. And we're missing him on the QS.
Yeah, we miss
Come back, Aritz. Whatever he's doing, I hope he's back soon.
Yeah, we need Aritz back. It's the type of day that Aritz loves to surf. I think he won a 5-star in Brazil, or 6-star, with this type of conditions. You remember, Paul? Okay. Anyways, I remember, and it was really nice to see. So, 17 minutes to go, and we have yet to catch a wave Samuel Lee. Samuel, who's been a standout over the last few days, and as we see, some lines approaching, and plenty of opportunity today for our athletes. We have in the lead Adur Amatrian with that 5 and that 3-3-3. Samuel Ego yet to catch a wave. Markel with 2 waves of 1 point.
What's happening here? It looks like Vasco Ribeiro on a big section hammers it bang into the lip again, and he will get consumed by an explosion of white water. So incomplete on the second turn from Vasco. Got a 4-5 early on and finishes underwater in that one.
Well, he started off really well. Quick jam there, and near the fins, kind of slap there, the fins kind of drift away on the bottom turn, and he couldn't really get the direction he wanted to hit the lip. So yeah, coming unstuck. Anyways, if he had belted that last section, I think we could see some juicy scores coming in for Vasco.
Would have been on his way to a number there, wouldn't he? It's going to cost him his score in terms of going incomplete on that second section. There's your heat leader at the moment, Amatreyin, although he's got that 5. Nothing in terms of real quality on the board as yet. And a bit of a marked contrast, this one, particularly to the previous heats where we were seeing those 7s, even 8s go down pretty much straight away. This one, yeah, it's just sort of just simmered down a little bit. Some of the surfing's been a little bit scrappy as well. I haven't really seen turns linked together, particular skill. These guys just trying to do whatever it takes to get through. 2 of them will. Could one be this man? Ribeiro's in second right now. He'll kick out with some speed, and that wave just fizzles out for him and unable to find himself an inside section. 3 comes in for his previous, and he'll be thinking about finding one of these quality bombs that he's been watching. Meanwhile, little paddle out the back, the Basque squad. There's Dad Ibon filming. Here goes Markel Vizcarguenaga, who let out one of the loudest sort of belly roars of the whole event when he got a score through his early round. He was absolutely delighted to get through a close exchange right at the end of the heat. Samuel Igo opens his account, and he's been really quiet in this so far. That's just his first wave. It's taken him a long time, nearly 10 minutes, Chico.
Yeah, looks like the conditions have changed since the first and second heat. I think they were surfing more towards the right. They had like a right and the break. And with the tide coming up, it's on that time of the tide where it's kind of shifting. You don't know exactly where to be. And I think they are having like quite some trouble trying to identify what's a good score or not. So yeah, conditions changing a bit from heat to heat, and that's really hard. They have to readapt and understand what the ocean is doing.
Here goes Vizcarguenaga. Patient off the bottom. A little slash from him. And he'll tag it and get a finish. So a nice little combo of turns. Bang. Amatreyin hits hard on a glassy inside section. Uses the rail, uses it really well. So a sort of similar wave, although rather than finishing the lip, it's a face turn. Let's see how that translates score-wise. But our 2 young Basque surfers with a decent exchange there.
Yeah, we saw there Markel with a nice first turn, and then he kind of got caught up on the second one, as we see the replay. Now this is the replay of Adur. So Adur here kind of getting a little bit caught up on that first turn, and he got a second carve there, looking really stylish. And Markel here, this turn was nice, release of the fins there, and here I thought he was quite late into that turn, but nonetheless he made it, and he's putting a score on the board. So he was needing that because he had 2 waves of 1 point. So Markel back in this heat, and Adur with a nice wave too. So the 2 Basque country surfers putting together some scores.
What do you be looking for out here, Chico? You go in the rights, you go in the lefts, whatever comes through. What do you fancy? What's the pick of these peaks?
Well, I think in days like this in Costa, you have to look for the double ups that have like a meaty section. You don't need to do too much turns. You only need like a big one, and they are scoring high. So sometimes they are not as technical as a small wave 3-turn combo, and they are easier to get scores. So I think the surfers should be looking for those double ups that have potential for a big turn, and they have 5s and 6s. So yeah, I think that would be the strategy for today, and not look for that perfect one that allows you to do in terms of quantity many turns. As we see, blue.
Yeah, here goes.
Nice.
Igo de Souza fades the entry. Bang, really nice hit from him. Whoa, that was another one. So good stuff from our Brazilian Goofy Foot, who is so fast on his feet, just electric. the way he's able to get that board without really pumping it. It somehow manages to kind of load it up, almost with his upper body somehow, but gets so much speed, particularly between his maneuvers, Chico.
Yeah, he gets a lot of speed in between turns, and this was the case. He had a good double up right, and the wave really opened up for him.
Best wave of the heat?
Yeah, I have to agree with you. 7 points, last of blue, so...
Judges confirm that. Don't waste much time with the number. Comes through real quick. 7 for Samuel Igo de Souza. And from a quiet start for him, fires up now. Ribeiro, what's he got? An inside runner here. Vasco hits hard. The arms go up in the air, and it's just the one turn for him, though. So not really going his way particularly so far. And that wave just offered him a quick section and would have loved a bit more. Still plenty of time, 11 on the clock. Let's get another look.
Yeah, this was a rolling double up, and boom, big turn there from Vasco. I think he'll get rid of that 317 anyway, because that was a meaty section. But I think he thought the wave looked better from the start. But yeah, 4.3, so he got rid of that 3 points. And yeah, he's looking for a better wave, that's for sure. I know Vasco, he likes to really open up on some good walls, and once he gets the opportunity, he's dangerous.
Yeah, it was actually really impressive on the small day out here for me. That speed and sort of venom he was putting into his turns on kind of 1 to 2 foot waves, really. And he built up his scores throughout that heat. Started off kind of 3s and 4s, quickly became 5s, 6s, and then 7s. And just built up a head of steam throughout the heat. It's important to be able to do that. Maybe kind of slightly changing your read on conditions while you're out in the water. That's part of it too. He's going to need to do that here. He's chasing a number. It's not a big one right now. A 4.61 the requirement for Vasco. He just improved his backup with that last wave, so his requirement remains the same. Still looking for 4.61. Markel Vizcarra-Guanaga looking for 5.11. Those are our surfers in 3rd and 4th. Priority is with Adur Amatreyin, and if he improves, he can make that job more difficult for Vasco and for Markel. But Samuel Igo de Souza with that 7 point. A real sort of show of quality in this one, and showing those sections are out there. You were mentioning the tides and the effects on the shape of the wave. We're not looking at massive swings at the moment, but still very significant in terms of changing what's happening on our sandbars. There it is, so high this morning, 9 a.m. It's a 2 metre high tide. Interesting to see the low tides. There's not a lot of swing there, so not a lot of vertical movement at all, particularly for Europe. That is not a big movement. We're talking half a metre or so of shift. Although just the way this sandbar is and the way it kind of shelves here, that will move up and down the beach quite a bit. So significant tides, but nothing compared to what we do get in Europe.
Exactly. So we are towards our way for the Atai. So
we're gonna surf 2 high tides really here today. If we surf 26 heats, mate, so we're gonna pretty much going until dusk. So we're gonna watch tide come in throughout the morning, go out again, come in again. Just doesn't stop, mate.
Yeah,
does it? Time and tide waits for nobody.
What a pleasure to watch it all with you, Paul. Another day.
Now
You've got some nice scholars today.
Yeah.
I like your approach for finals day. I think you look. I think they should put you on live on the studio, because we have to see that that stylish approach for today. As you see Markel there with a nice wave.
Here goes Igo. What's he got here? Adjusts on the bottom and just decides to kick out. So your heat leader looking to wash off the 3-5 backup. Nice and stylish there from Markel Vizcarra-Guanaga. Let's see how he goes scoreboard-wise. That was his 5th wave. He needs a number here. He's trying to stay in this, get back in contention. Adur has waited patiently with priority. Here's another look at Markel.
Big first turn there. He comes around the section and he gets up there again. I think this was better from Markel. A little bit more in the rhythm with the wave. And this turn here, a lot more expression in that turn and on this one too. So I think this will be better than his his previous wave, where he was kind of out of rhythm on the wave. So yeah, Markel here putting on some rhythm on that wave. And the wave was obviously better, as we see Mimana Brai the man.
Yeah, we've got a super heat coming up next. He has got a heat on his hands. Let's have a look at it. Maxime Hussenot, ranked #1 in Europe, leading the ratings for qualification into the Challenger Series. Andy Crier, who absolutely ripped yesterday. And, of course, Johan Duroux, who's done a couple of laps of the Championship Tour. So a stacked heat with 4 French surfers in it. And loads of power, loads of experience, loads of flair. Can't wait to see how that one goes down. We can only take 2 of those through to the next rounds. So far in this, Markel's score comes in. It moves him up a little bit, but he's still in 3rd. Vasco goes down to 4th. Those 2 chasing 4s now. Just over 6 on the clock, and in a quite tight heat in terms of low scores and low numbers. That 7 is really sort of standing out as a little bit of quality from Samuel.
Yeah, that wave that Samuel got was probably the best wave of it so far.
Here's Ardor. He's got himself a section he's waited ages with priority. Has he used it well? Big first turn. Again in the lip. Loads of spray for a wee man. And he sends a big chunk of Atlantic skyward to impress our judging panel. Meanwhile, out the back, heat leader. Stylish off the bottom as he gets a little caught. Just kind of rakes that rail through a slopey section. Don't know if we'll see much of an improvement. His last wave was a throwaway. That will be 2. Samuel Igo would love to get rid of that 3-5. Here's another look at Ardor.
Yeah, Ardor coming off the bottom, getting a quick snap there as he winds up again and gets float to end.
Look how much spray he's chucking, man.
Yeah, that last turn.
Bang.
And this last turn was critical. Hard section to deal with, and yeah, Ardor was able to finish it off.
That angle looking into it really changes things when you're looking kind of down the line with the surfer. Gives you a good sense of the kind of flow and the speed, but looking into the wave from down the beach just shows you how steep that closeout section is and how technical you got to be to not only hit it, but to ride out. He did that, and I reckon he'll improve big time, and he could go highest score of the heat so far as well. It's going to be up there close to Samuel for some technical surfing. 7 points for Ardor. So bad news for Markel and Vasco. Here is Samuel de Souza. Still wants rid of that 3-5. He's got a load of speed. What's he going to do? He'll hit one down to the flats, keep the momentum up. Nice little carve there. And he'll hit it again, and he'll finish it, and he will improve on that 3-5 and make the job a little more difficult for the chasing surfers.
Yeah, Markel and Vasco a little bit behind the 8 ball now. Not needing much. A 6 and a 5 at these stages of the contest is just...
Could change, though, if we get a little improvement here from Samuel on that last one. He was sitting on the 3-5. Vasco showing a little frustration there. Here goes Ardor, and he's found himself another glassy face as he puts his rail turn almost out the back of the wave. He does well to kind of stay with it. But you can just see Vasco wanted that wave. He just found himself a little out of position.
Yeah, it's hard to find the way sometimes. Sometimes you get out of rhythm, you can find yourself, time passes by, and you can't really find the connection with the ocean. So that's competition surfing as we see the next heat preparation. It's an all friends affair.
Friends?
All friends affair.
There's no friends in heats, mate.
Yeah, I know.
No, we did this yesterday. We're not going to do that again.
Yeah.
All French.
All French heat.
Yeah. Looking forward to that.
All friends.
Improvement for Samuel Igo. 4-9 for him. Still in second, but however, a difficult job now on the hands of Vasco Ribeiro with priority. 4th place for Vasco. 7-4, the number he needs. Under 3 minutes to get it. Markel Vizcarra-Guanaga, the young Basque, looking for 6-9-1. So tall orders for surfers in 3rd and 4th, and the turning of the screw from the surfers who have been shining in this one. Amatreyin and Igo. Here goes Vasco. Good looking left. Nice, meaty first turn. Oh, a beautiful section. Hits it really hard and goes down.
Well, I think that was the wave of the 7-4. He started off really well with a big snap on the meaty section, and he went for it again. And yeah, I think the fins kind of drifted away a little bit again on that bottom turn. So couldn't finish it off. Unfortunately for Vasco, we want to see him perform, and let's watch the recap now, as we have 1 minute to go. This was Adur early on, getting that snap there, a quick hit off the top, and was able to finish it off with another snap. White here, Adur. This was early stages. Samuel Ligo starting off with that big snap there, and another one for that 7-point ride he got on the early stages of this heat. And this was Markel, his best wave so far. Quick snap there, he winds up again, and he gets a nice hit off the top. And this was the 7 of Adur. Quick snap there, and he was able to fit one more big snap there. Was able to finish it off, even though he navigated through that white water. So that's the heat recap. And we have 1 minute to go, Paul.
Yeah, under a minute for Vasco Ribeiro, who is staring down. A bit of an upset here. Amatre in, again, up and riding. Nice looking face. Crumples almost on the bottom turn, but those legs stay strong. And he sticks one up into the lip. Doesn't get a second turn. He surfed a really good heat, as Adur. Looking good value for the lead so far. It goes Marcal, maybe last chance cafe for him. And he's not able to do much with that, so still wanting the 6.91. Vasco Ribeiro still wanting the 7.4. Samuel Ligo will have first priority in that lineup, wherever he is. And he might just use that to cover any potential last gasp efforts. Not a lot of time left to go. It's going to tick away here, and you can see De Souza keeping a very close watch on Vasco Ribeiro, and he's going to go this. So Vasco was forced to go, really didn't have any other choice, and we might see, well, we will see an interference called here. And, well, that doesn't surprise me, because this event, we've seen loads of them. I think Vasco had to go that. Samuel had to cover him. Oh, a racing incident, no real malice intended there. No real choice but to try and go something. And it seems he's going out of the competition anyway, why not?
Yeah, what a bummer. What a talented surfer that ends up losing. Vasco was one of my picks for this contest, and yeah, just hard it to lose. Congrats to Adur and Samuel Ligo. Nice performances, and Markel, nice surfer from Zarot too, and actually doing a really good performance. I think he's really young, Markel.
Tricky, yeah, tricky heat, that one. A good experience for Markel, great experience for Adur, which he'll carry through into the next round. A tough heat, and he got the job done. We're going to be back with more live action real soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
And welcome back to the shores of Caparica. The two Basque surfers giving each other a bit of a hug. What's that man in white? I do. I'm a train. I'll tell you what, he's building up momentum, the young man from the Basque country. And he's looking very, very solid. explosive, good decision making, great surfing, and he's smiling as well he should. Board looks good as well. He's just got everything under wraps at the moment. The Bass team super stoked. There he goes, high fives all round. But we move on fast. Got rid of Paul Evans. He's gone outside to, I saw him with the comb, just sort of parting his hair, taking a few deep breaths, trying to think about some of his performances and how we can improve on them. Joined by Ben Mundy now, taking over the reins, and Chico Alves. Big heat here, Chico. Let's talk through each server. Give us their strengths and their weaknesses, please. Joanne Juru, what's he got?
Power. His power, it's amazing as we see the replay during the break. Quick jam there, another one, and he was able to finish it off. Boom.
6.83. Okay, he's got power. What about his weaknesses?
Small waves, I think.
Okay, good.
I think he's good once there's open space. He likes to surf on the rail, so.
Okay. About Mihi Bray.
Power is, I think I would say, is how quick it is and how technical it is on the air and on some like variety of maneuvers.
Good. Weaknesses?
Andy Crier. Smart competitor surfing without any mistakes.
Cool.
Máximo Suno. A mix of Andy Crier, but with the air game.
Right.
And the weaknesses of all of them?
Yes, please.
Competition surfing, my friend. It's just hard.
It's just hard.
They don't have any weaknesses. They are
weaknesses.
all good, and they rip. That's why they are on the round of 32, eat 5. And what a man to have in the booth with me, Ben Mundy. Thank you so much for having me.
Right, Joanne Juru, big turn here coming up. Wow. And Juru has started off strong. He's a confident surfer. Can get a bit of a strife when he has poor starts or starts questioning his ability, but not now. He's got into the groove straight away. A 6.83 for his first wave. Here goes Maxime Hussino driving down the line. Big tail blow, just waiting. And then that wave not cooperating. Looks like it's Duru. He's on the CT for 4 or 5 years. Took a while to get there, but when he got there, he was absolutely not out of place, was he? He was just, he suited that style of surfing.
Yeah, you gotta love Joan Duru surfing a good wave. He's got it all. He's got technique, as we see here. Boom! The replay of Joan. Joan is every time I went to France and I saw Joan surfing these type of conditions, I would be like, damn. He likes some meaty sections, you know. So.
Yeah.
They were all so happy, like, oh yeah.
Okay, all right. I think down on the beach we've got Joanna Garnell with the winner of the last heat. All yours, Joanna.
Yeah, dude, absolutely ripping. Small conditions, big conditions, any conditions, right?
Yeah, it's very tricky today. The swell got way bigger than the last week, so it's been hard to adapt to these kind of waves, but I'm happy to make it.
How struggling is it to position yourself in these conditions?
Pretty difficult, actually. At the beginning of the heat, I didn't really have a plan, just follow my instinct, and it worked.
Are you ready for finals day?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a long day, so now I'm gonna rest, drink some water, and watch some hits.
Great job, congratulations.
Obrigado.
Obrigado, thanks Adu, thanks Joanna. Gonna drink some water, watch some heats, and potentially surf all the way through. He's absolutely ready for a big breakthrough in the senior ranks. Is Adua and could come here. Right now though, Joanne Juru, 6.83 and a 6. Off to a flying start. And this might be Mihimana Bray. No, Andy Crier. Oh, and there's that big turn. Rides out, trademark. Hands out the front, exit from Crier. And see some sets approaching out the back. Big new swell piling through. Breaks on those outer sandbanks and then sort of regroups on the inside. What do you think about this turn, Chico?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. He winds up off the bottom, gets early, make sure he completes it to put a score on the board. Meaty section, as we see from this angle, looks harder. 4.5 for Andy. I thought he missed a little bit of speed in that turn. That's why he didn't came. The score didn't came on the range of the 6 points of João Duru, as we see Maxime.
Maxime on a bowl he left. Oh, he just smacks it hard. Can he hang on? He's winding up the windows, and he does. Nice late takeoff. Got it up there late. Still belted it. João Duru on his favoured backhand. Just looking for it. Wave to improve on those sixes. So the best turning around. There's a bit more vertical. And then finishes it off. Can he hang on? He can. So there's 4 turns. So he's feeling it. Just the old tap of the wrist. And what do you think about this? Took a while to get going, but he started to warm up.
Yeah, first snap there, and another one. He gets up there again, vertical approach, and this one, boom, tail out, and he nailed it. So João Duru, maybe I think he will improve on that 6 point, as we see. Probably the turn of the heat so far. Huge snap off the top by Max, and I'm loving the sprays of his board.
Yeah,
they look good.
Yeah, did you hear the story? They're sort of based on his little nickname as a kid.
Oh,
so
really?
Type of a fish in when he was in Reunion Island, the little fish that jump along the rocks. I forget the name of him. I'll have to get Max to tell us the name of him again. So that was what he was called. Like, he was always jumping and in the water and skip along the waves. And so he had a nickname, and then he's based his spray on that same fish's sort of skin. So looking super cool. And there's Crier looking cool as well, belting a couple of big backside. And there goes Max. There's the first turn. You might be getting a lot of these one-turn waves. The judges don't mind that, but they're going to have to be big. Crier got 2. Maxime Huguenot got an 8-point ride, but not for this one. But look at this turn. His backhand is absolutely lethal, going up in slew. And then Crier fought back.
Yeah, quick snap here. Missing a little bit of speed, but this last one was more critical from Andy. And I think this will be his best wave so far. And yeah, as I said, I thought the turn of Max was just huge. The wave was at some size, was a really big section, and he belted. So I think we're going to see an excellent score for him.
Okay, live action from Bray. It's taken a while to get back up. Nice, smooth surfing. Can he get the third one in? Under the pocket. It's lacking a little bit of steepness, so it's going to be a scoring wave, but he's going to need to do better than that to keep pace with Duru, Crier, and Huguenot. Where he dropped some solid numbers. Max, well, he's been on a tear. He's got his pretty much booked his place in the Challenger Series, and he's still firing on all cylinders.
Well, this first carve looked really nice, really crisp, with a lot of speed. And then here the wave just faded away, and he couldn't fit one more. I just think I like when I see Mana starting the strong and with more rhythm. I think he is good with his instincts, and once he gets the ball rolling, he just keeps delivering like he did on the last round. So 6-1-3, João improves by a bit, and Max with the excellent score coming in, 8-point ride.
Yeah, an 8-point ride, another one to come in. That one single turn, you called it, Chico, and he belted that and got a massive score. He's waiting for his second score there. He's waving, going, come on, guys, give me the second one. Once he hears that 8, it'll be a bit more calm, I'd imagine. Okay, on his forehand this time is Bray. Nice little floater, comes around the section. He's going to have to go big here. Does get the fins out. It's a bit of fin release, a bit of flare. Just the wave's not cooperating massively, but showing what he's got in the locker. Bridge surfing, a long time in these events. Great, and so experienced. Just yet to get that real big cut through, big result. Let's see here what he's got, Chico.
Yeah, he gets a quick float here around the section, and he blows the tail out. Blow. Really nice turn there, really technical. this is what I'm saying I like about Mimana. He's got this explosive, unpredictable surfing. And I think he just needs to play with that so he gets into the excellent range. I think he's got such a good air game. And with the heat like this on his ends, with 10 minutes to go, I would like to see him risking it all and kind of just going for it. So I think we're going to see Mimana going for it in the last 10 minutes. Probably some big airs coming. And as we see, Max with that last snap he got with that 5.4. So jumps to the lead. Now João Duru is second, and third is Andy Crier with that last 5.5. He got his best wave of the heat so far with that last backside attack on that meaty section. So a little behind the 8 ball is Mimana now, but I think this is one of those heats that is only ending when the buzzer.
Yeah,
goes
well,
off.
no, it will end when the buzzer goes off. Yeah.
Yeah.
But now it could get on the wire. So Maxime, it's just 2 turns. It's got himself 13.4 points. João Duru, strong start. Yeah, now Andy and Mimana both needing some big numbers, so they're going to go for it, you'd imagine. And you see Bray looking at that one. Joanne with priority. Max stamping his authority. Just, as we said, just with 2 big turns. You know, you don't have to do much sometimes if you get the right section. You just have to absolutely go for it. And he did. So Max got a lead. Joanne behind him. Andy Crier, Minimum and Bray both needing scores. We're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with the rest of the heat after this commercial break. We are back with live action here in Costa Caparica. We have a pretty big 10 minutes coming our way, and we've got this man, João Duru, trying to improve on a 6. Here he goes, the left-hander, nice clean face. First turn is strong. There's the trademark arc of Duru. Second turn, though, can't quite nail it, so we still got a wave to improve on. I'll tell you what, though, Mimana Bray in that break got a wave that was pretty special. We talked about some of the explosive, some of the unpredictable surfing that Chico absolutely forecast and predicted. And we might just get a look. There's a big number dropped, a 9.37. We've got on the scores, but here we go. What's he got, Chico?
I just knew it. He was going to do it. So 9.37 for Mimana. I told you he's got a good air game, and he goes for the corrupt flip and the blow tail. That's
Incredible.
the Mimana I know. And here's Andy's wave too. Quick snap there. Really smart surfer. He's not going to fall. So make sure he's going to end his wave. And he's in his hit. And Max got a wave too during the break. So a lot of action during the break.
Big numbers.
And big numbers. And I'm out of my seat with that last wave of Mimana. I just knew the man had some tricks in his pocket.
You did, yeah, you called it. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
He talked about his air game and what he's going to do in the last 10 minutes. Bang, there he goes.
really technical. Had that grab, didn't he? That out of that alley-oop, you know. You just see that bit of variety, bit of technical, as you also mentioned, Chico. And I'll tell you what, 9.37. It's got him up in the second. He's only got a 3.67 as a backup, so he can improve on that. And here he goes. So that's Max. And meanwhile, Max also got another 7.27. So Joanne Giroux, who in the first 5 minutes was looking really comfortable, is suddenly in third.
Wow.
Just doing one turn. And one turn is all that matters when you've got a turn like that from Max. Forehand, backside, doesn't matter. Power, precision.
That was massive.
Massive. So not quite as big a wave.
It actually hurt my back just watching, you know, like how aggressive he was.
Tweaked your spine.
Tweaked the spine.
And just watching it. So really exciting stuff. That leaves Joanne Giroux now needing a 6.22. Andy Criere has got a score to come in, I think. No, Andy's last wave was a 5.27. As we see, Bray as well.
Whoa.
Oh, there's another one. So he's backed up that massive score. You think he's going to go even higher into the lead, perhaps. Massive numbers raining down from all angles. And that man, well, how to turn a heat in 2 easy steps. So 9.37, a 6-point ride for that one. And shot to the lead. And all of a sudden, you see Joanne Giroux looking around going, what? I need an 8.44. And here goes Max again. He's feeling it. You can see he's got his confidence. Very rarely loses it, to be honest. He works so hard in his surfing. He does so much of it. He never goes into sort of dips in form, really. Never sort of loses his edge. He's a really consistent surfer. But right now you can tell he's feeling it. And Max looking comfortable.
Yeah, nice speed. And boom. Vertical snap there. I don't think it's going to be better than his 7.27, but nonetheless, that layback giving him the edge now over Joan Giroux. So really close heat in terms of first and second. They have not much.
Yeah, massive 15.8 totals.
Yeah, so who's behind the 8 ball now is Joan Giroux, who started off so quick this hit. We thought he had it. And then Andy Criere couldn't really get into the 6s or 7 range yet, but as I said before, this is the type of hit that only ends when the buzzer goes off. So there's lines approaching, and once they get more to the final stages of the hit, they're going to risk it more, and maybe we're going to see some big scores popping in by Joan or Andy Criere. So let's watch out. There's a good left coming. Look at that.
Yeah.
As a goofy, I love to see that type of lefts coming.
Yeah, starting to see those waves just break out the back and sort of roll all the way through. And a little double up on the inside. So that wave we watched all the way through and almost barreled. So, yeah, as the tide starts to draw out, it's only pretty much high tide now. There's going to be more and more waves. Right now, Miname Bray has been absolutely on fire after a slow start, but it was this man Max, this turn. Look how big that wave is.
That wave was really big. From this angle, we can't really tell, but from the front angle, it looked amazing. So huge turn. This was what he was looking for. I knew it. Corrupt flip, lands it, perfect. And he goes for the tail release at the end. Boom. Claim it.
It even adds to that, doesn't it? Because it was a functional maneuver, wasn't it? You know, he got over that section. And then he comes straight back.
Yeah, this was the 6-point ride. Big hit up the top, meaty section, and it jumps into the lead with a matter of 3 minutes in between waves. So Miname Bray finding the rhythm in the middle of the chaos.
Yeah, he's absolutely nailed it. Really, really impressive surfing. Really functional, really dynamic. Mix of progression, mix of traditional turns. And here goes Andy Criere. He's got to fight back. He needs some massive scores. Can he get on this wave? He needs a 10, basically. He knows what he needs. First turn's a little bit soft, but he's got some speed here. What's he going to go for here? He goes for the air.
Oh!
So he's got out for that backwash, slammed him. But that was a function of needing a massive score, as you said. Chico, they're going to go for it. And if he pulls one of those off, you know, you're getting up towards that same territory 9s that Bray was. So, but this wave just didn't quite open up for him.
Well, I thought he was going for the straight air, but yeah, he tried the reverse. I think in this kind of like pockety sections, I think the straight air works better because it projects you more to the front of the wave, and maybe you don't need to get with that. You don't get hit by that explosion coming up. We see a lot of that on the city. Gabriel and Italo, they do that a lot. They avoid the explosion part, so they kind of throw the air to the place where there's no explosion, and it looks easy, but it's hard to make it.
Exactly.
So as we see Green again.
Live action on his bowling wave. Oh, Minute, bro. He's also feeling it. You see the sort of power coming in with these waves now. Bowley, more powerful sections. That wave's not going to go into his top two, but you can tell he's found his rhythm. And 2 minutes to go. Joanne now needing a solid score. His first turn was great. Unfortunately, just didn't get that bonus second bite. But yeah, ripping, absolutely ripping. And he's looking pretty safe. Joanne and Andy, experience, veterans, really powerful, strong, but right now they're up against it. And just as the ocean goes ominously quiet.
And funny fact, Mimana, it's on the 23rd position and it needs points.
Yep, so 23rd, so going to need probably 2 results potentially, but yeah, he's well on the way to getting one here. I think in terms of points wise, you need a semi or a final for this to be a massive score. But yeah, anything like that, any final or a semi, which is entirely capable, as we've seen in this seed, and he'll rocket up those rankings, especially if some of those surfers above him have been knocked out, which we have. You know, if you look between those rankings, between him and the top 10, a few guys have already exited the building, so a lot on the line for Mihi, and he's looking really strong. 30 seconds on the clock. Looks like Andy is going to go this one. Last throw up the dice for Crier. Just waiting for a section on the inside. Looking for this double up. Here he goes. And there he goes. Again, he had to go big, but that wave not really offering either the ramp or the landing. Crier goes down. 10 seconds to go. And again, here's your current heat leader. This will be a victory lap. Just coming in, keep that board nice and safe. Comes unstuck, doesn't matter. The hooter blows. And Bray and Husino, clear winners in the end, and convincing winners. A mixture of aerials and power surfing. Really dynamic, really exciting. Really, I think potentially have lit a fire under this competition. It's Joanne out the back, too late for him, unfortunately. But that's a wrap. We've done heat number 5 of the round of 32. We're going to come back with more live action. Ian Fontaine, Marco Mignot, Joachim Schaafs, Cody Vast coming to you right after this short commercial break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Ben Mundy, and I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans.
Hi, Ben.
Hello, mate. Round of 32, heat 6, and we're seeing an increase in swell. We're seeing an increase in the points being scored, and we're seeing Joachim Schaaf's up with a big meaty section, and he clips it and rides out with a bit of style. So, again, thick and fast. Got a big day ahead of us. These surfers starting to feel the juice, feel the new power in the ocean, and that's going to lead to some bigger scores, Evans.
Yeah, a little smaller entry for him. And then just wiggles his way to a massive finish. Bit of jeopardy in that turn. Gets it done, crucially. Cowley also with a little rolling out the back. Starts off going left, fades back right. Smooth as you like. There's a sting there from him as he goes vert, as you might expect. Marco Mignot got out of a really tight heat yesterday, and he's going to take that opportunity. He's going to try and seize it, see where he can put himself in this event. He's already got a good score.
Yeah, that was a 6.17 off the back for Marco. Yeah, yesterday that was a pretty crazy heat. He was involved in the Luis Diaz interference incidents where Lewis was paddling back out, got in the way of Yalpina. So he got penalised, and that meant that Mignot had a little window and he took it in the last minute. Meanwhile, Fontaine, similar story. Ian Fontaine, the day before, there'd been an interference, been some confusion over exactly who was caught on it, and there was an error. So they resurfed it without one of the surfers who wasn't involved. So it was a three-man heat, one winner go through, and Ian Fontaine won that. So much intrigue, so much interference. And these two guys, probably the biggest beneficiaries of the flexible nature of the rules and the ability to, think quickly on your feet. And they're there on their merit now, and they've got 25 minutes to prove themselves.
Yeah, speaking of quickness, Twitter always ever quick to come back with big questions. Got Susan in Bracknell. Question for Ben. She noticed at the end of Vasco Ribeiro's heat, he basically roasted Samuel Igo de Souza, just dropped in on him, didn't have priority, got an interference, he's losing anyway, so it didn't really matter for him. However, could there potentially be a consequence for Samuel, who potentially could have got the score, got into first, and would have faced a different opponent in the next round? Great question, Susan in Bracknell.
Yeah, very technical. I'll give you the breakdown from that, Susan. You're right, but right now, speaking of people who don't make many mistakes, that's Joanna Garnell down on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
That's right, Mihi Maya. How amazing was that for you? I mean, you definitely found your rhythm.
Yeah, actually I was kind of lost at the beginning of the heat, so yeah, this morning the conditions are really different than the other days. It's bigger, so yeah, I like when it's big, where I come from. I only surf pretty much big waves, so yeah, but I was kind of feeling lost at first, and I tried to, reset during the heat and adapt with the condition that we have. And yeah, I was stoked. I wanted to land a carrot flip, and I did it. So yeah, 9 points. I'm really stoked, but we have a long day ahead. I guess it's final day, so yeah, we're just gonna try to not get be too much excitement. So yeah, just trying to stay focused and take it hit by hit, and yeah.
And how important was it to get that backup wave? Because you weren't that far ahead of Maxime.
Yeah, we couldn't hear the score out there, so I knew I had like one good one, and I knew I had to back it up. So yeah, when I saw that close-out wave, I knew that if I do like one big maneuver, I can get a good reward. So yeah, I got the backup, and yeah, after I tried to manage the heat, and yeah, happy to make this hit.
Any tips from your coach?
Yeah, just try to not do like what I did at the beginning. So yeah, no, try to find the rhythm earlier. So yeah, trying to do this in the next hit.
Well, we can't wait to see that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, what a stoked Mihi there. Did a corrupt flip, pulled it off in competition, big points, and not getting ahead of himself, but looking calm and confident, and yeah, great to see that man smile on his dial. Back to Susan's question. Yeah, she's right. That interference potentially could change things, as we see Marco Mignot trying to get a belt, and he's looking strong, and he's a real showman, this kid. Doesn't mind telling the judges what he thinks.
Doesn't mind a selfie either.
Loves a selfie. Ah, well, if you've got a jawbones like that, why wouldn't you? But just looking strong in the surf here. He's got one booty or it's maybe strapped ankle.
Yeah, I think he's got a little bit of strapping on that ankle. Just trying to look after it, protect it. It's an important one on the front foot. It's going to take a lot of the impact, particularly when he do move us down to the flats. Chavez. He's got some spice about him. And he'll be bang out for this encounter here. A big opportunity for him to go deep in a competition in Portugal, on home soil. Place where he started surfing. He's got the lead already in this. Well, he did for a short while because Minho made a little move.
Yep, he sure did. And he's going to get that solid score, 5.47. Out in front.
Another tweet in, Kareem in Toulouse. A couple of questions. Wants to know if we're going to finish the event today. Is this finals day? And also, Benny says he notices you never do the Why do you never do the presentation? Why does Evans always do the preso? Is that something that comes from the top brass at World Surf League, or is it more of a fan thing? Is it more just what the face that the people want? Great question.
So
Kareem,
there's two questions.
Yeah.
First one is yes, it is a finals day. We will finish today.
Yeah.
Second question is, in my contract, I stipulate that I'm on-screen talent, and I think you're what's called off-screen talent, where you sort of do the sort of stuff down on the beachy sort of stuff, the more kind of vibing it in front of a live sort of audience.
It's
That's
on
your
the screen
thing.
though, isn't it?
Often we just turn it off when you do that because it's a little bit awkward sometimes. So I don't do that presentation. That's your job. It's just for whatever reason, I don't know how it's sort of worked out. You know, you get your roles in life. You stay in your lane, and that's your lane, Paul.
This isn't Kareem. This is just me. Would you fancy it one day? Maybe work it up to it. Just maybe in the future.
I'm already beyond it, mate.
Something you might want to experiment with.
I'm already beyond it. I've already skipped it. So that's not going to happen, I'm afraid. Just the way sometimes, the way the cookie crumbles in life. But thanks, Kareem, for just seeing how I'm getting along with it. As it seems to be working. The system works, as they say. The system works. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, Kareem just quickly tweeting back, said even last year at this event when Paul wasn't feeling very well on finals day, and he did ask you if you wouldn't mind stepping in to do the preso, and you said a flat no. Very blunt, didn't you?
I was a little bit self-inflicted, that, to be honest, though. So I was a little bit, sometimes you'd make your bed, you got to lie in it, Paul. And right now there's a bed out here getting made by Marco Migno. Not a huge total, but he's out in front. He won't be happy knowing that Kelly Voust, Ian Fontaine and Chavez Shuff's really close right now in the score. But thanks to Twitter, keep them coming in.
Loads of people online, massive.
Yeah, huge.
How many tweets reckon we've had this week? A couple of thousand?
Couple of thousand. Yeah, I mean,
2,000 to 3,000.
And they're just ones we've read out. Out the back, live action. That trademark arm in the air, Kelly Voust just trails behind him and he springs into action. Real low centre of gravity as he drives off those bottom end turns. The wave not too sort of accommodating, but he did well. Just trying to improve on a 2. He'll do that. Ian Fontaine driving down the line. Oh, and there's a big turn from the Brittany surfer.
Hammer time for Fontaine.
Sort of didn't see it coming either, did we? Meanwhile, with that foot strap, doesn't seem to be affecting him too much. Just goes for the spin. Comes a cropper. You see the drone footage as well. Just piling in today. We've been talking about this swell. It has just been ever so slow each day getting up, and then Fontaine found some juice.
Fontaine aims at this section and he comes in with loads of speed, and the control is really nicely done. He looked like he might have been going down then, and he hangs onto it really well. So blowing out those fins. And Fontaine has asked a question of the judges.
Completion? Question there, Paul?
Yeah, absolutely a completion for me. 100%. Cowley Voust swinging on a tight pocket. He's sharp. He goes top to bottom every time. Finishes his turns. You can have another look here. See how he gets into that backhand bop turn by getting really low down. That bum close to the water. That gives him loads of options for turning and rotating as he goes into the lip. And throwing plenty of spray. Marco Migno, your heat leader. And he'll hang on for a finish in there too. And it's just a frenzy of activity. Cowley Vast on the forehand tools here. Big spray for him. Look how much he can just squeeze that little extra bit out of that board with a real sting in the tail of it as he belts the oncoming section. Throwing up loads of water. Looking very impressive.
More tweets coming in. You see Ian Fontaine is waiting for his score, saying, what do you give me? Or is he saying something about a paddling? He's up and got his arms up for some reason. Find out. Tweets coming in. I'll tell you what, this tweet, I think she discovered the handle yesterday, and ever since she's been pretty ferocious in her asking the searing questions. We just see Joaquim Chavez, big layback hammer. Can he hang on? Yes.
Not sure that's going to be deemed complete, Ben.
Yeah, Edith Gunning again from down in Victoria. She's just on fire. She loves this. She goes, I see a lot of on the webcast. Again, heads up to the organisers, she says. It seems to be running very, very smoothly. You see Chavez again. Can he make this? Paul says no. Nice effort. So there's a lot of coaches to see on the sandy beaches, but why don't, in the modern age, you're saying, can the surfers be wired up? Can they get instruction straight from the coaches while they're in the water? I mean, it must be possible, she's saying, with technology. So her question is does it exist and is it allowed, Paul?
Not aware of anything in the rules that states that you're not allowed to have an earpiece wired in. You could have, for example, a smartwatch. The Apple Watch or other technology brands are available, but you would be able, in theory, as long as you were within range of your phone, be able to receive messages as well on the watch. Maybe that's something to come for the future. That's the thing about Edith, always looking to the future.
Yeah, good question. There was an example famously with, I think, Lane Beachley.
Ken Bradshaw.
And Ken Bradshaw. And I think there may have been a rule put into that. But we're going to get to that. We're going to go to a short commercial break, go to more live action right after this. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are ploughing through the round of 32. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to live action here at Costa de Caparica. There's Guilherme Fonseca up in the next round. He's close to the sort of bubble. He's currently sitting on the 18th on the qualifying series rankings, trying to get in that all-important top 10. Joaquim Chavez lining up a big section here. What's he got? Belzer feels the knees just tweaking and he can't hang on. So the scores coming in. There was a rash of waves. Not a high lot of big numbers, but still scores to come in as we see those sets piling throughout the back. Low tide's going to be an interesting affair later on. Migno currently out in front, but Edith Cummings, I think that incident with Lane Beachley back to the being wired up, surfers wired up. I think Lane was wired up with Ken Bradshaw at sunset, we believe. Fontaine still waiting on his score now. Big replay. Now, his scores to come in. We're not sure if he's got one, because if it's a 1.4 for that one before, that means it wasn't deemed a completion. So, just got to double check whether, and that's what he might have been blowing up about when he was getting a 1.40 for that wave that he thought he completed.
I thought he completed it too.
Yeah, I know. I threw the question mark out there. I thought it might have been close. I'll tell you what, Fontaine, he was blowing up. It's such a big call. He landed. He's kind of rode out. I mean, I don't know what you got to do. But just,
No, I think
he was never in front of the phone, was he? But we'll see.
He's got a big number coming in, though. We'll get caught up with scores as and when they come through. Panel taking their sweet time. The surfers want to know. Just concentrate on catching the next wave and trying to get a 10. Would be probably what to do if you don't know where you are. Just try and catch the best wave possible. Surf it as well as you can. Interesting point about Sunset, they can have caddies in the channel. So you can have your coach actually there. So after each wave, you could get the feedback. So it might be the one venue in the sort of world where you kind of wouldn't need to be wired up if you got your caddy in the channel there.
Could you have your caddy here? Do they say that you're allowed caddies? There must be a caddy rule. Because
pretty sure you're not allowed a board caddy at Costa de Caparica.
why? What, do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, I do. Sunset's a unique venue with the way the wave is, and particularly the way that channel is, and the difficulty of being able to swim in. If you're in the channel, you get pushed in by the white water. But if you end up in the channel, it's actually really hard to swim in, right? I think that's a specific...
At Costa de Caparica or at Sunset you're talking?
At Sunset, I'm
right.
talking about. Costa, relatively easy to come in. Ramsey Bukian, big man, second on the QS in Europe. Would love to get a spot on the CT. He's got to go through the challenges in order to do that. He's got to get through some more heats here in Portugal, and there's all sorts of numbers in Monday.
Yeah.
There's some live action too.
Yeah, Calibas goes down. So, I mean, we need a clarification, but Ian Fontaine, I think he got a 7.5 for the left.
I think you're right there.
Which means that the 1.4 was deemed a non-completion. So that's a bit of controversy. I'll tell you what, he's came back strong. He didn't stew on it. He came back with a 7.5. There's some classic reorganisation on the peak. Board up in the air. Must mean something.
That's his coach, Jason Aparicio, and I think that means stay where you are. The board up in the air means stick. Don't twist. Here's a replay of Chavez. He's been pushing really hard. That time it pays off. Backhand for him, and a late hit on a lip.
And Fontaine live action. He's going to finish that one. So he's had a really sort of quite a for a pretty sort of low key kind of guy. He's had quite an eventful.
He's had an eventful event.
He's had an eventful event. It's just been full of events. This event for Fontaine. And Fontaine's DC. I'll tell you what, he keeps plugging away. You just think you can't kill him. He's been knocked out once, came back. He's been really on fire. A little bit slow sort of first time. This one he finishes it off, trying to back up to 7.5, and he's got a 5.37. He's in the lead. So the guy that has been sort of down a few times, he just can't rule him out. He's impressive.
Yeah, I think sometimes we see some of our sort of talents, our precocious talents, can get a little sort of crisis of confidence, and get a bit down on themselves when things aren't going their way. I think we're going to say Ian Fontaine, staunch.
Yeah.
He's backing himself, isn't he? All the way, every time. Doesn't really worry too much about what's going on elsewhere. He just sticks to his own surf, and he's going to back himself, particularly when he's in the corner. Right now, Ben, he's in the lead with under 5 to go.
Yeah. And he's doing a bit of coaching, so he's got that side, that strategic side to his brain, the ability to stay calm and just keep going. I mean, if that wave had been deemed a completion, he would have been easily well out in front. Still 4 minutes on the clock, and not a huge scores, so he's not done and dusted just yet, but he's been impressive. As you see the recap, a lot of waves to catch up on here, Paul.
Yeah, Minho just ripping, really. Light on his feet, just juicing a meaty left-hander. Really nicely done. Good value for a decent number there. 617 that was, right at the start of the heat. Fontaine, patient off the bottom, sets up with a relatively routine kind of turn, finishing with a nice sting on the lip. Fontaine nailed this one, going to the backhand. The first turn's really nice, and then hammers, kind of goes over the section. Looks like a kind of floater snap, that turn. Good enough for a 7.5, we think the score was for that.
And you said that wasn't a completion. Whoa. And Chavez going for the air. I think he needs a 7-point ride, so he's got to force into some risky manoeuvres than perhaps he would have chosen.
Well, one thing that we've learned at this stage, Ben, is upsets on the card. Vasco Ribeiro getting last place in his last heat and getting eliminated from competition. So the form book and the form guide can go out the window at this stage. There's plenty of opportunities out there.
gone.
Big Sex Bisso surfed really fast, couldn't find completions essentially. He's out. And I think Joan Duru in the last heat done. Andy Crier also. So big names going out at this stage.
Yeah, it's wide open. This Challenger Series points, all important. Trying to get in that all important top 10.
Cowley Vast needs something here, Ben.
Yeah, he's not going to get it with that. Third priority. Got Mignot on his case now. He's got priority, so he's going to get up right in his grill, you'd imagine. There he goes. Sees his opponent. Lee Fontaine in first place, looking pretty comfortable. 2.5 minutes to go. Vast. Another bit of a boil over. One of the highly rated surfers in the event. And Chavez both netting identical scores, 7.17 to get through. Time ticking pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think Cowley be feeling the pressure right now. He's on the wrong side of a big score. A 7 is his requirement. And not a lot of time lost. Place in the priority order as well. Mignot holds that priority. Can he use it? Well, he squeaked through a heat yesterday. This one, a much more accomplished and sort of polished performance, really stamping his authority at the start of this heat, getting that big number. Ian Fontaine also dropping, well, the highest score of the heat with that 7.5. And that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, priority with Mignot. He's pulling the trigger, trying to improve the score. Might go to the air here, you'd imagine. No, it does a little check turn. Pops at the end, but that wave ain't going to help his scores. Oh, meanwhile, DC Fontaine, he just keeps going. We've got another question here.
Kareem again in Toulouse?
No, it's actually Trevor. Trevor from Tanam, but he's saying, loving the look of Fontaine. Haven't seen a lot of him, but if he was to play a role in some type of cop drama, where would you put him? It's an interesting, bit of an oddball question. Saying, I sort of have him, personally, I'd have him down as sort of the hard nut detective sergeant. He plays by the rules, but he will never back down.
Or maybe he's found himself on the wrong side of a disciplinary. He's back in uniform. So he's got demoted back to uniform. He's on parking duty.
Lost his gun and his badge.
Yeah.
He's lost his gun and his badge, and he has to really impress. He's got to pull something out the bag to get back on the force.
I tell you what, he's going well in this heat, Ben. He is leading it in the red singlet, and with 20 on the clock, it's squeaky bums for Vast and Chavez. They need 7s. I'm not sure we're going to see any 7s come through in the final 10 seconds or so.
No, that's a wrap. Although Chavez, this is his last swing. Here he goes. Ooh. Big section, almost. Oh, gets a tube. He could have got a tube. He actually blew the tube, but that's him all over. Fontaine. That's his uncle on the beach. We've got Fontaine and Mignot. They are through. Unfortunately for Cali Vast, bit of a boil over. And Chavez, the local hope, is out. So, well done. Really impressive, Ian. Bit of a setback there. We thought he played a wave. Massive hammer. Wasn't paid. He came back strong. That's what you got to do. So he's happy with that. Through to the round of 16. Big result for him. But we're marching on through. We're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back. Straight to Heat 7. We're going ahead in the round of 32. Some great action, great waves. Costa de Caparica. My name is Zé Ferreira. I'm joined by the mighty Paul Evans. Just took Ben Mondi's place. And
yeah, change for the better, I'd say.
yeah, you know, usually
I'm
when you
feeling
make a
better
change,
about life already.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
really
yeah.
freshened it up in it.
And
New energy, new ideas.
Ramsey's feeling the energy as well, but for the moment we're going to Ian Fontaine's speech. He's doing very well. Take it away.
Thanks, Zig. Good morning, Ian. What a morning,
Yeah, what a morning. It's the conditions are bigger today. So when I went on the free surf, I was feeling pretty good, like way better than the days before, because those conditions fit my type of surfing. So I knew I had the chance, and in this heat I waited for a bigger one to like make a distance from the I call them the juniors because they're way like 10 years old, younger than me, and I've been coaching some of their opponents on the junior, so I knew I had the opportunity to make a difference on bigger waves and maybe bigger turns. So I tried, and it managed. It went well, so all good, all good.
And how's your mindset? Because this event has been pretty dramatic for you.
It's my sixth hit of the event. I've been since day one, like first round. So yeah, I'm feeling good. You know, I have a good team with me. I have Gaspar and my girlfriend and Robin and all the guys. So there's a little crew. The waves are fun. So all good. I've got a good support at home. Merci beaucoup, les amis. And yeah, all good, all good.
And still a lot of heats to go today.
And still a lot of heats to go today, and it's finals day today. So I'm gonna go rest and try to do better on the second one.
Well, you deserve that rest. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you very much, Joanna. Thank you, Ian. 6 heats already. He still has 3 heats to go if he wants to make it to the final. So it's a 9-heat campaign on this contest for Ian.
What a legend, just plugging away, smashing heats, getting scores, getting it all done, taking it in his stride. Big finals day to come. Let's check out Thiago Carrique early on. Backhand from him. He kind of winds into these backhand turns. Gets himself a 5-5 for that business. This was a bit of quality from Bukiem. How's that? Slides out the tail, gets a little cooperative double-up section, belts it super hard, and the judges say 7 points for that. For Ramsey Bukiem, the Moroccan number 2 in the ratings. This was really nice from Vicente Romero, a sharpshooter himself. And Guilherme Fonseca, well, he found his way into a bowl here. Bang! Great backhand turn. Just the one move from him, but really, really nice. And he doesn't mind a bit of power as well. Got those strong legs, doesn't he? He does well to hang on there. He'll get a mid-range score for that, 4.93. But the flasher quality, as expected, as you might have expected, from Ramsey. Big 7.
Definitely. When I was talking about favorites to win this competition, Ramsey's up there. He comes from a win in Israel, so we're talking about a big guy, and so for him to do well in Israel, which the waves are weaker wind waves, it's a very good sign. He's very synced with his boards, and so we have a very diverse heat here. Vicente, the ever smooth Spanish surfer, spent a lot of time in Brazil when he was young, grew up there really. Guilherme Fonseca, he loves his gym as well. Strong, packed guy. And Thiago has a very smooth, Sean Cansdale-y kind of, you know, backside sometimes with that open upper body stance and curve. So, and nice action to start this heat off. And how are the waves in the? How have the waves been in the last 3 heats? Did it change a bit, or?
A little bit. I think there's still plenty of opportunities out there. I think it's going to be a case where we're going to get heats with a sort of frenzy of big scores, and other ones will go a little slower, but still plenty of juice out there. Plenty of big sections to hit as well. Completion seems to be, well, obviously is key. But you're going to take on the inside. It's going to be a heavy section. If you're going to do that, you will need to ride out and ride out clean. And the judges making a sort of strong point about that. You don't want to be winding up the windows in the white water and kind of just clawing on for a completion. And sometimes you get a little left behind by the white water when you do. You do need to kind of ride out in front of the wave with control. And surfers are able to do that. Again, they get rewarded. Turns out the back as well, super important. We saw that from Ramsey. It's interesting to see on his 7-out, those 2 turns leaked up. He got that double out, didn't he? So the wave starting strong, but also getting a steep inside pays off in terms of points.
Definitely Vicente not wanting to waste any time. I called him the ever smooth, and he's doing justice to that. Not a lot of spray or power, but just the smoothness, the flow he has is something else.
Yep. So waits patiently off the bottom, a little slash down. And then he has to be a little patient for the finish here. Does well to fit the 2 turns in. And interesting to see sort of manoeuvre selection on the last turn. So he doesn't try and force the issue. He was relatively late to a section, going for the sort of second of the 2-turn combo. He just kind of nurses it a little bit, but what he does is he makes sure he gets the completion at the start of a heat. He's sitting on a 1 at the moment. That's his 3rd wave. He wants to make it count. What he doesn't want to do is fall on his final manoeuvre. So interesting to see if his approach changes slightly after the score comes in, when he's got a bit of a cushion, can then afford to take more risks. But at the start of the heat, pretty smart surfing. But maybe just pull back a little on the final manoeuvre, but ensure that you complete your ride.
Yeah, exactly. You know, from seeing Vicente competing for so many years, that's kind of his style. He starts safe and secure, and he's a very smart competitor, experienced guy as well. 5.93 for that last one. So, you know, he's basically his 2 first waves are keepers, and he'll just try and get better from now on. He's progressively going to go better. And now Ramsey has some speed. Wow, you can see the difference in spray. That's weight really plays a role as well there, in pressure, the kind of pressure you put on your rail when you're hitting that leap. And Ramsey, you know, one of those guys, he's been on the QE for forever, really, for like 10 years. And one of those guys that, you know, when the stars align, he'll go on the CT for sure. We're definitely rooting for him.
Yeah, hits Ramsey, and again gets a little chip in, and then see him building up the speed and just belting the first turn. And then as that wave just kind of corners off a little bit, goes for a slash in the pocket. Caparica right behind him, a late drop, and at that stage you're thinking, wow, if this thing stands up, he's going to have a beautiful section. The wave just disappears from underneath Thiago. He has to make the drop and then just flick out. We'll go back into the lineup, pick up some 3rd priority. So Ramsey's score, really good chance it's going to put him back into 1st. And then we're just waiting for a 2nd ride to come for Fonseca. Then everyone's got 2. Will give us a legit situation. Get down towards that halfway point.
Oof. Yeah, that inside ball is pretty hectic at the moment. Very hard, but what that means is that when you do complete a turn there, the scores will go higher. And you can also see the difference between Vicente's wave and Ramsey's wave. So Ramsey's wave had, well, 1 big turn and then a little carve just to finish off the wave. And Vicente's wave had 3 more, you know, fluid turns, but not as powerful. And you can see the scores are pretty similar, but there's a difference in quality and quantity that really plays a role. And as we see, this guy here had the best score of the day yesterday, 9.5.
Yeah, Justin Becret ripped it yesterday, and he was so stoked. You saw when he completed that big power air down to the flats, the big bellow that he let out. Massive energy. He's going to need to repackage that. He's got a really, really tough heat with quite a sort of range of surfers with different skill sets out in the water. Becret will want to go all the way, use that momentum. It's all very well standing out in the early rounds. It's nice to get on the Estrella Galicia post show and the highlights reel, but essentially you get nothing really for that. All you get is a chance to surf in the next round. You've got to make it count, and you've got to make it count on finals day. That's where we are today, so a little more pressure on him. Can't wait to see how he reacts.
It's true, Paul. And what is also true is you have to surf 4 heats today if you want to make it to the final. And, you know, you kind of want to progress in terms of what you're going to do in your heats. You don't want to give it all in this round or the next round, because you might just not have anything, you know, left in the tank when you really have to perform. But let's see how our surfers manage that. We have Vicente a bit more powerful here, so progressively, you know, this guy really just progressively gets better when the heat gets better. That's the kind of the image I have of him, you know, dangerous to the last second. And obviously living down in Spain, he used to live in Brazil, then he moved to Barcelona a few years with his family, and then moved to Galicia, where he also works at a surf camp.
Yeah, here he is on replay, going down the line, and a really nice hit from him. See the sort of 2-stage to that turn, where he puts the board through the lip and then he taps the tail on the lip. That's where he generates the spray, and it's technical control, which is very much on point. Here's a second ride for Guilherme Fonseca. Big power turn for a first maneuver, and he will be gutted not to make the second one. He needed to land that. He needs to complete those in this heat, and that costs him points. He just gets to 3 for that, but that's pretty much half the score on that wave, essentially. And he's chasing now in 3rd place. Caparica back in 4th. Ramsey looking pretty good, though. He added to his total, and he's already got some good points on the board there, Zay.
Yeah, very experienced guy, just not leaving any room for mistakes. He had his coach there, that was the previous image. He's Moroccan coach. And we will go for a little break. Just stick with us. When we come back, we'll have way more action. So see you in a little bit. Welcome back. Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest. We are in heat 7. We're almost finishing this round. No jokes from now on. Everything counts, both in men's and women's division. We're you know, reaching the end of the European WQSs, a lot on the line, and yeah, we've been having a stacked morning. Surprises and actually not that many surprises. So everyone here in the round of 32 can do good. I'd almost say almost everyone could make a good result here if you reach the round of 32. But
yeah, it's interesting when the surf gets a little bit bigger. I wonder if it makes slightly more even playing field. You think when the waves are underpowered and pretty small, the surfers with the extra skill set, they really shine out, right? The surfers who can generate more speed, who can flare up, who basically the better surfers, essentially, for want of a better expression, they tend to dominate when the waves are small. When it's bigger, there's all kinds of sections out there, and there's something available for anyone, and you can get big scores. And a lot of that score can come from kind of the wave or the section itself rather than necessarily you needing to overdo it. So maybe you don't have a massive air game or something like that that can get you in the 8s and 9s. A good chance to get through. So evening up the playing field here. And interesting to see where it all goes. That man there, Caparica, in 4th right now. He's struggling a little bit.
for sure. Nice board paint. The classic dégradé as we had here. So what you just saw there, Caparica had priority and Vicente wanted to go for that wave, but
yeah, he had to give way, didn't he? Thiago, quick turn from him, but he'll want more like that. He'll want 2-turn combinations like that if possible. And that wave will help him out a bit, getting him up to 3rd, but still on the wrong side of a 6th with about 6 minutes to go. And a vigorous preparation there from Becrate as he gets that board warm and limber and loose. There's Luke Dillon with the Brit crew, getting himself fired up and psyched. Tell you what, looking forward to seeing his power surfing out here in some juiced up conditions at Caparica. Tough heat on his hands though. Also, Luis Paloro, strong Portuguese surfer in the water. Leon Glatzer too. Well, we know what he can do in terms of his aerial maneuvers. Big hits as well. Backhand impressed me yesterday from Leon. So another great looking heat coming up in our round of 32 as we'll half this field. Get ready to go into the round before the quarterfinals. Let's remind ourselves how this one's all gone down. Dominance really from Bukiem right from the get-go. Blew down a big score early on, a cooperative little double up. So slides out on the first turn and gets this beautiful little inside. Judges say 7 points for that. Bang. Romero snipping away. Got a 5.93 here. Taken on the lip. Nice speed and crispness to his surfing. Fonseca, this was the best from him. Had to wait to get in the bowl here. He got one big turn, 4.93 for that maneuver. Would have loved the second section. Romero had to back himself up. Got a 5.73 for this. So throwing plenty of spray. It's nice and precise and just making sure, crucially, that he got the finish done. Ramsey wanted to back up the 7. He did it pretty well. Got a 5.8 here. Hits it hard right there and gets a little kind of carving snap in to finish. Pretty good stuff for a 5.8 and a decent cushion for him as we go, well, just under 4.5 minutes remaining, Zay.
Yeah, our recaps are getting more and more action fueled as we see the surfing level getting better and better as well. And you know, Leon Glatzer also changed sponsors, if I'm not mistaken. So kind of looks also as you know, renewing some things in his
Romero here just ripping this one. Really nicely served. He likes it, styles out of it. I tell you what, his line through the lip, around the lip, on it, it's doing him well. He actually moves into first.
Yeah, Ramsey here. Let's see if he can finish that. He does. Wants to improve on a 5.8. Not sure if that will help him. Let's wait to see what the judges have to say about that. What do you think?
Yeah, He's late to that
late.
second
Yeah.
section, so I'm not sure if he'll score necessarily as well as some of those combos where he really gets to a deep bottom turn. It's just a quick sort of abbreviation. It was really nicely surfed in second place, but doesn't need a big number to go back to first. But certainly those two were the best of it, Romero and Bukiam.
Let me tell you, this heat is going by in the blink of an eye, guys. Non-stop action, non-stop wave. It looks like Guilherme just surfed a nice wave. It will be around the 5, so 5.3. We have the replay here.
Yeah, here he is. Got another meaty left. Commits hard to the bottom turn. Really similar to his earlier score, just a little bit better. So improves by about half a point, the 5.3. It's decent. It's not enough. And he needs a big score right now. Needs a 7.5, so a long way back, really. As is Thiago Caparica. He's got priority, and we'll need to use it. We'll need to use it soon. He needs to go right up into that good range, close to the excellent, really. He's still waiting for a number for Rams as well. That could make things even more difficult as well, as the judges will wait for that two-turn combo, see if he gets an improvement on his backup score. Here goes Caparica. Big wave for him. Late drop backhand. What's he got? Nice section there. If he gets another one here, this could be interesting. So just gets the one turn in. He would have loved the second section to hit there. Big wave for him. That steep drop. So 7.3 that requirement. And not a lot of time left. Fonseca also looking for a 7.8.
Yeah, unfortunately, Guilherme just not able to find waves that have a lot of potential. The judges are liking his surfing though. So, you know, 2 5-point-ish scores just for the one turn. So if he's able to put 2 of those together, scores might improve. And Gary just unfortunately, you know, the first one was nice and then the wave kind of died out. And, you know, dying moments of this heat. Caparica and Fonseca looking for something special out there. We might see an air. That would be a good option, good card to use at this stage of the heat.
Yeah, it's desperation stations now, really. And he's going to struggle to find a 7 with under 40 seconds to go. Caparica's waves have not been cooperative. I don't know his overall sort of approach to this heat. Just a touch sluggish to me. Not really necessarily in his surfing, just the way he's kind of found opportunities, or rather not really found them. And he's come up against a couple of surfers who are posting good numbers. One of them's this guy here, the Spaniard Romero, your heat leader. Goes to the air, gets a nice rotation. He'll go incomplete. It won't matter though. He's got just shy of 13 points on the board. Also, Bukiam with the high 12s for his combined total out of 20. And that'll wrap things up. And a well-served heat for our Spaniard and our Moroccan.
Yeah, just styling through this heat, didn't he? You know, just didn't look like a lot of effort. Didn't force anything. Just kind of went through the motions. And you know, safe to say the 2 most experienced surfers went through on this one. But, you know, anything can really happen in any heat, even with the more experienced surfers. Anyway, we'll be right back after a commercial break, and we'll see you in a wink.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live action here at Costa de Caparica. Luke Dillon, Lewis Perlo, Justin Becret, and Leon Glatzer in the last heat of the round of 32 of the men, all looking to try and get through to that very, very business-like stage, the group of 16. That's when it starts to get serious. I mean, it's serious now, but when you start getting one hit away from those man-on-man, yeah, big points on offer. Justin Becret got himself out of a hole in the round prior to this. He was really struggling to get some scores and launched a massive air to get a 9.5. So he's got some form on the board. And you can see some action here. Jose Ferreira.
Yeah, Luis Perloro's first wave. It's a 4.5. Looking sharp, though. Looking crisp and clean. We had some more action there from Leon Glatzer. Just the one turn, 5, 6, 7, a strong turn. We've been seeing good one-turners turning into good waves, and this is Perloiro's second one, so 2 strong turns. Really good on opening duties in this heat, and let me tell you, it's the points, but the money as well. Becret again here. This is live action. This is his best wave so far, and we can't really stop talking because these guys won't stop surfing.
Live action too. Yeah, Luke Dillon opens up his account. Surfer from Cornwall in the United Kingdom. Last Englishman standing, or last from the British Isles as well. They came in numbers, and it's only Luke that's left right now. So we have a big support crew. And off to a pretty strong start. His backhand is lethal, and just looks really strong here. So he winds up, and then his second turn. Wow, a lot of spray.
Beautiful.
And Becret's wave, just a real small wave. Does his best to manufacture a score, but those type of waves aren't going to be, you'd think, go into his top 2 eventually.
Look, really, really well surfed. Well, he's actually been one of the best surfers in this contest so far. Maybe not in terms of scores, but you know, just the maturity and the situations. The way he manages situations in heats has been very outstanding. And you know what? From a certain age on, you don't really see surfers improving, like technically improving, and I tell you what, since the last time I saw him surfing, he's looking way sharper, and like, just, I don't know, impressed.
What do you reckon is your peak fitness, peak sort of age for a surfer, when they hit their absolute prime?
I'd say from 28 to 32.
I reckon? I reckon it might be a bit younger than that.
Younger?
Although it is probably obviously getting older, is increasing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
20,
not
28,
physically.
27.
Not physically. Physically is before, but you know, when the physical and the technical and even the mental, you know, kind of align, I think it's at that 28, 30
sweet spot.
Sweet spot.
Seems like a long time ago. But yeah, these guys are just about to get into their prime. Young, fit, healthy specimens. The best surfers in Europe, and all battling it out for that spot to try and get the top 10 on the European qualifying series ratings. You get in the top 10, that means you're eligible to go to the Challenger Series. So it's a big prize, not just the event here. As you talk about, the prize money is important, and the points, but the biggest prize of all is that Challenger Series potential is for Becret. Yeah, Becret just going for it.
Nice. And we have our interview ready with Vicente Romero,
Yeah, boys, I'm down here at the beach. Speaking of the best surfers in Europe, Vicente Romero with me. What a pleasure to have you here this morning.
Yeah, thank you, Chico. The waves are bigger than yesterday. We're having fun, so yeah, looks like today will be the finals day.
Are you ready for the finals day?
Yes, we are always ready.
Born ready. What was the board of choice for today? Any changes from yesterday?
Yeah, this is our job site. Adam Warden from US. It's made in Estrella. The job site is the factory. And it's the same board I've been riding yesterday. It's bigger, but sometimes I felt you have to be fast in the wave, so I feel good with this one.
Now, just go home and chill, prepare for the next round. What are you going to do?
Yeah, just get some water and ready for the next one.
Great. Great to have you here. Good luck for the next round. And that's it, boys. Back to you.
Yeah, well, there you go, Vicente. Yeah. And just talking about those rankings, Jose, some big names that were up there, sort of we've lost already. Obviously at the top, Maxim and Ramsey, they're both through. Tristan Gilbo, I don't think Tristan's even... Have you seen Tristan in this?
No, I didn't see
He's
him
not here in the heat, so he's not here. Jorgen Kuzne was knocked out. Gaspard Larsenault. Gaspard surfed in the heat before. As you see, Becret up and riding. Justin just goes a nice little off the coping. Aims for one more but can't get it. Adu Amatrain is in 5th, so he's looking good and he's through to the next round as well. Bissot was 7th, he's knocked out. Delahaye still involved. Becret surfing right now. And Patrick Langdon Dark, who made up the top 10, he's out of the event. As we see a big, Luke Tillman, you can hear the groans as he thought he was going to kick it out. And then Luis Perlio just going around the corner, a little bit soft that first turn. Can he get a big section? Nice on the second.
Yeah.
Charlie Martin was in 11th. Oh, he's out. So there's some gaps appearing on this board. Charlie Covrant, he's out. Almeida's out. So Crier's out. Enrique's out. Fonseca's out. So, you know what? These guys, there's some real estate opening up on this leaderboard if they can get involved. As you see, Lewis actually looks a bit better from the front angle, doesn't it, Zay? He sort of attacked it a bit more than I thought.
Yeah, well, a good wave for him. Wave quality was nice. And Leon Glatzer here, nice carving, radical finish there. Let's see what he has. Then a very nice kind of laid-backy carve. So 7.5 for his second best wave. Well, actually his third wave, but he's best. And here he goes again, Leon Glatzer. Let me tell you, mate, this guy is looking on point. Kind of looks like that Teresa Bonvalot effect where he had new sponsors, kind of a renewal in his career, and he just looks sharper.
Yep, looking good here. And here's Glatzer, Boomtown. Just comes around the corner, and another one on his backhand this time. Does he get a third in? Oh my gosh.
Ouch.
So Glatzer had a really strong heat yesterday. He's got the aerial game on him as well, but this time he just went for bread and butter. It's traditional backhand surfing right in the pocket. And already logging a 7.50 and then backing up was 7.33. So huge numbers for the German surfer based in Costa Rica. And Glatzer on fire, leaving some scores. Yeah, the other three surfers sort of fighting for some big numbers as well out in front. Dylan in second with in third now needs a 5.78. 13 on the clock, plenty of time. Probably not so much use talking about what surfers need just now. They're all going to get plenty of opportunity. This tide was high tide about 9 o'clock. What do you think is going to happen as this tide rolls out? How does it work, Zay? This bank, will it break on the outside banks and roll through, or you reckon we'll still be able to stick to this inside section?
I'm a little bit afraid, I confess, because before this lower swell, so a few weeks ago, the situation was in low tide. there was a a bank on the outside, and then a low, and then like just a little short break on the inside, but with not much potential. So I'm afraid that we might see a little bit of that, and if so, surfers will have to go and surf the outside bank. But things might have changed a bit. But if you see on the other beach, you can see it's starting to break on the outside, and that will just cut off the energy a bit for the inside section. But hopefully it will hold, because I definitely think this inside is the best place.
Yep, and up and running. Portuguese surfer just kicks out. Luke Dillon waiting patiently. He's got priority, and he had 2 waves. As you see and he just used his priority there. Didn't look like a good finish. See the quick flash to the English contingent, and Welsh contingent, who looked a little bit nervous. Watching on anxiously as their man tries to get through to the 16. He's got a pretty good basis. Just needs to back up the score. Justin Becret, he's the man with the most work to do. 2 average scores. He does have priority now, so see if Justin, coming off a good week, a couple of weeks up in Portugal, had 2 weeks training up when the CT was on. As we see, Dillon on his forehand this time just kicks out. Yeah, Justin training with Richard Dog Marsh, so Richard had surfers there that included guys like obviously Leo, also working with Ryan Callahan and Fred Moraes, and so Justin was just sort of hanging around that. Pretty, not a bad place to hang about, like the elite surfers, elite coaching, just seeing firsthand what it takes to get to the top. But right now, 10 minutes remaining. He's got to do some work. But with this, a little bit of a lull in proceedings, I'm going to go for a short commercial break and see if Justin Becret and Luke Dillon can get the scores they need, or whether Glatzer can hold on to a big lead. Here's Gaston Delahaye getting ready for the round of 16. But don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to a commercial break and be back with more live action right after this. Welcome back to live action. We are at Caparica Beach, Portugal, and we are through to the last 9 minutes of this heat. Current situation, Glatzer out in the lead, 2 big 7s. Pretty much got a hold of this heat by the scruff of the neck. You'd be very surprised if he lets that go. This man here needing a score. Luke Dillon, a 5.78 would move him to second. Big section, and he hangs on and blasts over the top. Good surfing. That was a meaty section, difficult to navigate.
Yes or no?
I think it might be a yes. I think they've been playing big sections.
I agree with you. I think, so the first one was nothing special, but this one is a very hard turn to do, and the section was pretty meaty, pretty risky, which is a big part of the criteria. So I would go for it.
It's 5.78. It's quite a big number.
Yeah,
So we'll
might
see.
be close.
It's going to be thereabouts the money. Becret trying to hang on and can't. Went for the aerial manoeuvre. Worked yesterday for him. Meanwhile, out the back, there was Peluro just finding some open face. Now here's a section for him. Okay, so is that a bit heavier than Dylan's last crack? We'll see. Pretty much a good comparison. He had a bit of more section out the back as well, Lewis. So
yeah, he's been putting in the hours. Came off an injury. Peloiro, he came off an injury last year. He's been doing pretty well, training a lot. He's a very focused guy. As you can see, that's paying off in this heat. Training. One of those guys that, you know, can always find him in the water. We had this aerial by Justin, but not quite recovering from it, and yeah, he's a bit out of the loop in this heat.
yeah, he hasn't been able to get any sort of open face or any type of big, like even one-turn waves. He's got a really big, powerful style. If he can get a single close-out turn on, he'll be dangerous. But so far, 7 minutes to go, hasn't been able to get any type of purchase. Scores coming in. So Luke Dillon got a 6:07. So that was enough to move him up into second place. So we were pretty close to that. But then the surfer in blue also got that left-hander with that end finish. So if that's bigger than a 5.8, the scores will revert again. So these two having a bit of a ding-dong battle. Becret out of it for now. Flats up, sort of pretty safe and sound way out in the front. So yeah, Dylan and Peluro really going for it at the moment, sort of swapping scores. Looks like it's going to be the surfer in blue that gets the better outcome, a 6.7. So Dylan held that second place for a good 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And then it was gone. So now he needs a 6.97, a big score. Justin Becret on the edge here. Here he goes, fanging down the line. Here's his one big turn he's been waiting for in air. Can't get it. You can see him just eyeing off a section that never came. Go back out to start again. Unlucky there. That wave just didn't offer either a launching pad or a re-entry section.
Yeah, he was looking for something big. And I think we'll see more and more airs throughout the day. Our contest director said and predict very well that wind was going to drop, and we have pretty much glassy conditions as we see Mark Lacomar getting ready for the next heat. And we'll have Samuel de Souza as well, one of the standouts of this contest so far. A proud indigenous surfer from Brazil. Yeah, next heat will be Tai Tigatian, Lucas, Mark, Samuel. I'm, you know, very excited for that. But for the moment, also very excited for this. We're approaching the end of the heats, and it's a tight battle between Luis and Lucas. And Luke.
Yeah, Luis and Luke, 2 L's going for it. Here we see Becret. He's not going to make that, so he's just having a bit of a shocker, really. Been forced into a situation where he has to go for the sort of low risk, high risk manoeuvres, and that means there's always a much more chance of coming off. As the surface just get caught by some foam, so that swell and tide combining to throw a bit of white water at the surface. They all dig through that. The recap started with this man.
Yeah, Peluro, you know, not waiting, just putting in the works. Probably had that strategy laid out from the beginning. And this man here, Leon Glatzer, really standing out in this heat. You know, diversity, style, flow, some power. This is his 7.33, but in my opinion, one of the best waves of the heat. Obviously, 3 tons. Not a lot of diversity there, but 3 old school hits, backside hits. You could even have like kind of an old school style.
Yeah, he does, but then he's got that ability to mix it up with massive airs. His punts,
yeah,
probably some of the biggest in terms of amplitude of anywhere in the world. I mean, some of the things he launches down there in his home break at Pavone is incredible.
It's crazy.
But he hasn't even been able to use that. He's still just keeping that in his break glass in an emergency situation. and he hasn't needed to use those airs because he's just rail surfing's been so on point, and he's got a handy lead. And so far, here's that battle for second that's probably giving us the most amount of interest. Dylan needing a 6.97.
There he goes.
Glatzer again, the heat leader, drives off the bottom. There's a nice turn. He's been getting some good waves. That one just closing out. Not much you can do. The next one is going to be all important. Next wave Luke Dylan catches. Could be the one that decides whether he goes into the round of 16 or not. 2.5 minutes on the clock. He's got priority. He needs 7. So a big ask. We'll see what Dylan can do. Justin Becret at this stage is pretty much out of the picture. Although a 9.2, he got a 9.5 yesterday, so let's not completely rule him out of the equation completely, but he's facing a very, very difficult task. 2 minutes on the clock.
It's getting tighter and tighter, Ben. But for me, it's kind of a dilemma.
What's up, mate? What's wrong? What's your dilemma? What can I help you with?
Perlouro is a Portuguese surfer, so I'm definitely rooting for him. But I just think Luke deserves a result so much, you know. Been surfing so well.
Here he goes, and he just doesn't get it.
Yeah, looks like it's not going to happen for him.
Not going to happen. Yeah, I know what you mean. Conflicted allegiances. He's a good guy. He's a good surfer. Just needs a bit of luck. Didn't get it then on that wave. 90 seconds. He's still out the back. Doesn't have priority though. You think his opponent's going to sit on him, going to get right up in his grill. Could have been the last chance and the last crack for the English or British Isles surfers. He was the last man standing. So their eyes will now turn to Santa Cruz, perhaps Lisbon tonight. But they had a good run. I saw a post from coach Joel the Mole saying there was no negatives taken from the week, all positives.
Yeah, it's
a
beautiful mindset.
Bit of positive thinking, considering there was some losses in there, but they're all happy. They're a good gang. They're supporting each other, and they're going to move on to the next event. Luke need to do something pretty special in the last 30 seconds to keep them still frothing. And we see his opponent get the wave that he wanted. It's a sucky wave. Nice little first turn. Don't think that's going to improve his score. So Luke's still at the back. 15 seconds now. It's going to be a buzzer beater to get a 7. He had to take off on that one. He couldn't let his opponent do so. So it was a good competitive decision. 5 seconds on the clock. It looks like it's all over. And Becret misses it. Luke misses it. So that is a wrap, unfortunately. So Glatzer. Wow, what a well-surfed heat. Really well constructed. Never in any doubt. And he goes through. So Leon Glatzer through to the round of 16. We'll see him pretty shortly. Doesn't get much time to rest and relax. He's straight back out there. And he'll have some... Probably won't even get out of the wetsuit. Have some water. And get ready for the next thing. So we are marching on through to the round of 16. It's getting close to it is finals day. And we have got a lot more action coming to you. We are going to go to a short commercial break and then come back with the next heat of the round of 16 right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the beach. Finals day in Portugal. Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest. The action keeps coming thick and fast. The talent is stacked. Let's check out Gastien Delahaye, Lucas Silveira, Marc Lacomar, Samuel Igo de Souza. 2 Frenchmen, 2 Brazilians duking it out for a spot in the quarters now. This is the round of 16. It's our first heat of that round. And here to talk you through all of the action, to read out some tweets and to offer just general sort of insights into the human condition, deep dives into culture. Joining myself, Paul Evans, is Ben Mundy.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I'm here for all that and more, or less. And straight away, whoa, there's a zappy turn. So this was my prediction for an event win. We've already seen both Chico's and yours, Paul. Exit stage left. That's a bit of cutback from Gastien Delahaye. Small sort of wave, but he's just S-turning all over. He's so limber and contorts his body into all sorts of cool shapes. Lacomar, he's a bit more trad. Boom, that's a bread and butter backhand turn for Lacomar, and there's another one. 7.6 off the bat, and that's the type of stuff we've seen for a long time from him. Silveira fights back. So Lucas, oh, there's a great turn as well, and that's a 6. Lucas Carrigan sitting at the 11th spot, or thereabouts, on the qualifying series rankings, Paul, right on the button.
Great chance of making a move in these 2 events. Always performs well in Portugal. Someone who performed real well in the last heat. Glatzer is down for an interview.
It is. It is. Okay, boys. Okay, boys. I'm on air, sorry. I was speaking with Leon. The conversation was good. So, Leon, feeling tired a bit?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the waves are a lot bigger out there, but super fun. You know, it's what everyone expected, and we're all having a blast out there for sure.
Is it is it hard to find any opportunity out there, or it's just like you gotta squeak in?
I mean, the opportunities are definitely out there. I mean, you can see everyone is getting above 7s, 8s, and 9s, so the waves are super, super good, but it can get tricky sometimes. You know, there's a lot of water moving, and you never know what can come up to you, so you just kind of have to be ready.
Are we going to see that 10 from Leon, Carab Flip?
I might save it for the end, or I'll see if I need it later.
I'm going to be here waiting for that, so good luck for the next round, and congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Glatzer pretty dominant with a pair of 7s, getting himself through to the round of 16. A lot of surfing yet to come, though, and he'll be hoping to bring the best for last, as he mentioned there. Maybe just waiting to the final stages to really bring out the explosive maneuvers. Here goes Lucas Silveira. He's compact, he's technical, he's sharp, and he's tagging the lip relentlessly. He's already dropped to 6. This will be another decent score. A great way to kick things off. Lacomar belted on the backhand for that big score to open up, 7-6. And Ben, when you get big numbers early on, it's got to fill you with confidence just to go bigger and better.
Yeah, you build on those scores like that and then just kicks the tail out. Got a tweets here though, pouring through. It's
got quite a lot to catch up with.
Yeah,
so we're just sorry if we're not reading. We can't read them all out, obviously.
Zelda from Zagreb said to Paul, she said, I've heard both you, Paul and Ben, talk about trademarked and patented sort of turns that the surfers have, but she's saying, is there a sort of trademark body where you know, how do you get these turns trademarked or patented? She's saying she's obviously new. She's not obviously. She says she's new to surfing. She's trying to learn as much as she can, as quick as she can. Paul?
No,
I think
there isn't this sort of an independent adjudicator. Would be the short answer. Live action here goes Lucas Silveira. Wow, that's a trademark turn for him. It's beautiful. Can he make it? He does. So where's this going to go with the judge and panel? He just dropped a 6.67 for the left, and his score's going to go up. That was a great maneuver. Yeah, just to answer the question from Zelda, no, I guess just more of a figure of speech. But yeah, I think commentators really the ones that get to decide all that stuff. Look at this thing, though.
That was huge. How did he ride out? Yeah, I suppose if there was a trademark body for surfing maneuvers, we should set one up. Should trademark that. trademark the trademark body, who would you put in? You got your TC snap. That's patented. It's always used that word. You've got the...
You got your clay back, clay Marceau, or the lay back.
Yeah, you got your
under the lip.
Yep, you got your clay back.
Lock that in.
Trademarked. Your Oki sort of backhand hook under the sort of lip where the foam comes over him as he rides out. Pretty much trademarked.
Massive number in for Silveira, 9-7 for him. Highest score of the event so far. Great shout for Estrella Galicia wave of the day.
We've seen one particular judge went 10 there, Paul.
Wow.
Does not mind.
Look at that spread from the panel. So
and
someone going a 10.
I think he should just clip that up and send it to the trademark body. Whack it in as the Silveira trademark closeout re-entry.
All right, late drop here from Lacamar. Bang. Into the lip. Unable to get a turn done. Already with that strong wave. And the backup now is what he's going to go and work on. But a 9-7 for Silveira. The judges didn't have really much choice but to go massive with the number there. The degree of difficulty was immense. And he gets well rewarded.
The Fanning wrap. He's sort of that sort of wrap he does at the top turn, real quick and sharp.
Mikey February, the sort of drop knee cut back.
Oh yeah, yeah. Richard Cram with the roundhouse.
The power roundhouse. It got back into the tube.
Yeah.
Here goes Lacamar. He's got some power. He's got sections, and they're being a little bit awkward as they just kind of rattle off beside him. Unable to really tee off. Still looking for a backup. But that's the experience of Mark, knowing that he's got a good number and he's just hunting for a backup now. Just put something up. Doesn't want to be left with anything weird happening with the score up close to the exit range and unable to back himself up. Yeah, so lots of activity on Twitter just firing through. A lot of people very curious, interested to know, particularly Ben, about what it would take to get you to do the awards presentation up at Santa Cruz. It's not Kareem this time. It's Claire.
Well,
she's in.
It would take money.
She's in.
Is your answer to that?
Canterbury, Kent. And she says,
a considerable amount of money.
Ben, don't you just think it would be just fair if you did just one once to help Paul out? Good question, Claire. Whoa, beautiful, smooth, roof ride floater from Samuel Igo de Souza as he just extends that out. Now, Ben, is that a big point scoring maneuver, the floater?
No, not traditionally. You got to do something pretty wild. You have to do it on a massive wave. They're traditionally undervalued as a scoring maneuver. They're more as a functional. That's a good floater, though. I do like it. It'll be interesting to see where the judges put that. I do remember one Gabriel Medina did in Sunset. It's a particularly high scoring one, but you've got to go a long way to remember a floater that scored some big points. And a 3.97. It's probably at the higher end of the floater scale. It's the same question that I think Karine did ask.
Well,
and it's got the same answer, Paul.
Tweet in from Heidi in Capricorn. She says, what event, Ben, would you do if you were going to be a mate? If you could pick any event to do the presentation, what would it be?
The Redhead Board Riders annual presentation. I'd do that because I'd have a microphone. I reckon I'd get some laughs.
Delahaye here needs a wave. Gets a nice snap in to open up. Doesn't get a second section. He'll just have a little look of sort of disenchantment with the way that wave ended because he would have loved the second turn.
Late sort of bit of a tricky takeoff. Somehow got right up in the pocket immediately. Comes around, needs it 5.64, just can't get it. I mean, this presentation kind of issue that's been drummed up, I would say. Look, I think you're absolutely can't see the forest for the trees here, Paul. There's a man down there that we've been working with, Chico Alves. He loves the stage. He's trying to get some type of a career in the entertainment game. He's talking about being a stand-up comedian. If there's ever a tougher crowd to test some material out, it's that presentation showing me down there on the beach. You might want to start that angle. I think it's got more chance of success.
Lacamar on the backhand does get a backup score. It's only a modest one though, 2.67 for him. He'll want more than that. De Souza gets 3.97 for the extended floater. So while it was technical and tricky and sort of unusually long, doesn't go huge in terms of the points. And Samuel and Gassian have both got jobs on their hands here because Silveira with the 9, he's through. He's got 16-3-7. He's in the quarterfinals. Unless something mad happens with an interference or something super weird like that, he's good. So it's coming down to that battle for second place, and Lacamar looking pretty good with a 7-6. And when he does properly back that up, he'll have a healthy number as well. What's De Souza and De La Haye got to do here, Ben?
Not a whole lot, to be honest. They've got time. They don't need a big score, only a 5 and a sort of high 6. As you see, Lacamar, well, that was before this wave, driving off the bottom, and that's good surfing. And he's not done yet. He's going to finish this.
Bang.
And I think De Souza and De La Haye's job just got a whole lot harder because that's going to be a big number. He's only backing up, trying to improve on a 2.67. He could even go close to getting up to Lucas Silveira's heat total. So De La Haye's got to do something. He's got to do something big now.
De La Haye here, taking on the lip. Beautiful turn.
Wow.
Styles it out. So a big hit from him. So total contrast. Lacamar multiple turns using the rail. De La Haye just taking on the lip. De Souza here slicing. He's been a bit lateral. Now he'll go vertical into the lip and he'll go right past Gassien and finish off. So interesting exchange and all sorts happening.
Yeah, and it's not done yet. The current leader, Silveira. Now, he went quite close, didn't he, De Souza to De La Haye? If he'd sort of just managed to pivot and sort of
run him over
accidentally, could have been interference. I mean, that's where the rule can get perverted somewhat. But instead, he just read the wave. That was a well-surfed wave. Even that little slice. This turn was impressive because it was late. Got up and above and then finished off. So that was a really good exchange between all three surfers, and this was vicious, Paul.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
I mean, Silveira's was a 10-ish, 9.7. Didn't have quite the wow factor, but it was a bigger wave, and it was done with so much style. So it's going to be... Then this is a whole different kettle of fish. This is... When he just drove into that, that's a point of difference because it's a carving roundhouse in the pocket. Probably trademark that bad boy from Lacamar if you wanted to.
Gets a good number, 7-1-7 in for him. So a big total now and massive requirements. De La Haye, he's comboed. De Souza needs 9-7-7, but we have got numbers to drop for them. If they improve their high scores, Gassien definitely will. De Souza's got a good chance of doing that too. It will bring the requirement down while we wait for those scores to drop in. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go on this. Silveira dominant in this one. Lacamar going good. Find out what happens when we come back. Welcome back to Costa de Caparica as we check out Thomas Debier with Alain Rioux making final preparations for their heat, which is coming up. But before we get to that, we have got an absolute barn burner of a heat out in the water right now. This guy right here went 9-7 on one maneuver, and he's absolutely ripping this place apart. He's backed it up with a 6.67, and he's looking to improve that backup right here. He's doing a reasonable job of it. 16.37 prior to that is his total. But Gassien De La Haye in live action has got right back in this. He's dropped an 8.7 for one turn of his own. And there's a little more, well, a lot more pep in his step. He's looking to lose the 3-3, and he only needs a 6-0-7, Ben, to move up and threaten Mark.
Yeah, and I think he may have just got it, but Mark, just falling off there with priority. That's a mistake. He might be able to get back out in time. But yeah, Gatien, I like him. I like the fact that he never seems rattled. He always backs himself. He can get big scores, less and less falling off. And, that was really well surfed, sort of backside attack. So a 6-0-7, I think he may get it. And Lacamar, despite having a pair of 7s, well, here he goes. First turn's nice, and then he just floats over and comes out clean. 2-turn combo on a pretty solid wave. I think history shows that that's going to be a fairly decent score. And yeah, Lacamar under threat despite having a really solid heat total. So it's just ramping up as you'd expect. It's heats round of 16. So we are down to the nitty gritty of it all by now. The waves are good. The surfers are great. And the scores are reflective of that, Paul.
Yeah, important number this for Gatien to shape up sort of final quarter of this heat, something like that. Still plenty left to come, hopefully plenty more opportunity. Judges having a good old think about Gatien's number. Got a little gap in the action here. They can afford to take a little more time. Make sure they nail this. It's a really important one. Just to remind you, 6-0-7 is that requirement. Move up, threaten Lacamar, who just fell off on a wave there, was unable to add anything to his total. Silveira, well, we said he was way out in front. I tell you what, anything can happen in this. Don't count anything out.
Yeah, there's big numbers still to drop in that. 6-6-7. He's going to try to get rid of, but it's not a huge score. And then look at this number coming through. So, yeah, anything can happen. Mark Lacamar just needs another big score. Gatien sitting on a wave, and well, as you can see in the screens, there's been some movement on the board, Paul.
Jumps to second, 7-6-3. So he's 4/100th of a point behind Lucas Silveira. And now Mark looking for 8-7-3. Samuel Igo, well, he's combo deep. He needs a couple of 8s. So somehow one of the dominant surfers, and your pick to win the event, is staring down the prospects of needing 2 8s with just over 5 minutes remaining. There's the spread on the panel from Gatien. You've got to admire really being put on the ropes, being in a position where, well, we were thinking he's got a big job on his hands here. He's smashed it. He's right back at this.
Exactly. Really, really great surfing under pressure. As Silveira can't make that one. We've got some more tweets coming in though, which is great.
What's happening on Twitter?
Graham from Georgetown is saying, loved the tweets yesterday. Said couldn't think of a new one. Had to come up with, thorough old ground, so to speak. He said he likes the band game, where you have to come up with instruments for each member of the heat and a band name. He said he played it all day on his own yesterday, just whenever the heat came on, just to keep his own interest in. And he's asking you, Paul, if you could do this heat in the limited time that we've got left.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Silveira on a little bit of harmonica. The mouth organ.
Yeah, I can see that. See that.
De La Haye, it's only really one natural choice on keyboard. I'd like it's a big maybe one of those kind of 80s style big Yamahas.
Big Hammond.
Just doing the 2 fingers, you know.
Just looking good.
Yeah.
Cheekbones reflecting the bright lights. Yep.
Yeah. Lacamar lead vocals.
Wild Child.
And Igo de Souza, I could maybe see him in the sort of Bez role.
Just dancing.
Just dancing. Just a hype guy.
Just a vibe warrior.
Here's live action here from De La Haye as he swings hard and crisp and smooth. Don't think he'll improve on a 7-6-3 right there, but he's got to be feeling pretty good about the way he's turned this morning around. Have a little look at the timepiece. Realise with not a lot of time to go, he's got big numbers and he's put big pressure. Mark now with priority with that 8-7-3. What's he going to try and do? Let's check out this replay of Gatien. Do you reckon he added here?
No. Good surfing, but that third turn, well, there wasn't a third turn, so that was a problem. Okay, but Sammy, he was in a little floater. He likes those floaters. Got something in his lock here. What's going to go for it? Well, goes to the corrupt flip as well. Seems to be the manoeuvre du jour, but he couldn't quite pull it off in combination and in all sorts of trouble. see these four guys kind of like playing Metallica songs, but in a country and western kind of vibe, with like all wearing overalls,
Banjos.
And I've got De La Haye. I was going to say he's on the banjo, just those long fingers just picking away. I've got Silvera. Oh, I'm going to keep him on the harmonica. No reason to change that. Why would you? Lacamar, the big double bass with the overalls, just you know what he's like, can carry it on his arm. And De Souza again. I mean, he's always a tricky one, isn't he? But I've got him on the homemade xylophone made out of sort of bricks and things.
Lacamar looking for a number. He needs to go excellent. That's a big hammer from him on the backhand into a bottom turn, slashing in the pocket. Needs to finish big. And he almost kind of disappears in the whitewater. There's a well-surfed wave. I'm not sure if that's a completion. I'm not sure that that's a high 8.
Really, yeah, I don't think it's a high 8. He surfed it really well. I mean, it's one of those sort of situations where you got a feel for Mark. That heat total obviously would have sort of been enough to win pretty much 95% of all the heat surf throughout the event, but he's come across two surfers on an absolute tear. Despite having a pair of 7s, he's still chasing a high 8, so that's the sort of numbers we're looking at, the round of 16. And it's been a pretty action-packed heat. This is the turn of the day, a 9.7. One judge gave him a 10. Such was the explosiveness of it. Lacamar, at this stage, was just looking really on point, driving through his turns, arcing and weaving and finishing off. Not many mistakes, but okay. He's got this, you know, he's got it under control. And then this dude, though, just came from position, combination position. One big turn there to get himself back in the heat, and then another left-hander to finish it off. So clutch surfing from a really, really improving and impressive surfer.
I noticed in your band you got no one on the vibraphone, Ben. What is your beef with the vibraphone? Why do you hate it so much as an instrument?
You know what? It's got a time and a place. Gatien's got a time and a place.
Oh.
Oh, he's feeling it now.
Oh.
He can't finish it off. I don't mind it. It's got a place. What I don't like.
It's got a place. It's in the bin.
Yeah. What I don't like is when someone does a 7-minute solo on one of them. That's when I start to get a little bit aggressive, Paul. There's just no need. There's just no need for that. So yeah, the vibraphone I've got issues with. I can take it or leave it, but I can definitely leave it when they're going for too long.
Not like that guy in the Teatro Principal and the
Azores. Didn't like Yaz Ahmed's vibraphone player. If I saw him, I'll tell him.
All right, we're going to count down. Final 15 seconds here. Your heat leader, Silvera. He'll clip one off the lip, bang, in again with layback energy. Nothing like the 9.7 that he got, though, for that one crazy turn in the pocket. Disappeared in the whitewater, came out. As Mundy said, one judge went as far as a 10. We averaged out the scores 9.7 through to the next round with a ton of momentum. Galicia De La Haye will get a score in. It will be a throwaway for him, and he's good for the next round. Big grin from De Souza, stoked for his buddy. And disappointed to see Samuel go out because it's been really impressive. I love watching his serve. He's a really entertaining surfer. I love the way he gets the speed, basically from kind of coiling in the bottom turn rather than pumping on the face. I think he's a natural showman, and I'm looking forward to seeing him surf again in Santa Cruz, where the forecast looks great, actually. But cool to see that with the surfer losing out, actually offering like a ton of congratulations for their buddy who did get through. I like that.
Yeah, that's a good vibe. Look at that. They're all obviously very good friends. Despite his disappointment, he doesn't put himself first, he puts his friends first, and that's a happy, really happy sort of crew down there. Not sure if that's Lucas's uncle or his dad, but he's pretty chuffed, whoever he is.
It's going to wrap up an absolute stonker of a heat. It's the round of 16, and we're surfing for spots in the quarterfinals. We've got more action to bring you live from Caparica. Stay tuned.
Almada, território de muitos.
And a very warm welcome back to finals day in Portugal. Let's check out our second heat of the round of 16 surfers looking to get into the quarters. Léopold Etienne, Thomas Debier, Adu Amatreyin, Mathis Crozon. Joining myself, Paul Evans, in the studio is Chico by Chico Hours. But before we get searing insights from Chico, we're going to go and hear from a man who ripped this place apart. Good shout for Estrella, Galicia, wave of the event. It's Lucas Silveira standing by for a chat with Joanna.
Absolutely. What an insane heat. You got a 9.7. That's a great way to go in the finals day. You had 60 minutes still to go once you got that score. You could have just left and get ready for quarterfinals.
Not at all. I knew I had a solid heat score already, so I was trying to save a little bit of energy, but I was never safe to the end. Both Gatien and Marc, and even Samuel, like he had a potential to get two good big scores really quick, and it showed. Marc had 2 7s and Gatien got that 8 and was needing just like a low 7 to turn the heat. So I felt like safe for a couple of minutes, but then they started getting scores. I was like, no, I need to back it up, like to get safe, and use priority and stuff. So yeah, it was a good wake-up call after they got all big scores too. But it feels good to get a big score, but it's just one heat. Doesn't matter if you make it just grab 2 heats or win and get nice. The matter is the points of each heat. And felt good that one. I've been working on that turn. It's my kind of air, I don't have a really good air game, but I have that different kind of turns that I think they're scoring even better than big airs. And went all in on that turn. I saw it was just one session, so went all in and it worked out. So it was a good video clip turn in the heat. Feels good.
Yeah, it absolutely turned out great. Do you think it's an advantage to surf all these heats just in one day, or does it start to get tiring?
Doesn't matter. I think it will be the same for everyone. I think it's nice because it starts to show how each surfer is physically, Because usually you have like one heat a day, and then finals day you have 3. But today, who gets in the final surf like 5 heats, and I feel good. I feel ready. I think I have a good resiliency, like physically speaking, and I'm used to like doing a lot of heats back to back when I'm training, and when the waves are good, I stay like 7 hours out there, so I think it won't be a problem.
So for 24-hour surfing sessions?
Yeah, I've done 12 hours on time, but the waves were too good. But yeah, whatever. It will be the same for everyone. Everyone surfs the same amount of heats.
Well, congratulations, you're in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job, Lucas Silveira. And a thorough debrief too. I like that point he makes. Doesn't really matter though. The next round is just a brand new heat and another one you got to make. So he's stoked on getting the big score, but he knows you got to start again and make sure you bring that kind of performance, that sort of intensity into the next heat. And mate, let's think about Adu Amatreyin opening up with that 5-5. The consistency for him. He's a relentless competitor, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He started, I think, with the same score in the last round, 5-5 against Vasco, as we see Debier here cracking it up 3 times.
Really, really nice from Thomas there. So smooth and polished. Nice bit of variety between the turns. Kept the speed up all the way through. Reckon he'll go better than Adu's 5-5. Let's get another look at this.
Yeah, it gets a wrap there. Comes off the bottom, gains space on the wave. Fins out there, and he was able to finish it off with that drifty turn, which was nice. And this was Léopold Etienne, quick carve, and then the wave faded away, and he couldn't finish it off strong, as we saw green 2 So a lot of action, all of the surfers caught waves. This was the 5-2-7. Mathis Crozon, strong surfer from France, and finishing it off with a strong hit on his backside.
A number in for Thomas, gets a 7-1-7. So the best of that exchange goes to him. Numbers are all in. Crozon, that 5-2-7 as you mentioned. So those three at the moment with decent numbers. Leopold has yet to really post much. Got a 2-5 for that quick backhand effort. Debier's not going to waste any time. He's going to try and get a back up straight away. And he's into the bowl here and hits it pretty hard and goes down onto the flats hard too. Ouch.
That was quite a wipeout. I think he had it, and then at the end, his front foot slipped away, so almost at it, and that was quite a backup, I think. So let's watch the replay. So he winds up, and boom, there. You saw the front foot slapped to the left side of the board, and the board flipped, so he fell. So as we see another angle of that turn, what a section. He attacked it. So meaty section. He knows the judges are loving those turns, so he went for it. He has a 7-1-7 and a lot of confidence.
Amatreyin, deep bottom turn, tags the lip, winds straight into another. There's that flick off the top. Sort of speedy re-entry that he does so well. And he'll get a snap in through the lip as well to finish off.
Adur is really technical and really composed on his surfing, right? You never see him making many mistakes. He surfs really through the rhythm of the wave and allows him to build on his house all the time in terms of score-wise. And Adur showing that he's focused and not playing. So this was the wave of red that we didn't saw. Quick hit there and a layback snap, but he couldn't make it. As we see white here, quick hit up and down, another one, and he was able to finish it off. So Adur putting another score on the board, keeping busy. 5-1-3 for Adur. So nice job from the Basque Country surfer. Adur Amatreyin is now in the lead with a 5-5 and a 5-1-3. In second, the danger man, Thomas Debier, with a 7-1-7 and a 1 point right. And yet to put something on the mid-range caliber on the board is Leopold Etienne.
Here goes Crozon, backhand hits, hangs it up, tries to sort of put a bit of emphasis on. I'm not sure the judges will buy too heavily. That is a nice turn. Didn't quite have maybe sort of radicality, some of the backhand hits we see in the last couple of heats. But nevertheless, it will improve him. He'll work on his backup. Leopold needs to stop falling off, basically. He's had a couple of wipeouts, and he's going to need to finish off his waves. This is going to be a tough heat, and he's going to have to ride out turns. It was very impressive in that last heat that we saw him surf about 2 hours ago. But as Lucas Silveira pointed out, getting good scores. In his case, it was an 8 in the last one, Leopold. But getting those good scores, really, it just gets you through. In the next heat, you start off again fresh. You need to pretty much start from scratch again. Here goes Thomas Debier, currently in second. Backhand whip. Good spring in his step. He's got a deadly backhand, and that is how you put yourself another score on the board. He's already got the 7-1-7. Best wave of the heat. And that was a decent one, Chico.
Yeah, that wave was sick. I think it's going to be better than the 7-1-7. I'm calling it out. This was sick. Quick carve there and a meaty section. He was able to get under it and nailing it. So Thomas Debier with, in my opinion, an excellent score on the way, as we saw Adur too on his backhand. Oh, what a jump.
Crowd pleasing wipeout there from Adur Amatreyin, who ejected off his board and did the pin drop down into some shallow water. Trying to make sure he got out of the way. He got down under before that lip landed, which I think he did. But he is looking like he's very dialed into conditions out here, and he's finding himself on waves, finding big heaving sections too. Debier's score comes in 6-7-7, so it comes in a little under his high score. gives him a decent lead and a significant total, just under 14 points out of 20 for Thomas. So far, so good.
Yep, coming a little bit under the 717. I thought was on the same range, but anyways, he's in the lead with 13.94, so well and truly in the lead. And Leopold Etienne, the man of the last round, with some huge scores, now sits with 13 minutes to go with 2 waves of 2 points. So competition surfing, it's a game and you have to be always on point. So yeah, hard to keep up through the rounds. A lot of rounds today. So as Lucas Silveira was saying, you have to surf 5 heats to make into the final. So yeah, you have to have at least 10 waves, 10 excellent waves.
Yeah, sounds about right, mate. I like your arithmetic. I like where you're going with that. Here goes Adu, standing up and getting a little speed pump in before he goes into the bowl. There's a nice snap. And it always eyeing down. Whoa, that was really nice. So he just eyes off these sections. You can see him as he's completing one turn, already looking where he's going to plant his next one. It's pretty much textbook kind of contest surfing. Let's get another look.
Yeah, he fades off the bottom, quick snap there. And here he pushes a little bit harder and throws the tail out. So Adur showing a point of difference on this wave. I think this last turn was the money turn. So I think he'll improve on his situation. I think this was his best wave so far, in my opinion. And that last one was a really good hit off the top, as we see. Blue again, Thomas Debier.
Big carve from him in the pocket. And then he has a pump. Oh, that was nice. Can he get a third one in here? Goes to the rail. So a nice jam to open up. Takes on the lip. Finishes as well. So Thomas Debier going from strength to strength here. Good score in for Adur, 6-8 for him. Still in second. I wonder if Debier can improve with that last score. He might not. With 11 minutes and 30 to go. It's those two really leading this one. Here's Leopold. He needs something. Found a section much better from him, and he finishes off crucially. So that'll help his cause considerably. At the moment, he needs a 9-4. He doesn't really need to think too much about that. A couple of 6s really to get past Amatrain's total of 12.3 at the moment. That is, of course, assuming Adur doesn't improve. Leopold well on his way. Let's get another look.
Yeah, he gets it up there quick, and he gets a second time there. Really critical section there. A 2-for-1 wave, as we see the replay of Thomas. Nice wrap there. Whew. I love this turn now. Boom. A lot of spray. Thomas Debier is a big guy, so he throws a lot of spray on those turns. And yeah, 6.6. So not on the best two of Thomas, as we wait for scores of the last one of Leopold Etienne. Let's see if Leopold Etienne can come back from this first 20 minutes, 15 minutes without any mid-range or excellent scores on the board. So, yep, it's coming in and looks like Leopold Etienne can be back on this seat with a mid-range score of a 5.73. So, Leopold Etienne only needing a 6.58, well and truly capable of making it happen. And a tight hit on our ends again with better conditions than yesterday. More waves, more opportunity, and great waves on our ends. So great to see.
Into the final 9 minutes and 40 seconds in this one. At the moment, Debier and Amatrain are dominating. Leopold Etienne has got himself back in this. Crozon needs to step up. Find out what happens as we come back after the break. Welcome back to live action. Surfers duking it out for a spot in the quarters. What's up for grab here at Caparica, Estrella, Galicia. Surffest finals day in Portugal. Ian Fontaine getting the mojo working for us next. He's going to need it. He's got to stack one. He's going to be taking on Ramsey Bucchio, Mi Manapre, and Luis Paloro. Well, he's risen to the challenge every time of asking from the early rounds. He's going to need more of that to get a spot in the quarters. And it's all coming down to the most surf in the water. Our biggest day also is our finals day. And it's coming down to the end of the heat for Leo Paul, who needs to get something going here. And a nice hit from him.
Yeah, really hard section to it. You wanted to have a 2-for-1 there. You wanted to get another turn in. As we see the replay of, wow, Green getting up there. And another one. Oh, what a sick wave from Mattis. I thought it was really radical. It only comes in as a 4.73, but I thought it was radical. Oof. And this was Adur. Nice clean surfing from Adur. Wow.
Amateur in, live action there on the backhand. Looking to try and improve his overall score. His position's okay in the heat. He's second. He'd love to go to first, but he'd also just love to add some points, make the requirement harder for the chasing surfers. Has he done that here, Chico?
Yeah, I think so. That was a clean surfing in transition. He was able to fit 3 turns in there. The first one was really crisp. He blew the tail out. Then he had to cut, did like mid-face snap, and then hit it hard to finish it off. So 3-turn combo, I think he will better his situation. And yeah, score still to come in for that last of red too. That big hit off the top from Leopold Etienne, as we see Luis Perlor getting ready. He got through the last hit in second place. So great performance by the Portuguese surfer. And he's into the round of 16 with Ramsey Bucchio, Ian Fontaine. So tough hit.
Yeah, really tough one.
In his hands. So
got Mi Mana as well. He dropped to 9 in the last round. Under 6 minutes to go in this. Debier still leading it. Big number for Amateur in. Decent chance of going to first. Well, it comes in just under. He needed a 7-something. Gets a 6.97. But what it does do, it makes that requirement really tough now for Crozon and Etienne, who both need 8s now. So Adur Amateur in just built up that score. His last 2 waves are his strongest. Got a right-hander. Got the 6.8, 6.97 on the left. And he's in a solid second spot with a big total of 13.77. What do you do with 5 minutes to go and you need an 8? First of all, what are you thinking and what are you doing?
Well, I think you just got to find a section and go for the year. I think you've got some good rams today, so plenty of opportunity as we see the recap of the heat. Thomas Debier, he started off strong with some big turns as we see, boom, drifting the fins, composed, and he has been on fire as we see Adur, the Basque surfer, throwing off the fins here, boom, big turns, and making himself comfortable on the second place. This was his left, winding off the bottom, boom, fins out, mid-face carve, and for a vertical hit to finish it off. So 6.97, and Adur looking at the judges saying, mates, I'm here to stay.
Yeah, interesting to see him. As soon as he gets to his feet, gets a little extra pumping on the takeoff, doesn't he? Just gives him a little bit more squirt, so he doesn't necessarily wait to fall out the lip and use the momentum of the waves. Gets that quick pump in, and he's always putting his board in the steepest possible parts of the wave. That's how you get good score returns from our judging panel. That's how you get into the quarterfinals. At the moment, he's looking like he's on his way there. Under 4 to go. And those requirements are an 8. Chico, you reckon it's time to go to the air for Leo Paul and for Mattis? They need to boost.
For sure. 3 minutes to go. We saw Mi Mana on the last round doing exactly that, getting a 9.37. You need an 8. You've been surfing all your life. You need to throw some airs.
Quick in and out for Adur. Just rolling of the dice from sitting wide on the peak. And he will make his way back out the lineup without adding to a score with a little more time ticking away. It's great to see sets
breaking outside in this swell that should stick around throughout the day. Also, this wind is light onshore, possibly even just adding a little extra something, a little bit of jeopardy. It's also meaning some of these lips are crumbling a little bit, possibly offering not only ramps but landing sections. Here goes Adora Matre in second place, gets a nice snap.
Oh.
Whoa, and a big kind of barreling section behind him.
That was a barrel. I think you could have done the wrap there and pull in and come up with the spit. So probably the first barrel we saw today. And I know that Leo Paul Etienne has a good air game. He's really good. I've seen some clips here and there, and I know he can throw it up. And he's got some good backside rotation. So do you think he can pull off?
Well, what he doesn't have is very much time. He's got 2 minutes and 20 seconds here. Got second priority, Thomas Debiet. He's got the first priority, our heat leader, who's controlled this one pretty much since the beginning. He got a 7 really early on in this heat, as did Mark Ackermatt in the last heat, but still unable to get through. So let's see where this one goes. Final couple of minutes come through, but it's going to take something dramatic. It's going to take fireworks. It's going to take the classic buzzer beater type thing from Etienne and Crozon. Been quite quiet on this one, Mattis.
Yeah, he's been quiet until then. Has done a great contest. Really powerful surfer that always catches good waves, and yeah, he performs really well once he gets an opportunity. So needing an 8.5, I can see Mattis here on a bomb. Oh, and the wave just faded away. Looked like on the takeoff, looked like a dream wave to get that 8.5.
Our tight angle looked like a drainer, and then that one just goes all wobbly and disappears. So that will be disappointment for him, and that could have been his last real shot at this. Going to have just over a minute now, still looking for that 8.5. He'll keep plugging away, though. He'll get back in the lineup and try and go anything and try and flare up big, because he needs an excellent score from our panel of judges. Final minute now. Debiet, Amatrein at the moment, heading towards the quarterfinals. And we need excellent scores to upset that from the likes of Etienne and Crozon. And they'll all let a couple of little bumps slip underneath them. Let's see what happens in the final 40 seconds or so. But you've got to say, Thomas Debiet shown us a lot of variety in his turns. One of the surfers today able to go carving and really sort of open up the rail on the face, which is always nice to see. And he's been pretty good value for the lead in this one.
Yes, well-deserved lead for Thomas. Right waves, right timing, surfing through the rhythm of the wave, as we see Leo here scratching and paddling hard to catch a wave. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, he needs to go something here. Final 10 seconds, unable to get on that, and he'll be disappointed. He's just been sort of starved of chances, really. Debiet finds himself a wave, and he'll belts it as well. And that's a really well-surfed heat from him, bookending it with big turns right in the beginning. Got the 7 early on. Threw away a high 6 as well. So good numbers for Debiet. And he's into the quarterfinal alongside the young Basque. Amatrein will be happy as well with the way he built his score up throughout that heat. Just kept the intensity up, just added the pressure. That's how you get it done. That'll wrap things up. Final day in Portugal. Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest will conclude today. We're going to be crowning men and women's champions. A lot more surfing yet to happen before we do that, though. We're going to bring Ben Mundy back in the studio for the call, and we'll be back with more live action real soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live action here at Costa de Caparica. We are progressing through the round of 16. Heat number 3. We are whittling down what was a massive field into small, manageable chunks of champions. Mana Bray out in front in this heat. He actually had a storming round of 32. Massive corrupt flip to get a 9.5. Progress through, so he's got form. Ramsey Pukaim, the winner of the last event in Israel, one of the top seeds, showing a real consistency that he's lacked at some stages of his career, so that's exciting. Ian Fontaine, it's one of the great stories really of the event. He's sort of knuckled down. He's had a bit of a resurf. He's had a couple of dubious decisions go against him in the last heat, but he's still battling away right in this. And this man, whoa, we just saw Ramsey just sort of get a bit buckled on that one for some reason. If you haven't worked it out, my name's Ben Mundy, and I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves. And Ramsey, it's good to see him back in sort of competitive form. You know, he's been in such great free surfing form, especially over the sort of pandemic times, but now he's sort of managing to put together in a heat, Chico.
Well, I think he has been working on in Morocco a lot in terms of strategy boards, physique. I think he's putting in more time, so that's why he's performing better.
Yeah, no substitute for hard work, and there's a big wobbly but great top turn there from Perloro. He just can't get the second sort of connection. No account, no surfer. Really able to get a decent score on the board with 6 minutes gone in the heat. 25-minute heats. We are progressing all the way through the finals today. That's the plan. We've got 8 women left. As of now, we've got through the round of 16. So we've already had 4 surfers go through to the round of 8 for the men. Got another 4 to join them. So really getting down to that really, really crunch time when the points matter here. The all-important ratings. I think we should have a bit of a deep dive in this heat about some of the ratings implications. Chico, do you mind doing that? Well, the qualifying series ratings, Challenger Series kind of vibes, or do you want to save it for the women's because this is their last event?
Well, I think for me, Mana, this is crucial because he's on the 23rd position and he's looking to improve on points. Ian Fontaine, in terms of qualifications, is not really on the money for that, so I think he's quite here for the just to make sure he gets through the rounds and he puts in some rhythm in terms of surfing because he's a really good surfer and competitor. And Ramsey is looking great to qualify for the Challenger Series. And Luis Perloro, I have to double check because I don't think he did that well in the Azores last year and in Israel either. So I think having chances of making it to the Challenger Series here, we have this was on the start of the heat, so the recap, we had Mana starting with a 4.07 here, quite a late hit there, and great surfing from him. This was the 4.17 of Ramsey.
Quick blast, sort of drifts the tail. It's a bigger wave here. Lewis, you got a 4 point. No, you got a 4.5. No, it wasn't that way. It would have been the next one.
This was the 3.77, I think.
A couple of scores just in. No big numbers. Yeah, Ramsey's booked himself a place in the qualifying series. And, well, I mean, what's the ratings? Actually, you hold the phone as Lewis goes down, a little drop wallet, sort of hack in the pocket, bit of variety. And another carving spray. Just trying to finish off here. It's bouncing. And then finishes off. Or doesn't. Just got backwashed off there, unfortunately. I mean, we've got the ratings up there. I don't know what the points are. Only like 4,000 points, I think, for the top rating. So you win this event, you get 3,000.
Yeah,
so
the first place has its max. Yes. Yep. 6,000. 6,500 points.
What does the person in 10th have? Just out of interest?
3,000.
3,000. So
someone comes out of the blue and wins this heat, you get 3,000 points. You go straight into the Top 10. So, for example, if it was Lewis or Ian or Miyamana, bang, you're right in the mix, and that means going to Santa Cruz. You've got a chance to go. So, look, that's a lot of ifs and buts. As you see, Ian Fontaine coming around the corner. Wait for it. It's a tube. A little bit of I was about to say a bit of shampoo, but I don't think he uses a lot of shampoo, Fontaine. But he got barreled, and that's the first one we've seen all week. Sick little tube. Shows the increase in size, hitting the bank. Bit of a hard one to score, to be honest. But he got tubed, and there's no better feeling.
Yeah, getting tubed is the best feeling you can get in surfing. And Ramsey here with the layback jam there to finish that wave off.
Yeah,
massive turn.
2 great turns
from Rams.
I mean, imagine Ramsey at Snapper Rocks, the venue of the first Challenger Series.
Damn it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Can you?
I know.
Imagine what he could do out there.
Damn it. He's got.
If it's pumping Snapper Rocks behind the rocks,
you're gonna grab water from.
There's not that many people that can sit right behind that Snapper Rocks, take off and get drained. A lot of people stay away from it because it's so backwashy, and especially your backhand. But he, with all his Safi, knowledge and all the way he surfs those right-hand points in Morocco, he would absolutely rinse it. And I'd love to see him there with a bit of swell. Backhand attack is lethal. I mean, there's obviously a lot of great surfers. I'm not sure how much he surfed it, but he's been to Australia so many times on the QS, so he's comfortable there. So, yeah, Ramsey. But that's in the future. Right now is Fontaine going for a big finish. Just kicks out. So, yeah, interesting just to think about what that could mean. Okay, Bray. One turn. Got some speed.
Wow.
Oh, does it? Oh!
And he had the same reaction.
We thought he made that. He sort of landed it. And then there's just a little tweak. He came out with so much force. If he'd made it, it would have been a huge score. So I'm going to come back to that replay first, though. Down on the beach with the last heat winner is Joanna the Goanna Garnell.
Thanks, Mondi. Thomas de Bière, you're in the quarterfinals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. Got comfortable in my last heat. I've been struggling in the 2 first. I made it like in the last minute in my first 2 heats. But this one gave me confidence, and I'm really stoked to be on the quarters.
Now, man on man is coming up, quarterfinals. Do you think about your competitor who you're going against? You're going up against Gatien de la Haye, so you know him pretty close as well.
Yeah, he told me right after I came out of the heat, he told me, "Fuck, you should have been second." But anyway, we have good friends in life, and we've been like surfing competitions against each other for a long time. So yeah. I mean, too bad that we're two Guadeloupean guys against each other right now in the quarters, but yeah, I mean, he's a guy I like to surf against, and I know like we're gonna have a good heat.
And what's your take on the judging criteria at the moment? You said that you were watching the heat before and you had a few ideas.
Yeah, definitely. The coach told me like to look for the waves that were closing out and like just look for 1 turn, 2 if you can. And I had definitely waves that were more opening than that, so I adapt my surfing, but yeah, I'm gonna look for those waves like 1 big turn and get the scores.
Keep your eyes on the conditions and you'll do great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Good debrief there, Thomas. And he's up against his good friend, fellow Guadeloupean and great surfer, Gatien de la Haye. So the first matchup is already chock full of interesting narratives. There's going to be a Guadeloupe in the semi-final. I'll tell you that. What about this? You don't see it coming sometimes with Ian. We should know. We've done it all week, but look at this.
Boom.
Just an explosion at the end, rides out.
What a turn.
Yeah, so he's just been doing that consistently all out through the event, just hammering away. In his last heat, he had a massive forehand one of these. We thought he'd made it, but the judges didn't deem it complete. Well, that one's going to be complete because he rode out of that. Complete control. We'll see where the judges go with it. Meanwhile, you see Miname Bray, just that smooth style. 2 turns. And he falls off on that one. Oh, the one we saw was the left hand. We might try and get the replay of the crazy wipeout we saw. This one, similar styles in many respects to Ramsey. Their backhand has got some similarities. But in this instance, we just saw him come round and not make this crazy left hand. He's only got a 4 and a 2.93 Mihi, so he needs to get on his skates. 12 minutes to go. It's gone pretty quick. This surfer really put him a stranglehold. A 6.77 came in for that last backhand re-entry of Ian Fontaine. We heard Thomas Debier talking about the coach saying, don't be afraid of taking off on closeouts, doing one turn. You can get excellent scores, can't you?
I think we spoke about that at early stages of the event.
We should be surf coaches.
Yeah, maybe.
It's not that hard, is it, to be honest?
I said it this morning. I think they should look for those double ups in one big turn. I think that's going to be one of those days that we saw Max doing it with that big belt on his backhand, getting his 8. So I think the recipe for today is the big section, because the swell is picking up and the judges want to see some critical sections and not really safe surfing. They want to see that radical move on the critical section and the surprise of making it, you know. So I think Ian Fontaine had a little bit of that on that last hit. He was quite caught on the white water, and me and you, we were like, is he going to make it? Yes, he did. So that's the type of thing that a judge want to see, and he did just that. So that's why he keeps posting big numbers, and he posted the biggest number of this hit with that turn. So Ian Fontaine looking great. As we see Luís Perlouro up and riding.
An open, nice looking right hander, wiling down, and he does 2 turns. Second one, try to release the fins. And on his forehand, Ramsey, nice trademark swooping turn. And then he goes for the air reverse and just doesn't quite land it. The manoeuvre was the right manoeuvre, just wrong execution. Thought he'd stuck it, just hadn't quite landed it. So Ramsey holding a lead, but only a slender one. Just what went wrong here, Chico?
As we see the replay, the wave was kind of frothy. He got the release of the fins there, then he went for it, and yeah, the rotation, the body was just not in the right position to turn the board. That's why he fell. And here Green getting a nice hit there to finish that wave off, and White again going with a carve, winding up again and getting a hit on a meaty section. So I don't think we're gonna see anything excellent out of these last 3 waves. Yeah, the one from Ramsey it's in 357, and this one from Ian, we have to see where this is gonna fall. I thought it was quite late for that last turn, and from Luís, I thought he could have put a little bit more power in that last turn. So the last of Luís 417 doesn't go into his top 2. Nonetheless, he's in second place still, but we are waiting for scores for the last wave of Ian Fontaine.
Yeah, he only needed a 2.16 tiny score, so he's backing up a really low score. So he's going to go into second. And at the 7-minute mark, not a bad place to be. Keeps chipping away.
I think he might go to the lead, actually.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't need much to the lead. He only needs a 4. So,
and a 5.23. You've called it. He does go to the lead. So Fontaine out in front became now in that precarious second spot. Mana Bray hasn't done much at all in this particular heat. He's got 6 minutes to go, and Fontaine going again, looking at the left, clean wave, open face here, cracks it up. There's a lot of spray going on at the moment, and there's another one. Can he finish it? I think he will, and he likes that as well. So he's just on a real groove. I've been watching Ian Fontaine surf for a long time. I can't remember a sort of event where he's just been on so much of a roll. He just really seems to be finding the good waves and just surfing really well, just playing to his strengths.
Wow.
Different approach here, a bit more vertical from Lewis, a bit more dynamic, but not quite as much spray. So the judge is going to have to differentiate between those 2 backhand attacks.
Well, I thought this was the best wave of Lewis so far. He coiled up really well on the bottom turn, and he put an extra aggression in that wave, as we see the replay. Great style and approach. Boom, fins out there, and he goes again in another one. So great one from Lewis. I think it's going to be his best score so far. And this wave was really well served wave. A 2-for-1 combination, and this was Ian Fontaine. A lot of spray on this turn, and he gets another one in there, and a third. So different waves, and yeah, this was Mana behind. That's a replay, and he gets there for a big hit on a meaty section. So he's happy about it.
Yeah, that'll get him back in the game, won't it? Yeah, that'll get him back at least in the hunt. 5 minutes to go. A lot of scores dropping in. We've got a score for Fontaine. It was a 6.4 for the left-hander. The judges now, mates, just seeing where both Bray and Peluro, whether that was in about that score, a bit higher, a bit lower. See, Vicente Romero, consistent performer. Really, he's always in and around this section, this time of the events. Super dangerous, underrated in many respects. 6.27 for Lewis, so that was just a little bit under Fontaine. So they like Fontaine's spray, they like his power, and Lewis, just with his more vertical attack, just gets really close, and still a score to come in for Ray, and that's going to be maybe even a bit higher than those two. 6.4 and 6.27. I think it might have been a better wave, and it does come in at 7.1. So a big shake-up of proceedings. Fontaine still out in the lead. Pair of sixes, pair of high sixes. Now Mana Bray, this man here, he's got into second. He's going to try and build on that. Here he goes, sticking to his backhand. Winds up. First turn's clean. Another second turn is nice. Just gets one more in here, and he clicks the fins out. He can't hang on, or can he? If he'd made that, like his other one on his forehand, he would have been well clear, but he didn't. You can see the frustration. He served so well to get there. And he just couldn't hang on at the very, very end. So Bray still in second. And he still might get a improve on his 4.07 because he did two pretty cool turns, but to really put an exclamation mark on that, he needed to finish it off.
Yeah, I think it will improve anyways. This was a nice hit, and this second snap was nice too. So I think it will improve on that 4.07, but for sure if he made this last one, that was something in the mid-range for sure. So great surfing from Mana. And he's coming back every time at the end of the year.
Yeah, and I don't mind that because he really went for it. He really juiced that last turn. He fell off, but it was the right decision. Meanwhile, that smooth vertical style of Ramsey, and he just there's an element of polish to his surfing that the other surfers just don't quite have. It's a stylistic thing more than anything else. It's probably subjective. Depends on what you like in surfing, but he's just got that. No rough edges to his surfing. It's Max Papa Houston, the dream team. Seen and surfed more heats than pretty much any father and son combo.
Exactly.
I mean, think about maybe Felipe Toledo and his dad. I've seen a lot of heats together. For that pair, crikey, the Houstonos. Son Max always surfing. His dad always there filming, hanging out. The two are just like best buds, just traveling the world, having a laugh together. It's always great to see. And plenty of wise words of advice as well. He's seen so many heats. He's accumulated some knowledge. Puppy Houston was huge. And Max doesn't need a coach. He just trains with himself and his dad. Confident. He's such a student of the sport that he backs himself. That's next heat. This one still scores all in now. So we've had a wash up. So Mia Bray, that was a 4.1, so it did improve it, but not enough. So right now, Bray needing a 6.07, with 90 seconds on the clock. Lewis Peluro needing a 6.9. Ramsey went into the lead with that last wave, it was a 7. And here he's trying to improve on a 6.5. You're not going to do that with that. Left the door open a little bit. Fontaine hanging on.
has got priority. Great. Caloro, well, 3 minutes on the clock. Oh, sorry. And we see out the back, this is the 7. And you see the back of the fins is blasting out the back. So really, really radical, smooth surfing, and he's got him the lead. And you see another. Oh, this might be his last chance. Perlo, and he surfed it well.
Wow.
And he likes that because that was 3 turns executed really, really well. Fast, smooth. Chico Alves likes it.
That last turn was an exclamation point, I think.
Needed a 7 or 6.9.
Well, I think it's going to be close. This was really well served. Nice snap here. He winds up again. Boom. And this last one. Wow. Fins out.
Really
Meaty
good
section.
surfing. I just worry those first 2 turns might be a little bit.
Well, the first one, I understand you. The second one, I liked it. Had flow, speed. And the last one was really good. So comparing that to the 6.4 of Ian's, I think this was better. So
Well, I think it's come in. I know it hasn't come in. Still got to score, as you see. Great. So that's not going to be the 6 he needs. So yeah, 1 scores to come in for Lewis. He needs a 6.9. He's got a 6.43. So not quite enough. Close.
really close.
Really, really close, and fought to the end. Unfortunately.
What a performance from
Yeah.
him. Great surfing, putting up some big numbers.
Yeah. Just got a timing discrepancy here. Just waiting. I think there might still be a minute to go. That clock on the screen a little bit ahead of time. I'm just seeing, just trying to clarify whether there is still time there. Yeah, they're still surfing, so they know. So there's a minute to go. So Peluro might get another chance. Here goes Ramsey. He's making the most of the and he's kicks the tail out. Can't make that. Radical stuff. Pretty low percentage chance of making that. That might be his last wave. Fontaine pulls the trigger. His priority kept his opponent off it. That was more just a blocking manoeuvre rather than any type of scoring potential. Probably not a bad decision to keep his opponent off it, especially with Miyamana can go for the air, do a massive turn.
And Miyamana here, he had 2 falls at the start of the heat on that big left.
The left and also the right, he fell off. I reckon if he made one of those,
he was well and truly on the next round.
Yeah.
So
Such fine margins, so close. That's what happens. Fontaine, fair play to the man. He's fought back again under pressure and with some big hammers. Got a tube and he's got through. So you can see him splash into the quarterfinals. That's a huge result for him. Ramsey also through. Less surprising. He's one of the top seeds in the event. So see Stoney faced there. Ramsey's happy. He's got a job to do. Not getting over carried away with that performance. It was a good one, but not crazy. And he's just building at the right time. He's got 3 more heats, and he's potentially, if he wins them all, he's won another event back to back. So Ramsey looking good. Ian Fontaine, one of his best results he's had in quite some time. So he's stoked. Unfortunately for Bray, who was one of the great surfers on, he didn't make it. But we're going to keep pressing on. We've got the last heat of the round of 16 coming right after this short break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Okay, welcome back to the Costa de Caparica. We are here on the shores of Lisbon. We've got some great waves, we've got some great swell, we've got some great surfers. We've got the dulcet tones and searing insight of Jose Ferreira joining me, Ben Mundy in the booth. And it looks like there was some numbers dropping as we were at the short commercial break. Vicente Romero, Spaniard, sort of grown up, spent a lot of time in the Barcelona region, spent a lot of time in the Canaries, lived down in Portugal as well. Bit of a European. This is the break, and he's already into it, and a nice sort of nose pick air, grabs the rail for a bit of technique and comes out strong, and that gives him around the 7-point mark, 7.5 potentially. So what a start. Sort of, yeah, you don't forget, but he's got that in his locker, hasn't he, Jose Ferreira? Vicente's just such an all-round surfer. In these conditions, he's gnarly.
So gnarly, and Maxime also had a good one, 6'9", but yeah, you know, Vicente, I was saying this, he's like a he progresses through the rounds, you know, he kind of adapts to the level of difficulty of each round and each heat, because you don't really see those airs from Vicente all that much, but he gets in this round, he knows he has 3 good competitors with him, just goes for a huge punt. As we see the replay of Maxime's 6.9, so it's just the one. But at what time was that hit on the big band? Big band. It's like 12 o'clock or
12
maybe
o'clock,
11.
absolutely, yeah. He's going for the big wave of the day. We've got the Estrella Galicia wave of the day that we give out at the end of the day to all the highest sort of score. I mean, at this stage, we've got Lucas Silveira with a massive 9.7 for a single turn.
Ouch!
So that was currently Lucas Silveira. He's still in the event. He could go up on that. Estrella Galicia wave of the day. Obviously, Estrella Galicia back in this event as we see Midno, Marco going down the line. He's going to go for it. Oh, that's a nice clip. Lays back and comes out strong. So we're going to give out that award at the end of the day. Still plenty of heats to run. But, you know, right now, a 9.7 is the top marker. Glatzer, he's been consistent. Hasn't gone to the air much at all. Hasn't needed to. And that probably won't damage the scorer's pens too much. More live action. Meanwhile, Max just comes around the corner. Sorry, that's Houston. Oh, and he just buries a rail and comes out strong. So
beautiful.
Really, really powerful. Almost caught an edge, but hung on. And what surfing from Max.
And he goes on a nice bottom turn, and then, wow, nice off the top there. Started like off the rail and then off to the bottom. Really nice turn there. Leon Glatzer here. This wave didn't offer much potential. He'll be replacing that. And Marco Mignon here with a strong turn. Look at that. A lot of risk in that turn and solid finish for him. So kind of looks like it's closing out a little bit more now. So only one turn for every surfer in every wave pretty much.
Yeah, which normally is a problem, but the judges have been actually really rewarding those massive hits on the closeouts. And one person who got a few big re-entries in the closeouts was Ramsey Bouquet, and he's down there with Joanna Garnell.
Thanks, Mandy. Man-on-man heats coming up. Are you excited for that? Any changes in your strategy?
I am. It's pretty hard out there. Huh? I mean, you can get the waves, but I feel like I haven't surfed yet. All my heats, it's really much like, you know, I've been playing it safe because I've ended up in situations that I don't have a score, so I don't know if I have to push or play it safe. But I keep making it, so it's okay. But I keep hearing 8s and all that, so I'm like, wow, you know, it's pretty hard out there to find the right one to get the big scores. But I made it, and now quarterfinals, it's a restart and it's another heat.
Are the quarterfinals the place to make some risks?
I mean, depends of the heat, you know. If you need to make risk, you go for risk. If you don't need to, you just play it safe. But I just want to get the wave to be able to, you know, to push, to show a little bit my surfing. But it's all good. As long as I make it, I'm happy.
We got the women's quarterfinals in the water coming up, so you're going to have some times to rest. Are you going to have a look at to see the conditions as well for your heat?
Well, 2 heats already. I'm getting old, you know. If I want to make it to the final, I have 3 more. So I'm going to go have a little quick snack and drink some water, put my legs in the air, and try to refuel before the next one.
Well, you go do that. Good luck in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ramsey. Thanks, Joanna. Yeah, so he's going to go and put his legs in the air. That's a new approach to the old mid-heat. If you see Ramsey, you'll see him. There's these a lot of the sort of monkey bars or gymnastics equipment along the beach. People doing training. You just see him hanging down with his legs in the air. But look at this guy. What's he got for us, mate? He's going to go to the air here for sure. Massive.
He's got that on lock though.
And it's so much speed.
8.4 for that last one. Just the one.
Max absolutely going for it. Look at this. Almost made it, Jose. Look how fast he's going.
Yeah, just going fast down the line. And you can see he's got it under control when he's in the air. So it's not an accident punt there. He's very used to landing those. But tell you what, if Ramsey hasn't been able to show his surfing yet, that means he still has some tricks in the bag.
Yep. And I'll tell you what, if he'd made that one, we would have looked at the Australia Galicia wave of the day for sure.
Yeah.
That was huge. Massive.
This heat can be, you know, a lot of airs.
Yeah, Max is massive. Marco Migno, as you say, massive air game. Leon Glatzer is the same. Vincente's already shown what he can do with a big reverse at the start of the heat. So Glatzer just lost his priority on that little exchange. Potentially a bit of an issue. But
so 2 little mistakes for Glatzer in the beginning of this heat. It's the margin for mistakes. It's getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how that goes down. Paddling again, can't make that one either. So we'll just see if he can get back into it. He's had a strong start most of the other heats, so he has to check it up. Marco Migno, though, sticking to his forehand. He's going to go for an air. If he makes that, you know about it. That was huge as well. Not only are they going for airs, they're going for massive airs.
Massive airs. And Ben, 5 heats till you reach the final. What would you do for to recover?
Me, I'd go. I'd probably just do a soft sand run.
Soft sand run.
100 push-ups, quick free surf. That's just me.
That's fair.
I'm probably a bit fitter than the average sort of 20-year-old WQS surfer.
I'd go for a blood transfusion.
I think it's all about just, getting a comfy spot, isn't it? Like being relaxed in a comfy zone where you're not uncomfortable. You're in the right seat. Romero just clicked it off.
He just wants to put that second score on the board, and Ian Glatzer here. So better looking wave. First nice turn, then finishes off well. He's a big guy, or tall guy at least. So that's why all the spray in his turns.
A lot of spray. Romero out there waiting on a score for that one. Houston, I mean, it's just really, really impressive from the start, all throughout the event, to be honest. And Maxime has just been powering ahead. Single turns as well, you know. He can win with airs. He can win with one big crunching turn. He can win with a combination. These waves looking good as well. Here he goes again. So he goes on the right overhead, searing carve, and then waits for this double up, and then he goes for a little loop to loop, and kind of makes it a bit awkward, but does show that he's feeling it. He's looking loose in the juice.
That bottom turn was beautiful. Really gets low, gets down low. island-style flex. Look at this beautiful bottom turn. Puts the rail, one of the best rail works in Europe, definitely Maxime. And then a little horse jump. But not nearly as impressive as his last try. But yeah, crazy form from Maxime. He's our ranking leader.
He is #1 surfer on the tour. Won in the Azores. Had some solid results up and down in Israel. I think another semi-final, if I'm not mistaken. So just been really consistent. He's going to Australia. He's already booked his flights. He's prepped. This is just more sort of competitive experience before he goes, pretty much. As you see, team there helping. So Houston out in front, Vincent Romero, Spaniard, doing well. Glatzer, he's got a 5.5, so at least he's got something, you know, to hang his coat on. But now he needs a 7. Mignot needing a 7.07. Glatzer needing 7.27. So big numbers, but nowhere near impossible. He's been racking up some big heat totals pretty much all week, so you won't be too worried at this stage.
Yeah, I have the feeling this heat will be a nail-biter. Both Leon and Marco are hungry for results, are not afraid to risk it.
Okay, so right now, though, of course, this is the last heat of the round of 16. We're going straight through the women's division. The quarterfinals is coming up right after this. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the Europe's best women surfers battling out for the last spot on the Challenger Series. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's getting interesting right after this.
Well,
Live action as we have got Van Mundy in the booth. Jose Ferreira by my side. And we've got a lot of numbers across our screen that you can't see, viewers. A lot of waves ridden, but two of the best ones by Maxime Houston of 8.4 and 6.9. Vincente Romero in second spot. They came out of the blocks really fast. And he's got a pretty solid hold on second. Leon Glatzer. Marco Mignot, as we see, Vincente Romero up and running on this one. One turn by looks of things. Kicked the tail out, got a bit of air underneath the board, but couldn't hang on. Pretty radical though.
yeah, radical one. Yeah, by the looks of this, it's kind of closing out now a little bit. Ramsey was talking about it. It's not as easy as it looks. Not obvious. The good waves are not that obvious. So yeah, we'll just have to see, analyze, and the surfers will definitely have to adapt to the tide changes. So the tide is pushing now.
Yeah, the tide's pushing, getting lower and lower. There's Teresa Bombolo. She's looking to try and win her 13th. Actually, she won a heat yesterday, so it's her 14th heat in a row. She hasn't lost a heat in the last 13 heats. Incredible roll, an incredible run of form. So she's up against
Ariana Ochoa, who's desperately trying to get up into that all-important top 6. She's currently ranked 13th, so she's got some work to do. There's Migno fanging down the line. Can he get around the section? He can't. Juicy wave. Couldn't make it. So, yeah, what a battle. Meanwhile, live action, Houston again. Oh, he just doesn't stop.
Ouch.
He had a
Beautiful.
big ricochet that he's rode over for that. That's a massive closeout re-entry, another one. Trying to improve on a 6.9. He could well do it with that single turn.
Definitely. Let's watch the replay here. So this is really where experience and confidence come into play. Hard turn there, really gnarly section, and he just
What part of
nailed
his
it.
technique allows him to ride out of that, where a lot of other sort of surfers would probably sort of buckle under that pressure? What's he got that others don't?
Well, for one, a lot of hours of practice, a lot of technical analysis, and then just the confidence. But I think for turns like that, you really need to have solid bottom turns and to be very solid on your legs, and just to push to the front without fear of falling. And Maxime just clicked all those boxes right there. So, rode out.
Yeah, we'll see what the score comes in. He's already got a really solid heat total. It could even go further north. So we'll see what that gets. That's Migno just haven't been able to find any type of purchase. And there comes that score comes in, an 8.5 for Maxime. He goes up to 16.9 heat total. Huge. Again, all with one turns. I don't think I've ever remembered a single surfer getting so many points for so few manoeuvres, but they're all been massive. And so he commits, they're radical, there's risk, and when he pulls them off, he gets rewarded, and as he should. So incredible surfing from Maxime. Just been too strong, too good for all his opponents all week, and just keeps going to the quarterfinals. It's going to be really interesting. And even that, you see that ricochet where he had to sort of, the wave had broken and bounced back up. He just rode through it. A lot of people would have buckled. Yeah, their board comes up. The vector's moving in opposite direction, but he just had the weight to in the right moments. And we see Glatzer going for it. Had to. Goes down.
Yeah,
5
conditions
minutes.
are changing, Ben, definitely.
Yeah, the low tide, so it was high about 9. So about mid-tide, so still got a few bit of tide to drain out. It's going to get sort of punchier, slamming down on that shore heavier. It won't bother that woman, Ariana Ochoa. She loves a bit of grunt. Meanwhile, Migno, well, you can just tell he never quite had his feet in the right position for that air. And so never really going to make that one.
And I don't know what you think, but if Borman is our first highest ranked dancer, Teresa Bovalo was up there.
Yeah, good rhythm. Bit more cruisy sort of style, but definitely you could feel the vibe. You could see the rhythm. You're right. She's so far definitely winning the women's division in the dance-off. Heat recap.
Yeah, so Vicente Romero just opens up with this punt on opening duties, and he was happy about that. 7.33 for him, but this man right here just not leaving space to anyone else. 8.4 on this with just that one turn. We've been seeing a lot of that throughout the whole event, and this is the highest score of the heat so far. Look at this. This is really hard to do, especially in the heat where there's so much on the line. Don't forget he's in first place, so he carries that extra pressure, but it can also be, it can work both ways, right? When you have the spotlight on you, you can either be a game breaker or a game changer, positive or negative, right? So
yeah, absolutely. It's about stepping up when it matters. It looks like we see Migno going again here. He's going to keep going. He's going to go for another air. What's this got? This one's a bit more controlled, and he lands it.
7.
So he likes it. I mean, I think he likes it a bit too much, to be honest. But he needs to...
There you go, right?
He's not fooling anyone.
But I think it was a
big
fair
air.
claim.
Oh, and there's Max doing his trademark hammer. So Mignot, big aerial. Meanwhile, how many wallets has he dropped? And that was a big spinner. I'll get you to break it down, Ferreira. That's more your skills, but chasing a 7.07.
Yeah.
Not a massive number. They've been rewarding single turns. They've been rewarding progression. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. And talk about performing under pressure. You just ended up saying that, and Marco Mignot goes for pretty much a full rotation, and this is Maxime's last wave. Won't go into his top two. But look at this. So remember, it's not an easy section, that one, and it's a full rotation. You know, a lot of amplitude. He goes from top to bottom on that aerial, so it will definitely be one of the best scores of this
That's
heat.
huge.
So 8.77.
8.77 for the Marco Mignot. So what a time to do it, 2 minutes under the clock. And then you see Vicente Romero screw a bit like, oh no, that's the last thing we need. He's got 2 minutes now to get back, and he needs a 7. So what a time to pull out. He'd gone for a few, hadn't he? He had a few siders, never looked like making any of them, but that eventually it was going to click, such as his air game. And under pressure, great surfing, gets an 8. So he's on, as we see. Glatzer, he's going to go big here for sure as well. He's just too late to the party.
Ooh.
He can't make that one. So he's had a really poor heat, given how well he's been surfing throughout the rest of the event. And needs a high 9 in all sorts.
Yeah, the guys are surfing really well. All heats have been, you know, having good scores, good surfing. Every heat is a bit different, so you don't really know what to expect. And Max here now.
Yeah, Maxi, well, he's got a lock on that first place. Really, really impressive. Mignot with the dramatics towards the end. You might remember that, but it was Max's performance. It was a pretty piece of brutal competitive surfing. Shut the gate on the rest of his competitors. Marco spun and won, and now he's sitting on his opponent, as he's got to do, basically.
He's pretty furious, fierce competitor as well, Mignot.
Yeah, won a few European Junior Championships over here. Knows how to win, and he's a smart competitor. He's got that flair aspect to him, which he's proven today. And he's going to go through to the quarterfinals unless something remarkable happens in the last 10 seconds of the heat. As we see Max going again. He's all over this lineup like a rash. And here he is. He'll go big here again, you'd think. If he makes this, he's not. There you go. So there's the Mignot crew, Judge Federico. He's happy with it. Marco has done well. He's looking back to see if anyone else has got away. He hasn't. And he's stoked. He's pretty pumped. You can tell by the passion of the man. Not one to not express his emotion. Max, look at that, cool, calm and collected. Houston, he's been here before. Quarterfinal is nothing to him. And he's got a job to do. And I'll tell you what, whoever beats Max is going to have a pretty good shot at winning this whole event, because he's been absolutely on fire. Well, that's a wrap, guys. And we are moving straight on to the quarterfinals. Teresa Bonvalo versus Ariana Ochoa. Coming to you, the quarterfinals of women's, right after this short commercial break.
Almada, território de muitos.
It is no joke from now on. Serious surfing, serious decisions, especially on the women's division. This is the last stop of the European leg for the women's division. So this is very important competition where all the decisions will come down. We'll have Teresa Bonvalot and Ariane Ochoa. My name is Zé Ferreira, joined by Paul Evans, and these two girls have been on fire this event. So this is a pretty amazing first quarterfinal.
Yeah, one-on-one surfing now, so we're going to mix it up a bit here, and we're going to see fewer waves ridden. Priority going to be really important as well. And these two will be used to surfing in this format, but just slightly different from that kind of maybe frantic energy, particularly at the beginning of heats in the 4 surfer heats, where you do see that frenzy of activities, that kind of bid to post a couple of 5s in the opening 5 minutes if possible. Might see a little more measured approach as we check out Teresa already into it.
Wow, beautiful first carve and nice bottom turns there. Let's see if she can hold it. And she cannot. A lot of white water there to deal with. And she falls, which is a bit uncharacteristic from Teresa, especially in the first moments of the heat, but she has a lot of time. And I do think the strategy from surfers will be a bit different in these woman-on-woman, man-on-man heats. I think people will be a bit more selective now.
Yeah, definitely. That was a mistake there from Teresa. Going down on the end section of that wave, and there were points there, and she left them out there.
Yeah, truth is, waves are a bit harder at the moment. It's closing out a little more, and the sections are just hard and strong. So, yeah, surfers will have to adapt there, but just with that one carve, 5, 6, 7 for Teresa, not a bad score to open your campaign with. And
here's the right-hander from Ochoa, a big backhand hit. And she tried to go straight into a bottom turn. The wave disappeared. This is Teresa. So she gets 5, 6, 7 for that, basically. It was the turn on the inside where she tried to slide through the lip. Was an incompletion. So she scored nearly a 6 for basically doing a little snap in the pocket. Quite a generous number. She'll be happy with it. There were loads more points available. She could have finished off hard. But the judges certainly enjoying her surfing.
Definitely. And at the beach with the winner of last heat, Maxime, is our interviewer. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm here with Maxime Osuno. Maxime, what a form. Come on. What did you have for breakfast today?
I had nothing, to tell you the truth. I just had coffees. I'm a bit starving now, but I don't know. I've been feeling good for a while, but my heat strategy was really bad 2 years ago. So I just needed to, clean up my mind, make it really simple, and believe in myself, and just make sure I surf like the way I free surf every day.
Any pressure being number 1 now, or you feel relaxed and yeah, I'm number 1 and I'm feeling good here?
A little bit of both. Like I have no pressure of making hits, but I really want to win the title. So in a way, like I like the guys are ripping right now. Like Galicia and Ramsey are the big guys in form from last contest, and they are still competing now. So maybe the title will be deciding tonight with them in the semis or final. So I want to make sure I try to win, and after I will relax.
Any strategy you're thinking for the next round? Maybe big air from Max?
Yeah, let's see. I haven't stick my airs yet, but with the backwash it's quite tricky. So we'll see. Maybe it's a big option that I can put on. So I just kind of keep it for the final. So let's see now.
Well, the rail is looking very good. Excellent scores. So good luck for the next round, and let's see if you can crack it out this championship today.
Yeah, thank you guys. See you soon.
Thank you, Max and Shiku. Great interview. Max always has great things to add, great things to say. I was having a little chat with him yesterday. He got married last year. Yeah, I think just all coming together after a few years for him. And you definitely can see that in his form, in his mindset. And although it's impossible to escape nerves and pressure 100%, he just seems like he's used to it now.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of luck as well. Sometimes you can get lucky over the course of a few heats at an event, but having things go your way after one event to the next, getting a little string come together, that can be crucial as well. And I think he's in a really good place with the surf, and he's always had the surf, and that's never really been in doubt. He's been good enough to qualify off what was the QS straight into the championship tour for a good 8, maybe 10 years, something like that. He's just never really been able to get it done, particularly towards that end of the season, particularly, of course, over in Hawaii, where it's really hard to get those results. That changes now with the way Challenger Series is set up. First of all, with the qualifying part for that, he's done that. And then, although it finishes in Hawaii, it doesn't have quite the pressure on that result. You can actually get your qualification done with the way the throwaways work before you get over there to Sunset. To Haleiwa, excuse me, to finish off the Challenger Series. So, Maxime, he's setting himself up for a trip around Australia. He's done well in Australia in the past. Had results on the QS. He also won Pro Juniors in Australia when he was over there as a kid. And definitely one of those surfers out of Europe who's got the chops, got the surfing to step up to the biggest stage of all.
For sure. He's one of those surfers that deserves it. You know, been at it for as long as I can remember. Actually, we're from the same generation, so I kind of grew up with him and that crew. And Max was always a very focused surfer and competitor. Obviously his results have been showing off for him, but it comes to a certain age that the only thing that you really care about is qualification for the CT. Being European champion or national champion, it's obviously very important. The Olympics are important as well, as we see Teresa's entourage, Manel Gameiro, and her family back there. The Olympics very important, as I was saying, but you know that you want to qualify, and must be hard for some guys that have been doing the QS for all their life, and they deserve, or they have the level to be on the CT and can't quite make it. That's competition right there for you. Might eat you alive. And Ariane, just the one. It's closing out a bit more now, but we have a lot of good heats in this round. So Mafalda Lopes and Yolanda Hopkins next. An all Portuguese affair, 2 of Portugal's finest. And then we'll have Vahine Fierro and Paulina Do, an all French affair. And then Maud Leca and Kika Veselko. So a lot of interesting heats coming up. Definitely, this is definitely a very exciting contest to watch. Europe's best surfers.
So according to my mathematics, the final 8 for the women: 5 Portuguese surfers, 3 from France, and a Spaniard, a Basque, more specifically, out in the water in this one. So Portuguese remaining dominant on the women's side in that battle with the French. Here goes Ariane again.
Yeah, nice first turn. She gets a bit caught up there, and unfortunately this kind of is reminding me of the Azores, where no one could finish that last section with the backwash there. Maxime mentioned it.
Yeah, we've seen 4 waves ridden and we've seen 4 surfers fall off on their last turn. It's not good enough really for the quarterfinals. They need to do better than that. It is tricky out there, but I mean, they're professional surfers. This is the quarterfinals. They need to finish their waves.
Yeah, true that. We can't always soften things. Truth is, if you want to do well, you have to deal with every condition. That's a condition in itself of a professional surfer. And actually, for instance, the CT guys, some of them were, I think, yeah, this run around probably from Ariane. She might change her equipment as well, but it looks like it's just a normal run around. So you can't really see it from here, but the waves are harder and harder, and when you're next to the rocks, you'll get to the outside in no time because the current helps you. So the rocks can be a surfer's best friend. It can also be an enemy if you fall off into them. Have you been injured with rocks or reefs, or?
I tried to stick away from them. I'm known as taking quite a cautious approach to a surfing day. So yeah, I tried to stay off the rocks. They look painful. I saw a clip of Miguel Blanco coming a cropper on these rocks as he was trying to jump in a couple of winters ago. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah, that was
How
a sick
brutal
one.
was that? That's about as bad as the rock jump gets.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good one.
And he basically had to do sort of a dry duck dive onto a rock, which
was
is pretty
crazy.
nasty.
Yeah, that one was crazy. And do you remember Hobgood's one in Gincho? That was crazy
Punted
too.
in air, turned round to have a little bit of chat with someone in the lineup, wasn't looking where he was going, and basically ran over a bit of that dry reef that sticks out, dry rock, dry boulder there.
Yeah. So
I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't really like this as a tactic. She's got 3 on the board as a high score. She's run up the beach, wasted a couple of minutes, and it's not like she's in a particularly good rip right there, right? She's going to have to do multiple duck dives to get back in the lineup. Just wonder why she couldn't have paddled from where she was. Obviously, it looks a little different from up here, but to me, this just eats up a lot of time, and I'm not sure what you gain from it, really.
yeah, you might have a point there, Paul. This is the replay. Unfortunately, couldn't make that last turn. And yeah, because if she wanted to go real fast, but wait a second, Theresa Bonvalot here, first turn. I think they're both a bit nervous too.
So having to make an adjustment from the conditions for the women yesterday, which we saw big scores going down in some good conditions. And so far in this one, I don't know if it is nerves or just poor execution. Bonvalot here just setting up, and you'd be backing her to make that turn. And for no real reason, she just kind of loses it in the legs, really. So she'll be a bit disappointed. The good news for Ariane Ochoa, while she spent best part of 5 minutes, Teresa's been unable to really add much. She got a 183 for that, but you'd be thinking that's probably going to be a throwaway in the quarterfinal. Ariane still not quite back to where she wants to be, but close to it. So it's used up quite a bit of time. Whether or not she could have got back into the lineup by just paddling straight out, well, that's all inconsequential now. Mafalda Lopez absolutely ripped this place apart yesterday, as did Yolanda Hopkins. That looks like a great heat, could be a final.
Teresa again, let's see if she can finishes this one, and she does. So she kind of likes it, and it's the first ended
completed wave.
Completed wave. Thank you for Teresa there. So she can have a backup. 9 minutes, not a lot done in this heat so far.
Yeah, much better from Teresa, and the tendency to try maybe overcook, over push on the last turn. She played it pretty safe. It was a nice manoeuvre she did, a decent combo. She'll definitely improve, and she'll put a bit of a little situation here now on Ariane Ochoa, who will now be sitting in the lineup looking for opportunities. Teresa gets a good number in Zay and applies the pressure to the Basque.
Yeah, this is exactly what she wants. Kind of out of balance there. You can see the rip. The rip ball is really bubbling the waves there. But sometimes a wave like this, a completed wave, can change your mindset in a heat, especially with 8 minutes. You just get that boost of confidence, and it's like, I can do this. So, but nevertheless, Ariane Ochoa is a great surfer. She was surfing very well yesterday with very aggressive backside attack, and this heat is far from finished. But Mafalda there just looking, just loose. I really like her approach. You know, she's very relaxed and just funny girl, and yeah, definitely one of my favorite surfers, woman surfers.
Turn the line up now. Ochoa, not a whole long way away from Teresa Bonvalo, so they're pretty much in the same part of the beach. And she needs to start riding waves here now. Does Ariane, because she's on the wrong side of an 8.5 currently, which is just over 7 minutes to go. She's got a bit of work to do. She might find an opportunity here. Teresa getting that 6 on the last wave. Here goes Ariane, and she's unable to get that. She's going to lose priority as well, so another mistake from her.
That's a big mistake at this stage. And Teresa looking for a little triangle. Come on. Yeah, a bit too much there. So poor wave selection for both of our surfers this far. Bear in mind the waves are, conditions are deteriorating a little bit. This is a beach break, so the tides really come into play. They really change the conditions from, you know, from a moment to the other, and then improves back on again. So, you know, sometimes you have windows of 30 minutes where the waves really change, and then they come get better again. And Philippe Anjouch, Ariane's coach, having a thought there. Apparently not very happy.
Well, the good news for Ariane is after surrendering that priority very meekly to Teresa, she was unable to add anything really. Just gets a 1 for a throwaway attempt at an aerial, and she'll get caught on the inside for a little while as well with Teresa Bonvalo. So Ariane with a bit of a chance here, but needing an 8.5. She's got nothing going so far. Got a 3 early on, but she keeps falling off. And you need to finish your waves. And certainly if you want to go up into that excellent range, you've got just about enough time to get 2 waves, a couple of 6s, a couple of high 5s would actually get her pretty close to Teresa Bonvalo's number, but time isn't on her side. Doesn't look like showing us the kind of form she had yesterday thus far. A chance to turn the heat around here though.
There she goes, and she finishes this one. She's looking for an 8.5, so that won't be it, but it will improve her score, and the difference will be smaller to Teresa's first place. Let's watch the replay. So that was quite a solid turn for Ariane. Let's see what the judges think of that.
Yeah, tricky wave to surf, but I don't think there's loads of points on offer. She's very late. It's basically a closeout. She took off on a closeout. She did just about enough to do a bottom turn and get back down. That was a tricky wave to surf, and it was the biggest sort of set left that she's paddled into in this final. 21 minutes gone. Falda Lopez will get some nice support from the crowd here as she takes on another Portuguese surfer in the form of Yolanda Hopkins. And Ochoa really needs to get back into the lineup, find some breathing room, find herself some waves. She does improve her overall situation though. She'll bring her requirement down a touch.
Yeah, exactly. 7.67. It's what she is looking for at the moment. An interesting choice of board for Mafalda, using kind of a round pin tail there. Usually see more of squash tails, which is a mix between square and round tail. And the tails really come into play. There's surfers that you know, are really round pin surfer guys or girls. And they just stick with that forever. Like Tiago Pires, for instance, he's always used round, even in beach breaks, and it's interesting. Or Jay Davies, same thing. So whatever works. It's a very personal choice, your material. Can compare the choice of boards and your material, just a basic comparison. It's kind of the Formula One car, so it's a very important piece of winning a race, and same thing for surfing.
Well, it's not been a classic this first quarter-final of the women. But Teresa Botvolo has shown us the quality of these two. She's able to post a couple of decent numbers. She got a 5.67, basically for an opening turn. So we reckon that's probably deemed incomplete. Didn't look very complete to me. So getting a good score for the first turn. This was the reply from Ochoa. She managed to finish off that turn before going down a little bit late here. That was a 3.17. Teresa got a 6 for this. A weird entry into the wave and then a solid finish. Tags it pretty hard on me, and that was nicely done. That was technical. Difficult section to surf, that one. And that really put her in a dominant position in the heat. This was a 4 for Ochoa. Again, another hard wave to surf. Not super convincing. It's not a great score. She's got a very modest total of just 7.17 out of 20. And in a quarterfinal, up against the likes of Teresa Botvolo, you're going to need a lot more than that.
Definitely, and as we see our structure on the beach, really nice structure for both surfers and guests, with the Estrella Galicia bar, obviously a highlight of that structure, at least for me. And Ariane here, this last minute and a half will be a nail biter. Teresa's has priority, but you know, we've been seeing one turners going into the excellent range. So if Ariana catches a closeout and does well, she might very well go to first place. So it's still tight, but Teresa does have priority. So it's pretty solid for Teresa at the moment.
Yeah, into the final minute now. And it's not a great situation for Ochoa. This is just a QS 1000 for the women, so not loads of points on offer for going out in the quarterfinals, but Ochoa already some decent ranking points behind her, but would have loved to go all the way here. And the sort of form she showed us yesterday, she looked like she was surfing with a lot more speed yesterday. And today she's had a bit of a nightmare in this heat. Here's Botvolo. It's not exactly uprooted trees in this one. She's come up against an opponent that's not really challenged her at all, and she's posted a couple of decent mid-range scores. It's enough to get it done, and when you're thinking about taking out a championship, taking out an event, you're going to have to get through low-scoring heats and bring it all back to the final stages. That's what Botvolo's going to do here.
Exactly, and so Botvolo's through to the semi-finals. Her mom is very happy, obviously, and she will be as well. Great run for Ariane Ochoa, great surfer from Basque Country. So we'll send a shout out to everyone in the Basque Country following the comp. But we have more heats ahead of us and a lot of action coming. Just after we'll have Mafalda Lopes and Yolanda Hopkins. We'll come back after the commercial break. See you there.
Almada, território de muitos.
Finals day in Portugal, and no real surprises. Going deep into the event, stoking out her crew, and with a smile on her face, Teresa Bombolo, one of the dominant surfers for the women in Europe for a number of years, gets the nod over Ariane Ochoa of the Basque Country, who's gone out with a bit of a whimper here. She'll be disappointed. We're going to reset and send 2 new surfers out into the water. They're 2 great surfers, 2 of the outstanding surfers on the continent, Mafalda Lopes and Yolanda Hopkins. We're also bringing Ben Mundy back in the studio for some searing insights. And I tell you what, Ben, have a look at that score on the screen already for Hopkins. That's how you start a quarter.
He came out of the blocks really, really fast. A huge number appearing on top of your left-hand screen there, an 8.00. We'll catch up with that ride. I'll tell you what, yep, you couldn't have started any, well, you could have started better, but I'll tell you what, in terms of what she would have set herself, her goals, she's pretty much ticked them off. Huge heats. She said yesterday that every heat, the biggest heats of her career. This is what she went down in the break. One big turn. She likes it. An 8-point ride. This angle might be a bit more juicier. Yeah, she cracks it, fins out, and rides out. So the judges, especially on the women's side, have been rewarding single turns. And Hopkins, she's got the brief, she's got the memo. She needs this. She needs to get through these heats to have any chance of getting into the Challengers Series rankings.
This could be the final right here, Ben, but it isn't. So only one of these can advance to the semis. Mafalda Lopez now against the ropes. She'll have learnt that an 8 has dropped for a hammer from Hopkins. And Mafalda Lopez needs to respond now positively. Needs to find herself a section to hit. It's tough hitting that closeout. You're going to have a ton of speed, really, to sort of outrun that explosion. It seemed to be the problem in the first half. Most of that last quarter final is surfers coming into the final section without enough speed, and they're always going to come off second best. You need to be going fast, basically, to get that turn done. Hopkins does it and gets an 8 on the board already, applying the pressure. Classic Hopkins. How's Twitter looking, Ben?
Strong. Yep.
Busy?
Yep. Yeah, busy. A lot to get through. A lot of controversial topics, a lot of potty mouth people stream that we've had to obviously get through and obviously send a reply back saying thanks but no thanks. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. We're talking about the women's surfing, obviously huge interest in the sport. Who's your favourite? This came from Michael from Murrumbidgee, and he's saying, who's your favourite European female surfer of all time? Paul Evans. You've been around this, well, you are European. You've been living in France and sort of a long time. You've seen through your professional capacity as both an editor and as a commentator. You've seen them all at work. Who's the one that you class as the best ever?
It's quite hard to look past Justine Dupont, isn't it? Instead of what she's done, she finished runner-up to the world title for a longboard. She qualified for the CT. She's one of the best big wave surfers in the world, like regardless of gender. Look at that body of work. I think she's got stand-up paddle world title, or maybe a couple as well. She's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty wide CV. Very impressive CV on Dupont.
She was having a little crack at QS's actually last year. I think the Olympics got her fired up to maybe try and get back in contention, get in that strong French team. Not many places up for grabs, obviously just 2 per nation, per gender. Here's Hopkins though, live action, bang, off the top, hits it hard again. So it's just the one turn from Yolanda, but it is a bit of a banger, maybe not quite having the impetus of her forehand turn on the right-hander, but it's a good backhand hit, and she will apply more pressure. She could well put Mafalda in a bit of a combo here.
And a follow-up question, who's the most underrated female European surfer? A bit more tricky.
Yeah, I like Melania Suarez-Diaz.
Right,
from the Canary Islands. I think she's a really, really good surfer that hasn't really been reflected in results so far, but look at the way she surfs as opposed to competes, and I think she's probably one of the best I've seen.
Good answer. Nice, short and sharp. A 7.17 for Hopkins as Lopez tries to fight back.
Yeah, here she goes, Mafalda, bang, nice hit from her, and she'll get another opportunity. Ooh, that was nice. Can she make it? She gets blown up. She just hung up on the top of that And the explosion comes through. She might have even got a little dong on the head from the board as well as she came up there. Always awkward. But a good way to answer back here, Ben. Unfortunately, doesn't get a finish. Nice opening hit.
Yeah, she went for it. This big section, it was pretty meaty. She always clicks the fins out, but just couldn't ride out of the foam. So that's a 3.5. She's going to need 2 scores above a 7.17. But I see Amelia Hopkins is just blasting down the line.
Oh.
Couldn't have been a better start for Yolanda.
Tearing it apart down here. She got a 7.17 in for the backup, so it came just under. She put a massive combo on Lopez of 15.17. Lopez can't get out of that combo. She'll just drop a 3. And another number come in for Hopkins. Be interesting to see where this goes. She's on an absolute tear down here, Mundy.
Yeah, strong backhand, obviously. She likes this juice. She likes the extra power. When the serve came up, she was frothing. Just the fact that she was able to get those fins out on that second turn as well. Good style on that first one. And then look at this. Just boom, slides it out. So that might be her best wave. And considering she's already got an 8-7. That's not bad going.
Pretty good way to start the quarterfinal heat. Already just applying mad pressure to young Mafalda Lopes, who's an outstanding surfer herself, second in the ratings on the QS for the women. So she's locked in for a call-up to the Challenger Series. And Hopkins, quite weirdly, was just outside of that spot coming into this. And she's looking to go for a big result here. She drops another big number, 8.33. A massive total of 16.33. So a bit of a clinic here from Yolanda Hopkins. She's in the ascendancy against Mafalda Lopez. And while we just sort of catch our breath from the early excitement of this, let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat, Teresa Bonvalo. She's our first semi-finalist.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Teresa Bonvalo. Teresa, how are you feeling smashing this heat? Tiring conditions?
Yes, I'm feeling good. The conditions, there are some really good ones, some really big sections that if you hit and you land, it's a big score. It's just sometimes hard to find those and you just gotta try to move a little bit. Sometimes you get like a lot of waves on the head and you feel like you don't move to the outside. But yeah, definitely it is good. The waves are good and finally we have some more waves. And I think it's going to be a good show.
And what do you do in terms of preparation for days like this with a lot of paddling?
I think I just surf a lot at Guincho. Guincho, it's always like that, super powerful, and you hit a lot of waves on the head. And I mean, a good surfer has to be prepared for every type of condition, and that's what I try to do, try to surf every type of condition, try to have every board prepared for those conditions. And yes, it's just really fun, and I'll try to hit every section that I have in the next heat.
So, feeling prepared for the semis?
Yes, obviously yes. I feel good, and I'm enjoying competing at home. And yes, the last stop of the QS for us. And yes, getting ready for what's coming up next, Challenger Series in Australia.
Congrats, looking great, in form, lots of paddling, lots of maneuvers you've done. So congratulations and into the next round. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Thorough debrief there from Bonvalo, who will be pairing up against the winner of this heat. And a bit of a marker laid down from Yolanda with massive total Monday. My pick to win the event, if you recall, 16.33, her total. And she nailed that in the opening part of this heat. She's thrown away a 7.17. She's going from strength to strength.
Yeah, and the people, I tell you, won't be enjoying this is surfers just above her on the rankings have already been knocked out. Surfers like Rachel Presti, who was sitting a few hundred points ahead of Yolanda, and Pauline Adair. Pauline's also just right on sort of the same sort of level of Hopkins. So, yeah, I tell you what, she's making a move. She's probably have to get to the final to really cement her place, but right now, wow, you wouldn't put it past her with these scores. Absolute machine. And yeah, all that hard work is paying off, and she's sitting in the box seat.
At this stage, with a big total on the board, what's going through her mind? Is she going to be more selective in terms of her waves? Is she going to just keep hammering away? She just loves surfing. It's hard to think of Hopkins kind of turning down opportunities to take waves and to hit the lip.
Yeah, well, yes, it'll be instinct versus sort of
playing the numbers game, really. She knows she has to improve on an 8, so she'll have that obviously in the head. She'll be keeping her opponent pretty close as well. She won't be as you can see there, won't be letting her go too far away, so she knows what she's up to and what she's scoring. But yeah, she's be just looking for those left-handers and keep hammering away, trying to get a 9.
Tweets flooding in. You've got Valerie up there on Merseyside in the northwest of England. She likes the band question. She knows there's only 2 servers in the world, so it's a 2-piece, but she wants to know what role are these two, Lopez and Hopkins, playing in our super group.
Hopkins and Lopez in the duo, so that dynamic duo. I'm going to go Hopkins.
You can have a rapper and a DJ. I mean, it doesn't have to be instruments.
No, I was thinking more like Hopkins is the full one-man band. Drums.
With the cymbals on the knees.
Cymbals on the knees. Mouth organ above the thing.
Spoons.
The spoons on the side. And she's there. She just keeps the whole thing rolling. Lopez, I mean, she's just there. She's more kind of...
accordion?
I think even more interpretive dance. And the name of the band's called Hot and Bothered. And yeah, I can see that. Actually, I can see that probably taking off.
Vane Fierro getting preparations done. She's into the Challenger Series, so it doesn't really have pressure on her. Wants to just sharpen her skill set. She's taking on Pauline Ado, so there's that match up of the veteran in Ado and the newer blood in the form of Vahine Fierro. That's actually been around for a number of years now. She appeared on the QS around about 4 or 5 years ago in Europe. Started taking down names, and she's just gone from strength to strength. Part of that next generation of talent. It's been interesting to see that battle between France and Portugal, particularly as the 2 main kind of nations in Europe. On the women's side, Portugal seems to just about have it. In the men, probably France. It's probably something like 60-40, something like that. Why do you think is it, Ben, in the women's surfing that Portugal's so dominant?
Well, I just think it's been a relatively recent phenomenon. I just think it's a numbers game. I think there's been a lot in the last 10 years. There's so much more women surfing in Portugal than there ever was. And they're getting good coaching, they're getting good support. And if you get all those, plus with the waves they get, all those 3 combinations, they might not have the numbers, but they've got sort of a lot of their factors, stacked in their favour. So that's what's happening. They're just slowly, and I don't think it'll be long. It'll be the same in the men as well. I think the men, Portuguese might take over soon as well.
And do you see that rivalry as kind of like one of those productive rivalries where actually, because it is quite intense competition between the French and the Portuguese, pretty much at every event, it tends to sort of shape up a bit like that. They can sort of inspire each other onto greater heights, right? I mean, that's what you'd hope from a good sporting rivalry, a healthy rivalry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's not that fierce.
Think about that.
I think the Europeans kind of group together, and so that rivalry gets a bit diluted because of that. But it's got to be good for the sport.
All right, little break in the action here. Hopkins throwing down big numbers early on in this and absolutely dominant. Mafalda Lopez finds herself in all sorts of trouble. Can she get out of the combo? First of all, can she get through to the semis? Find out when we come back after the break. And a very warm welcome back to finals day at the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. And I tell you what, the excitement, the entertainment, the action is ramping up here in this second women's quarterfinal because our goofy foot out in the water, who's surfing a good solid section on the inside, puts up a hammer to finish off. Big excitement on the beach as well. And a massive number there on the screen. So previous to that, Ben, Mafalda Lopez dropping a 9.
Whoa. Out of nowhere, she could be right back in this heat.
Just smashing it and hanging on. A massive 9-point ride. What a quarterfinal. And this one has had so much quality in it. Here's that 9-point ride, Mundy, on the backhand tools.
Yeah, that's probably her go-to. She's so committed on that. She always gets the fins out. She's got some big one-score wonders. So Lopez back in the game.
Well, crucially, the score is in for the left and it's deemed incomplete.
Right.
So she just got a 2-5 for that left-hander, and could that prove costly? Because she would have been on her way to a big number because she's got the 9. 7-3-3 is the requirement. Now she's on the inside, and she looks like she's going to be doing the run around here, and I don't like this.
You hate a run around, don't you?
I just think you've got less than 7 minutes to go. Is that maybe that paddle out is harder than it looks, but this just seems like crazy talk. She's heading away from the lineup, Ben.
Yeah, she's made a decision. They must have talked about it before, but I mean, you can see there's a bit of punch on the inside, but she's got a lot of territory to cover now. It's a 1 minute at least to walk or run, which is tiring. Another minute or two to get way back in that lineup. The rip is not that sort of strong, so we'll see. Maybe a chat to the coach. Yeah, I tell you about those completions. I'll give them the judges that they've been consistent. You've got to be. There can be no doubt. You know, you can't have. If
we're asking the question, basically,
you're asking the wrong question.
It's incomplete.
Yeah, exactly. I saw Ian Fontaine had a one where he thought he got the score. He couldn't believe it wasn't deemed complete. When you look back, it was just any increment of doubt. Mate, they just punish you. These judges are gnarly. I've been enjoying it. Interferences, completions, take no prisoners.
Lopez with a little run up the beach. Still, I reckon, a couple of minutes away from participating in surfing in the lineup. And with 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go and chasing the 7-3-3, how costly could that, what was deemed a mistake on the end of the left-hander, prove? She's got a throwaway number for it. She was on her way very probably to the score, we reckon, judging by where the scoring's gone on this. And she still hasn't even started paddling yet. She's still wading out there. And I don't like, this hasn't paid off for anybody that I've seen do this. You talk about Rachel Presti. She did this yesterday. Came in, took an eternity out the middle part of the heat, was unable to add anything. We just saw Ariane Ochoa do it on her way to a loss. And now Mafalda.
Dun, 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 dun. She's going to get right up in the grill, get close to her opponent. She's got priority. She knows that when Mafalda gets out there, she'll only have, 2 minutes, 3 minutes with itch to get a big score, so she's going to sit on her. That paddle out there looks as difficult as the one she saw, when she paddled out from the other spot. So, as you say, I think it's a time waste.
Yeah, I think where she is right now, I'd say she's further from the lineup than where she was when she finished that wave. Personally, for me, just in terms of time. Let's see where it goes. But, you're talking about coming up against someone who gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning every day, runs 10Ks, has 5 surfs, does some push-ups on her knuckles before breakfast. That's Yolanda Hopkins. She doesn't mind intensity. She loves to compete and compete hard. And right now, she is going to head over to Mafalda Lopez and say, oh, yeah, you need a 7.
Oh, hello.
I tell you what, I've got priority. I've got something to say about that.
Where you been? What's been going on? How was your little run around? Yeah, she won't be talking to her, but she'll be getting really close to her opponent, making sure she's in the box seat. Mafalda Lopez, so she's a local. So when we're talking about the runarounds and what to do, she knows this break inside out. She surfed it every day of her life since she's been about 5. So we might need to defer to her better judgment on this one. But I think we should have timestamped that, but that was 7 minutes. So that's a good 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes. I can't imagine paddling back out from where she was. She's going to take that long. But nonetheless, that's by the by. They're in the lineup. They've got 3.5 minutes to go, and it's Mafalda Lopez needing a big score.
Needing a big score, and crucially not having that priority. And Hopkins now will just slip there alongside and just maintain that paddle cadence along with Mafalda Lopez, who would love to get away from Yolanda Hopkins. We'll just stick with it now. And with that priority, well, what that means is the set comes through, one that essentially isn't a closeout, that offers up scoring potential. Hopkins can take it. However, Ben, if there's another wave behind that, could be an opportunity for Lopez. Let's hope we get some waves. I want more of this.
Got a tweak coming in quick, with just 3 minutes to go. It's on that sort of paddle battle front. And we've got Sylvia from Sydney. She's saying, put Hopkins and Medina in a paddle battle. Who you backing, Paul? She's asking you.
Two of the kind of intense competitors who don't give an inch, don't ask for one either. It's all about competing and battling it out. All right, little wave showing up there. I'm going to go. I wouldn't bet against Hopkins ever in anything, essentially. This is my pick to win this. She's in a good position here, but she's up against an opponent who's dropped a 9. And we know about the skills from Mafalda Lopez. Is she going to get an opportunity to show us those skills? Because is she going to be allowed to surf a wave by Yolanda Hopkins, who's less than a metre away from her for the rest of these remaining couple of minutes? So long as she's holding that priority, she will stick real close to Lopes.
At the moment, it's a bit like that cycling races where on the velodrome, where there's one playing sort of cat and mouse right behind, looking in front of her, trying to see if she can just get some space and then pounce. So Mafalda Lopez in the red's going to try and sell a wave or force Yolanda to take off on a wave, and that might give her just a minute or so of breathing space to try and catch something. But right now, those sets out the back are gone. It might be a smaller wave if it comes. 90 seconds remaining. It's cat and mouse. It's a quarterfinal. It means a lot to both these surfers. Challenger Series potential participation on the line.
Is there a physical distance, a limit to how close the surfer with priority is allowed to get? Are you allowed to bump rails, Ben?
No, you can't interfere with your opponent in any way, shape or form. So yeah, you've got to keep it. There's no physical touching, or no clashes. If Yolanda, even with priority, was deemed to have interfered with her opponent, through aggressive manoeuvres, yeah, she could get penalised. That'd be a rare. I'd love to see it. Don't get me wrong.
I'll tell you what, we've seen a lot happen in terms of interferences all throughout this week of competition. It has been very exciting and dramatic too. So we've got a paddle effort here, and Hopkins will use that priority now on a meaty left. She'll hold Mafalda off the wave. She'll get good turn done. Goes up really late. So there were points potential there, and Mafalda Lopez is kept from that wave. I'm not sure. Well, she won't add because she went incomplete. So crucially, out the back, Ben, Mafalda Lopez with 20 seconds. Can she find a wave?
Well, let's have a look. It was a good call. There's a wave at the back.
She's going to have to go this.
It's a roll in.
All right, here she is, looking for 7.33. Lopez, good looking opening section. And gets a little flick of a turn down. That wave will just shut down. I didn't see a 7-point ride on that. It's been a great heat to watch, a great heat to call, really entertaining throughout this. Hopkins just applying pressure from the beginning. Great fight back from Mafalda Lopez, getting a 9, coming close to backing herself up. She'll get a 5.17. It's not going to be enough, and it will be Hopkins who will meet Teresa Bombolo in our first semi-final. How about that?
Yeah, that's a massive matchup. The two have got history, very different approaches. Yolanda Hopkins, the underdog, up against Teresa Bombolo, hasn't lost in 15 heats in a row. Big task, but if anyone can do it, Hopkins can do it.
We're going to keep on rolling with quarter-final of the women. We'll check out Maheen Fierro taking on Pauline Adder. That's coming at you live from Caparica right after the break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Yep, all to look forward to next week up there in Santa Cruz. Beautiful part of the world. And another big stop on the men's QS qualifying series for Europe. But let's just focus on the job at hand. We've still got a massive finals day down today at the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest for 2022. This is the quarterfinal number 3. This is Bahine Fierro up and riding. And
Wow.
that's 2 great turns to start off with. She's a very smooth surfer, backhand, one of her strengths, and she's already qualified through her own region. She's eligible to surf both in the Tahiti and Oceania region and also under the French. She's elected this year to surf under the Oceania region, and she's qualified for that, so will be in Australia for the Challenger Series. This is just about doing some work, fine-tuning her boards, and up this way, Chico, looks like she's doing a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, I tell you what, with this backside attack, she's going to be a danger woman at Snapper. She has a really good backside. We saw her last year surfing really well in Ribeiradilhas and showing off why here she's one of the best.
Absolutely. Pauline Nadeau, though, the veteran, and she goes there, just very separate styles, but she manages to get more in, so Pauline will get the waves and try and get as many turns as she can in. She's not as known for a single big turns in the closeouts, the power turns. She's got it in a locker, but she's more about getting those right waves and milking them. Hopkins will be watching this close. I think on the ratings, Yolanda was in 8th, Pauline was in 7th. So if Pauline was to get knocked out, in this particular round, well, that would leave Hopkins, if she can get a few more heats, to get some extra points. So that's something to watch. But this wave just got a bit stuck there, didn't she?
Yeah, quite. She did dig the rail on the first turn, couldn't find a rhythm on this wave. So quite a hard wave to surf to here. She digs the rail, and yeah, she lost a bit of rhythm there. But she's the type of surfer that never kind of gives up. So even though she did dig the rail there, she went for it and tried to milk the wave all the way through. As we see scores coming in, 7.77.
Yeah.
So Bahine Fierro.
Huge start there. We saw Yolanda Hopkins get an 8 off the bat. 7.77 for those 2-turn combo from Fierro. Right now, though, we have got Yolanda Hopkins down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
That's right, Ben. I mean, at the beginning, you were just absolutely on fire, but then Mafalda belted out a 9-point ride. Was that scary?
A little bit. I knew I could get a 9 if I got like a long right, but I didn't see that many, and I could see a couple of good lefts, and she was a bit further away from me, and she had priority, so I just decided to catch a few lefts and got like a nice backup. But then when she got the 9, it was a bit on edge, but then she got a good wave and she fell. It was a bit more relaxed, and then she had to go around, so it kind of like it helped me out her to having to go around, and then I had priority and I had to block her for the last minutes. I normally don't like to do that, especially because she's my friend, but in the water there's no friends, it's just game.
Are you in the background like fall?
Oh, 100%. I'm not gonna lie. I think she would be for me too. Like everybody, if you got competitive side of you, you always want to win.
And now you've got a lovely board. It's an eco board. Tell me all about it.
My shaper just tried these new eco blanks, and this is actually the first test board that he gave me, and I'm loving it. It's amazing. I mean, you could see in the water. I love the way it flows. Especially in a bit bigger ocean, it's incredible.
Well, it's a great board for finals day.
Yeah. Considering we're going to final today, I reckon this is going to be the go the whole time.
Well, you looked absolutely amazing. Congratulations, you're in the semi-finals.
Thank you so much, Joanna.
Thanks, Joanna. Good debrief there, Joanna. Enjoyed that. Hopkins, great. Eco board. Yeah, those blanks, they can look a bit... I've got one of those Eco blanks that are actually through Cabianca, and they look a bit brown. They look a bit of a funny colour. We've got to get used to that. That they do look, we're used to that white kind of clean epoxy look, or even fiberglass PU boards. So they look a bit, but you get used to it, mate. They're Eco and they work. Hopkins showing that it's not just about the environmental credentials; it's about the performance.
She's got it all. Eco blanks, attitude.
Yeah, got some new sponsors on a board.
Excellent scores.
So, yeah, Yolanda Hopkins there through to the semi-final, where she will meet, well, she could potentially meet one of these two, as we see Vaheen again, just rattling off a few of those backhand re-entries that she loves so much. And see if she can improve on a 7.77. Good to see the Portuguese, though, in good spirits, good mates, but as she says, Chico, doesn't matter how good friends you are in that heat, all bets are off, right?
Yeah, it's normal. It's professional surfing. All of them want to win. Even us, when we play ping pong, we want to win with our mates. Imagine having a Challenger Series on the line and Snapper Rocks right around the corner. I'll be like screaming in my head, just please fall. I want to go,
Absolutely.
So when you've got that competitive spirit, you have to be like that. If you want to compete in the highest level, you have to be like that. So outside of the water, a lot of friends. Inside of the water, game zone. As we see Bugil there, for the people that don't know, when it's offshore and big, there's a really good right ender there. We can see some lines over there, but when it's pumping, it's a barreling wave from start to finish.
Yeah.
You cannot go there paddling anyway. So
No, it's pretty impossible to stick in the line up there. But sometimes on those massive swells, I've been lucky enough to come in for Nazare for the tow events. And when you're flying, and obviously it's a massive swell if Nazare's breaking at that size, and you can look on the airport, can't you? You can see straight down to it. You see crazy line-up shots. You just go, look at that right-hander. But yeah, to get to, you need a jet ski, you need vast knowledge of the tides, of the winds. You need to be pretty well equipped. So good luck if you can.
I've been there with Hugo Pinheiro.
Yeah,
so
Hugo's the man, right?
Yeah, he knows all the tides. And yeah, I've been there with him. It was fun. Big barrels and
paddling, towing,
step-offs.
Yep, nice.
Step-offs. So as we see, Red paddling for this one.
Just kicks out. What about, you've been in the contest area, mate? What's the vibes? What's going on? You got some of your family around, I've heard, on the street.
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters?
There's my sister over here, my brother, my father. It's been nice to hang around. People are happy. It's Saturday. All the families are around the beach. It's nice. We have nice weather today. In the morning it was a bit chilly, but now it's looking great. The swell is kind of dropping, which I think it will allow the conditions to get better. As we see next seat preparing, Maud Lecar. Wow. She looks like she has some flexibility.
Yeah, she does a lot of yoga. There's Maud really serious about her fitness and her flexibility. So she's pretty flexible and she's pretty intense. She's on the edge of getting a really good result. She hasn't had a good result. And talk about ranking, she's at number 10. So she's another one that right on that bubble of potential. If she wins, I think she's going to have to win the event to have a crack at making that Challenger Series. But she's in with a shot. So a massive heat up against the number 2 ranked surfer in Europe, Francisca Valselco, who's been actually on fire. So no easy task, but one she'll be relishing, no doubt.
Yeah, Kika Veselka has been on fire. She rips, and she's got that aggressiveness I like in surfing. And as we see, Red up and riding.
Yeah, it's a bit of a slow start. We had that 7.77 and 3.83. And then Pauline just back and had one wave thus far up at 4.67.
as we have 13 minutes to go. The beach is packed, Ben. It's really packed. A lot of people watching the action. As we can see here, a lot of photographers on the beach. As we see behind them, a lot of people. I think that's mums.
Yeah.
Pauline's mum and
Pauline's-
dad.
Yeah, big supporters, nervously awaiting. They know that she can get through to that all-important final. She could booking a plane to the Challenger Series in Australia, where she could well do some damage. But anyway, she's got big support, got a good family, a husband. I'm not sure if I've seen a husband. The husband's usually a massive supporter, obviously.
Remy.
Not sure if Remy came down for this event, but he's always.
I don't think so. I think he's in France.
Got her corner. But right now, she's under the pump a bit.
Fun fact, I think the Pauline's mum is a little bit like Maxim's dad. They've been
Right.
around for a long time. I remember being really young and seeing Pauline's mum at the beach when I was like a junior. So
yeah,
she's been around for a long time. So quite a big supporter of her.
I think the mums sometimes don't get the recognition they deserve in terms of that.
Exactly.
What they put in. Like often you see coaches, the dads can be coaches and they're around. You see them on the screen, for example, on the webcast. But it's the mums that are the ones that would waking up at 5 in the morning and driving their daughters and sons to the events all through their teen years. The ones that pick them up when they're down and they've had losses. The ones that build them up when they need some confidence boosting. And yeah,
Exactly.
So a bit of a shout out to all the mothers of all those professional surfers, because I'll tell you what, they've put in the time to let their children live their dreams, and it's for many it wouldn't happen without them. So
nice shout out.
Yeah,
probably the greatest shout out we had the whole comp.
Yeah,
Mums and
emotional,
dads
wasn't
out
it?
there.
Oh, I tell you what though, there's going to be a shout out after that wave, because Faheen Ferreiro has just absolutely hammered that right hander. 3 big turns, and she looks dangerous. Quarterfinal number 3. Got the men's quarterfinals coming up straight afterwards. So just keep rolling through the day's play. And look at this wave, Chico.
Nice snap there, waiting for the wave to build, and boom, she's got this turn unlocked. The first one was a 777. I don't think this will be that high of a number, because the section on the 777 was a bit bigger and steeper. As we see Pauline behind her trying to do that big turn off the top and wasn't able to make it.
She
But
went for it, didn't she?
yeah, she's not afraid to throw some big turns, Pauline. But Vain getting the best of the exchange, the better of the exchange. And I think Pauline is in some kind of trouble right now with 10 minutes to go. We are seeing the scores dropping, and 717 for Vain, so just a touch lower than
Yep.
the 777.
Well predicted, Chico. And another solid number, leaving Pauline plenty of work to do. I mean, she's got time. We've seen her get out of these types of situations before, but there's a bit of a mountain to climb. And she'll be just having to reset, almost start again, see if she can get one solid wave and then really try and build on that to see if she can make it for the last wave, maybe the last dying minutes. Now Vaheen has priority, so she can afford to wait.
As we see, with the tide dropping, the right ender on the right side of the beach is getting better and better. It's getting more defined. So I think we're going to see some really good waves. Earlier on, I said that with the high tide, I thought the waves were going to be better.
Right.
And I had made a mistake.
Low
Wasn't
tide,
true.
changing your mind.
Well, from what I'm seeing, I think the waves looked better on the low tide when we first got up on the beach with those right enders, and as we see Kike Verzelk with the coach of Frederic Moraes, training coach.
Right.
Yeah.
So you reckon these right-
family.
Yeah, yeah.
Big culture of sports. And taking notes from the man himself, Kike Verzelk. I know Joaquim Chaves works with him too in
Right.
terms of the physique part. So
Yep.
Kika Veselk might have some connection there too. I didn't know about, but I get to know now while I see the screen.
Yep, she's working with the best, which is what she needs to do. She's already pretty much, has qualified for the Challenger Series, so she's home and hosed. And she's looking really, really confident, physically fit, mentally strong. And will need to be. She's coming up against Maud Lacar, the veteran, in the next round. Next quarterfinal, sorry. Just a bit of a lull in proceedings here as the surfers regroup for the final onslaught. Fierro in control. Addo struggling to lay a glove on her opponent. But there's still time. What we do know about Pauline is that they never ever stop. She never ever gives up. She'll be battling towards the end, as you see. Fierro going left this time. Nice wally wave. You're right about this wave just opening up, and here's a big section. Oh! She just released the fins and almost hung on there.
And the funny fact about Vain is that the last conversation I had with her, she told me, well, I prefer lefts than rights. And
Right.
she's always getting excellent scores on her backside. So,
well, I've heard her say that she prefers backside rather than forehand. She just, I think she's always, doesn't really matter. She's like,
she's just likes both.
She likes everything.
She's
always smiling.
Let's stop asking her questions about which side
lefts
is
or rights.
Yeah.
And this one though, what a turn here, Chico. If she'd made this, it would have been massive.
Yeah, this bottom turn was massive.
Oh.
And she blew the tail out. I think this was an excellent score for sure because that turn, look at this footage. Wow. Almost made it. The drone view, what a great work. Shout out to the guy on the drone. Haven't given him a shout out yet. So Ruben,
the drone guy, yeah.
What a great.
He gets low and he goes, doesn't he? Doesn't all angles covered.
Yeah.
Not afraid to put the drone in all sorts of perilous positions.
Ruben, what a nice.
Yeah, plenty of great shots. All the cameramen actually. Such a well-oiled machine. Broadcast down here in Portuguese. Ocean Events, who put the events on, just know how to put on a high-quality surfing event. And right now, I've got a bit of a recap of the heat. And, well, the recap's going to show pretty much a domination by this woman here, Vaheen. Hey, Chico?
Yeah, right off the gates, Vain Fierro with a big smack out of the lip, making it 7-7-7 to start it off, and then Paulina Do trying to answer a bit of a dig of a rail there with a 4-6-7, and not quite finding herself yet with 5 minutes to go, and Vain Fierro with this 7-1-7 answering back, quick snap there, and she makes sure she finishes it off with a great snap off the top. So great heat on our ends as we see Blue up and riding.
Yeah. Blue hammering away, pulling. She's trying to fight her way back. Can she hang on? And she can't. She can't hang on to that end section. If she'd made that, she would have had a chance of getting right back in. But she couldn't quite have made it. So we'll see how she gets on with that score. Trying to chase a combination of scores. Needed to finish off that wave at least to have a chance of breaking combination. Unfortunately, she didn't. So she's still battling away. She's going to keep trying. Increasingly looking like a bit of a lost cause. And this could be a big all over. As we said, again, gets over that section a little bit safe. Comes around the corner. And here's a tricky section. Backwash. Loads of sand. Bit of power. Very difficult place to hang on. And she couldn't. So she's currently in 7th position on that Challenger Series, and I'm pretty sure that if she loses this, she might not make it into that all-important Challenger Series. She'll get some extra points here, obviously, but not huge amounts for a quarterfinal loss in 1,000. I need to check with Nico Loire the exact point allocation, if that were possible. But she's looking down the barrel of perhaps missing out on the Challenger Series, which would have been a pretty big goal for her for the rest of the year. So still got time to see how she gets on.
3 minutes to go, so it's going to be hard to come back from this. She needs actually 2 waves, and she's running out of time.
Yeah,
so
and it's a paddle out now, isn't it? It's, you know, in earlier rounds you could get away and get back out with 90 seconds.
Exactly.
But in this sort of bigger swell, it's hard to do. You know, get 2 waves in 2 minutes, borderline impossible. She won't stop trying. But Vaheen Fierro, just from the starts, just looked in control of this quarterfinal. Smooth surfing. Put it online too, you know, commitment. Didn't shy away from the big sections. And booked herself a semi-final. So
Yolanda Hopkins will match against Teresa, right?
Yeah, Hopkins versus Teresa, and
And we
then
have
Vaheen versus the winner of Mordekar and Vaselko. So that's the way.
Great matchups.
Yeah, big matchup. So Hopkins Bombolo one, got narrative arcs written all over it. And then, of course, Mordekar also going for that all-important Challenger Series. So so much to surf for at this stage on finals day. Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest for 2022. I don't think we're going to see any fireworks to end off here. Bit of a damp squib of a finish. Fierro won't mind that. She'll be completely happy just to ride this out. Doesn't even have to sit too close to her opponent. Doesn't have to get up in a grill. Any of that sort of business, which is always nice. She'd do it if she had to, but she's in such a strong position she doesn't even need to. The combination of scores needed. 90 seconds on the clock. And Vaheen in control. Her points won't count, so she won't get any of these qualifying series points. But Addo is going for this one. Can't get it. She's pretty knows her race is run. And not quite sure. No doubt we'll see her back on the qualifying series next year. She's got some decisions to make about her career, though, which is always difficult when this Challenger Series does give you a lifeline. Big points, big prizes on offer, and of course the distant dream of a CT place. That seems to be evaporating in the Caparican air right now. And we've got 45 seconds on the clock, so she's not going to do it. Unfortunately for Pauline, one of the greats of European surfing. She's won here before. She's been an incredible servant to the sport. Right now, she's on the wrong side of a pretty substantial drubbing. Pauline will come in. Vaheen. She'll be back not long after this in the semis. We're going to run the men's quarters. In the men's semis, Pauline, this will be the last throw of the dice. She can't win, but she can go out with a bit of style. And there's a trademark turn we've seen for so many years. And that's it. She's coming in. 5 seconds on the clock. She knows it's all over. Disappointing for the Addo and her supporters and her fans. But a great job from the young Tahitian. Bit of a changing of the guard, perhaps. But a convincing victory nonetheless.
Congrats to Pauline anyway.
Yep.
Going through so many generations on the sport over the last 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, she's been so consistent, always fought so hard. I mean, she's not going anywhere. She's still got so much good surfing left in the tank, as she's shown. But yeah, she's really seen off so many younger competitors over the years and just keeps coming out on top. In this instance, it was the young Tahitian, just a bit too good. And there she goes, Pauline. She's disappointed. She knows how much that meant. Looks a bit sore as well, maybe injured a little bit. Could have affected her performance. Official results coming through. All over. She cried. 5.17 for the last wave. Pauline, not enough. And so we press on. Vaheen down there, just soaking it up. There's the official results on the bottom of your screen. People just starting to enjoy the water there, getting involved in it as the sun comes out. People braving the Atlantic. But Vaheen, too good. Right now, though, we're going to go for a short commercial break, come back with more live action. The last quarter final of the women's
right after this short commercial break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back. The last of the quarterfinals of this round. Modlicar Francisca Veselko, the local Portuguese girl from Cascais. In Modlicar, obviously one of the most experienced surfers on this tour. You see on your screen o Bugio. It's a lighthouse, one of Rio Tejo's main things. I'm Zé Ferreira, joined by Paul E. And I don't think we had any waves during the break, but we will have now.
Quarterfinals have been epic so far, been really enjoying it. A lot at stake here, and it all comes down to who can execute with the split peak to open up.
Yeah, Modlicar with that one. We didn't see Kika's wave, but it died out at the end. We know that. We know that much. But this will be a tight heat. We've been having great encounters on this round. Obviously, the standout there for Yolanda and Mafalda. Great heat. And let's watch that again.
Yeah, so Maud just trying to engage the rail here, and just because she got a slightly weird entry into that wave, she gets there a little bit before the lip. It's a reasonable turn. She's got much more than that, though. There goes Francisca. And she hits this a couple of times. The second turn is kind of a kick-out sort of slash, really. So she's just squeezing a little water off the rail before she heads back out the back to look for more.
True that. But for now, we have Vahini Fierro, the winner of last heat, with Joanna. Go for it, girls.
Thanks, Vahina. You don't need this. Let them have it.
Yeah, I made the heat and I was really happy. I really wanted to make this heat, and it's funny because with my dad, we made a bet that I had to win the heat the first 12 minutes, and I would win $1,000 with him. So I was like, okay, that's a good goal. And so I started with a 7, so I was comfortable, and then backed it up with another 7, so it was nice.
So your dad's motivating you across the seas.
Yeah, my dad and also my coach Barton Lynn, he's probably watching at like 2 a.m. and same for my dad. And yeah, they're supporting me from far, but it's motivating me to win each heat.
Well, we've got two great competitors in the water right now, Modlicar and Francisca Veselko. Who are you betting on? She's going to go against you.
Well, I don't really, if I let my surfing, if I play my surfing, I can beat anyone. So whoever makes the heat, it's gonna be fun.
I'll take on anyone.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, you're in the semifinals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. A confident Vahini Fierro there. And tell you what, I also want a dad like that. And Francisca Veselko, let's see what she has. A little layback action there. And kind of looks like it's cleaning out again. So, well, the tide's still pushing. And looks like the waves are getting slightly better. But Maud had a 4.5 there on her first wave, that one turn. And Francisco Veselko being a bit more active. Not quite sure if what I said is accurate. Not sure if the waves are getting better. Well, this angle shows that it might be closing out a little.
The tide might be still going out, mate.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we got to the bottom of it just yet. So that's why it is really shallow out there. That's why the inside section is tricky. It's just draining out in a couple of feet of water, and it's hitting really hard. So it makes it really difficult to get a finishing maneuver in. The flip side of that, if you do get the finishing maneuver in, the judges are paying huge numbers, 7, 8s, 9s, even for one turn. So our low water is 2 minutes past 3 p.m, so we're not there yet. I think we've got quite a bit more on the ebb before we get to that couple of hours yet.
Yeah, so we have 1 hour and 10 minutes to dead low.
But interestingly, it's not a massive swing there, mate. It's 50 centimetre difference between the high tide this morning and the low. So that isn't a big vertical change, but just the way that this beach is shaped, this sandbar, it's kind of like a wide sort of platform of a sandbar. So you end up from basically the same sandbar, but just less water on, rather than actually like moving onto another bar further out. So that's really significant. And we've seen it throughout these quarterfinals. It's been something that has happened from the get-go. The difficulty in finishing in that explosive closeout section, surfers able to do it are getting massive numbers from our panel of judges, and just saw that opening exchange and those numbers are dialed back. There were sort of slightly safer turns done on the outside before it got into the heavy section, so that's where the points are, but that's where the risk is, and that's that balance that our surfers need to find.
Very, very great analysis there. Definitely, you know, it's actually been since the beginning of the contest, judges have been rewarding one-turn waves. Nothing changed since the first day regarding that. And so they'll be looking for that. By now, everyone knows about it. Everyone read about it, saw it, done it, heard it. So it's out there in the open as we are preparing to go straight into men's quarterfinals. After this, we have our first heat sees Adur, Amatrian and Lucas Silveira, two standouts of this competition so far. Adur is in the top 10, and let's see some action here for Maud Lecard. This wave looks good, and she's able to find a clean finish to that one. So slowly building her her scores here. Francisco won't be. Let's watch the replay.
Yeah, a little late entry into this for Maud. When she comes off the bottom, she does sort of a half turn to set up, and that kind of puts her a little bit in the wrong place on the wave. She's a little out of rhythm. She actually does pretty well to recover from that and get a reasonable clip on the end section. She's got a 4.5 for her first wave, and you're thinking it's something of that magnitude, there or thereabouts. She's not going to add tons of points to her total, but nevertheless, she will establish a little bit of a lead.
Exactly, and Francisco will not want to be too still. 10 minutes have passed since the beginning of this heat, and she will want to put something on the board quickly, start finding her feet, finding her rhythm, because she doesn't want to be too far out, too distant from Maud. That's what Maud wants, though. She wants to build that distance, start to put some pressure on Francisco.
So what do you reckon Mundy's up to right now? Any ideas?
I would say...
Should we go and find out?
Yeah, definitely.
Ben, where are you?
Well, Paul, I've got a couple of questions for you, Paul. Do you like beer?
No, I love beer.
Okay, and what's your favourite beer?
Estrella, Galicia.
Correct answers both times. I'll tell you what, I'm just having a little taste of the lovely Estrella Galicia. Obviously, the supporters of this fine event. I'll have a little sip. Bloody delicious. And I'll tell you what, there's a big prize on offer at the end of this event. Not just the points, not just the prizes, but the 2 winners of the event will get their body weight in the equivalent of Estrella Galicia beer. So we're going to get up on the stage. We're going to weigh them carefully. I think, Paul, that might be your job as the presenter. You do all the stage work. That's your bag. And we're going to find out how much weight they get. I'll write it down secretly, and they get their whole weight delivered beer for the whole year. And I'll tell you what, if you wanted any more incentive to win this event, I mean, do you need any more? That's the prize on offer. Were you aware of that, Paul?
Mate, you look like you're having way too much fun down there on finals day. Monday in the VIP area. Already I got questions as to how he slipped in there. Also, he got himself behind the bar, and I tell you what, he doesn't like paying for drinks, Ben Mundy. He likes it when they're free.
Yeah,
free beer is a good beer, Paul.
He's right at home there.
All right. We'll get back to the action, and I'll see you back in the VIP area.
Yeah. Great.
Classic Monday.
Classic Monday. So good. And really lucky. That's a real incentive for someone that wants to win this competition. Sure be for me.
I wonder when Estrella Galicia were looking for a sort of a youthful, fresh face for the brand, you know, someone that really embodies the sort of vitality of surfing. They flipped through a lookbook, found Ben Mundy's profile picture. They went, we want this guy.
Right.
But we got to get him.
Yeah, on point. Vitality and also great spirit.
Good number in. I tell you what, though, for Maud, she's turned the screw here. She's put a bit of pressure on. Big number.
Yeah, 7-point round right for her. So Francisca is kind of sleeping a little bit on this one. Wave selection. I wouldn't be that surprised if I saw someone trying their luck on the outside bank. Well, looking from here looks a bit fat, the waves there, but in dead low tide might be an option. And Maud here, this one looks like it's gonna fade out a little bit and in and out for her.
And Maud managing to get a score there of that 7-point ride for her third wave. So just while we were crossing down, let's check out the Estrella Galicia activation. Maud Lecart taking control of this one, getting a really, really solid number, and all the while time's ticking away, and all the way you look at all the rest of the scores and nothing over a 4 anywhere else in this heat, and the 6 other waves ridden. That 7 feels like a really juicy number, Zay.
Definitely 7 points in this stage is crucial for your campaign to go through this heat. And we have a very beautiful image of boats riding in and out of the city of Lisbon. This is one of the most important ports in Europe. It's the Atlantic's gate, or one of them. But as of now, we are going to do a little break in the action, and we'll come right back with everything in just a few seconds. Stay in there. We are back on for the second half, or the final 10 minutes of our last quarterfinal of the women's division. We will go straight into the men's quarterfinals. We have a stacked day of action. We've been having some great scores, great performances, a few upsets as well. So it's been very intense few days here in Caparica.
Yeah, a bit of a weird quarter this though. Maud's got that 7. Other than that, no real quality. Vasilko's having a shocker so far. 2-1-7, her high score. And you think about what a contrast in fortunes from yesterday afternoon when it was just rain, 8s and 9s and big numbers in. Kika ripped this place apart today. She's found no kind of form whatsoever so far. She's got 9 minutes to turn this heat around. She basically needs to start again from scratch.
Yeah, basically she has a 2 and a 1, so that's good for nothing at this stage in the quarterfinals. Well, the good thing about conditions being like that is if you catch, a closeout and you do a good turn, you will put a good score in the board. But besides from that, she's kind of having a shocker, not being able to choose any waves. 25 minutes is a long time.
She's safe. She's getting to the Challenger Series, right? On the one hand, that's locked in. She's going to the Challengers. She's got a shot at competing with the best qualifiers from around the world, trying to step up to the Championship Tour. So from that point of view, she's all right. In terms of her participation in this event, getting a win on the QS, she's some way away from that. On the other hand, Maud Lecard, 10th in those ratings coming into this event. She needs a win here effectively. She's a couple of heats away. If she can get through this one, she's got a decent score already. She'll need more points. She'll feel that. She'll look to add them as well. But if she can get out of this one and win 2 more heats, she could be in with a shout to go to the Challenger Series. And really, who knows what can happen from there when it all opens up. Hit a bit of form. Go to some of those prime venues where the Challenger is headed to. We had a little bit of an abbreviated Challenger season last year, but with more stops available, more opportunity this year. It's going to be really exciting to see how that plays out. Maud Lecard at the moment very much dominant in this one, and I reckon this next wave from Francisca Vasilko does have that priority. She's going to need to put points on the board, and she's going to need them soon.
Yeah, she'll need 2 waves, Paul. She needs a 9-3-3 to advance, so she'll need to split that into 2 different waves. 9-3-3 in a day like today, it's pretty hard. She can do it. She has the level, been surfing very well, growing both as an athlete and just a surfer. But safe to say that splitting that 9 into 2 waves would be the best. And the tides are really affecting our conditions at the moment. You see a lot of double ups now. But we're talking about pretty much the best surfers in Europe. So how many hours do you think, if you had to choose a number, Maud Lecard had surf? She's around 30. She's 28, 30 years. It's a hard question.
In her life, how many hours she spent surfing?
Yeah.
Interesting. What do you reckon? You surfing most days for a professional surfer?
Yeah. Or in general.
20 hours a week? 52 weeks a year, 1,000 a year?
20 hours a week. That means you're surfing 4 hours every day. Well, depends if you count the work week or with the weekend. So, but yeah, I'm not good at math.
So 1,000 hours a year. So probably 20,000 hours, something like that spent in the water.
20,000 hours.
Yeah. It's all right, isn't it?
It's a lot of hours.
How many hours do you reckon you surf, mate?
Me?
Yeah.
Something like that. Something like that. Well, I can't really count on the last 4 years, but before that, definitely 25 hours a week surf time, between 20 to 25. Obviously, then you have gym, and that's hours as well. But yeah, it would be interesting to just click on a button and see how many hours you've surfed.
Selka needs a wave here. She's running out of time. Final 5 minutes. That's not going to be the wave. She's got to get something going. She's a little bit lost in the lineup. She's repositioned herself. She's actually headed south. So from the right on your screen as we look out to see she's headed towards the left and she's just searching for something. And whatever her strategy was in terms of positioning coming into this, not paid off so far. She's just got about enough time to get those 2 waves. If you look at Maud Lacar's total of 11.5, a couple of 6s will do it for Francisca. This was right in the beginning of the heat. And when she got this, they actually split this peak. She got a 2.17 for that, and you were thinking we're on to a heat here. This was the other side of it. Maud Lacar locking in a 4.5. She's still sitting on that score, actually. It's still in her top 2. But crucially, not only was that better than what Picker got done, Maud was also able to put a 7-point ride on the board. This little hit in here, I don't think this was the 7. I think that was the 3.5 from Maud that she got as her second wave. She also nailed a 7-point ride as well, and that built a big cushion, a big platform. And that is why right now Francisca Vasalko ripped yesterday afternoon. She was absolutely full of confidence in her interviews. She is nowhere near this, and at the moment looking for a 9.33 to go into the semis to face Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, it's definitely becoming harder and harder for Francisca. Her chances to advance are becoming thinner because 9.33 with conditions like this, you know, it would be hard in Chopu, and it's a bit harder in Costa de Caparica. But she's on a great moment of form. You know, it's not a result on one competition that defines your career, especially when you're a competitor, surfing competitor. You lose more than you win. I think that's fair to say for most competitors. And Maud was having a look there. But slow heat as well. Well, it was predictable that surfers would be a bit more selective in the man-on-man or woman-on-woman heats.
The other thing as well is, and it's an interesting point, that no matter how many points you post in early rounds, it means nothing really when it comes into quarters and stuff like that. Come back on finals day, you've got to start again from scratch, and particularly trying to carry over momentum from a previous day. Always hard to do. Maud's managed to do that though. She's had the best of this. That'll be just a quick in and out for her, but at the moment she's looking really good for a spot in the semis, and she won't mind if it goes flat and weird and tricky right now because she's got a big lead.
Yeah, she's comfortable leading. I think she's not worrying too much. She's not close to Francisca because even though she doesn't have priority, she could put some pressure, play the mental game. It does influence. Some surfers are influenced by it. Little intimidation. You know, especially when we get to these stages, there's a lot of things in hand that come to play. Kelly Slater is one of. He's known for that. Little splashes in the water. He would talk to you in heats. I don't think it's just by accident or because he wants to talk to you. It's part of a strategy, part of a game. Competition is also a game you play, and Maud Lacar here. Nice first turn, and then she goes in the double up. This wave gets way steeper, and another good wave for her, so closes the deal there.
Great wave from Maud. Meanwhile, right behind her, Francisca. Ooh, that was a really nice turn to finish off, but the trouble is, I think when Maud's score comes in, she's going to be in a combo, Francisca, so even if that wave were to be a 10, she possibly wouldn't have enough. Let's get a look at the replay here. I think this is going to be a case of too little, too late, but better from her. She would have loved this towards the start of the heat. She's found herself an opportunity. It's a really nice finish and turn. Similar kind of wave to Maud's wave. Let's check it out. So she gets the opening snap there. That's really nice, throwing up plenty of spray, and she sees this double up section, and she steers through it really well and gets a clip to finish. I would probably say Francisca may have got the slight better of those two waves, certainly on the second turn anyway. But Maud, well, she'll have that all wrapped up, and a commanding performance for her. She was able to find the best opportunities. When she found them, she didn't make mistakes. And she's nailed a couple of numbers. We're going to get scoring for each surfer, but I don't think it's going to change who advances to the semi-final, which will be our French woman in red, Maud Lecart. Congratulations to her. She'll have a semi coming up against Vaini Fierro.
Yeah, that will be interesting to watch. And very nice fair play vibe there between Francisca and Maud Lecart. Still interested to know the scores of those last waves. So 6.93 for Maud Lecart. Francisca is comboed 13.93, but there's an 8.17 then there for her. So she was missing a 5.76.
Well, it'll feel better for her because she had a shocker in that heat. She had 3 1s and a 2 before she got that 8.17 Vaselko. But she will bow out of competition at this stage. As we said, she's in the Challenger Series. So she's locked in there. A little debrief for Maud from Joanna Mark on the Shorey, and looking forward to seeing her surf in the semis.
Exactly. Yeah, we'll go for a little break. Come right back.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live coverage of Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022. And it's all coming down to quarterfinals for the men. Lucas Silveira blazed a heat this morning, got a massive 9. Coming up against another outstanding surfer, Adur Amatreyin. Has been dominant through early rounds, looked pretty solid this morning. Straight down to business. Silveira whips one off the top, cracks it again. And a third turn. So wasting very little time into opening his account here. We've already got a number in for Adur, so a 5-5. He keeps opening heats with decent scores, does Adur, and a quick answer back from Lucas Silveira. I'm Paul Evans, joining me for the call, Zay Ferreira, and we are very much looking forward to this encounter. Two surfers who've been able to really squeeze every little bit of potential out of the waves they've caught, and that's what you're going to need to do in the quarters.
Yeah, let's have a look again at that wave from Lucas. So really nice tight surfing. It's the first wave of the heat, so remember you always have to take those nerves off a little bit, but he looks great. No nerves for him. And Adur here 5.5 on this one, just one turn. Oh no, looks like he can make it to the last section, but really powerful turn, powerful surfer.
Huge number in for Lucas, 8.17. So just blasting back and getting nearly a 3-point margin on the opening exchange over the young Basque. Silveira, former junior world champion, crowned in Ericeira. There's the spread from the panel. So in the excellent range already in this quarterfinal and building a nice platform to set him up throughout the rest of the heat. I'll tell you what, once he gets a little sniff of blood, he can be ferocious, Ken Silveira. So Amatreyin is up against it a little bit here. He won't mind that. He's an intense competitor, doesn't make a lot of mistakes in his heats and what we've seen in this and other events. And already in a relatively young career, it's been pretty impressive.
feels good to see a wave with 3 turns.
Yeah, big contrast to our last heat, our last quarter final, which was a little bit starved of action. Sometimes heats can get into that rhythm, really, and it's hard to say exactly why, but sometimes that's just the way things play out. And then when you see heats fire up with a bang, surfers unlocking scores, put good numbers on the board. That's what Lucas Silvera's done already. Meanwhile, a dominant performance in the quarter in the previous heat from Maud Lacar. She set up a semi with Vaina Fierro. Let's have a chat with her.
Thanks, Paul. Congratulations, you're our last semi-finalist in this competition. How are you feeling? You're going against Vaina Fierro.
Yeah, I'm super happy to made it. I did a quite bad result in Israel and didn't going through the Challenger Series, so it's important for me to do good, and we see with the points. I'm just happy to surf and show my surfing, and yeah, it's been nice.
And you've got your main support here, the love of your life, Joan Duru, who's been here the whole time and your whole life, basically. How's it been supporting you?
Yeah, it's so nice with Joan. We traveled since 10 years together, and he's coaching me, helping me with my choices, and with his friend Mark too, and we're just a great team and great support. I really feel the support and the great advice from them.
What have they been telling you about these conditions? They're starting to change a bit.
Yeah, for me it's good because there is a lot of opportunity, and it's not good for me to think a lot. So it's just, yeah, they've been like sticking to my plan, like helping me with my board choice and just which wave I should take and do big turns. So yeah, it's yeah.
You're doing absolutely amazing job. Congratulations, semi-finals.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Great job, Maud Lacar, all smiles. And safely through to a semi. She's got a tough semi though, taking on Fierro. So that sets us up. We'll see Bonvolo take on Hopkins in the first semi for the women, and then that woman, Maud Lacar, coming up against Vaina Fierro. So 2 Portuguese surfers in the first, 2 French in the other, which tends me to believe we're going to have a France-Portugal final, whichever way it turns out, which will be interesting. Plenty of surfing yet to come for the men. This is just our first quarter, so we're looking to send one of these 2 to the semis. Silvera putting his hand up for it early on, and this was during the interview, backed himself up pretty well.
Wow, just 1.483 for that one, I think. It's his last score on the board, and Adur also got a wave, but nothing, nothing huge.
So Adur Amatreyan got that 5.5 early on. He's backed it up with a 2. He's going to need a lot more on that. Silvera, the 4.83 as the backup. So 13-point total for him in this already. And he will be looking to shake off that 4.83 as well and go big. He'd be feeling he's in fine form. He got a solid 9, close to a 10 really. One judge even gave him a 10 for 1 hit on a right-hander. So he'll feel his surfing is absolutely on point. Live action here. Nice angry snap from Amatreyan. More of that, please, from him. And he throws up a hammer of a second turn, and there's a groan of disappointment from the Basque crew as they'll see him just go down there. So I talked about mistake-free surfing. A couple of missteps from him already in this.
Yeah, mate, this is one of those mistakes. At this point of the heat, you can't really make. There's not a lot of opportunities in terms of good waves, and that wave was just really, really good. There was a lot of potential. He did very well on that first turn. Unfortunately, couldn't make it. There we see Ali Batista. Not this. I don't know who this guy is.
That's Marco Nast.
Marco Nast. Okay. Lucas's coach? Or yep.
Working with Lucas, working great, that partnership, because the scores have been huge. The performances, they've been outstanding. And he's going all right in his first quarter final as well as Silvera. He's got priority now as well. We'll look to add. And I reckon that 4.83 will be toast when he gets an opportunity. He finds one here. There's a jam in the pocket. It's the gas into the lip. Just tweaks out the tail. Crucially, doesn't try to do too much. So just putting enough on it, but not trying to force the issue on a section that's not really there. It's all about surfing to obviously the criteria, but also the ways he catch. That's what Silveira's done here.
Yeah, nice rail work there. This board he's using, so he didn't change boards, and you can see why the board is going so good. Epoxy, looks like an epoxy, and beautiful lines he's drawing, and diversity too. So, you know, I'm impressed. Another guy that really stepped up his game from last year.
Yeah, he will improve here a little bit. It's about another half point, a little bit more on his total. 5-4-3 for Lucas Silveira. His total now gets to 13.6. That requirement for Adu is an 8 currently. Going to get there in one wave, 8-1-1. He's the number the young Bass needs. Alternatively, he needs to match 13.6 points. So in 2 waves, a couple of high 6s. Meanwhile, showing no let up. Silveira just slashing. And he'll go down on an inside section. As it gets a little milky in there, really low. You can see that sand kind of gargling up in the rip and swinging on a little wave that he found, just kind of paddling back out. And you can see from the drone there just how much sand is moving around, Zay.
Yeah, it's really shallow there. You can even see the really small waves breaking. So that's why the inside section has been so hard to complete turns on.
Really tricky. Once you get in there, if you can get your work done out the back, if you can find those double ups, you're going to be on your way to numbers. That's what Drew Amatreyan needs to do here. Tell you what, he won't give up the fight. He's a relentless competitor. Seems to really relish the challenge of competition. And he's been sort of trained for this for a number of years since he was really, really young. Here he is, an opportunity for him. A meaty section, hits it pretty hard, gathers himself. It's just the one turn though. And he's going to need a lot more than that. So he's still going to be left wanting. Chasing a number. And we'll get a small score in, which will just be a throwaway, so it doesn't improve on his backup. And it'll basically just eat up a little bit more time for him. Looked decent on the entry, and then the wave just died away a little bit.
Definitely. Really good first turn. You can see he's really sharp and on point. Great surfer. I really like when he stands up. I'm always curious to see what he's going to do. He's also kind of an unpredictable surfer. You don't really know what he's going to do.
So Silveira's last effort is a small number, which he'll throw away. And he'll look from underneath the priority of Amatreyan. Just have a little swing, so he'll just keep trying to do this. He'll keep an eye on Amatreyan, and then if he sees something slip underneath, you might think he sees a chance to throw some points on the board and make life even more difficult for the young Bass. Still plenty of time though, around about the halfway point in this. Amatreyan pretty much needs to go again. It's start from here really. His opponent's got an excellent number. What's he got? Using the priority now. Nice entry in. Double pump off the bottom. A vicious snap. Straight on the accelerator. Ooh, that was nice. And again, bang.
Wow.
Beautiful stuff. Much better surfing. And throwing up pistols as well. And the crew loved it. Silveira right behind him. He'll flick out and get some priority when it gets to the lineup. But a way to get yourself back in the heat from Adur Amatreyan, who ripped that wave apart, Zay.
Yeah, you got to give it up to him. Look at this. Really good on his back foot. Look at that. Then another one, layback, a lot of spray, and finishes off very strong, explosive. So this is one of the best waves of the day so far.
I don't mind the pistols at all. So he really enjoyed that. The squad love it. The judges, well, there's 5 opinions that count more than anyone's in professional surfing, because they're going to give him a number for it. And if the numerical reward is better than an 8-1-1, it'll actually go to first. Well, it is an 8-9 for Amatreyan, and we got a heat on our hands here. Silveira now goes to second place, looking for a 6-2-4. And what a way to get yourself not only back in the heat, but in the lead. There's the spread from the panel, and it always looked like it. As soon as he nailed that second turn, he was on his way to an excellent score.
Yeah. Well, we have Lucas now. First good turn, and then can't really make that one. But coming from second place, you have Lucas Silveira in first place with an 8.17. He's a few years older than Adur. You know, the nerves can push on you, the pressure with the result and stuff. And he really did well on that one.
So Lucas going down on the second turn there. He'll just want to keep surfing out. He knows he can work on his back up. And let's get another look at this wave from out the back. This was the 8-9. 3 beautiful turns 8.
Yeah, the second one, kind of a drop wallet, and then not letting anything in the bag for that last one. He could have just played it safe, but he didn't.
He's up again here. Beautiful carve off the rail and just lose that. The wave goes a little soft. He was really committed with that rail buried in the water and immediately back on his board and paddling out. So look at the competitive intensity. We touched on this, how much he relishes competing. He absolutely loves it. He looks pretty much like he's kind of designed for it as well. His stature, just everything about him. He looks like he was made to surf heats. His surfing's very much on point. He's in the lead. Silveira wants to get back in the lead. Let's see how he goes about getting there with this wave, which is a little bit of a tricky one. Not wildly dissimilar to his last wave, actually. He gets a clip off the top and then a little bit of a layback energy into his final manoeuvre. It's not massively convincing from Lucas. He's going to need to find some waves and go a little more top to bottom, I reckon.
Yeah, I'm there with you. And also, I think he knew, like after this first turn, he was like, should I keep on this wave? Should I not? And well, he just finished it for the sake of finishing the wave. But you can see by his body expression, he's not very interested.
Yeah, it'll be a throwaway for him. He'll eat up a little bit of time, though. We'll give priority to Amatreyan. He's got the bit between his teeth there. He's had his cage rattled, and he's answered back in the best possible way, going well up into the excellent range at 8-9 for Adur Amatreyan, resting control of our first quarter final. Can Lucas Silveira come back at him in the final 8.5 minutes of the heat? Find out when we come back. Final Saturday in Portugal. Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest comes to a thrilling conclusion. Early in a Saturday afternoon, and we've fired up the ante. The stakes are high, the points scoring's pretty good too. Excellent numbers falling in this heat to each of our surfers for the highest combined 2-wave total at the moment, with the young Basque Adur Amatreyan. And that man there, Lucas Silveira, asking for a situation. When our beach announcer reads it to him, he'll learn that with under 7 minutes, he's looking for a 6.24. Now that is a very gettable requirement, say. What does he need to do to get a 6 out here?
Yeah, especially for a guy that has the best wave of the day with just one turn. I really think that's what he's looking for. As we have Gatien getting ready for his next heat, but just to finish that off, I think that's what he needs. One good turn for Lucas. What about Adur? To protect his first place? What do you think he's gonna?
Well, he's thinking. Yeah, he's going to be dangerous. He's got priority, and he knows that he gets a couple of sections. He's well on his way to 7s, 8s, 9s. He's got that 5.5. He wants rid of that. He might have a crack here, or use the prio, or get a little chip in, and that'll go a little bit wrong for him. So He'll actually go down on takeoff, which isn't something we've seen throughout this event. An uncharacteristic error and an opportunity now for Lucas Silveira, who will pick up that priority. He'll pick it up with both hands and say, thank you very much. And I want myself a 6.24. Let's see how he goes towards getting that. 5.5 minutes, just over actually for Lucas. He does have some pretty cool nerves. He's calm and he's collected. He's going to need to be here. He wants to go all the way to semis and then final. That's what he would have been thinking about when he woke up this morning, getting himself into the final. Let's check the recap out, mate.
Yeah, so Adur here, big turn, amplitude, acceleration there. That was a 5.5 for him. And Lucas not wasting any time. This was his opening wave, 8.17. Finishes off pretty strong here. So looking very sharp, Lucas, throughout the whole event, really, not just on this one. This is his 5.43, drawing beautiful lines, coming in for some diversity. So Lucas, experienced surfer, although he's still young, I think 25, 26, but already a lot of time in the game. And this is the best wave of the heat, one of the best waves of the day, definitely. Three amazing turns with little shots in the end. The Spanish crew obviously very happy. I think that's Pablo Solar, his coach.
Amatreyin throwing up pistols, getting the reward, 8-9 from the panel and the lead in the heat. Priority still with Silveira. Decision time coming up in the next 4 minutes for him. He needs to ride a wave. He needs to get a 6.24, and he also needs to Adur Amatreyin doesn't get a wave himself and improve. That's all yet to come, setting up a really thrilling conclusion to this heat. We've got parity in terms of waves ridden, 8 apiece. And there's not loads in it in the score, less than a point between these two. Adur Amatreyin with the better of the high scores. He's got a slightly better backup as well. That's why he's got a lead right now. So crucial decision making for Lucas. The surf skills are part of it. We know all about that. It's also about reading the ocean, making a good call, looking at a lump coming towards you and assessing the potential for scoring points. He's going to go a wave here, uses the priority. Backhand from Silveira, beautiful first turn. Oh, great second turn too. And he throws up a finger, and that requirement of a 6.24, you've got to be thinking that was some pretty sharp surfing. He's got a great chance of getting that score.
I think he nailed it, man. Two nice turns on the critical section.
No downtime between them.
Yep.
Nice and vertical into the lip. The judges rewarding that top to bottom surfing particularly, aren't they? Let's see where this one goes. A crucial number from our panel. Meanwhile, Amatreyin's out the back. Before we think about that, let's get another look.
First nice snap, and then look at this. He just goes vertical. All of his body put in that turn.
Hammer of a turn. 7 points comes in for Silveira. Back to the lead. This has been a thrilling first quarterfinal for the men. And now Adur Amatreyin, pressure back on him. 6.27, the requirement for the Basque. And I wonder how costly that little mistake will prove. He took off on that whitewater, inexplicably just blew the takeoff, handed priority back to Silveira, who uses it to great effect, gets the score required. And a couple of minutes now for the young Basque. Are you backing him?
I am. Well, it's one of those dilemma kind of things. I've known Lucas forever, you know, traveled with him before, spent some time with him in Portugal, but it's always good to see a young surfer doing well in the contest. You could say Adur is the underdog in this.
What does he need
heat.
to get 6.27? What has he got to do?
That one turn. I think that one turn, Pablo here, retrospective, maybe about that first wave of Adur when he felt on that second turn.
Time's ticking away now, 1:15 on the clock. Amatreyin needs a wave. Not only a wave, he needs to surf it to the tune of 6.27. He's got the high score in this, he's got an 8.9. But the backup is inferior by about 1.5 points against Lucas Silveira, who we mentioned he's got a cool head on him. He doesn't seem to get flustered or flap, and he's always able to surf to the requirements. It's something he's done throughout this event, and once again putting points on the board in a crucial stage. You get that priority in the final few minutes, and then you get a chance. And when he paddled into that wave, it was hard for us to see if it had much on it. He deemed it had potential. All right, a big paddle here for Amatreya, and it's a smaller inside wave.
He's got to go for the air.
And it's not what he wants at all. And a little frustration as he just looks at his watch and then pings the board away. And he will be gutted down there on the inside. He had a great shot in the semis there, but he's not done too much wrong. Lucas Silveira has just done some smart decisions, some sharp surfing, and he's earned himself a spot as our first semi-finalist. So one squad on the beach, elated. The other one, well, there'll be debriefs, there'll be analysis, there'll be a little bit of time just to process. Overall, it's a decent result of quarter-final. Would have loved more, though. Adur. And well done, Lucas Silveira. He's our first semi-finalist.
Yeah, and that was a very just result. Lucas has been surfing so good throughout this event. It could really go to any one of the guys. It was, in the end of the heat, a really great showdown between two great surfers.
Lots to unpack there. Silveira will just be thinking about coming back strong for a semi-final and want to keep saving the best for last. Couple more heats to go to take it out. We'll get a quick commercial break, join some more live action, and all Guadalupe second quarter final. That's coming at you after the break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to a debrief there. Lucas Silveira coming out on top. Dramatic finish over Adur Amatreya. And Adur is going to have a lot of these quarterfinals coming his way. A young surfer with an immense promise. Silveira just too strong, too composed. Pounced on a few mistakes made by the young bass surfer. And he goes into the semi-final. Pretty much booking himself close to a spot for the Challenger Series events. Job not done yet, but a semi's pretty big in terms of points. A couple of 1,000 points minimum as we stand. So he's happy. These two surfers now fighting it out to see whether they can join him in the next semi-final. Gatchin Delahaye, Thomas Debier, two friends, two surfers from Guadalupe, and have been traveling, surfing, and competing each other for a very long time. And an interesting matchup. What are their... I'm Ben Mundy, joined in the booth by Chico Alves. How do you see this? What are their... How are they different, these two surfers? What do they bring to the table?
Well, I think they both are good with choices in terms of waves choices. They both always get the best wave of the heat. So it's going to be funny to see in between them who's going to get the nod in terms of wave choice, because in terms of surfing, as we see here, they both rip. So Thomas and Gatien have been one of those guys that flew under the radar a little bit, and suddenly they improved from one year to another, and here they are, quarters, semis, and finals all the time. So, yeah, Gatien has improved a lot since his junior career, and I'm really impressed with the surfing he's been showing like this over the last few years. So, Gatien, one to watch for sure.
Yeah, he came over from Guadeloupe, came over to live in France when he was really young. Thomas Debier's finished off a wave and he liked it. We'll see what happened there. But yeah, Gatien came over and he was really only 15-year-old, lived in Hossiga with another group of young guys. Bit of a pretty wild sort of thing to do for a young kid. Initially, just had this aerial reverse on his backside on lock. That was his go-to weapon. He grew up on this left-hand reef point that's got this great air wind. So you're right, since then, he's just put on so much meat to his surfing, and there's some meat on that surfing bones. 2 big turns. He fell out of the sky on both of them. That one was huge, and then the second one, they're really similar, but they were both amazing. So 2 massive turns. You saw Gatien was paddling back out. He saw all of those. Would have seen his mate get that. So Thomas Debier off to a great start. Wait to see what the judges think. But just from a visual perspective, they're pretty sick.
I'd like to see Gatien going to the air. I think he's got such a good air unlock on his backside that I think that smells like a 9-point ride for me. So I would like to see him, if he's on the ropes against Thomas, go on a big left and just throw it and land it.
Yeah, his completions, especially on his backside, backhand, are huge. And score coming to 7.77 for Thomas. So, really strong start. Seen in the last heat though, both surfers getting scores in the 8-point range. So it's kind of like, not the bare minimum, but you're going to need a 7 in your locker to progress, you'd think. And Thomas has got that off the bat. 2 judges going 8, a couple of 7.5s, and the average, after you take away the highest and the lowest, 7.77. I think Gatien's surfing too, it's just sort of matured. A couple of years ago he was he lost his sponsor and he was just a little bit lost in terms of where he was going in his career. He got a new sponsor. He's just sort of knuckled down a lot. Sort of decided to just be a lot more serious about the sport. And I think from that sort of moment on, had a couple of big results in the Azores from memory. And yeah, sort of just became a better competitor. Always had the natural talent that's changed around. But speaking of natural talent, well, Shona Garnell and Lucas Silvera down on the beach.
Well, the scores were really high. That was a really close race. But you're our first semi-finalist. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. Yeah, there was a really tough heat. I started really good with that 8, but I've been reaping like the last few events. He's he was junior European champ, I think, and he won a few QSs already. So even though he's really young, he has some experience and he's surfing really good. He just came out of a semi-final finish in Israel. So I knew I wasn't safe, and I made a couple mistakes in the middle there with the priority. Got some unnecessary waves, and then he came with that high 8, turned the heat, and really put the pressure on me, and then he ended up making a priority mistake as well. So gave him priority to get that last 7, and I was just hoping for no more waves in the last 2 minutes, and worked out my way. But it was a really good heat. Everyone's been ripping really hard. All the heats like battle to the end, a lot of high scores. So it's been a good show.
And now, what's the strategy for the semifinals? No more mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. It's really good when you make a couple of mistakes, but still be able to turn around so you can fix the mistakes for the next one. It's bad when you make a mistake and you also it's over. And yeah, it's every heat is so important, especially now, because it makes a lot of difference in the points for the rankings to the Challenge Series. There's only one more event, and as I was making the heats, like everyone that was in front of me was making the heats as well. So now in the semifinals, can't be that many guys in the semifinals, so now I can catch up a little bit, and it'll be a exciting fight to the last 10 spots for sure.
And I'm also sure that our Portuguese-speaking fans want to hear a few words from you, if you want to say.
Obrigado a todos que estão assistindo. Sei que está tendo um campeonato no Brasil também agora. Ontem, aí, quando cheguei em casa, estava com a TV no campeonato e o computador no outro para assistir os dois. E um abraço a todos e vamos para a semi.
There you go. Our first semi-finalist. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Lucas. Yeah, good run down there. You see Derbier not in position. But Chico, he's talking about that qualifying series, and, well, he was sitting in 11th, just one spot off that all-important 10th spot. But above him, well, Thomas Derbier, who's surfing now, Justin Becret, who was already out of the event, Gatien Delahaye, who's also in this heat. So one of those guys is going to lose. That's good for Lucas. Bissot, he's out. Adu Amatrain, he's out. Jorgen Kuzenin also out. So Tristan Gilbo wasn't here. So there's some, he's gonna get up in the top 10 after this event, and that'd be a matter of trying to stay there in Santa Cruz. But yeah, so far Lucas just climbing up the ratings, and as all those other guys drop out, he's making them pay.
Yeah, I think in between Costa and Santa Cruz, you're going to see a lot of changes in that top 10, because these two events have a lot of points on offer, and Lucas is one of the danger guys here in terms of points. I think he's surfing well, and yeah, he's progressing, so more points.
I think last year he only got in
Santa Cruz.
Yeah. I don't even know if he was points with Canning, but he only got a really late start into the Challenger Series, and then he turned up at Vans US Open, got a quarterfinal in tiny waves. So yeah, it really made a strong impact on the Challenger Series last year.
He missed the CT by 1 or 2 spots.
Yeah,
last year on Sunset.
Yeah,
on the last event, he did it. He needed a result, and he missed it by 1 single or 2 single spots.
Yeah, so close. No, yeah, I'm not sure if he was that close. I'll tell you where he was. He was 19th last year. Finished 19th on the Challenger Series, but there was a few, like John Florence, for example, finished above him. Also, a couple of CT surfers, Jack Robinson, Griffin Colapinto. Yeah, you know what? So you're probably not far off. He was only Kanoe Igarashi, so there's 4 surfers that wouldn't have been in the top 10.
I think it was like...
So a couple of heats at Sunset. Yeah, it was that close.
I think he made 1 or 2, and he had to make 1 more, and
right.
He was just there.
So close. So he's got, he's proved that he's right at that CT level, at Challenger Series level, especially in Hawaii, where he's so good. But this guy, Thomas Derbier is just throwing, and he just can't hang on. He's got a 7.77 and a 4.83, but he's feeling it, and he's going for it, and he just senses that eventually he's going to pull one of those off.
Thomas is such a powerhouse. He puts a lot of technique and power into his turns, and he throws a lot of spread. And that's one of the things that judges love about Thomas. As we see his turn again, look at the power he puts in the air. Oh, buckets of water coming out of that board.
I tell you, he's not. I mean, I know these guys. Would have been incredible. So just there, you think he's got it, and then that explosion behind him just knocked him off. But I think it was 3 years ago. I'm guessing that he turned up Santa Cruz and got it into the quarterfinals. And I hadn't really seen much of him surf. Obviously, the French in the junior series, people were aware of his talent, but he hadn't done a whole lot on the senior circuit. And then from then on, every year he just turns up and he's just improving. And I know that's what happens when you're that age and you're surfing at this level. But as you see, there you go. There's that backhand turn that was going to come.
I love to make these calls and actually happening.
Yeah, you've been pretty good on the predictions. Wasn't a massive Hail Mary though, was it? But he was still on his backside. He's just so good at these.
Wow. That rotation into the turn was sick. the last part of the air was really technical. It looked over his shoulder. Look, you saw? To get the rotation there. And that's one of the tricks they use to make the rotation. Look at his face. You saw there? Him looking around the shoulder, making the board turn, and getting another snap off the top. So showing signs of Gatians, the Gatian that I know, those lefts at home with that onshore wind, he loves it. So yeah, Gatian might be looking for a bigger ramp, and yeah, I love to see him going for it. I think we are on the final stages of this contest, and we want to see the surfers going above the lip, laybacks, throwing everything at it, and yeah, well and truly back in this heat, 7-1-7 for the last of Gatti and Delahaye.
Yeah, just a nice point of difference. That maybe Gatien Delahaye's partner just looking on anxiously. But Gatien, 7.17. So the judges rewarding that progression as they should. And just like that, in the flick of a switch, click of a heartbeat, the beat of a butterfly's wing, Gatien's back in the game.
Well made by Gatien. I think.
Yeah, because that wave didn't have a lot of opportunity on it. I mean, it wasn't a 7-point wave, was it? But he turned it into one.
Yeah, and there, if you think about the height of the air, wasn't the highest one, but was really technical. Well, the way he rotated was really quick, and it made it look radical. So I think that's why, and he finished it off with a nice bang. So I think it was a well-deserved score, and yeah, I just love air. So I kind of got excited because I love when a guy just throws everything at one air, and we've seen a couple. Marco Mignon on the last round, huge one into the flats. We've seen me and Manabrai doing 2 on the first day.
Haven't seen a lot of backhand ones though, have we? Mainly a lot of forehands probably getting the bigger points, would you say?
Yeah, Marco did a small one to dodge a bullet on that round, but yeah, this was the first one, proper one we saw of the contest, if I'm not mistaken. We got to ask Karen to commentate on our Twitter page about it. But
oh yeah, I forgot about Twitter. Karen's been,
all over the place.
Really busy.
I was checking out when I was in the athlete zone that Karen is all over the place.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we're going to go through some Twitters. Going to go through, get the best. Right now, we're going to a short commercial break and go to more live action. Ramsey Pucame coming up in the next heat. Plenty of live action. It's finals day at Caparica. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's on. Welcome back to the shores of Caparica. We are in Portugal. We are progressing through the finals day, quarterfinal number 2 of the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest 2022. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined by Chico Alves. Twitter is running right. We've got Karen from Cardiff. And Karen says, I love that aerial of Gatien's. But she's asking Chico, who do you think is the best backhand aerialist in the world? Question from Karen. She knows the stuff.
I have to go with Albilayer.
Albilayer. Okay, Debier just fanging along. Oh, and there's another 2-turn combo. And so that's put him up into the lead.
on point. Both fins out. And he gets a 6-point ride. A small wave, but he worked it well. Albi Leia. Best backhand aerials. I think Albi Leia is better at aerials than Filipe Toledo.
He has more variation.
Do you think Albi Leia is a better backhand aerialist than
John
Florence?
I gave you what you wanted. I gave you what
I
you
know,
needed.
I was building up. I was just going through.
I gave you what you needed.
I was going through like all the other ones.
Well, I don't think so.
And then Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, I think so.
Albi Leia is better at backhand aerials than Italo Ferreira.
I think so. In a free serve session,
Karen's not
with the right
it.
win, I just think Albi Leia can throw a lot of variation in terms of airs.
Okay, here's some variation. Thomas Debier, boom!
Wow.
He's going for it. Similar turns, and as we say, eventually he's going to crack one. Didn't crack that one. Okay, Albi Leia, good. Maybe I've got a bit of a issue. Me and Leia have got beef. We've got history.
Oh, you've got a beef with him?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
but like John is...
No, I'm fine with John. Me and John are cool as.
It's up there with... Like, I was just trying to get a bit away from the comp site. Like, you were talking about Italo, but you're talking about comps.
Thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Albi Leia threw my Nokia phone approximately 300 yards in a bar. I mean, I kind of asked for it, let's be honest, but he picked it up and he threw it. I told him he could throw it, and he did. He can throw. Think he can do good backside aerials. Wait to see how far he can throw a Nokia phone. Went into the stratosphere. Never saw it again. Anyway.
I know like a similarity about a glass case. So a glasses case. It looks like a Nokia.
It's a similar story. Gatien trying to go to that lock again. Let's see.
Aloha.
Fred Robin was that. Gatien just not quite sticking that one. 4 minutes now. It's gone quite quick. Thomas just been racking up those forehand arcs. Gatien has got his 7 with that left-hand aerial. And 4 minutes to go. He's going to need something. Not a huge score, only a 6.61. But he doesn't even really need to go for those sort of high risk or low percentage kind of manoeuvres. He can easily get a 7 just by belting a few corners, but he's just struggling to find those right-handers that have allowed that. So far, Debier just out in front.
And Gatier on the replay, sweeping Carvier, and on last turn, this was his first wave, the 4-6-7 he got.
Yeah.
And this is the replay of the first wave of Thomas Debier with a huge snap off the top, and he fits one more in there for a 7.77. And
could have been higher, that one. He did two. Could have been two kind of massive scores there. Two massive turns to a big score. And there, Gatien. You like that, didn't you, Chico? You called it. You liked it. You liked the technical aspect of it. And it got him into the lead briefly. But then Debier just came back. It looks like Gatien's eyed off a right-hander. That was never going to happen. I did like the El Rolo pull-off, though. Something you don't see every day. Maybe just trying to get a bit of space between him and his opponent, but I don't think Debier's going to fall for that El Rolo trick.
I just love the word El Rolo, as we see on our screen. And both of the athletes sitting together as they like.
Yeah, well, Thomas has got priority, and Gatien needs to score. They're mates, and they've grown up together, and they respect each other. That's not going to stop Debier sitting on him the whole time and making sure he doesn't get a wave. And that's his job. A lot at stake. If he gets to the semi-final, Thomas is going to go further up the rankings and have a really good shot at this Challenger Series, where he belongs. Gatien, though, fanging down the line. What's he got? He's going to go to the air here for sure. There's another one, and that's bigger. And he lands fins first. Doesn't claim it. Doesn't actually. Plays it cool, which I like. Netting a 6.61. Is it the score?
That was nuts.
Better than the first one, would you say?
Well, the rotation was slower, but the section was way harder to land. and he landed. Look at this. He runs down the line. Look at the tail of the board. Wow. Well, I think it will be enough. So last of red, 8.07. What an air. I called it. Gatien de la Haye with 2 airs. He nailed it.
Absolutely. 1 minute on the clock. You did. You called it. And he's gone to that. I mean, it's been his go-to weapon for a long, long time. And he's pulled off 2 pretty special moves, both under intense pressure. Never looked like falling off either of them, to be honest. And Gatien de la Haye moves into first now. Thomas Debier. And that was under priority, I might add. Debier could have stopped that wave. It didn't look like a wave. That's a problem with Gatien. Well, if you're his opponent, is that he can turn any wave into something pretty special. Thomas would be kicking himself. He didn't stop it, though. And you can see him just sort of looking a little bit like, what have I done? How did I let that happen? How did I let him underneath my grasp? 10 seconds to go. You might have one last shot looking at this wave, but that doesn't look like it's going to do it. 5 seconds, and that's a wrap. You can see the disappointment on him. So close to a semi-final. But mistakes get punished at this level of the sport. And Gatien de la Haye, already well entrenched in the Challenger Series rankings, just goes further up a notch. I think he can book his trip to Australia. And he's through to the semi-final with 2 mates. Give each other a hug. That's great to see. It warms the cockles of your heart, doesn't it?
I think Thomas is crying.
I think Thomas is crying. You can tell by the. You can tell by the sort of from the back.
No, he's crying.
I don't.
I'm getting emotional.
Yeah.
We live for these moments, so.
Nothing wrong with a man crying. He's just punching his face. He's having a joke there. Well, he's crying. He's having a great time. Okay, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more crazy surfing action like that right after this short commercial break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Big smile on the dial of Gatien de la Haye. A clutch performance for him. Stomps a rotation, gets an excellent number, gets a spot in the semi-finals. Heartbreak for Debier. So you can't believe how he's not in the semi-finals. Contrasting tale of one-on-one surfing with high stakes. Yeah, and we're just going to keep it rolling here. Evans back in the studio with Alves. Check it out. 2 outstanding performers. Ramzi Bukiam, the big man, the powerhouse, coming off the back of strong performance over there in the Levant, taking on the young Marco Mignot, and another great looking heat mate. And when it gets to the stage, when it gets to semi, it gets to quarterfinals, looking for a spot in the semis, now is the time to show your best stuff.
Yeah, it is, and it is the time you have the most opportunities on a heat because it's a man-on-man heat now, so plenty of opportunities as we see. A great blow tail there, and looks like his front foot has some kind of wrap around, and this was the 617 of Ramsey. What a hit to start it off, and great speed there. Green board, green rails, working really well for Ramsey. And looks like Marco had some kind of injury.
Yeah,
in his front foot.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of strap on that front foot, just a bit of support there. So just deciding to take that precaution. Looks pretty good to surf though, and he's shown us some pretty explosive maneuvers. It's not really holding him back. We've seen him airing down to the flats as well in previous rounds. Live action, Bukim on the backhand. He'll rip one and get a nice little section here.
Whoa.
And he sets that up beautifully. Oh, and he doesn't make that turn. And he really tweaked out the tail then, and he'll be really annoyed he didn't land that.
He pushed it hard and looked like an excellent score to me if he had nailed that one. A 2-for-1, keep it simple, coming off the bottom, and boom, tail out. He gave everything at that turn. If he had made that, that would be massive. As we see Marco, I think Marco from last heat, he saw Gatien, and he might be a little bit inspired in terms of airwise, taking some notes. Maybe he's gonna go for the air too. We know Marco has been dodging some bullets with some airs this comp, and the powerhouse Ramsey, it's gonna be the man to beat. Won the last contest, so the most informed surfer of the last couple of events. And we've got sunny skies, great waves, and it's finals day, so I have with me Paul Evans, one of the best on the microphone and one of the best in terms of having sunny skies.
Yeah, mate, I've got that Saturday feeling here in Costa de Caparica. It's all coming down to finals day, so it's serious for our competitors, but for our spectators, the people lying in the beach, for us all here, we're just enjoying watching all this going down, and another chapter of history being written by some of the finest surfers from around Europe and beyond there too. And it's all going to boil down to the next couple of hours, really crucial, couple of hours of the shape of careers. And let's go down. As we'll just pick up this action here of Marco Mignot. Great looking wave for him, and throws up a hanger and gets hung up himself. Won't add massively to his total. The man who got out of jail with a big backhand rotation is Gatien Delahaye. Let's go and have a chat with him.
Gatien is in shock right now. I don't think he can speak. Can you speak?
I can. Bit by bit, I don't know what happened. What just happened is like too good, too beautiful. I asked for that for so long, and turning the heat at the end like this is like so special, and especially against Thomas from home and stuff. We grew up together, surfed together like every day when we're home, and yeah, it was like a special heat for me, and I started really bad, and being here right now, getting myself interview is like too good. I'm realizing bit by bit that I'm still in the comp. Yeah.
Do you think Tomas will regret giving you that wave? He had priority.
For sure, 100%. Like the wave didn't look like nothing. It was pretty bad, and that's what he thought. That's why he let me go on it. But even me, I was pretty surprised on the score they gave on that air. But I'll take it any time of the day.
And knowing Tomas so well, was that the air game your strategy?
It was. I haven't done any yet, so it's pretty much my trick. So I was like, okay, man, you're in the quarters. Just let go now. Do your thing. You know how to do it, so do it. And it came my way, so I'm stoked.
Do you have anything left for the semifinals?
I'm getting weaker and weaker. It's the third heat today, but I'm super fired up with that heat right here, and yeah, just want to do it for everyone back home and everyone that supports me around the world, and let's keep on going.
Well, let's bring ourselves back to reality. You're in the semifinals. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Wow. I'm loss of words. You, Paul?
No, not really. No, I reckon I got a few. Big takeaway from him. He needs to switch up that kind of exhaustion and that emotion and just wash that off, because he's got 2 heats to surf and to win this entire event. Massive in his career if he can do that, so he needs to forget about that, basically. He also needs to fire himself up a little bit, get maybe a little sugar on board, whatever it is his strategy is, get some energy. He's going to need that too, because he's going to have a tough semi-final to take on, where he's going to come up against Lucas Silveira. Here's Ramzi Bukim out in the water right now, throwing up a tail slide maneuver, and a couple of mistakes from Ramzi. Been a fall a few times, got that 6 early on, and he's fallen off his board a few times. Not really what you want to do. Meanwhile, Mignot unable to do too much on the scoreboard. So not a classic this so far, but that early 6 from Ramzi is standing out. Just goes to show the pressure involved at this stage of competition, but also the drama and the chances of getting a score on a wave that your opponent's decided to let you go on. So the opponent's thinking, okay, you can't get it in this, and able to get the air and do it. Interesting. Gaston saying he didn't think he had the score. You thought he did as soon as you saw that go down.
Yeah, I thought it was critical. I don't know if Gatien is used to do way bigger airs than that one, but maybe he is. That's why I felt that was kind of small or was easy for him. And another thing that I'm seeing, I don't know if it's a little bit of fatigue from the competitors, but they are falling a little bit more than at the start of the day.
Yeah, well, that tide's still actually going out. I think we've got about another half hour with the tide going out too, so it is tricky. That shallow sandbar. Whoa, what have we got here? Mignot with a massive rotation. That was big. And he punted that real high. He throws it away there. I'll tell you what, if he makes one of them, think about where that number went for Gassien on that last backhand rotation. And a good attempt there from Marco Mignot. He's got that in the locker for sure. If he can find himself a landing, he'll be on his way to big numbers. Meanwhile, in the lineup, Bukyam, as you mentioned, coming off the back of a win in Israel, finding himself in different kind of conditions here, but a similar sort of thing. And he coming into finals day, winning's a good habit to have, right? Making heats, whether you banging up excellent scores or whether you're coming from behind and just sort of scrapping it over the line. He's in that kind of form, which tends us to think it's always going to be dangerous. What went wrong with that rotation from Marco? He looked like he had that.
Yeah, he lost it at the end. The rotation was clean, and at the end he left the body a little bit fall behind the board, and he couldn't make it. So it's really important to keep your body centered with the board at the end of the air, and keep that front arm engaged with the rotation, as we see Thomas De Beer a little bit sad with that last loss. Nonetheless,
quarterfinals, a solid result. The other great news is we got an event starting next week up in Santa Cruz. Place he's done well in the past, made finals day there too, last time out, and he has a chance to get straight back in the jersey next week and go for a charge towards qualification on the Challengers. Bukim was looking good for that. I reckon he's pretty safe for Challenger Series qualification, and he's been at that level for a number of years. A lot of experience from him. When he's on form, when it's all clicking and coming together, when the head's right, pretty much unbeatable, Ramzi. Few chinks in the armour sometimes. See things not going his way. Can seem to sometimes come apart at the seams. But I'll tell you what, if he can get on the roll on the Challenger Series this year, you wouldn't bet against him getting in a spot to qualify for the CT. Here goes Mignot. We know what's coming here. He finds a ramp, throws up a punt, and just reached for that a little bit. It got away from him. And another incompletion, 12 on the clock.
yeah, you've got to land those to make good scores. So Marco, second try and couldn't really make it. I like his intent, and I can see where this is going in terms of what are Marco's intentions. As we see again there, I think it happened exactly the same thing. He did it well at the end. He left the body a little bit behind and couldn't really nailed it. As we see the man of the moment, Maxime Husseneau. Excellent score after excellent score, and he's going against Fontaine.
Yeah, well, Fontaine surfed from the very beginning of this. So an outsider in every sense, really. He surfed since the first round, and he's got through by hook or by crook. And he's coming up against the number one seed, the number one ranked surfer on the qualified series, Maxime Husseneau. Here's Ramsey. That's sharp, really nice turn. I'll get a little cooperative double up in here. Here he goes into the lip, bang, really nice. And that's some precision surfing right now. The speed that he's able to get as he just tags that super vertical. And those are tricky, tricky sections in there. They're bottoming out pretty steeply. There's a lot of turbulence. He makes it look very easy indeed. Nice aggression from him. He'll certainly improve. The 2.5 is gone. 6.17's the high score. Let's have another look.
Yeah, the first one was 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock even. And this last one, boom, really nicely done. He's got the power and the flow. He only needs the opportunity. So Ramsey there, feeding two massive backside turns there. So 6.83, well and truly in the lead now. And Ramsey might be happy with his position now in this heat. He was waiting for this backup for a while, as we see our deadly killer, Ian Fontaine, looking at the conditions, visualizing what he's going to do. He's saying, look at the left there. I'll go there and boom. It's what he's saying. And yeah, he's looking good, in form. He actually had quite a hookup there in the round 3, right? With the re-eat.
Yeah, the resurf.
Yeah, the resurf. So he's on the rankings now. He's 70. So he's going to make again a big jump.
Massive. Yeah,
Can we see Ian Fontaine from 70 to top 10 in 2 events?
I think he's going to need to make 2 finals. That's not official, but he's going to need 2 really big results. Meanwhile, Bukiem here, he's just made a final, just won it. And he's swinging again here for a shot at the semis. He's looking all right at the moment. He's got a pair of 6s, good enough for 13 out of 20. Mignot's struggling a bit under the 9-minute mark. We've seen him throw a couple of backside airs away. Just needs to keep catching waves, really. If that's going to be the approach, you need a lot of waves. As we see final preparations for our last quarterfinal, the 4th of 4. Here's Mignot. What's he got for us? Not much on the outside, as he'll bring it in to an inside section. And he'll get a little fling down to the flats, blows out the tail, collects. It's pretty nicely done. It's neat surfing. He'll certainly improve on his score because he's got a 1.6 and a 4.83. I'm not sure it's going to be the 8.17 required at the moment with 8 on the clock.
Well, I think it's going to help his cause as we see the replay here. He kind of adjusts his foot there, and here he goes for the air. Well, not the air he was hoping for, but nonetheless, I think he's going to help his cause. Yeah, 5.17, so he lowers the requirement for him. Now he only needs a 7.83, so he was able to cut a little bit of distance regarding what he needs. As we see lines approaching and maybe someone interested in this ride. Yes, Ramsey Bukiem.
Out the back, here goes Bukiem. Good looking opening section for him. A little check down carve to open up, double up energy in here. Loses the front foot on the wax and he goes down. So a missed opportunity. That looked like a good wave there for Ramsey, and he's rattled, he's annoyed, he knows it. He could have really turned the screw there. Marco Mignot unable to add loads to his total, getting that 5. Meanwhile, he's up on the inside, and he'll go right past Ramsey in a throaty section. That's nice and aggressive. And once again, he goes incomplete, but that's the sort of stuff he's going to need to bring fireworks. He's going to need to take risks as well. And having a good old crack at that one. Another incompletion. If he keeps catching waves, he's going to stick something like this soon, Chico.
Yeah, he's just going for it. This one was massive. If he had landed this one, for sure, he was looking for that 783 with that turn. That thing was massive. So, yeah, Marco not stacking this type of moves that we've seen in the previous rounds. So he might be looking to get one done on the last 6 minutes. He's really talented and really good at the air.
It's entertaining viewing from up here in the studio. Let's find out what it looks like down on the beach. Joanna Garnell is on the sand. What have you got, Joanna?
My God, it's Tristan, number 3 on the ranking. What are you doing here?
Well, I guess I'm just supporting the boys now. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm injured. But yeah, I'm just coming for the points.
You're just grabbing the points and watching your friends?
Yeah, it's kind of an exceptional situation. Since I got a big result in the Azores, I might be right in the cut. So I decided to come either way. I'm not able to surf though, but yeah, just watching the guys, and Jan is a good friend, so here to support.
You're going to steal some points in Santa Cruz as well?
Yeah, Santa Cruz also, and then going back home to heal that.
And how does the Challenger Series look for you?
It looks all right. I think in terms of time of healing, it should be all right. I'm focusing on that now. But yeah, I'm glad I did a good result so I can take the time that I need, because it's an annoying injury. So. Yeah.
And you're really excited about Snapper Rocks, is that true?
100%. Yeah, that's what I had in mind even last year when I saw it on the calendar. So yeah, I'm gonna make sure I'm try to be fit for this event for sure.
Well, there you go. An injured Tristan, but always supporting his friends. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. A collection on the inside from Mignot. He'll make the rotation and spin it around again. Maybe not a huge number, but could well help his campaign. Doesn't have a lot of time left. 4 minutes, just over 4.5 on the clock. He'll duck dive a couple of times and get back in the lineup and look for more. Interesting from Tristan Guilbeault, who blazed his way to the final out in the Azores last November. Going well in the ratings. Unable to surf right now, but can't wait to surf Snapper Rocks. I tell you what, been able to surf out there with just a couple of people in the water. What a chance that is. Significant addition to the Challenger Series for so long. A championship tour event, the start of the season for so long. A new look to all things this year, but a great addition to the Challenger Series. Bukiem, good looking wave. He douses Mignot in spray. I don't mind that. And he'll get a second turn as well. So Bukiem just looking to keep the pressure right on. And a little bit of spray to the face, which is never nice when you're paddling out and your opponent's got a good wave. And yeah, you feel that sometimes it hurts, doesn't it? It lands on the side of your head.
Yeah, that might be annoying for Marco, seeing Ramsey on a perfect right-hander and putting together some big turns there. So Marco for sure looking for that comeback as we see him up and riding again.
Here goes Marco. What's he got for us here? He sees a heavy section coming towards him. Can't even find a ramp. Well, I think we're going to see him do lots of that. Aparicio is not enjoying this. Marco's coach, he's feeling the pressure and the nerves. Mignot needs to just keep looking on the inside and looking for a boost. He's ridden. That was his 12th wave. It'll just be a throwaway. Ramsey's number's going to come in a little. Well, let's just wait until it comes in. There's a bit of a spread from the panel on it. So it comes in just under. So the good news for Marco is Ramsey was unable to add to his total there. Ramsey's like, what? So under 3 minutes for Mignot. 7.83 the requirement. A big air, full rotation, a clean stomp. What does he need, Chico?
Yeah, I think with 2 minutes to go, he might be looking to get one of those airs landed. And yeah, it has been his go-to move over the last couple of days, so you might try it out.
Here he goes again. He's got a section here, has he? He'll flare up, but that wave just a little awkward for him, and he's unable to do the rotation. He's unable to get a landing. Crucially, 13th wave, it'll also be a throwaway. He'll be back in the lineup in about 10 seconds. And he'll just try and do that again. You can expect to see him just keeping on doing this. I don't mind it as a tactic. If he sticks one, he's going to ask a question of the panel, but in order to get up there, the 7.83, real close to the 8, basically. Not a wildly dissimilar situation to what we saw Gessi and De La Haye, who was able to stomp a rotation to make it. Mignot has got his work cut out right now. What's Ramsey thinking right now?
Well, Ramsey is really intelligent in terms of making the right decisions on the heat. So I think he's just going to maintain priority. Once he sees a good opportunity, he's going to go and try to get rid of that 617. That's my call.
90 on the clock. Priority with the Ramsey Boukiam. He's been happy to let Marco Mignot go on a couple from underneath the priority. And that was exactly the mistake that Thomas Dubier made. He made a snap assessment of a wave, thought, yeah, this is a 3. Turned out to be an 8. Cost him heavy. What's Mignot going to do here? He's going to go again. Well, he had a little paddle. That wave will just run underneath him. Final minute now. He needs to get something going. Quarter-final finish is decent. But when you get this far, you're really thinking about going all the way. He's up and swinging on the inside. Possible last chance here. First turn's nice. Almost overextends on that. And then he'll flare up with a rotation. And he'll cling on here. And crucially, he's asked a question of our panel. And I'm going to ask a question of you, Chico Alves. Do you like that for a 783? Hold the phone, because Boukiam is shredding the left. So Ramsey gets a wave, and he might just be wondering where this is going to go. Would have maybe heard a little murmur from the beach as Marco stomped that. We're not sure what Ramsey got done early on, but he surfed a pretty solid heat. It's with the judges now.
It is. Oh.
783, mate.
Well, if it is, we have another heat where the guy without priority turns the heat in the last 10 seconds. And, well, I don't want to be a judge right now. Hard part of being a judge is these moments. And, well, they're going to have a close look.
Tense moments down on the beach. Boukiam there in the red. Left of your shot. Dominated that heat throughout, but was only able to post a couple of 6s. Nothing more major than that. So he always left the door a little ajar. Mignot with a 5 for his high score. And he needed almost an excellent to get past Ramsey, assuming Ramsey doesn't improve, of course. We didn't catch the beginning of his wave. The end of it looked like a relatively small wave, a little low perhaps on energy. I'm not sure what sort of turns went down. It'll be interesting to see. Now, what we can expect on our score screen is the first score that comes in will be the one, probably the lower number, the one for Ramsey Boukiam. Let's see how that goes for now. We're just going to keep with this tense moments here. Finals day, always super significant from Marco Mignot's point of view. He did the right thing in that he put a wave out there, he put a maneuver up, and he's left it with the judges to score it. Whether they deem that close to the excellent score he needs, we're going to find out shortly. Could be in the semi-final. Ramsey could find himself in yet another semi after going all the way in Israel. So Ramsey's score is going to come in. It doesn't look like he'll improve here. And they're going to give that number first of all our panel, which tends to make us think that Marco's could be close. And it all comes down to interpretation of criteria, where the scores have gone on similar kind of waves. Also the context of that heat where the numbers came. And this will be a little uncomfortable for Camp Boukiam. So 5-9 in for him. He doesn't improve. That situation stays the same for Marco Mignot. And all of our attention will now turn to that score. And Chico, I will need a yay or a nay from you. You've had a little while to think on it, mate. Are the judges going to give him a 783 or better? What do you think? What do you feel? What's your gut? Just go with your gut, mate. That's what you tend to do quite often.
Yeah, I'm reading.
What's the gut say?
My gut say, regarding the size of the wave, no. Regarding the intensity and what he did.
First time was really nice, right? And he got the air as well.
So it was not a set wave, but the way he surfed it was excellent. So I just think like it's going to be close.
A full 5 or 6 minutes has passed since he caught the wave. So all of these things, you know, from what we know from these events, that tends to make us think it's close at least. It's going to be, if he doesn't get it, it's going to be a 7 or something like that. If it was a 5, they would have locked it in.
Would have given a 7.5, 7.8.
Let's have a look, mate. Talk us through it.
Yeah, he winds up off the bottom. He gets a crack off the top. And Another air there. Well,
The numbers in Chico. He gets the score. Would you believe it? 7.93 for Migno. And he loves it. And once again, making through at the last possible moment. Got a little inside wave. And Ramsey will be a little bit gutted. Well, a lot bit gutted. And a massive, massive score for Migno. And he's through to the semi-finals. Absolutely delighted. Great work from him. Backed himself to stay in that. And nailed a score with dynamic surfing at the end. We're going to come back with more live surfing. Wrapping up the quarterfinals for the men after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Good luck on your next event.
Almada, território de muitos.
What a dramatic end. I've got Marco Mignon, the winner of the last heat. That was very dramatic. How are you feeling? It took 14 waves for you to get that last one. You've been winning heats like that the whole event.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been like that, since the first heat until the last one right now. It's just been super dramatic in the last moments, and I'm super grateful to be able to make it happen at the last minute. So I'm super happy.
And you've been working with Jason Aparicio as well. Has he been helping you out throughout the event?
Yeah, well, first, he was with the twin brothers, and then we're together as a team, but he started helping me out for this event, and it's working really good. I want to thank Jason so much because he's making it happen. So thank you so much, Jason.
Well, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. You're in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and I want to say hi to everybody, all the fans out there, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like everything. Love you all.
What a superstar.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna.
Ben, have you subscribed and liked?
Yeah, absolutely.
The Migno channel?
MarcoMigno.com. Yeah, he should have probably told what the channel was there, but
you don't know. You don't know.
I would say there's some good YouTube clips, sort of life on tour, lots of fun. He's a real passionate, fun-loving guy. Splits his time between Mexico and France. He lives a pretty cool lifestyle. He's a great surfer. He's a handsome fella. He's a nice guy. Oh, yeah, I'm just subscribing. I mean, why wouldn't I have already subscribed? Although we just move straight on. We go into Maxime Husseneau versus Ian Fontaine. Real clash between two very different styles here. Ian Fontaine, well, he's been getting through sort of by virtue of doing just big turns. There's no set-up turns. There's no little in-between. There's always just one big flurry at the end. It's been working for him. Bit of a bolt from the blue. He's been under the pump every time he's been threatened. He's came back stronger. And here he goes again, this time on his backhand. Banks around the corner. And then that's the first mistake. You can't afford to make mistakes against Maxime Husseneau, though. That will get punished pretty quickly. And Max has been absolutely on fire throughout the course of the event. Nothing like Marco. He's just been in control of the heat from the start, Paul, and has never let go. He's like a He's got your hand. He's just got your hand sort of around your neck for most of the heats, and it's been really, really impressive.
Yeah, it's all come together really well for Maxime. Looking great value as the leader in the ratings, deserved of that spot, and he would have been planning for those challenges a way back. He does a lot in terms of his preparation, real smart competitor in every sense, and thinks a lot about venues and equipment and all that sort of stuff, and he's in live action right here.
Yep, just waiting for this last section. Maxime got his son, his dad there, Papa Houston,
Jean-Luc.
Jean-Luc. We were talking about that before, and as a result, the sort of Twitter sphere sort of fired right up in terms of, I did have Romney, sorry, I misread that, Romilly from Goudhurst. You just see Max a little bit sticky in this one, staying busy as he's wont to do, getting a score on the board early. He said, Paul, you've got to go on a boat trip. You can either choose between these following 4 father and son combinations. You've got your Max and your Jean-Luc Husinos. He's a 3-5. You've got your Felipe Toledo's and Ricardo. You've got your Kalohe and Dino. And then lastly, your Gabriel and your Charlie Medinas. You got to choose one pair. As we see, Fontaine, and just a bit of flair because he can, because he's been on fire. Yeah, that was a very interesting and well thought out question, I thought, from Romilly.
How many father and son combos am I taking? Just one?
Just one. You just got to choose one.
Okay, well, that's easy.
Oh, yeah, you got to choose 2, actually. That's a bit easy. I gave you an easy one there. 2, you got to take 2. You can take your son. Bring little Zachy along for the ride. Why not?
Yeah, Max and Jean-Luc, obvs.
Yeah, shouldn't have given you that one. That was a bit too easy.
Yeah, let's lock them in. Who else is going to come on our boat trip? I'm going to bring Medina, I think.
Medina and Charlie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lock them in.
Cool. All right, that'd be a fun trip. And Paul and Zach. Good combo. It's been working for Max throughout this year. Challenger Series coming up. He's pretty much a lock for that. He's booked his flights. Him at Snapper Rocks. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it, Max. Smooth, power, good in the tube. Knows the wave. Won't get too much sucked into the surfer sort of party Gold Coast lifestyle. He can leave that. He can leave that behind. He can walk, turn away back to that. So big things. Here he goes again with priority. A little bit of a bump on the face, but he just drives through it. S turning his way to some more points, hopefully. Oh, and there's a savage layback, sort of cut down. There's Jean-Luc. No, not happy. No, not impressed with that, Paul.
Well, he maintains a very high standard for Maxime, as do we all, as do our judging panel. This is quarterfinals right now with big stakes. And contest winnings are more significant in these days of slightly more sort of modest remunerations from sponsors for our surfers. Prize money's a factor too. Maxime's good in the challenges on points. But a big win here would certainly help things out. And you just see him leaning into this and just banging that board. Liberates the rail. The inside rail buries the outside edge as he just flows through the turn, releases that tail. He gets a reasonable number for it.
Yeah, superb technique. And really, really great surfing. Only a 4.83. The wave wasn't that much chop, but he managed to carve out some turns. You know, you just got to constantly adjust. The surf is ever changing. Just feels like there's a little bit less energy at the moment. Maybe very bottom of the tide. So he's not going to wait around. He's going to judge, surf the waves as they are right now, not as they were half an hour ago or what he thinks you need. Meanwhile, Fontaine, he goes to the right. Big spray, nice arcing turn. He needs a big section if he's going to get some points on Max. He needs some thick, chunky lips and some big, heavy sections to hit. That's going to be his way out of this. Unfortunately, that wave just didn't provide one.
Yep, Fontaine having a good old swing there. Twitter is very active. We've got Peggy Sue in Berlin. A question for Monday. Which 2 coaches from this event? We've seen a lot of coaches throughout. So we'll just watch Fontaine's effort here with a little bit of slopiness, wasn't it, really? And he was never really able to surf with speed, and that's going to affect his score big time. And he does, well, it's an interesting decision to go down that little closeout bit. Could have got the ball potentially in trouble. Which 2 coaches would you choose to be stuck in a lift with? Part 1 of the question. You can pick from coaches that are here or just in general. And also, if in fact it turned into part B of the question for Peggy, so a prolonged stay in that lift, who do you think you would be forced to eat first? Those 2 coaches, if you had to survive, to sustain yourself. Great question, Peggy Sue. Coaches, Ben, do you like them? Or do you love them?
Yeah, I love them. And, I mean, sometimes I think there's more coaches than there are actually athletes. Which would indicate that some athletes have more than one coach, but I'm not sure how that works. In the lift, I'm going to be stuck with... I mean, there's some obvious answers, isn't there, obviously. I'm going to go with Glenn Micro Hall. He's a good guy. Lovely guy, good conversationalist. Calm in a crisis. And, you know, I'm not going to say I am going to eat him, but, you know, I might be able to sort of physically overpower him if I had to. That wouldn't be easy. He's a real strong little character.
Not particularly fleshy either. It'd be quite hard to find a succulent part, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's
quite
right.
Bony.
Yeah. So that's why I'm going to just... Look, it's never easy. It's never easy, this. But I'm going to go Snips Parsons. Yeah, I'm going to go Mike. The Snips Parsons, I'm going to put him in the left, and then, if needs be, I'm going to... not a lot of flesh, but he's got some bones on him. And, yeah, I'd probably eat Mike. I mean, it's a ridiculous and rather awkward question, but I still like it. And, yeah, Snips gets the snip.
Not a classic, this one so far, is it, Ben? The points have been pretty subdued out there, and it's all very even at the moment. So while the scores are low, that means it's a very close heat, and not a big requirement for Ian Fontaine is in second.
No, exactly. All quite tight. I'll tell you the 2 coaches the least I'd like to be stuck in a lift with for an extended time, especially if they have to eat each other, or someone does. Dog Marsh and Andy King. 15 hours with those 2 in a lift. Carnage. Anyway, speaking of carnage, there's some amazing surfing going down. We're going to go to a short commercial break, come back with more live action right after this. Okay, back to live action. We've got someone putting, looks like Ian Fontaine on the left. Goes around the corner, and there's those big sections I was talking about. And he gets it. And that's how he's been logging some big scores throughout the course of the whole event. French, he's getting behind there, man. He's a popular guy on tour. Does a bit of coaching, helps the younger kids. Pretty even kind of a character. And he's had a really, really impressive run throughout the course of this event. And this turn, Paul, this is what he's good at.
Into the bowl and vicious. And you just see from there how he kind of springs through the lip. His timing's sweet. Meanwhile, this is Maxime. Got himself a good-looking wave, and there is quality and class. And look how much board he blows out the back. Really impressive, ever athletic, unbelievable balance from Maxime. And a great number drops in for him.
6.33, so it's going to be interesting to compare those two.
Ian's wave was bigger, so a bigger section, more risk, but didn't have quite the fin release or the flare of Max. Might even itself out, and it does. A 6.17 for Ian and a 6.33 for Max. So Max still just holding on to a very, very slender lead. This is wide open. No surfer able to crack this quarterfinal as yet.
Quick tweet in from Walter in Peterborough. Wants to know, Ben, Ian Fontaine, can he make the Challenger Series? What sort of results would he need?
Absolutely. I mean, at the moment...
Needs a couple of finals, I would have thought, at least. Maybe even a couple of wins.
Well, not necessarily. I don't know exact rating at the moment. But, there's 3,000 points on offer here and in Santa Cruz. And I think the winners are sitting on around 5,000 points at the moment. So, yeah, I mean, he's going to get some points here. But you only have to get into that 10th spot, effectively. That's probably the spot he'd be eyeing off. And, he'd need, I'd say, quarterfinals. Well, he's got that here, but he need another one and bigger at one of these two events. So
Walter in Peterborough just following up with another quick tweet. If he were able to get on the challenges, and if he did, in fact, qualify for the CT, what venues would you see as his favourite venues, Ben? Great question, Walter.
Well, Hossiger.
Well,
I would say.
It's not on the championship tour, mate.
Oh, the CT, mate.
Yeah, if he was able to qualify. Yeah, if he was able to qualify.
He's to qualify for the Challenger Series and then qualify on the Challenger Series to get on the CT.
And then when he's on the CT,
Margaret River. Yeah, I can see him doing well at Margaret River. Chunky, powerful.
Final with John, maybe next year.
I mean, if we're talking about the realms of fantasy, then yeah, it's entirely possible. I mean, anything's possible in surfing. We've proven that. He anywhere there's a bit of power, a bit of chunk, he does well. He's a heavy-footed surfer. First things first, getting on that Challenger Series is going to be important. What about Maxime? Where would you put him? CT, where do you reckon if he... And he's been very close over the years, former World Junior Champion. Where would you back him to get a result on the CT?
I don't really see Maxime as having too many weaknesses, to be honest. I reckon he's good in any kind of conditions. He really does have that in the locker.
Yeah. Yeah, so well-rounded. Backside, forehand, big tubes, aerials. Kind of got it all. Love to see Max on the CT. I don't think many people deserve it more, considering the amount of time, effort, energy that he's put into it and done it with such good grace over the years.
I'd like to watch Husno in full flow at J-Bay, for example. I think he could go really, really well there. Does have those big backside rotations as well. He's got a massive backside air on him. So anywhere, either in a beach break venue or one of the lefts, he can throw that in too.
Okay, live action as Fontaine, fanging down the line, needs a 5. And he's probably going to get it with that closeout re-entry. One big turn again. It's a pretty hefty section. You can see the sand gurgling, showing you how shallow it was when he landed it. And got over the lip. Not easy. Those booties sticking to that wax. And we'll see how he gets on. And he's going to see, he doesn't need a big score, as we say, a 5. It's going to be there or thereabouts, you might imagine, Paul.
Yeah, here he goes. So it gets his entry and then just pumps immediately. So it doesn't get to the bottom of the wave and do a bottom turn. He gets speed and he aims at this section. He comes at it a little bit laterally, but it's a really tricky section. And if you think about degree of difficulty, that is not an easy turn. He actually makes it look pretty easy. And I reckon he's pretty good for the number here, Ben.
Yeah, so he gets 5.87. So Max needs to come back. Well, that's the way of coming back.
Oh, my goodness.
If Ian Fontaine's single turn was a 5.87, that's going to be a couple of points well above that. And he needs a 5.71 max. So that's the way you respond. That's just that little bit of difference in class, really, isn't it? I mean,
a lot bit of difference, really. That was outrageous. The way he drew out the bottom turn, and the amount of speed and sort of venom that he hits the lip with. And once he gets in the lip, a little bit of difference. You see Ian just kind of using the lip to force him back down. Maxime actually kind of tweaks the board out as well. So you see him go in, bang.
Oh, so fast as well. So much whip.
Flicks it through the lip, and it's beautiful to watch. Let's have a look at this technique again.
Well, that's what you get. You get an 8.93 for that. So he's already just stomped his authority on that, and he likes it. No need to claim excessively. He knows. The judges know. We know. And almost a 9-point ride for Max. Another massive score for the surfer from Reunion Island.
Took him a long time to stamp his authority on this seat. This is actually a pretty close battle. They nudged their scores up, but right there, that difference in class just ramming home that advantage now, Maxime. And with 5 on the clock, Ian Fontaine is in all sorts of trouble now. Needs a massive number, needs to go well up into the excellent range. And Maxine able with a 1-section turn to just bring us absolute fire. And speaking of which, with that next heat paddling out, I cannot wait for this first semi-final of the women.
Yeah, Hopkins versus Bonvalo. Hopkins needs to get to the final to have any chance to make the Challenger Series. Had a quick chat to Rob Gunning about that. Actually, Paulina Nadeau has actually risen up the rankings. Garitza Sanchez-Orton has dropped down. They're almost even, and Rachel Presti too. They're all pretty much all on even scores. It might even be a count back between those. But if Hopkins can make the final and win the final, then she'll skip above all of them. So there's still a lot. You only get your best 3 counts. All surfers carrying a low throwaway courtesy of an event that didn't go to the end. So Hopkins, you know, her strategy is simple. She has to win to get the final, have any chance. And Max now with the confidence to do a little bit of aerial action, but he just didn't get his feet in the right spot. Meanwhile, Fontaine can't find that section. He needs a 9.09. He's been getting some big scores, but that's going to be a big ask for the surfer from Brittany. Keeps hustling. I think no matter what happens, he's going to take away a lot from this event. A lot of confidence going into Santa Cruz, which starts next Tuesday. But it's really difficult to see anyone getting past Maxime.
Worth mentioning, of course, the forecast looks really good for next week as well for Santa Cruz. We've had some kind of windy conditions. We've had some big waves up there as well. It is a swell puller forecast. It's really, really good. It's going to be solid. I'll tell you that much for sure. There's some swell in the water heading towards the beach at Santa Cruz. We can't wait to bring you more live QS action from up there. But before we get to any of that stuff, it's intriguing watching this finals day play out, particularly this quarterfinal, which has seen a close heat really throughout most of it. Maxime never really able to put much on the board against Fontaine to show a whole lot of difference. He got this for a 6. That was nice and spicy. 6.33 came in for that, and that kind of fired it up. He had a bit of an advantage. The fight back came, though, from Fontaine. This was 6.17 for him. See him throwing that turn up. Just a little less dynamic and a little bit stiffer than Max. And then he dropped this hammer blow and pretty much slams the lid, not only on the wave, also really on this quarterfinal, leaving his opponent leaving a 9.09 with not a lot of time to go. Maxime, a smart competitor with that sharp surfing, but also able to be patient and not force it and wait for the right section. And when it came, Ben, well, he didn't need asking twice, did he?
Not at all. Absolutely. Grabbed that heat by the scruff of the neck with one massive turn. Interestingly, in the last heat, I think Ian needed to score in the last 9 minutes. Max a priority, and Ian just snuck away and got it and got through. Now they're facing off. Max ain't going to give him anything now, not when it's man on man. And it's just really, really bit of quality surfing when it mattered, just to elevate the heat. It was sort of a bit of ho-ho, a few 6s, a few 5s, and then a bit of class from, well, the #1 surfer in the event, Maxime Husseneau. He's been on a tear throughout the course of the European competitive series and the qualifying series. And it's not stopping just yet. Looks like he's on his way to the semi-final. So he'll be up against Marco Mignon. Marco's been making a habit of winning in the dying seconds. Well, I'll tell you what, he's going to have to step it right up if he's going to face this man and come out alive. Husseneau is looking calm and composed, strong and centred.
Talking about the endurance, surfing multiple times, I don't know if there's anyone fitter with greater stamina on this tour than Maxime as well. He is an all-round kind of sport billy, excels at a number of various disciplines. He's a very, very fit lad as well. So,
what's he like at tennis?
Really good.
Good second serve, I'd imagine.
Good first serve.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he loves his sport, loves his fitness, loves his training, loves his surfing, loves his tennis. I can see him as, yeah, I was imagining the second serve is a bit sort of a whippy kind of sliding down the centre line kind of a guy.
He's got a great smash at the net in badminton as well.
Has he?
The overhead smash.
Yeah. Hoops, pretty handy on the hoops.
Yeah.
Lacrosse, good at lacrosse.
Not sure. Maybe Garnell can ask him about that. We'll find out a little bit more potentially. Not long to go in this though. And Fontaine, it's been a great event for him. Congratulations to him, but his race is run.
Yeah, he's done. He's surfed well, but just there he goes. Succeeds. He's had a great run, and he just thanks and says well done to his opponent. Good friends, been surfing a lot together over the decades. And yeah, I think Ian Fontaine's got a lot to be happy about. A very, very good result for him, a quarter-final. Come back from adversity many times, but Mac's just too good. And we've got our semi-finals worked out now for this event. So as we take a little bit of break, we're going to come back with a very, very important heat. Teresa Bombolo versus Yolanda Hopkins in the first semi-final of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. We'll see you right after this short break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Okay. Okay, welcome back to live action as Maxime gives his dad a big hug, as does Ian. Good mates. Look at that. That's a great photo. A great scene. That's many a generation. It's really stoked Jean-Luc Houssanet for Ian, who he knows very well. But his son is the one that is progressing. But that was last heat. This is this heat. This is a massive one. Teresa Bombolo, Yolanda Hopkins, two Portuguese battling it out. There's a lot more on the line for Yolanda. She has to win this to have any chance of getting into the Challenger Series final. So Challenger Series spot. For Teresa though, she's won 15 heats in a row. So she's on an incredible run. Maybe one of the longest winning streaks, I would say, in European surf history. I'm going to have to check that, but I can't imagine anyone else having won that many heats in a row. I can't remember competitors winning back-to-back surfing events, especially 3. So Teresa's on a streak that is perhaps historic. That won't mean anything to Yolanda. She's another competitor. They're very different in every facet of the way they approach the wave, the way their style is. Goofy versus natural, sort of a bit more tall versus sort of more lanky approach. A bit silky smooth versus power and aggression. So they bring so much, so different to the sport. And they've got 20 minutes now to decide who's going to come out on top. Looks like you see Teresa, first crack on a backhand this time. Lines up, first turn is nice. It's a little bit stuck, comes around again. She's going to go vertical if she can. Gets around, and finishes off. So just the start she would have wanted. I think she left a few points on the wave there potentially, but still a super strong start from the Qashqai surfer.
Definitely. Well, first heat, semi-finals, she's going up against Yolanda. And I don't know, I just feel like if I'll go against Yolanda, I'll just have that kind of, it just gives you the nerves because you know she's like steel. She has steel nerves, Yolanda. So she's not going to back down. She's not going to be afraid of surf a good heat. So let's watch the replay here. A bit stuck on that first one. Great wave selection. And then kind of a loose end turn there. So that's a good wave to start this heat, 7-point ride.
Yeah, I mean, she was a tiny bit hung up on that first one, but tell you what, she recovered so well. A big belt on the second turn, and then still managed to add a bit of flair on the third. Fins out, so putting Hopkins under pressure straight away. She's just so consistent at the moment, Teresa.
Yeah, 15 heat heat strike is...
It's on.
Yeah, and it's cool to see the fact that Yolanda, Teresa, Mafalda, Veselko, they all have different styles. It's really interesting.
They bring a lot to the table. Speaking about bringing a lot to the table, it's Maxime Houston, down there on the beach with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I'm down here at the beach with Maxime. Maxime, you're on fire. 2 weeks away from the win, semis and final. Are you ready?
Yeah, I like those kind of days where it's like non-stop. You just have to surf all day and then the best win in the end. I just love those things. Like everything I'm doing, it's good, so it's nice to keep on rolling and just let it go, and we'll see how you end up.
Do you feel like you're in one of those days that seem like a replay from the last heat?
Yeah. My strategy was the same because the wave keep producing the same sort of score potential, so I had the same strategy, but it was hard to battle with Jan. He's one of my really good friends, so it's never easy to battle with a friend, and he was needing a 5, and I knew the whole heat, if we keep fighting with 5 points, it will beat me. So I was thinking I need to get an 8 and I need to make a big score to make sure I can make this hit. So I really focus on getting that right wave and giving everything I have on the turn.
You sure did that. And what are you doing in between heats? A lot of heats today, a lot of paddling. What are you eating in between heats? Stretching a lot? What are you doing? What's the recipe? You want to tell us?
Just water and relax, breathe, and don't worry too much about the situation. Just focus. It's just surfing at the end of the day, and it's one of those days where we are able to surf and get paid for and enjoy. So just have to relax and just focus on the wave.
So water and stretch seems like a good strategy. Good luck for the semis. Great to see you ripping, and good luck to the next round.
Yeah, I still had the Toshta Mista just to give more power.
I knew you had some kind of secret in there, Max. Into the next round. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, you cracked him in the end, Chico. Tossed a mister. What a lovely approach to this. You know, as he said, look, let's not overthink this. It's just surfing. He loves surfing. He's a surfer to his core, and I'm lucky enough to get paid to do it. You know, so being grateful and realising what he's got right now, though. Teresa, if she can make this, it's another big score.
Wow.
And she likes that.
Claims it.
She's putting a big total up early doors against Yolanda, and look at her paddling back out. She's absolutely a machine at the moment. She's got steely focus. There's only one prize, you know, one focus, and that's winning every heat that comes her way. Yolanda's had to have a run around and start again up next to the rock, so she's losing valuable time. Paul's not a fan of that run around, and there's a reason for that. It's because it costs a lot of time, but this wave, well, she's just got it on point, hey, Jose?
Yeah, first good one, but this is the money turn. Really vertical. It wasn't an easy turn to land, and she did pretty well to hang in there. So just kind of like a majestic approach in this heat, right? Well, so because Yolanda came from a 16 combined total heat score in the previous heat, and Teresa just adapting so well to each heat, and 8-3-3 for her, and 15 points in the first 10 minutes. What can you say?
Yeah, incredible surfing from Teresa Bonvilla. She's put a marker down. It's what Yolanda did to her opponent, you're right, in the last quarterfinal. Now the shoe's on the other foot. In that instance, Neferta Lopes did come back with a 9, so it's not over yet, but no by any stretch. But I'll tell you what, she's got a mountain to climb now, Hopkins, if she wants to get through this heat and get into that Challenger Series, which is her, her real goal. Her back half of the year look very, very different if she doesn't get through this heat. She doesn't want to concentrate on that too much. Doesn't want to put too much pressure on her shoulders. She just wants to get a couple of waves. If she can get one, solid wave and do that one big turn, she'll be back in this. But I'll tell you what, it's probably the worst possible start she could have had. Meanwhile, Teresa just keeps going.
Yeah, Teresa's not going to leave any space. This wave is not worth for much, but yeah, Teresa's not going to leave any space. She just wants to push and push and push till the final. But tell you what, it's if Yolanda can't make this, it's a shame she can't make the challengers, because she's definitely one of the best surfers in Europe, and just with a real remarkable style, very different style from Yolanda.
Yeah, she brings a lot. She's got a real energy and a point of difference. And she did really well in the Challenger Series last year. She made an impact. Went to Hawaii, had a first ever trip to Hawaii. Here she goes, looking at this one. So she's got to try and just get back in this heat. See if she goes. She's up on a backhand this time. Solid wave. She's going to go big here. Cranks off. Falls. So she knows she had to go big. She did. And she just came a cropper. So supremely fit athlete. Charge back out there, but yeah, not the response she was after. Just did the turn, and just didn't quite hold on to it as she tried to ride out of that foam. As we see the next heat warming up, Maud Lacar, massive heat for her as well. She's also right on the cusp of qualification. She'll need a win, nothing else will do. So she's just looking calm and focused. One of her best results for a while. Semi-final. So all the hard work she's paying off. She's had a big winter. And now it all comes down to a heat with Vaheen Friero. But right now in this heat, Hopkins under the pump in combination, needing 2 waves, 2 big scoring waves. She's going to get out of this. And, you think she's going to need to do it, at least get one of those waves pretty sharpish if she's going to continue on.
And I was thinking for Maud in next heat, if she gets through, it means that she's going, to travel again to Australia, to South Africa, to all these places, all these beautiful places on the Challenger Series this year. And if she doesn't, well, she might end up not going, and all her crew is going, Joan Deroux and Mark, probably.
Oh, yeah,
possibly.
hopefully. Yeah, well, they're in the mix. Yeah, none of them. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's so much on the line, and she's sort of she's in 10th, so she's a bit off, but she's still in with a shot. Right now, though, there's a bit of a break in proceedings in this first semi-final. We'll go for a short commercial break and then come back for the rest of this quarter-final, this semi-final, and the next right after this. Stay tuned, folks. Okay, welcome back to Costa de Caparica, Portugal, Southern Shores of Lisbon. We are getting down to the final state, the first semi-final of the women's, and we've had an absolute barnstorming start from Teresa Bonvalot, the #1 seed, the best surfer in Europe right now. The surfer's been on an absolute roll for a good 12 months now. Hasn't lost a heat in, I think, 14 or 15. So an incredible run, and potentially historic run. Yolanda Hopkins doesn't even have priority, which is another factor going against her. And she's got a heat total of just, well, it's 3.3. It's a tiny amount for her. Can she call this back, Zay Ferreira? What's she got to do?
Well, she really, no mistakes. She's got to be lucky at this point a little bit. So she's got to catch 2 good waves, or at least 2 good sections for 2 good turns, and a bigger wave for that matter, and something like this.
So not a bad strategy. She's going for those big closeouts. I don't mind that. She pulls off one of those. She gets an 8. She's back in it, but at the moment she's just pushing it so much that the percentage, the chances of pulling them off are very small indeed, even for a surfer of her caliber. So more valuable time expended as well, and energy. Energy probably won't be the big factor. It's the time that's going against that. So I'll see if she can come back.
And I really feel that Teresa was kind of pushing through her nerves. So I might be wrong, but from my impression, Teresa was a bit nervous in the beginning, and she just kept on going, kept her composure, and overcame herself. And this is the kind of things that really builds up your self-esteem, your self-confidence. And you could see the difference between her first wave and her second wave. And so I can just feel that she's way more relaxed now, obviously. Yolanda doesn't have much on the board, but
there we go. So Yo coming back into that, just without priority, staying busy. You missed the first section of that wave, so we'll see if there's any points left. But at least she's got a wave, she's got a completion, so she's fighting back, which is what, because we want a contest. I mean, we love seeing these girls surf, but we'll see what she had. Right-hander, Zay, late drop.
Yeah, it looks like it was just that one turn. It was a nice turn, but she will need way more than that, Ben, to threaten Teresa.
Yeah, it's a takeoff, wasn't it? Really late, sort of airdrop, and then just didn't have the time to really go through the lip or throw any fins out. So we get a score. Let's get a 5.67, so that's something. She's out of combination land, which again is a little small sort of stone in that, but she's a long way. She's going to go around again, so she's a long way from the action. She's got 6.5 minutes.
There's a lot of wobble now in between the outside and the inside. And if you're tired, or if you're, it's a strategy. What do you think about that? Because
you can see the rip,
looking at the rocks, the rip is going pretty fast.
Yeah, well, I mean, she knows this beach so well. But Teresa biding a time, nice looking left-hander, more open face. First time was a little bit slow, but now she's warming up. Just kicks out. She's actually going to go over and get a bit closer to her opponent. There's the Bonvalot clan watching on closely. So that wave not doing it, but she's still in a good position, still got priority. She's nervous, 6 minutes. She's just so used to winning. That's the thing about winning. It's just a habit, isn't it? I mean, I wouldn't know. But, the more you win, the more you win. It's like a rip bank. The more waves you catch, the more waves you catch. The more heats you win, the more heats you win. And she's just on that type of roll now where it's second nature. You never doubt herself. She's behind. So what? She's been in those positions, and it's a mentality thing. And at the moment, she just looks bulletproof.
Yeah, and she still has moments where she has to confront herself with herself. I'm sure she has doubts, like she's human. But I would say the difference is she keeps on going, and she has been able to overcome those little doubts in a short period of time. And so, you know, she's just building and building and building. It's like stockpile over stockpile, and you know, it's yeah, as you're saying, for her career is an historical moment for sure.
Yep. Now the next challenge to take this form and hit the world's, you know, hit the Challenger Series, hit the world's best surface, and just do the same mentality. Forget who you're up against. If you surf like this, if you can match it in any conditions, she's solid in all sorts of conditions. She's grown up in Portugal, so you know she's used to power. She's used to cold water. She's a good barrel rider, so there's absolutely no reason she can't continue this form on that Challenger Series.
Yeah.
One of the events at home, well, close to home at Ribeira de Ilash, which she knows so well. So it's all there for her.
Yeah, I think that will
She's
be
doing
very
everything right.
interesting.
Well, I think probably last year where that this run started, she ended up on the rocks that year, went straight back out. Incredible bravery, but that's by the by. Right now, she's living in the moment. She's living in the present, and she's been on fire.
Yeah, look at this. Teresa, this is her first wave. Nice turn here, very collective, and then this last turn was very decisive for this heat, in my opinion. And then look at this, way more confident, vertical, you know, little of a fin thrower there, and she really likes it, and she's just right at home. And this is Yolanda's best wave so far. A nice hit off the lip there, strong. I love her kickoffs though.
Yeah, so Yolanda still struggling to get that one wave. She needs a 10. Well, she needs a 9.66, but she doesn't have priority. She knows that Teresa won't let her out of her sight, really. That's the game. It's the way you play it. Yolanda will do the same. And now she's going to try and sell her on that one, and she has. So at least she's got priority, but can Teresa improve her score? There's a nice layback carve. I thought she was
I
off.
thought the same.
Hung on with toenails in the wax. Every ounce of her being trying to hang on, but that's not going to add her score. And that means Yolanda, she's only got one probably chance now. One more wave. She needs well, it's almost impossible, but it's not. There's a very small chance of one wave making it happen, but she's got 2.5 minutes. It'd be a pretty miraculous escape, this one, Houdini-esque. And she'll be backing herself. She knows there's only one thing she can do, and that's catch a wave and give it all if that wave comes through. Right now, though, looking a bit calm. Interesting to see if you can get her to talk afterwards, if she does in fact lose, to see where her head's at. She's resilient. She'll bounce back from this. That's the way surfing goes sometimes. Ups and downs. It's how you respond to the setbacks that defines you as a sports person and as a person. Right now, she's just struggling.
Wise words.
She'll be happy. She'll be unhappy with the performance. This is not her best surfing. She had such a great heat in the quarterfinal. She was confident. There's the coach, who's John. She's backed her the whole way. A biggest supporter.
Yeah, they're
pretty
really
much a
tight
lifesaver.
together.
Oh, he's been
right?
incredible for that woman. He's helped her through some sticky times in her life, provided shelter and, you know, family effectively. And you know, number one supporter. He obviously won't ever not support her. He won't be. You know, he'll be upset and disappointed that she hasn't surfed to her potential, but he'll be there to pick her up.
Yeah.
And that's the coach's job as much as anything sometimes. And yeah, she'll bounce back. But nothing, you just can't take away from Teresa's performance. It's been a dominant, a dominant performance against a surf that was in form. She was off in the track. She hasn't lost since forever, and she's in another final. And you'd have to, well, I don't know what the odds of her, trying to back her in the final. It's about as short as you get for a surfing competition, I imagine. 30 seconds left on the clock. Even Yolanda's potentially not even get the last shot at the title. Here she goes. She might have to go no matter what. She's looking at this wave. So here we go. Yolanda Hopkins on her backhand again. Comes around, first turn, and that wave's not going to do it. She goes down swinging. She always would, but she's done. Hopkins is out. And Paul Evans is picked for the event. Unfortunately, like his other picks for the event, haven't worked out this time. But the Bonvalos are happy. Two sides to every coin, especially in that two-person heat. So there you go. Bonvalo through to the final yet again. Yolanda is going to be some real disappointment. So close to getting to a dream and just falling short when it mattered. Teresa, too good, too strong, too stylish. Didn't make any mistakes, surfed really well, and a deserved finalist. And now we're just going to see whether it's Fahine Fierro or Maud Lacar is going to be her opponent. Those two are going up to their next semi-final. So we're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. We've got the second semi-final. Fahine Fierro versus Maud Lacar to see who goes up against Teresa Bonvalo. We are reaching the apex, the peak of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. I'll see you right after this break.
Sake. Yeah.
Almada, território de muitos.
First finalist is locked in. Teresa Bonvalo blew up in the first semi and made relatively short work of Yolanda Hopkins. She's through to a final. She's flying very high in the ratings. She's locked in for a Challenger Series competition. She wants to get another win here. In order to do that, she's going to have to get past one of these two women. Because our second semi, an all-French affair, as we check out Fahine Fierro taking on Maud Lacar, Paul Evans joining Zé Ferreira. We're on here, mate.
Definitely on, and this contest is on as well. Teresa Bonvalo, 15.3 of a score, so she's progressively building her way into the final. She won here last year, so looking very good for this year's final as well. But now we have a really, gnarly matchup between these two.
Yeah, been an interesting battle this, Goofy versus Regular. This is Maud Lacar, originally out of Saint Martin in the French Caribbean. She takes on Fahine Fierro out of the island of Huahine in French Polynesia.
Is in Tahiti?
Yeah, it's
one of the islands.
Yep. She didn't go left until she was about 15, I think, Vahine. It's a right-hander on the island where she learned to surf, but
really?
Yeah, she didn't know there was such a thing as sort of forehand surfing until a certain age. Tell you what, though, she's very well-rounded in all sorts of conditions. She's going to be a tough opponent for Maud, who will get a number in for a decent opening ride. Vahine sort of struggling really to get position in this crossed-up lineup, which will bring the tide back in now from the low point, and we will shift a little bit around. Should make things a little bit easier with the tide coming in terms of some of these rips. Trouble with the wave face. Should maybe just dial them down a wee bit. Decent number in for Maud, 4.83. Good way to start things off. Talk about the beginning of the heat, what you want to do. What you don't want to do is sit there a long time, wait for a score. So Maud just plugging away, getting turns done, getting a mid-range number in. Setting the scale for the heat. 25 minutes available. Think about Bonvalo, what she was able to do in that last one, just posting big numbers. Hopkins, who was dropping all sorts of hammers in the quarters, unable to find anything like that in the semi. You can get a little lost out there. A couple of things go wrong. And you can end up really just kind of scratching around and looking for waves that aren't really forthcoming. So great to start things off solid. And live action here. Vahine on the backhands. Good looking inside here for her. It's nice and smooth, and it's sharp. And she gets a positive redirect. More a whitewater section to finish off with, but it's really well done. She waited pretty patiently for that one. Get a small number coming before that. And then gets her first kind of legitimate combination of maneuvers done. Judges will have a think about that. We'll check the replay.
Yeah, nice. Nice first wave. Well, kind of a setup turn there. Nothing great, but this one was an aggressive turn. The inside section is still hard, so she'll be rewarded for that. Great surfer, Vahine Fierro. And would you prefer to surf on your forehand or backhand until, if you only had a choice, forever? Backhand or forehand? That's kind of an easy question, though.
Pretty easy question. I suppose you don't miss what you never had, right? So if that's all you're used to, you just think that's what surfing was if you used to go backhand.
Yeah, but if I could only surf to one of those, if I had to choose until I was 15, I would definitely choose to surf on my backhand, because it's easier than to learn on your forehand, I think. Isn't it? Like, imagine.
Let's go down and hear from a woman who's our first finalist. She won this event last time out. She's flying high in the ratings, and she's our first finalist at Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. Teresa Bonvalo is standing by for a chat with Chico.
Yeah, boys, I'm down here with Teresa. Teresa, what a heat. Excellent scores. What's the recipe for that?
I don't think there's a recipe. You just gotta go out and try to find those good ones and try to put good maneuvers on it, and you get rewarded. And that's what I did. I got that first one, the 7, and then the second one, the 8. And I was pretty much like, okay, I just gotta still find it, because it's like, it's not done yet. Because you can do, the other stuff, you can do like 2 quick 8s, 1 big turn, and you get like a good score. So I was like still trying like to find those good ones. And yes, I got one that was pretty bad, and then I saw like this perfect let, and I was like, damn it, that was the one that I wanted. But yeah, I'm super happy. Another final. Yes, let's go.
Have the conditions changed a lot during the day? Do you feel that in the water?
Yes, definitely. It feels like with every type of tide, it moves way more. The wave, it's a bit more bumpy. So you want those ones that have like a clean face. And sometimes there's a few backwards, so you gotta be careful. And yes, it's just like, I think it's gonna just improve. There's not that much contest left, so it's like 2 hours or something. So I think we'll end in the perfect tide and we'll have perfect waves.
So if you win the final, I think you do 16 hits without losing. How does that feel?
I'm not really thinking about that part. I'm just trying to do my work and trying to be consistent and trying to put on a good show, trying to do every little turn to be a bit better, and that's what I try to focus on. I cannot control all the other part. I cannot control what the other girls do. I gotta just stick to my plan and do what I can control.
Seems like a good plan to me without losing for a long time. So good luck in the final and great to see you here again.
Thank you so much.
Great job, Teresa Bonvalo. Look forward to seeing her in the final. Who's she going to face, It's one of these two out the water right now. Good numbers dropping in, I tell you that much, though. Let's get caught up on the scoreboard. Maud Lecard leads this. She's got a 6 to go with the 4.83. But a good number in for Vaine. 7.83. That turn on the inside. It's just a setup turn, really, before that. So vast majority of that score coming in. That's a big number.
Big number, important number. And it's important to put a number like that in the first 10 minutes of the heat. And both surfers kind of did that. Vane's a bit better, 7.83 against Maud 6 points. But they now have 14 minutes to really calm down, choose their waves, and start the real fight.
Yeah, Maud leading this one at the moment, but that's because Vaine's low score is really small. She's sitting on a 1 still. She doesn't need much to move up. Maud will look to go to work as soon as possible. She's second priority, so Vaine, there's a little bit of spread though. Vaine with that first priority, able to get whatever, but those two giving a little bit of distance to each other right now. So priority not really coming into it at this stage. Can be crucial towards the back part of the heat. But how dearly Maud Lecard would love to get herself in a final here. Set up against Teresa Bonvalo. Either which way, we're going to have a France-Portugal final, which has been one of our stories, particularly in the last few years on the qualifying series, and particularly for the women as well. Portugal seems to have a slight nod in that department, certainly on the women's side, maybe swinging the other way on the men. One of these two women flying the tricolour will be meeting Teresa Bonvalo in that final, and I love that thought about the ways going to be perfect for the final. That's that positive mindset from Teresa. That's what you get when you've won 16 heats in a row. Of course you're going to think positive.
Yeah, I think she was surprised to hear that. I'm not sure if she ever had heard before that she was on a 15 heat streak. So she could just made her think about that. I hope that didn't jinx it. And I think she was also talking to herself, internalizing those thoughts about, you know, she's only focusing what she can actually control, and I just felt like a very calm and composed mindset. So expecting the best.
On the inside, Maud Lecard up and swing in, takes on a lip, recovers from that maneuver into another. She'll just tag the finish. Not putting loads into those particular maneuvers. And right here, she's going to side. Let's try and use the rip up the beach and come around. So just clawing her way in across the white water as well. So she's not proning straight in. She's angling that, so she's got less time to do on the beach. And she's going to use that jetty. Generally speaking, you do get deeper water next to those with a little rip going back out to sea. So she'll have a little run along the beach. She might get a score read out while she's doing that. Let's get another look at the wave here.
Yeah, smaller wave, but very well surfed. Nice bottom turn. This was a very vertical one with a good spray, and then finishing off very technical. You can see experience and composure there. She likes it, and 6.6, that's her score, so she's in first place. Vahini Fierro has a 7.8, so only a 4 to advance. Still everything pretty wide open in this heat so far.
She makes her way back into the water after a little reposition on the beach. Got a little backwash coming off the beach to help her out there as that wave, actually whitewater heading back out to sea. Just take her over that shallow bit, which leaves Vaine all alone at the top of the peak, looking for a number now, which the requirement's gone up a touch. Nothing untoward from her point of view. 4.77. She'll have a little paddle for a wave. she'll have to wait a little bit longer to try and answer back to Maud Lecarte, who's posted a couple of 6s and surfed well so far in this. And she's getting better and better. Each time she stands up, we see an improvement from Maud. So adding over a half point to a 6. Putting up a pretty decent total now. Vahine does have that 7.83 though, massive number for her. And as soon as she goes to work on the backup score, she could be Maud Lecarte looking for a number. Here we go, a nice meaty looking right-hander. Patient off the bottom, a little kind of snipping turn, but it's tricky to do. And our judges have been pretty harsh with marking completions. And I wonder, Zay, are they going to deem that as complete?
No, I don't think so. 1.23, I think that's the score already. But if not, anyway, she's that's not going to count as complete.
She's opting to paddle straight back out. Maud Lecarte did the run around, excuse me. Let's just see how that compares. I've not really liked that tactic that I've seen from our women that have been going the run arounds. Felt like wasting a bit of time, really. I'm not sure that paddle out is impossible to do. So Vahine is going to dip under a couple of waves. She's going to be straight back in the lineup, 20 seconds after finishing her rides, whereas Maud Lecarte, I think she finished riding with about 12 and a half to go, so be a good 4 minutes or so before she gets back to the lineup.
Yeah, one of the reasons might be is we have Maud's boyfriend and surfer Joan Duru and her coach and mentor and a lot of things going on there. But one of the reasons why surfers might be going to the right to go to the outside is because they're tired. They've been doing a few heats today, a lot of intensity in each heat and a lot on the line for everyone. You know, sometimes when you're nervous, you get twice as tired. So.
Oh, they're next to each other right now, but I mean, Vahine's wave came a good 3 minutes after Maud's, and she's basically back in the lineup at the same time. So I'm not really sure about that run around at all as a tactic. Here goes Fierro. Good looking wave for her. She'll just wait on the bottom, and that will get a weird wobble go through it. Just as I say, it looks like a good wave. That kind of rip just creases that wave in two. No kind of section available for her. Unable to even attempt a maneuver. Be a quick throwaway score for her. And she's still looking for a number. It's not a big one, 4.77, but that time will tick away. 8 minutes on the clock. Lecarte with the lead right now. Back in that lineup with priority 2. And she doesn't need to take a wave unless she feels it's got at least a 6 on it, or if she feels like it's got potential to offer Fierro a score, in which case she can use that priority to block her opponent, take the wave herself. It's our second women's semi-final. Who's going to join Teresa Bonvalot? So far, Maud Lecarte going all right. And this has actually started things off, Zay.
Yeah, she started really well. The wave didn't have the best look in the world, but she did the best out of it. Started early. Used the best wave of this heat. 7.83. Check up turn. Carve actually, but this is the money turn. So hits it really hard on the white water there. That's not an easy task. But then 6.6. This is Maud's last wave. Also, not an amazing wave, but just making the best out of it. Completing it. Just getting the job done.
Maud Lecarte up in live action. Good looking finish in section. Takes on the lip and does it well. Meanwhile, right behind her, Fierro. She may have an even bigger total to go after. Good combination of turns from her. And really nicely done on the backhand. She might even squeeze back out for first priority as well, as she looked to finish her ride slightly seaward of Maud Lecarte. Let's see how that plays out. They'll dip under a couple, it'll eat up a little bit of clock time, and we'll get scores for this. It'll set us up for a final situation. Here's another look at Vahine's wave, nicely surfed.
Yeah, 4.77, that's what she needs. I think that's the score. So 2 nice turns. The wave was pretty nice too, but here was Maud's, so she had that as the first turn of that wave and then finishes off well. So it's possible that she betters her position as well, and that.
Yeah, really nice second turn. She kind of missed the first section a little bit, Maud, but a great second turn on a tricky and powerful section. Degree of difficulty playing high in our judges' criteria. Lucas Silveira getting ready to do battle. He's going to take on Gatien De La Haye, the first semi for the men, and he's been pretty much Teflon throughout. Hard for anyone to really land anything on him. In different kind of heats, lower scoring affairs, he's surfed to the requirement. He's also thrown down massive numbers, high nines as well. He's got loads in the locker, loads more yet to come. 5 minutes more to come in this second women's semi-final. And a crucial exchange from our panel of judges who've got their thinking caps on right now, and they are making sure they nail this really important couple of scores. Vahine, the combination of turns on the backhand, nice and tight, close together. Maud, first turn not great. Second one was really hard to hit that section. She did hit it pretty hard. Let's see how these go. The requirement for Vahine, 4.77, assuming Maud doesn't improve, which by the look of things trickling through, I'm not sure she will. Vahine a 5.23, jumps to first, 4.5 on the clock.
Wow. And yep, Maud doesn't better her score. So situation change. Maud knew she was in a dangerous place there. Vahine, just such a dangerous and promising young surfer. Also a contender to qualify in some time in the future.
Yeah, she wasn't a whole long way away last year, and ultimately just missing out, coming really close actually. And she would love to put a successful campaign together on the Challenger Series. Yes, this year get on the Championship Tour. Make a little bit of history as the first woman out of French Polynesia get on the Championship Tour. Before she does that, she's looking at getting herself in a final to take on Teresa Bonvalo here and to take some of that winning feeling over into our first Challenger Series event, which will kick off next month, Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast of Australia. 3.5 to go in this one, though. Fierro right now with the lead, and Maud Lacar's requirement, a 6.47. It's a pretty sizey number. She's going to need to find herself a quality wave. We've seen waves out there with that potential, Onze, but she needs to find that first, and then she needs to get those maneuvers done and impress the panel.
She does have priority. There won't be a lot of chances with 3 minutes to go, but she's in the best position possible to do that. But you know, it's not always obvious that the best waves are the biggest ones. Look at this.
Inside
yeah,
from Vahine. She'll go mid-face for the opening section. She'll get a little clip through the lip, and then she'll hit it harder with a snap. And then she tries to finish off as that one just kind of drains on that shallow sandbar and bottoms out. Not sure if that will be adding to her total. 5.23 is the backup, 7.83 is the higher. Crucial wave for Lacar here, looking for 6.47. Pumps off the bottom, goes onto the rail turn, using the shoulders. Whoa, and hits it pretty hard. Goes into the lip. So 6.47 that requirement. Another two-turn combo. Duru likes it. Kylian Guérin also supported. Charlie Martin as well. And Maud Lacar now with a little extra spring in her step as she paddles back out. Judges are going to think about 6.47 for this day.
Wow, she was very loose, and you can see the will. The second turn very nice, so very well surfed. The wave was a bit smaller, so that might be an indicative there. I'd say, you know, might be or might not be.
This is going to be a throwaway for Fierro. Comes in as just a 3-1, so not adding with this. And a crucial number for Maud Lacar, 90 on the clock now. 6.47. Thinking about the way these scores have come, it's between her two numbers, a 6 and a 6.6 from Maud. Was it enough for a 6.47, Zay?
You know, might be. I think it will be very close. You know, like straight off the bat, without thinking much, I'll just go like 6.5.
I think she's got a pretty good chance here into that final minute now. And we've seen so many of these heats swing in the final minute with scores coming in. And the judges will be making sure they nail this. Vahine still has a chance for another wave. If she can find herself in the lineup, it looks like Maud Lacar's going to get a good number. She actually gets a high score, 6-7-3, jumps to first, and now 5-5 the requirement. Maud Lacar currently is headed to the final to take on Teresa Bonvalot. And she's also heading to sit on Vahine because she's got first priority. Vahine looking for 5-5. Just 25 seconds left in this set.
Yeah, wow. Nail biter this one. But yeah, she was in the right position. She did everything right, chose a good wave. So that's competition right there. A lot about strategy. Vahine Fierro is technically surfing really, really good, but also has one thing or two to learn about competition and strategy. But she can be very proud of what she's doing so far.
Tenacity from Maud Lacar, never really let the head drop, just stuck in the fight. And managed to just plug away back to self. Found the opportunity, nailed the score as well. She'll be absolutely delighted to go all the way to the final. Maud Lacar will take on Teresa Bonvalot in the women's final, the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. And a tight heat against a very accomplished opponent. And good value for a spot in the final. We got men's semis coming up. Lucas Silveira is going to take on Gassian De La Haye. We're going to get a quick break. Join us for more. It's all coming down to the last few heats on finals day.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to finals day in Portugal, and elated Maud Lacar. And she'll get a quick debrief on the sand and start to think about a final. And she's got out of a tricky semi against a very highly rated Vahine Fierro. Maud Lacar finds herself in a final now against Teresa Bonvalot of Portugal. And a job well done by Maud. Meanwhile, we are going to flip over into men's competition, where we'll see Lucas Silveira of Brazil taking on Gassian De La Haye of France by way of Guadeloupe. And to break it all down for you, joining myself, Paul Evans, we're going to talk to Chico Alves and Zé Ferreira. How do you like this semi-final matchup, lads?
Yep. Well, on paper and in reality is all going down. Lucas Silveira starting with an 8-7-3. We'll have the replay on that. Chico, what do you think?
Great snap there, and yeah, comes off the bottom and huge backside turn there. He's feeling great. I just saw him going into the water, and it was all lofts, as you see. Blue here for doing a 6-5 here. So great approach from Gatien, and this was the backup of Lucas Silveira. Great snap there, and he says, no, I don't like the rest of the wave, I'm kicking up. But yeah, as I was saying, Lucas Silveira all laughs before the heat. He's feeling great. He's having fun, so dangerous.
Live action, Gassian, what's he got here? He's loading up, he's got a ton of speed. What's he got for us as he finds a section on the inside? Well, we thought we knew what was coming. He's got those backside rotors on absolute lock. Comes from a windy left-hander on the island of Guadeloupe and does those turns for fun. But that section just wobbled at him and just wouldn't let him launch. So he'll just have to bide his time here. What do you do when you start off a semi-final and your opponent gets an 8-7-3 in?
Well, there's not much you can do besides getting one yourself. And I think he's, this guy has been competing for a while. He's not going to be intimidated by it.
Here he goes again. He's up and swinging. A right-hander this time, nice and smooth on the face. Flares up nicely, beautifully done. Great rotation, gives himself a little clap as well. Really, really nicely done. De La Haye, who basically got himself an 8 in the final seconds of his quarterfinal against Thomas Dibier by going to the backhand boost on that time. Forehand, air reverse, collects it. How do you like that, Chico?
Wow, massive turn from Gatien here. I loved it. Boom, pins to the beach. He widened his stance. Thanks God is what he says. Head first into the water and great turn. Great air and really great style on the air too. That's something Gatien has. Is good technique in rotation and makes it look easy.
All right, well, while we wait for that score to come in, we reckon it's going to be a decent one. We've already got a great first semi on our hands for the men. Let's hear it from our second women's finalist. Maud Lacarte is down the beach for a chat.
That's absolutely right. Our finalist, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm super happy. I'm stoked. I fight really hard. I knew it was going to be a hard heat, so I'm super stoked to make it, and I just really need those points to qualify to a Challenger Series. So this is my career playing right now, so I will give it all.
You're loving these conditions, aren't you?
Yeah, I love those conditions. I love when there's a lot of opportunities and waves, and there's definitely like some great section where you can like just do your best. So no, it's really good. I love it.
Well, go prepare, go rest, and good luck. You're the finals.
Thank you. That's all.
Whoa, throwing up a massive backhand punt. Gassian De La Haye, huge one from him. Meanwhile, Silveira on the lip line, floats it up there, recovers it well. So the contrast in approaches, expect to see that. By his own admission, Silveira said he didn't quite have the air game maybe, but he's got some other stuff that he does in and around the lip. And Gassian De La Haye will go incomplete on a high-risk maneuver. Lucas Silveira will stick this.
Yeah, nice first carve right there, and then finishes off strong. He does need to replace at 3.5, and it's interesting. Lucas is one of not many Brazilians that is not a specialist in the air game, but he's a specialist in barrels, specialist in carves, specialist in laybacks, and
he's a specialist.
Specialist.
I just love that word.
Yeah, specialist. You're a specialist in eating desserts. He's a specialist in carves.
And Jose is trying to be a specialist in songs.
Big number in for De La Haye for the forehand punt. 7-4-3 gets him right back in the heat. And not much between these two. 0.3 of a point separates them currently. Just under 17.5 to go. The requirement for Gassian now, 6-8-1. The 5-5 locks in for Silveira. Really entertaining this. I love the rhythm this is already taken. Gassian De La Haye knows he's going to need to punt. He's going to need to go excellent numbers. Silveira dropped that hammer early on. Nearly went into the 9s again, the 8-7-3. And ever since that score is read out, you can just kind of tell Gassian is like, righto, find me some sections. He is going to look to launch and flare up big above the lip. Try and show a point of difference.
Even I am nervous for what's going down. Like, I feel that both Gatsié and Lucas can make a really good wave.
Maybe with the exception of tubes, all other maneuvers are out there, right? We've got sections for a bit of everything. We've got power turns, carves on the face. We've got sections to do big airs as well. So much opportunity out there when the waves do come through. Surf did just crank up a couple of clicks today. There's a more power in the water, a bit more size too. That onshore breeze has stayed pretty light. It's glassy on the face. Let's hope for plenty more sets in this and for the rest of our heats for the day. Not many to go. It's our first semi for the men, another one of these. Then, of course, the women's final, and then the men's. And we're going to be crowning champions here at the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest this very afternoon, the next 2 hours, really. It's all going to go down.
It is going down. Great day. And as we see blue paddling, using priority, Gastien.
He's up. De La Haye, quick, spicy first turn and loses it. Just loses the fins and goes down awkwardly. He'll be annoyed with himself. The good news is he didn't travel a long way, so it'll be a quick trip back to the lineup for him. And he'll look to collect and gather. Lucas Silveira will look to throw something up now. He wants rid of that 5-5. He's thinking, this guy that I'm up against is going to be looking for massive airs. I want to improve my cushion. I want to make his requirement more difficult. Put some points on the board. Let's see how he goes with that. A little soft one. Just kind of feathers through the lineup. No takers for that. Pretty wise choice right now. With the amount of surfing these guys have done, frequency of the heats today, they're going to have a pretty good read on what kind of waves they want to go for as well. That's the plus side of surfing so many times.
True that. All of the guys and girls are in the rhythm. Everyone who's make it this far, you know, it's not going to be tired. Too much adrenaline going on. So that's well past these guys to what's going in their head right now.
All right, Silveira using the priority here and swinging down the line. He'll release the fins and just rotate out. Get that tail release on a finishing section. There's the squad who, yeah, not overly emphatic with the applause. Kind of more of like a golf clap, really. And we'll see what the judges made of this. If it's better than a 5-5, we'll improve.
Well, I think he had a good. He made a good decision. That was a really good section for an air, and I think Lucas knew that Gatien is looking for that section, and that section had full rotation all over the place on your backside. So even though if he doesn't replace that 5-5, it was a good decision in my opinion.
Gatien here, then straight on the back. But this wave didn't offer much, so he still has priority. That's what counts for him. That's what's important for him. And yeah, you know, I really have the feeling this will be a nail biter. 13 minutes, long time, and 6-8-1. That's what he needs. I think he'll do it in the air, actually.
Yes, he will. On the last heat, we had Gatien behind the 8 ball the whole heat. And on the last 10 minutes, he dodged a huge bullet. He couldn't believe himself when he was on the interview. He was out of words and feeling a little emotional.
There's a really strong chance Silveira will improve, though. Got to be thinking that requirement might be steeper because Silveira will look to wash off the 5-5 and go big. Here he goes, power. Carved down into the pocket from him. There's another.
Wow.
Beautiful layback turn. And guess what? He gets a bonus little runner section to the inside. He'll tap it. And I reckon he's got a great chance of improving on his 5-5 right there.
Mate, that's what I'm saying. It's so hard to see the good waves. Like, this was an insider. You know, Gatien was, you know, looking at it, had priority, didn't go. It's 3 turns in this afternoon in the wave, like 3 quality turns, it's rare.
As we see Lucas with a big carve there, and this layback, come on, wow. Fins to the beach, he gets a bonus section, and he was able to finish it off, so he says, thank you, sir. That, look at the drone view.
What, thank you, sir?
Oh, what a layback there. And yep. Looks like
gets the bonus on the inside, and great energy from the crew. They love it. Judges don't mind it either. 8-3-3 for him. He's gone excellent again. We had a feeling he would improve and make the task more difficult for this guy, who now is looking, Gatien De La Haye, as we watch him go underwater on an incomplete maneuver on the inside. His requirement now, boys, 9.63.
Yeah, it's pretty tough situation at the moment for Gatien. We'll try and go for the air. Let's have a look.
Wow.
Yeah, if he landed that, maybe, but 9.63. It's hard for him at the moment. Lucas just on a roll. Crazy.
I think we have on the other side of the coin, Gatien might be thinking, I'm on the semis. I've got nothing to lose. I need a 9.63, and sometimes that's when happens. The 10 comes and he does a huge full rotation. So if the pressure is off, something special happens. So easy emotion about the situation.
Given the way the day's gone so far, you wouldn't count anything out whatsoever. We've had high drama in the closing stages of heats, as we see Maxime getting ready to take on Marco Mignot in the second semi. Put a bit of wax on the feet, making sure the equipment is all nicely waxed up. Just going through his checklist of preparations. Pretty thorough in everything he does. A great first semi-final between these two. Gatien De La Haye, respectable number 39.3, nowhere near it at the moment. He's way back. Silveira's got 17.06. A couple of eights for the Brazilian, who's been dominant throughout the rounds. And the consistency with which he's thrown excellent numbers has been incredible. Here goes De La Haye. He's up on a softer, smaller wave. We know what's coming. He's going to go to the air here, and he goes into that backhand rotation.
Oh.
He'll land it off the back of his board.
Massive. That was massive. The angle he had on that air was so technical. He was like almost going for an off the lip turn and ended up doing an air upside down. If you watch on the replay, look at this. Winds up and boom.
Yeah, very technical.
Yeah, that's a really good air from Gatien. I don't think it's going to be the 9.63 he needs, but nonetheless.
Well, he really has it on lock this turn.
Yeah, he has it. So great to see him always fighting back. Sometimes surfers have this attitude of being almost comboed or losing by a lot, and they kind of like give it away. And Gatien is the type of surfer that always gives a good fight until the end. And yeah, that's great, because you're going to see some action until the end.
Silveira, a little double up, smooth on the face. Another massive hammer from him. Just room for the one maneuver. The squad likes it. We'll watch Gatien De La Haye kick out. A lot of energy coming off the beach, a lot of support as well. Joanna Garnell is roaming around down on the sand. What have you got for us, Joanna?
We've got Marcos Conde, who's been working with Lucas since he was 10 years old. Is that right?
Yes, I did first evaluation when he was 11, and then it's been a long way, but I've been in touch and I've been watching him, and
how's he looking?
He became world junior afterwards, and now I was boring my sofa and watching all of those heats, and I decided to contact him hey, I can help you. And the sport is developing, and there's a lot of coaching now. And I was coaching maybe before of this time, and now I feel that I can be here in the beach. I love to be in the beach, and we've been training the last 10 days, and I hope he's going to the final and make the challenges. That's the goal.
Well, you really look like you're doing an amazing job, because so is Lucas, and we do hope to see him in the finals.
I hope so.
Like, do you guys?
Thanks, Joanna. An 8 drops in for De La Haye. It's an excellent number. It's not the excellent number he needs. He does bring down his requirement a touch. A 9.06 is the size of the task facing a French surfer out of Guadeloupe, Gatien De La Haye right now. Just over 6.5 remaining. Silveira got a wave. He'll throw away a 6.53. So comes in well short of his 2 excellent rides that he's already got going. His confidence will be sky high And at the moment, he's got 1 foot in the final. Bit of an uphill task for Gassi and De La Haye. Let's check out the story of this. It's been a scintillating first semi-final for the men. This is how it's gone down.
Yeah, this is Lucas's first wave. Open up really well, so powerful in that section. Just gave away what he was going to do in the next waves, pretty much. And then this was Gatian's second best wave. I actually really loved this wave. I thought it would be a tiny bit higher than a 6.5, I think that was. And then he had this aerial, 7.43. He loved it, but he went for a better one still. But Lucas not giving much of a chance here. Look at this layback. Crazy progressive surfing, not holding anything in for this semi-final. And not sure if we're gonna show you. Yes, we are. Chico, take this one, mate.
Yeah, Gatian here with a huge air. His best score so far. Hard landing, he made it. Look at the back, 8.0. Gatian back in the heat, needing a 9.05. And Lucas with second priority with 4 minutes to go. Can Gatian clutch it, Jose?
Well, it's true what you said. He's a fighter. He's not giving up without giving up a good fight.
Live action from De La Haye with a spring in his step over a section. It's not going to be the section he needs, though. He knows it. He'll go down there, gather his board. He'll get back in the lineup with around about 4 minutes to go. Still in the hunt for a big 9. 9.06, the requirement for De La Haye. And he knows exactly the sort of sections he needs to try and find. They are out there. But finding one, getting away from your opponent as well as we go down into the latter stages. It's relatively straightforward when you say it out loud as a task. Actually getting it done in the water harder. He got through a buzzer beater in the last. Could his run, his amazing run, come to an end in the semis? We'll find out in 4 minutes' time. Silveira has been absolutely dominant throughout the rounds, really, in this event. And he keeps throwing down huge numbers. One judge gave him a 10 for one maneuver, essentially. An incredible layback where he busted out the board. Seems to do those laybacks using the rail. So rather than just kind of popping out the flat of the board, he actually carves into the layback. He does it through the lip as well. It's super technical. You haven't seen loads of surfers pull those kind of maneuvers in this event. And that point of difference is one of the reasons why it's pretty easy for our judges to throw huge numbers at Lucas Silveira.
Definitely. And, you know, this event and many others, I think the way he's carving his laybacks is a very progressive, risky way of doing it, because he starts with like a carve layback and then he puts it on like a tail slide. So live action now.
Gassia with speed, looking for a ramp, won't find one there. So pretty similar to the last, and that leads up round about another minute or so. He'll get back into the lineup and look to go again. Silveira will cover him here. Wherever he pops out back in the lineup, Lucas will say, yep, I see you. Coming to cover you. I've got priority. He'll look to control this. And he's 2 minutes and a bit of change away from being our first finalist for the men. We've locked in the women's finalists. Going to see a France-Portugal affair. Bonvolo against Lucas. And our first finalist for the men at the moment looks like being Lucas Silveira, unless we can get heroics in the last couple of minutes from Gassi and De La Haye. Still in the hunt for a 9. Silveira will actually use the priority, so rather than just try and block, he's going to surf his way and just back himself. And he got one nice turn done. He's not going to threaten his 8s with that, so handing a little bit of impetus to Gassia. Here he goes, backhand, looking for a section here. He's got some speed. He'll find a ramp. There's a big rotation.
Whoa.
And he asks a question for the panel. Chico, you like that?
Well, I just like the way he flies. It looks so stylish and progressive.
9.06 a requirement.
Every air he's doing is quite different than the one before he did. So as we see, and Wow.
Ooh.
That was high.
Pretty big. Got a lot of the rotation done as well.
That was one of the biggest airs we saw the whole competition. Look at that. Boom.
So,
what do you think, Jose?
No, just before that, I was going to say, it's funny how it's 2 minutes to go. He needs a 9, and we still feel that everything can change.
Unbelievable.
You were going to say that?
Yeah, I was going to say that, actually.
The excitement factor ever there when De La Haye takes to the air. He got an 8 prior to that for similar kind of rotation that wasn't as high, wasn't as fast. That one was a marked improvement. Is it a 1.06 better? If it is, he will go to first. So Silveira using his priority on a wave and leaving De La Haye to get that. Could he possibly be made to pay? Our panel will decide. They'll process on that. They're going to use the replays available to them. They do have an opportunity to compare as well if they need to. And our panel, they got their thinking caps on, they're scratching their head, they're looking at the screens right now. Meanwhile, not waiting to find out, Silveira looks to try and add yet more points. Really good surfing from him. He's so loose out of those top turns. He'll slide another if he can improve.
Well, I was saying, if we compare this last air with that 8, I think this one was
it
better.
A point better?
Well, I think so.
It needs to be just over a point better.
Do you think so, Jose?
In my opinion, overall, Lucas was
another one.
Was better in this heat overall. But then, you know, judges have been rewarding airs really well, and you know his air game is amazing. So
once again, it's an absolute nail biter of a finish. Another one for De La Haye, getting another rotation done on the backhand in the final throws of the heat, needing a score, needing an excellent score. Needs a 9. Brought that requirement down because he got an 8. Originally it was a high 9. It became just a 9.06. And that's what our judges are thinking on right now, and thinking pretty hard. So Lucas Silveira, possibly an error with that priority, letting Gassien go. Well, certainly an error because he was unable to add to his score. Is he going to be made to pay from it? Our panel of 5 judges are going to decide. The numbers are coming in.
It's going to be real
close. So close. One says no, a couple say yes. 9.06 comes in as an 8.9. So comes in just under. Oh, not quite getting it. The narrowest of margins. Lucas Silveira goes to the final. Gassien De La Haye will be disappointed, but he battled valiantly. It was always going to be close. It's just not quite enough. And our first finalist will be Lucas Silveira for the men. Boys, your thoughts?
That was close. So some judges said yes. Some judges said no. Jose was on the no side. I was on the yes side. And you, Paul?
I thought he was going to get the score, to be honest.
So you were on the yes side.
I thought he was going to get it. It comes in just under. He'll have to try and process on that.
Nonetheless, what a comp for Gatti and De La Haye.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
For Gatti, but for spectators, it's been brilliant entertainment right to the death in so many heats. A big smile on that man. He's our first finalist for the men. Who's going to join him? Mignot or Husano? Find out who in 25 minutes' time. We'll be right back after the break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the semi-final number 2. Let's hope it's exciting, as dramatic, and as entertaining as the last one. We've got Maxime Husneau up against Marco Mignot, so some big firepower. Right now, though, it's Lucas Silveira. Got away with a huge win. He's down there with Joanna Garnell.
Such a dramatic event, and you've been involved a bunch of times. How are you feeling? You're our first finalist.
Yeah, feeling great. It was a gnarly hit. Gatian was so close till the very end, and before the heat, my crew was like, "Oh, let's keep the score average like 15, 16." And I was like, "Oh, now it's the same. I better do 17." And I'm glad I did it, because if I did anything under, Gatian got the score in the end. And yeah, it was crazy because I know he's really good in the airs. So after I had the 2.8s, I was kind of playing defense, and I went on a couple waves that were like really good ramps that he could have done a crazy air on them, but he found another one anyway and almost got the score in the end. But I'm super happy with the performance, and the waves are just getting better. The tide's coming in, the wind has stopped, it's getting glassy, and it should be a great show to finish the event.
And what was going through your mind on those last moments when did you see Gatian's wave?
I didn't see, actually. I went on that first one and didn't really do anything, and then I duck dive his wave, and I looked back, it was like arm open. The beach was going, the French half of the beach was going crazy, and I was like, well, I did a good job. If he got the score, he deserves more, and when the scores are all that high, there's not much you can do. And I'm happy it went my way, and one more to go.
You knew what was up. Congratulations, our first finalist.
Thanks.
Thank you, Joanna. And Lucas, as ever, just a cool, calm, collected kind of a kid. Plenty of experience, former world junior champion. And yeah, he's averaging, as he said, 16, 17-point heat totals, and that's what you've got to do to get through. And now we're looking for both Marco Mignot and Maxime Husneau to try and keep up that standard, as we're all focusing on the job at hand. And I tell you what, Maxime has been pretty focused throughout this event. Hasn't really looked in any type of strife. What's going to take it, Chico Alves? What are you going to do to stop Maxime Husneau?
Well, he's on a roll, mate. I think Max is making all the good choices, choosing the right turns to make. Marco has dodged a couple of bullets.
Yeah,
so
Marco needs a strong start in this. There's only so many times you can get those Hail Mary efforts at the end of a heat eventually. Just law of averages, you're going to run out of luck on the percentages. So he needs to throw points up early on and go for maybe less, or slightly less of an exciting, sort of tense heat. And maybe even try and put Max under a bit of pressure, see how he reacts.
Yeah, there's no real reason, Chico, why he can't go for some of those big airs early on, is there? He doesn't have to wait till he's under the pump to do that. It's one of his big strengths. The wind is dying down. Is that going to affect the aerial capabilities? Well, we see Max looking at this one. Can't get into that. That's a loss of priority, which is a rare mistake. Not sure how close Marco is, but Max will go back out. Yeah, sure, he can take to the air early on. I mean, he's got the skills. We've seen it.
Well, I think it looks fun for airs. We just saw Gatian throwing some huge ones, so I think it might be a little bit harder to throw some airs with offshore rather than onshore or south wind or glassy. I just find it like offshore really hard, because you have to put the board angle of the board towards the beach. So in this case, it's glassy. The ramps are really fun. So I think we have two different approaches on this heat. Max was going to just choose that meaty section and unload some big sprays off the top. And I think Marco, the danger man here with the 18 minutes to go, not wanting to leave to the last minute, right?
Yeah, it looks like we've got Mignot, Marco looking at this one, and he's pulled the trigger. Nice little glassy right hander. As we see him swooping down the line, he might go to the ramp here, waits for it, just kicks the fins out, comes around, so that's a completion. Probably the biggest swell and the glassiest conditions of the whole event, Paul. So you go. Pinheiro has called it yet again. Pretty much got the best waves for the finals.
Oh, Chico's called it. He's been saying this every day, and we were kind of looking at him going, yeah, whatever, mate. And, hey, I'll take it all back. You were absolutely spot on with your forecast.
Yeah, I knew Saturday was going to be the best day of the forecast. I've surfed here all my life, as we see the replay of Red, Marco. Just a quick fin release there. I don't think this is going to be a major score to look at the end of the heat, as we see the replay of Max there.
Wow, that's a bit more dynamic. And he's got, oh my gosh. That's a huge score, and that might be one of the best waves we've seen all day. 3 relentlessly powerful and smooth turns off the top, and he just started clicking into gear with each one. So Maxime Husino, we talked about Marco trying to put him under some pressure. Well, it's like trying to catch water, isn't it?
Yeah, pure fire there from Husino. And just relentless as well. See how quick he recovers from the turns, goes in the next maneuver, throwing up variety, always on the attack, always on the front foot. It makes it pretty easy for the judging panel, really. And you saw that wave of Marco with a little air at the end. It's just really under pace, kind of second gear type of surfing, really. It's a nice enough rotation, but just didn't have that kind of visual flair, that impetus. And contrast that with Maxime just flying down the line and throwing buckets of spray, and he'll get a decent reward for it.
Yeah, 7.83 comes in for that first wave, and Maxime, which is pretty much standard what you've got to do. You've got to have a 7 or 8 in your locker to get through these semi-finals. Well, on recent evidence. So Maxime is starting off strong, starting to box his opponent in. He's like a boa constrictor. He just starts squeezing the life out of them. Meanwhile, starts to build on his own scores as well. So it's difficult to get out of his stranglehold. Although, as we saw with Gatien, it's never over. You've got a couple of minutes, a couple of Hail Marys, and it's a long way off that situation. But advantage, Husino. Talked about his love of the tennis. Tennis score there for you. Chico Alves, what's your sport of choice? Hold the phone. You see Marco Migno going down the line, trying to generate speed for an aerial, potentially. There he goes. And it's a solid one, and he's got him on lock. Just interesting to see where the judges go with that. It wasn't that high. It didn't have that much revolution, did it? But it's a completion.
Yeah, it was. Was more like an horizontal fin release to the flats as we watch it again. Getting speed and boom, to the flats. You can tell he's got this turn unlocked, as you said, Ben. And boom, what a great drone view from Ruben. He's doing such a good job on giving us every angle of the action. What a turn.
Yeah, it was. Fins first, tail high, 6.17. So, that's, obviously a scoring wave right now. So, well played. Could have done much more on that, really. And just keeping up in contact, keeping the scoreboard pressure ticking over. And they're surfing on different parts of the bank at this stage, so sort of running their own races, which I quite like, Evans. I quite like to see the Aryan guys just, on different parts of the banks, just backing themselves to get the big scores.
Yeah, you're surfing all on your own. You can kind of try and channel that free surf energy. That's certainly Marco Migno, what he's going to try and do, and use the flare. Maxime's got a solid air game on his own. It's not necessarily a story where one surfer's going to be using the rail, hitting the lick, going with power, and the other's going to be going progression, because I tell you what, Maxime is very, very dangerous as well above the lip. Any kind of opportunity like that will come through. He'll take it, but his stock surfing has been really, really sharp. The board is worth mentioning how good that looks as well. It looks so crisp, the way he's gathering from his turns, the way he's able to load up the speed. All of those ingredients are pretty important, and there's a reason why he's in the semi and he's close to the final, and he's got himself a wave.
Yeah, he's rolling this one. That's a lovely looking left. Bang. And does he make a mistake? It's one of the first times we've seen him come a cropper on that sort of turns. Meanwhile, on the right, bit of a frothy one, but he carves through the foam, Marco, and there was some, I'll tell you what, that was well timed, because there was all sorts of backwash, all sorts of stuff going on that wave. Might get Alves to break it down for us, but that wasn't an easy turn to make, and he made it look pretty simple.
Well, and he had an extra on that wave because he had the carve before the air. Normally, we see Marco just going for the air, and on this particular wave, we saw him doing something different, which was quite like a carve and a nose peak. Let's watch it again. He gets a quick carve there, and he goes for the nose peak reverse here. Boom! And he nails it. So sick one by Marco Mignon. So look at this angle. Wow. Really technical surfing from Marco.
6.5. So he's warming up. He's having these completions, Paul. Quite a good start. If he does get a bigger section, or you're having a couple under your belt that you've made, gives you confidence. I think if he gets a juicy section, he's going to launch potentially. Such a probably normal part of their life. They're surfing now. You know, those airs are pretty stock standard. That's why he's only getting 6s for them. Do you remember the first aerial you ever saw, Paul? Don't remember it. No. Chico? Remember the first time you ever saw an aerial?
Well, I don't. I think
remember
it was myself.
First time you saw yourself?
I'm just kidding.
I bet.
I don't remember. I seriously don't remember. But that's a funny question. Do you think?
Well, clearly it wasn't, because I didn't elicit any response from either of you. So
no, but like,
it was
do you
neither
think surfers
entertaining
remember-
or informational.
Wow.
Informational?
I don't remember which one was the first air I saw in my life, but I was really young. Other than that, I just found interesting that Max told me that he has put a little extra volume on his boards, and that's why he's feeling a little bit more speed and power through his turns.
Yeah, he's got a good spray as well, based on his little nickname from Reunion Island, a fish in Reunion Island. Right now, though, where there's a bit of a calm in proceedings. Let's see the finals getting ready for the next heat. So that's the women's final coming up after this last semi-final. Right now, though, Teresa Bonvalo, she's on form. So calm and relaxed right there. We're going to go for a short commercial break. Come back for the rest of the men's semi-final number 2 right after this short break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live action. Just had a lovely little French fry break here in the booth. Courtesy Zay Ferreira. And we've got some live action on the beat. So Marco Mignon, he's got the lead with a pair of 6s. Maxime Houston unable to back up that 7.83. Hold the phone. As I say that, a score drop. So a 5.17 comes in for Max while we're on that break. We'll get a look at that. See that glare just starting to appear. I saw a little tube then, a little bit of a spit on the inside.
Really close heat band. Look at the numbers. Not much to separate these two. Right now, it is really, really close. Marco's numbers are closer together. Maxime with the higher individual score. So if he works on his backup, he will have the advantage. He's got a slight advantage at the moment. There's not a lot in it between these two, and it's really evenly poised.
Yeah, 2 6s from Marco. You think that's not going to be either enough for both these surfers? They would have been eyeing off. As Lucas Silveira said, you know, he was aimed for 16-point heat totals, which is solid. And at this stage, these boys just coming under that by a substantial amount. So there's plenty left. Plenty in the tank. We see some sets approaching. I think this next sort of set might be where this heat comes to life. We've got the replay of the backup here. Chico, what did he do?
Yeah, he gets in there in time as Max does. Quick snap there. Oh, and the fall. So this was during the break. Maxime with a quick snap to start off. And then the fall. Not really the usual Max we are used to see.
There wasn't much on offer there. The wave was disappearing anyway. I don't even think he had anything to hit if he hadn't fallen off then. He got the first turn done. Showed us some nice spice. Grabbing the rail off the bottom turn, he gets so low, is so dynamic. And the way he can flex into these turns, super impressive.
In the live action, Migno, the up and it's a big section. He hit it a bit late, but he still managed to get the fins out and slide it out. He's local, they're loving it. Once again, a little bit biased. They liked his approach. He's not making many mistakes. He hasn't had any falls. And he's staying right in the game, right in the hunt. Just thought he probably could have hit that a little bit earlier. Might get Chico Alves to break that last turn down. Plenty of different ways of approaching that end section. We'll suss out Marco's. There's a technical aspect of this. Here we go. What's he got? What went wrong? What went right?
Well, I thought the section wasn't the greatest, and I think he did really well to put like some type of aggressiveness in there. As we see the replay behind Maxime on a bomb. Quick snap there, and can he get the finish? Yes, he does. Oh, yes, he does. So I wasn't wrong. So, yeah, Max putting probably what I think it's excellent score on the board. What do you guys think?
Yeah, really good surfing from Husano. And he waited a while to back up the big 7 he got earlier in the heat. I think he's done it here. That was really nicely done. The combos, the speed, the way he goes all the way from the bottom of the wave into the lip and just attacks. And I reckon points heading his way.
That wave looks so nice, isn't it? So clean, just sort of wedged up. His wave selection, his wave selection is absolutely impeccable. And I mean,
8.6.
what I love a clean face. I really love a clean face. And Maxime's been able to find those in the right spot at the right time. And when you see that clean face, it just makes your heart sing. And he just absolutely belted it for an 8.6. Huge scores. Once again, Maxime rising to the occasion. And he's going to have to do something pretty special now. Migno with 4 or 5 minutes on the clock. He's been here before. He's got out of struggle. He's got out of strife before. But this is a 9.93 he needs now. It's a whole new level, and Max ain't done yet. Live action going around again. He's going to open up here because he's got so much confidence. He goes down the hole. He'll go back out. He's got 2 massive scores, and the kid's on fire. It has been all event. Hasn't looked like losing, and right now he doesn't look like losing again.
Yeah, Maxime is on fire. 6-point total. He has been throwing out excellent numbers all day since 6 a.m.
Oh, and Marco going for it. He's going to have to do that. He's going to have to go super high. He's been surfing these events, Max, probably for a decade now. I mean, is he better than he ever was? Would you say, Paul? You've been watching him surfing, both free surfing and competition-wise, for his whole career, pretty much. Where's he at compared to where he was when he was young?
He's been this good a long time. He hasn't been this consistent. That's the key difference, right? His upper end of his surfing has always been of this order. Excellent scores. His surfing's been right there. Free surfing, competing, on point, relevant, modern, all of those good things. What he's doing now, he's able to do it again and again. And even when he's surfing a heat where maybe things don't start to go his way in the heat, he's able to just find it. And I bet he wishes Snapper Rocks was happening next week because he's on fire.
Yeah, so much confidence. The recap here, and this is how he started off. Started just going through the gears. He's on forehand, backhand, doesn't matter. Any type of wave, doesn't care. And that one was just... Well, that was so well set. I thought that could have been higher than a 7-8, but it was still an incredible start to his heat. Marco, his fought back, just never got that excellent range scores or waves that allowed him to really open up. Good airs, really technical, really proficient, really professional. But none of the wow factor he needs to take on this guy. Just look at the speed he generates. Boomtown, hi-ya, big karate chop to the face, and there's another one and comes down. Didn't think he made it. Of course he bloody did. Maxime Husano on a tear. He's got 1 foot in the final. And he's looking very, very confident, very strong. And I'll tell you what, no one's going to want to take him on. Lucas Silveira, he's been probably, you know, as it turns out, often the 2 form surfers of the event. I'd like to see their average heat totals, but I reckon those 2 would have the highest average heat totals across the whole event. And it's going to be an epic battle as it stands, unless Marco Migno can do something truly, truly spectacular in the dying moments of this beautiful, beautiful Caparican Saturday afternoon. The wind's died off, the swells come in, the crowd's piled up. it's all happening here. Paolo, what do you got for me? Look, you got that little look. You got something, a juicy nugget of information.
I looked at the time. I looked at where the sun is in the sky. I looked at the fact we're on a beautiful beach watching surf, and I thought the only way this could maybe just marginally improve would be a cold Estrella, Galicia. We're not far away from that. We've got a bit of work left to do, but we're getting close to that feeling, and I like it.
Yeah, it's you can feel it sort of deep down, can't you? I mean, don't worry. There's a lot of people well ahead of the curve on that down there at the beach bars and then the VIP bars and stretching along this coast. So everyone's having a joy, having a cup of cold beers. Estrella, Galicia, not us. Too professional. We're going to wait and really enjoy it when it comes. I'll tell you what, Marco, he doesn't want to be drinking beer just yet. He wants to do something massive here. What's he got for us? He goes for a huge corrupt. If he would have made that, that was a 10. He didn't. Meanwhile, Max, he keeps looking around, trying to better his score. He's not silly. Well, there's life, there's hope. And Marco has still got the possibility with something special like this. If he'd made this, Chico, what would you have done?
Yeah, this was he tried. Wow.
Yeah, incredible.
This was massive.
What are you
He went
doing?
for a indie backflip kind of thing.
Yeah, one hand out indie.
Because normally they do it with both hands, double
hands.
grab, and he went for one grab, punt, backflip. Oh. And
Yeah.
Max
just keeps hammering away. MC, hammer time. Upside down, vertical. Probably not going to go into his top two, but still showing the confidence. 30 seconds on the clock. I don't know if Marco's going to get another choice, another chance. If he does, he's going to go massive. Time against him. He had a really, really good event. Even if he doesn't get out of this hole he's in right now, he's got a semi-final of a big QS in Europe. Big confidence boost. Here he goes. It's his last throw. Last chance. And he's going here. He's only got one thing on his mind, and that's... and, well, you know, you need a 10. You got to do something special, but it's not enough. So we've got our finalists. Maxime. There's John Louis. He gives the whistle of approval. He's happy with that. Another really professional, solid performance from Max, and he's in the final yet again. Won in the Azores. He's on the podium in Israel. Consistency's been out of control. And he's in the final, and he's just taking his time. He loves these days. He said when he surf and surf and surf and surf. And when you're surfing like this, why wouldn't you? Right now, though, we're going to have a short commercial break and back with the women's final. Teresa Bonvolo versus Maud Lecarte right after this. And you want to break?
Almada, território de muitos.
Hello, surf fans. Welcome back to the final, the women's final of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2002. There's one of your men's finals, Maxime Husneau, taking the applause of the fans on the beach. What a tremendous performance. But now, all eyes on the final. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Zay Ferreira, Teresa Bonvolo, Maud Lecarte. Well, on paper, it's pretty hard not to back Teresa in this event. She's been on fire, right?
On fire the whole event. She is the winner of last year's edition. And just, you know, we've been saying that actually you started that 15 heat strike, so that has to count for something, and she just opened up with a great one.
Yeah, so she's already opened up with a 7.17 while we're on that break. Something she's been doing the whole event. She's been coming out of the block so strong, and then now it's up to Maud Lecard to respond, but it's Teresa again. She can't quite get that wave. It's silver light of the Caparican coast. Beautiful time of the afternoon. The wind's just died off. Perfect for the finals. The tide's just about right.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's going to be loads of scoring opportunities. And Maud Lecard, she'll know that. She surfed all the way through from way back in the early rounds. Been through when it was quite small and onshore earlier on, and now she's fought hard to be where she is. She's not going to give it up easily. This is a massive result for her. She's going to have to win. She was ranked 10th on the qualifying series, and so you need to get in that top 6, that bubble. She was a fair bit behind. We can't give you the actual stats and where they're going to be. There's a bit of shuffling to happen yet, but 1,000 points will get it very close at the very least. And we see the replay of the first waves, eh?
Yeah, nice 2 turns for Teresa. You can see she's in a very offensive position. You know, she's not defensive. She's just going for it since wave number 1. So, and this is live action.
Yeah, live action. Maud Lecard on her backhand. And she goes up for a hit. And she's going to have to throw it all at it, which she's done just then. She can't play it safe. And she's going to have to really push the boat out and just go for those bigger turns, release the fins. It's going to be added risk, but up against an opponent who's in this sort of form, that's all she's got. Speaking of form, well, there's one man on the beach who's got the most form. That's Maxime Husseneau, and he's down there on the beach right now.
Yes, he is. You are not scared by Marco Mion's air game, right? Because you can fly too, and you got the scales to prove it.
Yeah, I was thinking I'm getting big score with my turn, so I knew he was not going to go on that way. He will go for air, so I was thinking I'll try to put scores with my surfing, and then if he starts to go on the air, getting really massive score, then I can respond and adapt. But I was thinking maybe I just put pressure on him with my turns and making 7 and maybe 8, and then from there seeing if he gets 9 or not, and then adapt.
Well, it looks like that was what the judges were looking for. Are you going to change your strategy now for Lucas?
Yeah, Lucas is the opposite. I know he's going to be on the same side of me, doing big carves on the front side and laybacks and big backside turns. So it's going to be a battle of who get the best wave, but I know I can also use my air game if I need, so I will see. On that last hit, Gatien was doing good airs and he was just getting better waves, so I have to be careful to be just the right balance.
Let's see if Papa Husseneau can help you out with the wave selection.
Yeah, Paps is always here giving a lot of advice, and obviously the wave selection is only my side to make the choice if I want to go or not. You have to trust your instinct and then go with it, but he gives me advice on board selection and being confident and which turn to choose, so it's definitely a big help.
And the rest is all on you. Congratulations, you're in the final.
Thank you, thanks.
Thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Max. That was a really great interview, I thought. There was a lot to unpick. We'll come back to that as you see Teresa on a backhand again. 1 turn, just comes unstuck. You just see how Max's mind worked there, doesn't he? Like, he's just got so many bases covered, hasn't he? He's so strategic. And I was interested, Zay, in your thoughts on how, he's saving the air game in case he needs it. He's adapting to the opponent, and that's what makes him so deadly, right?
Definitely. And this turn would be pretty deadly too, but she didn't make it. But yeah, it's not every surfer, as we have the replay here again. That's a 3 points for Maud, but it's not every surfer that can get into that amount of detail there with like Maxime. But yeah, Maud Lecard 7.4.
Yeah, so that wave we saw, we talked about how she really gave it a crack and put a bit of risk into it. She got a 7.4, so she's not only matched Bonvillot's first wave, she's bettered it. So that's exactly what she needed to do. She had to get right in the game, get in her opponent's head. She's done that, and she's got the lead. And both surfers failing to have a backup as yet, but a really strong start from Maud Lecard. She's from the French Caribbean, but it's been based up in Hossegor.
She's looking at this wave again, on the left, on the backside again. It's a late one. She goes. She waits for it, winds up. First turn is strong. She only gets one. Doesn't really hit the lip. There's Joanne Giroux, her boyfriend. Mark Lacamar. It's really big support for Maud in all the events.
Entourage there.
She's so popular. She's such a sweet, lovely girl, you know. She's so positive and sort of really sends the positive vibes. And when you do that, you attract friends. You attract people that want to do good by her. And she's got a big support and she's going for it. I like that. That was pretty aggressive, pretty sharp. Only one turn, but it worked. So
6.4 for that.
A 6.4 exactly, and that's why they were cheering.
Yeah, you know, in the final, you can't really leave anything in the bag. You know, you can be nervous for previous heats, but when you get to the final, it's like, you know, most all the nerves are out of the game now. It's you know, especially in a day like today, the surfers, you know, did what, 5 heats in the men's, 4 heats in the women's division. So,
yeah, okay. And speaking of Joanne Giroux, we've got Joanna down there with Joanne watching it intently. What's going on?
Hey, I've got Joanne Giroux watching very closely. How proud of you are you of Maud?
Yeah, I'm so stoked. She had a hard hit in Israel, and now she's surfing at a good level, so it's good.
And you've been coaching her. What advice have you been giving her?
No, I'm not coaching. First hit, I told her to take the wrong board, so now I just be quiet.
Well, she's looking really good in form, and we wish you all the good luck for you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thanks, Joanne. Not easy. That was a classic.
Classic.
Yeah. Told her to take the wrong board out. She was like, okay, you're fired.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Maud Lacar, she's coming off a good result in Israel. Made the final against Teresa, I'm pretty sure. So another final with these two, the form surfers in Europe at the moment. And she's putting Teresa under some pressure throughout the course of this event. I think probably has to be the first heat that Teresa looked in any type of sort of bother in terms of scoreboard pressure. And so she's been really dominant, but now she's up against it. She knows she's in a battle. She knew that before she paddled out, of course. And she'll, you know, they know each other so well, don't they, Zay? It's sort of, you know, that's one of the benefits of, you know, experience and surfing against each other. You get to know your competitors.
Definitely. They've been competing together forever. But also, there's just a different vibe about a final, you know? It's very common that you have surfers surfing very well throughout the whole event, and then it's a different game in the final. You know, it's not easy to do your best performance of a competition in the final. You really need some experience, composure to do that, and I really do think that both these surfers have shown that before in the past. So
yeah, the best guys do that, and girls. You know, you talk about those surfers, even Kelly, Mick Fanning, where they just always, they peak at the right time, and the best time to peak's in the final. And they often talk about just keeping a little bit in the locker, you know, trying to gradually improve their scores. Lucas Silveira pointed that out as well. So that's what these two now have to do. They've done all the hard yards. Now the big prize is right there in front of them. It's 20 minutes away. It's going to come down to who surfs the best, who catches the best waves, and having the energy in the legs and the calmness of the brain to really surf to their incredibly high potential. And we'll see how it unfolds. Maud Lacar looking at this one. Doesn't have priority, but she's going to have a look at it. Doesn't go that one. See Teresa repositioning herself on the map. So both out there now. Yeah, it's 6.64 is a requirement for Teresa. Extra 5 minutes in these finals, so the finals are a half hour. So just a bit more time. That gives you a little bit more sort of breathing room.
Yeah, I think she possibly regrouped in terms of strategy. 5 more minutes gives you time to be a bit more selective. I think that's exactly what she's doing. But yeah, actually in the all her heats, I think she got the heat controlled in the first 10 minutes, locked down. But tell you what, I really think Teresa is a surfer that really adapts to what's going on. And from what we've seen so far in this heat, she's looking sharp. But yeah, I'm giving away my favorite, but I think that's comprehensible. I'm Portuguese.
Yeah, mate. Don't be afraid to wear your heart on your sleeve. You know Teresa well, and she's she's also a lovely person, and it brings so much to the sport. And she's had a quiet, that 717, I think was caught in the first sort of 2 minutes. And then it's probably been 10 minutes. She had 3 waves, have all been sort of like really low scoring waves. So this will be the time where she'll have to go, okay, forget what you've done before, forget the 15 heat wins, forget what's happened in the earlier heats.
Yeah.
This is just about now resetting and waiting for the right wave. So while these two surfers sort of regather, reset, I'm going to go to a short commercial break and then come back with more action from the final. It's more the car out in front. Teresa Bonvilla trying to hunt her down. About the halfway stage. We'll be back right after this short commercial break. Welcome back to Caparica on the shores of Lisbon. It's been an incredible week of waves, an incredible week of professional surfing. The final qualifying series event for the women is going down right now, and this is the final. And we've got Teresa Bonvilla, European #1 seed, hasn't lost a heat in about 14 years. She's on a roll, but she's under the pump right now. She's got Mordecai out in front. 7.4 and a 6.4 solid scores. Teresa Bonvilla chasing a 6.64. She's got priority, but is she starting to worry now? It's been a while since she's been able to really get onto it, but wave caught in the break.
Yeah, that was a nice turn. Not sure if it will better her 6.4, but she's definitely moving, you know, putting scores on the board, just not giving any space to Teresa. I tell you what, when you're surfing with a cause like she is, well, she needs to win this to qualify for the Challenger Series.
Potentially, yeah, she might be able to get over the line. So, yeah, I mean, how much incentive do you need? So, yeah, exactly. You know, she's fired up. Obviously already tried to maybe stick to less. Actually, we've got someone from Maud Lacar's camp down there on the beach with Joanna. She might be able to give us some insight into the current heat strategy.
Well, not Maud Lacar, but actually Teresa Bonvilla. I've got José Champalimont, who's a big friend of hers. What can you say about Teresa? How has her surfing developed along these years?
She's surfing at her best, I think. She's been surfing really consistent, and she's got nice boards, and I'm really stoked and happy for her by being a European champion, and it's just a result and meaning of all the hard work that she's done over the years, and it will be amazing if she would be able to qualify this year.
How many times have you lifted her up there, down there on the beach?
I lost count a couple of times, yes.
And what do you think her strategy is for this heat with Maud Lacar?
I listened to her speaking to our coach, and the strategy was to be active and didn't wait for a lot for the big waves, because there's a lot of opportunities. So try to to catch a good wave. Yeah.
Do you think she's executing that well?
Yeah, she did a 7 points on her first waves. Now she just needs to keep calm and focus on at the moment and try to catch another good wave to do another squat. And I think she will turn the situation.
Well, fingers crossed. Good luck.
Okay, thanks, Joanna. Good job. Appreciate that. It's great to get the insights from the camp, exactly what's going on. And well, the plan was, Jose, to catch a lot of waves. And Joanna's question, which was a great one, do you think she's executing it? What's your answer to that question?
Yeah, when we heard that, both of us was like, not doing that strategy very well. We do not have an open view to what's going on in the ocean because we're in the booth commenting, but it's probable that she could have been a bit more active throughout these last few minutes. But
yeah,
because now there's a big tension for that next.
Yeah,
wave,
exactly.
Right?
She's got a strategy. Sometimes the ocean dictates what happens to that strategy, and she's still right in it. Ain't ending a 6.64, which for her is bread and butter. That's the men's finals. Lucas Silveira, he's looking loose, looking limbered up. He's always got his mates. A really big support down there. And then we see there's Teresa. So there's a big turn. Not sure if she got her first one in. So she was just talking about needing to catch some more waves. Well, she's done that. I think she may have only got one opportunity on that wave. Whether that's 6.64, we'll have to find out on the replay. But she's back in the game. That was a good probably 10 minutes where she was waiting for that. So important that she did it. Let's have a look at this one, Zay.
Yeah, nice turn. So it's I definitely agree with you. It's very important for her to put something on the board and just get moving. I think that's her priority at the moment. Get moving. She needs a 6.64.
Yeah, exactly. She didn't really hit the lip then. She just played a little bit safe in terms of just cutting down just before that lip could be hit. So the judges might take that into account. Max Husino just limbering up. He said he just loves the surf. So he's had 5 or 6 surfs already. And the score, though, coming in for Teresa Bombolo, well, the judges paid that a 6.73. A big number, and more importantly, the number that she needs. So Mordecai has actually been getting kind of similar waves on those left, 6.4, probably not quite bigger waves. Judges like that turn. Bit of spray. They've been paying single turns pretty much all event as well. And it means that Teresa has just snuck a nose in front. And now Mordecai, 10 minutes on the clock, needing a 6.5. Not a huge number, but now the ball's on her court. So what do you think about that score? You happy with that, Zay, or a little bit surprised by the number?
One of those situations where it can go either way. And I think this is kind of unconscious from everyone, but when you're on a roll and when the judges are used to seeing you perform so well at a high level with a lot of consistency, scores tend to come out easier, right? So I do think that wave, could really have gone either way. Went her way, and I'm sure she is very happy.
Yeah, well, she's got her nose in front. You see the heat totals, though. It's only 13.9 to 13.8, so really tight. Is she going again, this time on a backhand? And that wave's not cooperating at all. Not a whole lot of hustling going on there in the space, but Mordecai looking at this right-hander, going a forehand this time. Drives around the corner, big snap, and just can't make that first turn. She's now feeling the pressure.
Yeah,
she's the one in second place. She's the one that needs the score. She's got to stay calm. A 6.5. It's not a huge number, especially in the form she's been in. So a single turn will get that. She really has to complete it. Be aggressive. And 8 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time. In these glassy conditions. It's close. We wanted a close thing. She might have another crack here. The backhand's been a bit more successful in terms of points for Maud.
Yeah,
and
so
she's eyeing those ones off.
Then with 8 minutes to go, the situation is pretty similar, pretty tight. Both of them, they're separated by, 0.1. So what do you think they can, play? What's going to happen? What can happen?
Well, anything can happen. But I think Maud, in terms of the Maud camp, she's just got to look at that 7.4. She got off that, which was just pretty much a one turn. And a great start. So that's to do. And in terms of Teresa, well, she's been getting 8s with surfing like that. It's just one turns out. She's claiming that as well. The crowd like it. Whether that was better than the 6.73, we're about to find out. Still thinking she's just cutting those turns a bit short. I know it's safe, not safe surfing, it's smart surfing. I just think if she's going to win this final convincingly, she might need to crack that lip a bit harder. I mean, it's right in the pocket, fair play, it's pretty vertical. I don't know, it was more, not so much of a claim, it's a bit of frustration that she hasn't been able to get any open face. What do you think about that, Zay?
Yeah, well,
it's pretty upside down,
vertical,
to be fair.
Pretty vertical. The section was nice, and I think, I think the claim was more of a like, finally, with some nerves as well, and a final is so emotional. When you start tasting the victory, you don't want it slipping. You don't want it slipping from your hands like a slippery fish.
Yeah, there's a slippery fish paddling out. He's going to be the favourite, I would say. Top seed up against Lucas Silveira. 6 minutes on the clock. Go time for him. So Maud Lecard may have either caught a wave or still getting. Yeah, she did. She's got a wave to come in. We'll just see what happened on this one. Here's replay, Ferreira. What she got?
Let's see. Looks like the wave is building. Nice first turn, but the wave, unfortunately, Maud is really only doing the one turn.
It's a battle of the backhand blast, though. They're just going one turn on their backhand. And they're both going for it. A 7.53 for Teresa. That was, to be fair, better than the 6.73, obviously, by about 0.8 of a point.
Way better, in my opinion.
And she's getting rewarded for those backside hangers. It was pretty vertical. But Maud fought back. And that was a similar kind of turn. You see how the judges, probably a bit bigger wave, the left-handers versus rights. So there's a point of difference. But she took a fair while. She got, right up in the pocket. She's pretty aggressive, and she rode out. So she needs a 7.3. And it's going to be interesting to compare the two approaches, Zay Ferreira, between Maud Lecard's turn and Teresa's turn. A 6.63 for Maud. So that doesn't improve her score or get the 7.31 she needs. So she knows what she has to do. She has to go a bit more aggressive, just to go a bit bigger. She's going to get into that 7-point range. And she's looking at this one. Teresa, okay, so that's a paddle. That's going to be a change in the priority system. So Maud's done well there. She's sort of sold that one, and that was a smart move. So now can she capitalise? Little things like that can change a final.
Exactly.
We've seen it before.
I think there's a lot of emotions in the water at the moment. Both of them, can really click it. 7.1 is basically just one good turn. So,
well, she's given herself a chance. They haven't been that close in terms of wave quality, but wave positioning. But there that they were, and Maud got the jump on Teresa. This is the heat recap. Let's see how we got here, Zay. Talk us through it, please.
Yeah, so this is Teresa's first wave, 7.7. Nice wave to open up. She likes it too. Very aggressive first wave, and then Maud Lecard here. Radical approach. That section wasn't easy. The kickoff was nice as well. And this, though, is Teresa's 6.73. She was waiting for some time there. And here, 7.53. A more vertical approach on this wave. And the judges rewarding her for that then. And Maud really waiting for the bottom turn there. And so, yeah, really a backside battle this final.
Yeah, they've been the same turns on the same sort of waves. Obviously, more going left, being a natural footer. Teresa going right, being the goofy. But yeah, they've been very similar. No combinations. I thought actually Teresa's first wave might have been the best wave surfed of the heat, but it is as it is. 3 minutes on the clock, plenty to play for. And we see Maud Lecard
just trying to get that one last opportunity to get the 7-3 she needs. It would be a pretty emotional and massive victory for her. Teresa Bonfa, obviously she wants to win, but she's already qualified. She's already been on a tear. Should be able to probably deal with the loss a little bit easier. Not that she's in the process of trying to get that into her head. She wants to win desperately. The Le Cart, my apologies, is in priority. She needs a 7. I think she needs a big left-hander, and she needs to leave everything out there. She can't play it safe. She can't hold back. The time is now.
Yeah. Well, knowing Maud, she won't do that. I think if she has the opportunity, she's definitely going to leave it out there. We know what she can do. We've seen it. So, these last 2 minutes are going to be very tight, especially with Maud having the priority.
Yeah.
And just paddling, everywhere.
Yeah, she's trying to position herself on the bank with priority. Teresa's saying, you know what, I'm going to get out of here and get my own rhythm going. It's Maud. It's under the pump. So you've got to stay calm. Try and scope a wave. Position yourself. Trust your judgment. What's been working all the way to the final. But with 90 seconds, those decision-making process starts to change pretty rapidly. Opportunities get taken away. You're going to have to go anything. She's going to paddle for this wave. It doesn't look like that good a wave, but she's gone for it and she's paddled for it. She's going to lose priority. And I reckon that could be the end of that, because Teresa Bonfa is going to move over and sit really tight next to her.
Yeah, she's not going to give her any room now. 1 minute to go.
That was the decision. I mean, that wave never looked like it was going to be the one. But as you said, with a minute to go, sometimes you've got hope. Out the back, though, it's going to be potentially one last. Potentially, we see some waves breaking at the back. They might reform, and the girls might get an opportunity to finish off this with a flurry. Not sure quite how long those waves take to roll in from out the back to this inside bank. Probably just about enough time. And Maud should be disappointed that she didn't get that last opportunity. I mean, as it's turned out, now the waves have come through, so it was probably worth a look. See, Teresa's mum, well,
she's smiling.
Pretty calm, isn't she? She's been in this position. She's just calm. She's won 15 heats as well, so
exactly.
She's stoked, but it's not done. There'll still be some butterflies. More trying to get away from her opponent. No chance of that happening. Teresa's too gnarly, too smart. And she's got 5 seconds to crown. It's been an incredible run. Probably one of the biggest or longest successful runs. And there it is. Another win. Another win for Teresa Bonfa.
Nice.
And she just cannot stop winning. She hasn't lost 3 or 4 events now. She's won 16 heats in a row. And in terms of Challenger Series form, well, that's what you need. Incredible performance. And she's been the dominant performer. That was one of the closer heats, but the rest of them, she's been streets above her opponents, and she's the best women's surfer in Europe by far right now.
Yeah, and a lot of work, Ben, to win this contest. A lot of heats, a lot of hours, early surfs,
I've been
hard
watching
conditions.
Yeah, I've seen her up and down the event. She's going for free surfs, doing the really hardcore warm-ups, surfing the banks next to, just a total eyes on the prize. She's got one goal at the moment, and that's to win surfing competitions.
And also to get her hair right. That's a big goal.
You've got to get the bun out, but she's... So we're going to come back with more live action up here. So that's the winner. Fair play to Maud Le Cart. She put up a great fight. Couldn't quite get there. It leaves just one last heat, the final of the men's. That's coming up very shortly. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're about to see the culmination of what's been an incredible week in Caparica.
Almada, território de muitos.
Amazing scenes at Costa de Caparica. Estrella Galicia champion for the women. Teresa Bonvalot, untouchable, unbeatable, and absolutely dominant throughout a massive week of surfing. Bonvalot caps off the season. She's European champion. She'll carry all that momentum into the Challenger Series. Look to go up against the world's best and try for her life goal of qualifying for the Championship Tour. Couple of World Cup performances, several really on the Championship Tour. She'd love to earn her own legit spot to do a lap of that tour. That's all coming. Challenger Series will fire up next month in the land down under, the Gold Coast first of all. And I cannot wait to see how all of that plays out. Massive stakes and career-defining moments, but right now we'll just enjoy this moment for Teresa Bonvalot, who's been brilliant throughout this week. She's looked confident, in control. She's competed well. Most crucially, she's surfed really, really well. The judges have been enjoying her surfing. Big scores going down. Massive respect also to Maud Lacar, who surfed really well to get into that final. And she gave her best. She's competed hard. And she'll be a little disappointed, ultimately, for leading that a long way. But nevertheless, when she reflects on that, second place here, a solid result for Maud. Let's see where that puts her, as we'll crunch some numbers. Let's, in the meantime, get out and hear from our champion. Teresa Bonvalot is with Joanna.
The champion is here. Congratulations. Another one here at Costa de Caparica. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling amazing. Another win here. My first win here last year for the first time, so definitely has a special place in my heart. And I mean, we finished the contest with amazing waves. Everyone had so many opportunities, and I think that's all we want for. And yes, I'm so happy competing at home, competing in front of my friends, my family, and I'm super stoked.
And now, what's next?
Australia in the end of this month, so I'm gonna start there. This has been pretty much all like kind of a train, trying to focus on myself, on the things that I can control, on my surfing. So yes, I'm super pumped to go finally travel around the world so much. So yeah, I hope it's a good season for everyone, and hopefully we get really good waves.
Do you take this as training for the Challenger Series?
Yeah, obviously. I think like my goal is to qualify to the Championship Tour, and everything that we do from here, even smaller contests, it's just a train for that goal. And that's what I've been trying to do to make me more consistency and try to improve my surfing. So when I get there, I stay there and I fight for a world title one day.
And you're also going to win a lot of beer, so we'll see you on the podium. Congratulations.
Posso falar bocadinho em português?
Claro que sim, bora.
Estou muito contente aqui, dia incrível, altas ondas, mais uma vitória aqui na Costa da Caparica, em Portugal, na nossa praia, na nossa terra, e obrigada pelo vosso apoio, foi incrível e vamos para a próxima.
There you go, our champion. Back to you guys.
Great stuff, Teresa Bonvalot, your champion. Estrella Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest, nails another win here. Career first for her last year, backs it up, an incredible run. Culminates for Teresa. Best of luck to her for the Challenger Series. Meanwhile, our attention will flip back to the men, and we'll see Lucas Silveira taking on Maxime Husseneau. We saw in vision there, Maxime getting a number. Here to break down the final, joining myself, Paul Evans, Shika Bashika Alves, Ben Mundy, and this is a great-looking matchup between these two. Hard to argue about these guys being the best surfers in this event.
Yeah, and this has been going down. We saw Lucas, there we go, just carving over, letting the fins drift. He's been so consistent throughout the course of this event. Here he goes, that was a wave. Max didn't take off on that one, and he just snuck under it, and then just got the fins released. 6.23 and a 6 for Lucas, but I think this wave Chico was the one. Look at this thing.
Yeah, Max with a huge carve off the top and a blow tail here. Wow. And he made it. So 9.57 for the last of Maxime Husseneau.
Absolutely on fire, tears his way into the final, does Husseneau. The 9.57. Doesn't take long for that score to lock in, and Silveira has been used to opening up with big numbers. A pair of sixes, it's pretty decent, but it pales in comparison really to that spread from our panel, and a huge number for Maxime. And what a way to start the final off. Able to show great variety in that combination of turns. The finish was super strong, and it's going to be interesting to see how Silveira responds now.
Yeah, Max talked about in his interview with Joanna about just sticking to his strengths. He said, I don't have to, I haven't had to use my air game as yet. I've been getting 8s and 9s just with my rail work. And until that changes, I'm going to stick with it. And I'll tell you what, no bloody wonder why. I mean, that was just Schralping at the highest order. And he's out of the blocks yet again with a massive score. And he's just been on a roll. I just can't see how Lucas is going to try and come back. He's going to go for it. He's going again.
Husseneau having a paddle here on a left-hander. So from under Lucas's priority, the reason why Lucas wasn't super interested in that wave was pretty quick. Borderline closeout to mere mortals. However, there is enough of a section to allow Maxime to get a quick turn in. It's more of a kind of snipping manoeuvre, really. And it will be a score for him. Nothing particularly major, but he's starting up with so much fire.
Yeah, this turn was massive again from Maxime. Maxime, this guy doesn't fall. The last 4 rounds we see Maxime surf, he doesn't fall. So Maxime is looking like a machine, as we see Lucas here.
Whoa, loads of speed from Silveira. We're wondering how he's going to respond. Well, like that, he's been going 9s for so many heats, and he's absolutely flying across that section and throws in a turn to close out. Just sort of slam the lid shut on this. Let's get another look for Lucas.
Drives around the corner here, and then just big timing. Not quite the explosion, the acceleration of Max's one, but still right. It's a big section. Look how big it is. And he's right in the pocket, throws the fins out. Really similar sort of surfers in some respects, and they just go full tilt. They always put the rail on. They don't mind poking that tail out the back as well. And it's all done at sort of max speed with real power. It's beautiful to watch.
Silveira answering back pretty well. Maxime is going to get another good number come in, as we see the left-hander that Lucas Silveira let him go. So a 7 in for Lucas for his last wave, but prior to that, he let Maxime go on a wave. And a wild decision now with retrospect, because the score is in and it's 7-6-7 for Maxime Husseneau. And with over 20 minutes to go, he's on 17.24 points. That's how you start a final, guys.
Yes, it is. A 9 and a 7 sounds just right to start off the final. But Lucas, the danger man, last round he had scored total of 17 points, and he knows how to do it. So Lucas, can he come back from this, Paul?
It's going to be a really tall order. Just looking off the points, if anyone can, it'll be him. He's dropped 8s and 9s consistently throughout the event. Crucially, he's able to go those massive numbers with the flashy surfing where he takes on the lip, and it's really technical. And the judges have been kind of really differentiating between surfers who are just sort of attacking, but with more of kind of like a rebound off the lip, compared with Lucas, who's been slicing that lip, doing all sorts of work around it, releasing the fins and the tail, carving into his turns, then going the release. He's going to need a lot more where that came from. The good news from his point of view, 19 minutes. Good news from our point of view, we're going to watch it all go down. Quick in and out for him. That's not going to be the number he needs, but I just can't wait to see this play out. And it's great to see two surfers at the top of their game. And crucially, one thing we can't control is when the waves get good. And we've had our best waves, our biggest waves, for the final. We love that.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the colour of that wave, you see that sun's come out, the green texture of the green tinge, the Caparican green. Is that what they call it, Chico? The local hue. But even that just adds that element of, it just looks so sort of, you just want to get out there and get amongst it. And these guys absolutely tearing apart the best waves of the whole event. And some big, big numbers dropping, especially for Max. Silveira's going to come back. He knows, he said before this heat that he needs a 17-point heat total just to stay in the game. And that's proved to be correct. And he's got that within him. And this is far, far from over, I would say.
And we can say that Lucas has well improved on his rankings with this final. And he might have 1 foot on the Challenger Series too.
Yeah, he was ranked 11th coming into this, so he's going to go up. And there's been a lot of people above him that have bowed out pretty early. So even a second place here will put him up into 5th or 6th, you'd imagine. And then he's got Santa Cruz to come. So, yeah, this has been really, really important for Lucas just to get back up in that top 10. He was on the bubble. Now he's going to be right up there. And if he can win, well, he's probably got a lock on the spot.
As we see the drone view from Caparica, what a day to finish off the comp, as we have Hugo Pinheiro making the right calls all week. And I think there's not a better day to finish off the contest.
Absolutely beautiful Saturday afternoon in the Portuguese capital of Lisbon, just across the water there behind us of our beautiful drone shot as we're bathed in sunshine here. We've got that kind of misty stuff in the background, which only really kind of adds to the ambience and the drama of what's going down out in the water. And what we absolutely love is when finals kick off with brilliant surfing, with big scores. It's exactly what we've been treated to so far in this one. Down towards that halfway point, about a minute and a half away from it. Husano, the Reunion Islander, based in southwest France for a number of years and in the absolute form of his life right now. #1 on the European QS ratings. And he will further secure that status with a final position here at the moment. Looking pretty good in this final. Loads of time for Silveira to come back at him. But I also expect, as we would expect Lucas Silveira to post big numbers, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Maxime doesn't improve on that 7.67. I think there's a lot more to come from him.
I actually had a bit, sorry to interrupt, but there has been a bit of breaking news. Actually, Lucas Silveira actually might not be able to get the qualifying series points for this. I think he's still registered in the Brazilian region. So after all that chat, he gets, his seed is 11, but his qualifying series points won't count. So this is just gravy for him, just getting some extra points. Extra sort of competitive time. He obviously, he lives in Portugal a fair proportion of the year. But more on that, because he's going to fight back. He wants to get back in his final. He wants to win.
Beautiful looking wave. Quick click off the top.
Whoa.
And he'll go and just liberate the fins and get a nice little bit of drift. The squad will support that, and the judges will start to process. Bear in mind the kind of surfing they see go down and where that's going to relate, where that number's going to come in. He's in a big combo right now, needs a couple of numbers. 17.24, the size of that combo. Let's get another look.
Yeah, he gets a quick snap there and a fin release here. So 2 big turns for Lucas. Will that wave take him out of the combo land? I don't know, but that last turn sure was big.
Good to see the combinations too. We've seen a lot of one wave sort of turns. Just nice to see him sort of linking those 2 backhand blasts. It's going to make his job a little bit easier for sure, whether he gets himself out of combination. But great surfing. See that spray flying off that first turn and then having the composure to sort of still kick out the fins on the second one. And his crowd liked it. 6.77 coming in, so still not enough though. He just doesn't quite have the firepower or the sort of real blast wow factor that Maxine's been able to bring to some of these closeout turns.
Yeah, he needs a really meaty section, doesn't he? Think about where he got that high 9. He needs a big section, and he needs to take it on and take it on hard. That's going to unlock the combo for him. He's going to need another excellent or close to excellent score after that as well. So all his work as yet ahead of him in this one. He needs two scores, under 12 minutes to get them. Meanwhile, Maxime Husano, you can't really start things off much better. Tiny quick throwaway first of all, and his second and third waves have amassed him 17.24 points. So that will cheer up our French contingent as they deal with the disappointment of Maud Lecard going down in the final to Teresa Monvalo. Maxime flying the French flag in this final. And interesting that Lucas didn't opt. He always competes in Europe for a number of years, right? We've seen him in the QS here for at least 5 years, possibly a little bit more than that. It's interesting he didn't opt to register his points in this region. You can choose your region.
Yeah, I think it might be. We need to look into it more. I need to clarify, but I think it might be a passport or residency issue. I think you need to have a certain amount of passport or residency in your country to elect the region. I think there's some type of administrative paperwork, but I'm not exactly sure. We will find out. But yeah, you're right. He spent so much time here and competes full on down here in Europe, and he lives in Portugal. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure. We'll get the ins and outs of that perhaps when we speak to him afterwards. That's the word on the street. Some of the information I've been given from HQ. And right now, that's a little bit, well, not irrelevant, because he's still going to get some cash and some points being second, but just finding it hard to lay a glove on Husino. Maxime. Him and Bonvillot, what a pairing. They've just been on a tear throughout all these events. Both of them #1 seeds. And just, I sort of can't, just trying to remember when there's been someone so dominant really on the scene. Even when Kickash and that was qualifying, only one event. It didn't sort of go on a tear and win back-to-backs. These guys are probably racking up more sort of heat totals. Maybe the fact that there's no other international surfers might be a factor in that, but still impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, what's also impressive, you think about that win he got in the Azores, which was the biggest event on the calendar, the QS 5000. That's a long time ago, right? That was back in November, was it last year? So it's a good 6 months roundabout between there and now, and to be able to be in form over there, to get that massive win, and then to come and back that up here, go for a good result over in Israel, come back here, and if he is to get the win here, to be able to do that over the course of that much time, over the European winter, and everything that's involved with that as well, very impressive from Maxime.
Yeah, he didn't lose rhythm, right? 6 months without losing rhythm. That's a lot of time. So Max putting in a lot of work for sure on the gym, stretching, eating well, and surfing a lot. I saw some clips from him on the winter too in Ostergaard, and he was ripping. So,
all right, what do we got here? It looks like Lucas will be allowed to go. Maxime doesn't use priority. Massive rotation attempt there. I tell you what, that wave looked pretty good. Maxime just let Lucas go on that. And Lucas will go for a huge backhand rotation that ultimately ends up incomplete. But he got a lot of height there. He was going really fast. There's plenty of power in this section, in these waves. Maxime now out the back, scanning for opportunities. I think he would have been pretty relieved to see that one just get kicked away mid-air by his opponent.
Actually having rhythm for 6 months. I remember I had rhythm for 30 minutes in 1998. I sort of lost it. Max has just maintained the rhythm, as you say, over that whole time. Just been working hard. He's so committed and so consistent, as Paul mentioned before, that he's always had the talent. He's always had that ability to make a big difference. But now he's just packaged up in, every week and every event.
Big turn here, who's to know? And he'll flare up again and just sting it and tag it really hard. It's so crisp. The surfing is so sharp, and he loves it. So we just lost a little bit of definition there into the glare, as we did on his previous left touch. So hard to see exactly what he get done. We'll look to try and get another angle on that and admire it. But I tell you, if Maxime is throwing up kind of claims and emphasis and body language, and he knows something pretty decent came through. Let's get a look.
Yeah, huge turn off the top. He winds up again. Boom! Vertical snap. The wave keeps delivering, and Max too. So I love the last claim here.
I would not be surprised. This might be the Australia Galicia wave of the day in the final. That first turn, the spray that he generated, and then he finished it off. That was some incredible surfing. And when Max is doing that, you know something special's happened. And he's just, so great performance.
While we wait for that score to come in, let's go down and hear from our runner-up from the women. It's Maud Lacasse. She surfed great. Let's get her thoughts.
She surfed absolutely amazing. You were ripping this whole event. I mean, what a result anyway. How are you feeling?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I almost thought one moment like I was going to go on my turn. So yeah, I'm kind of a little bit disappointed right now, but happy of the result and all the surfing. It's been super nice.
We really hope to see you in Santa Cruz route for Joan Duru.
Yeah, we are negotiating, so we'll see. Maybe I'm staying for Santa Cruz and we're gonna be cruising around and eating tosta mista.
And now, if you thought Maud Lacar was crazy during her interview, she actually had an inside joke. Would you want to explain that?
Can I talk?
No, you can't. Just explain that little joke for us.
Okay, so the little joke with the boys, it was to say, we had like a couple sentences to say. So like, my English is very bad, can I talk? And that's all.
Oh, I heard Mark Lacomere say my English is very bad. I get it now.
So that was like the old joke, like if someone win and like go to the, because we have this friend, Jan Benetrix, Jan, that's for you.
So you're all crazy.
Yeah, so we're all crazy. That's I always speak English like this, so we were imitating him.
Well, crazy and amazing surfer as well. Congratulations with the results.
Thank you so much for the good vibes. Thank you.
Great stuff, Maud Lacar.
Imagine if she won.
Full
That's
of
when she
smiles,
lost.
full of great energy, a brilliant performance, a second place position. I'd love to get some updated info on where exactly that leaves her in the European QS ratings for the women. Meanwhile, score in for Maxime. We thought he might improve. He improves by over a point. 8.77 in for him, dominating this now. Silvera's job really hard. He's on the wrong side of 18.34. This is how we got here.
Yeah, Lucas Silveira started off strong. Quick float there and a fin release there for a 7-point. Started off strong, but Max replied really well with a big carve there. And this turn was the money turn. Big float, kind of throwing the fins out, and he couldn't believe he made it. So when Max is doing that, it means it's something special. As we saw, the 6.77 from Lucas, a big jump on the top, and this was Lucas' backup, and this was last of Max. Big snap there, getting really vertical here. Boom, huge turn, and finishing the wave off for an 8.77 and a great claim.
A brilliant final put together by Husano. Silvera's been no slouch, but he's just found himself really on the wrong end of pretty much one-way traffic from Husano. He's been so dominant. When your opponent gets a 9.57 and then backs it up with an 8.77, it's always going to be a really tough ask. Those are huge numbers. And how good is it to see after the surf ramped up yesterday afternoon, the scores went up. We started seeing excellent waves basically every heat. That story's continued throughout today, Ben, and we've done a few of these events down the years. And, you know, sometimes we get a big Tuesday or Wednesday in the middle of the week and we get some size come through, and we're quite often used to finishing in, clean kind of 2 to 3 footers. But the surf has been one of the stars of the show today.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, the better the waves, the better the surfing. It's an old saying, but it still works. And just to be able to get the right time to get the finals in the right time of the day as well. The wind's just backed off. There's plenty of opportunities, and you know, as Teresa said, she said, look, as long as we're getting opportunities, we're all happy. And there's been plenty of those. There's no one but to blame or to credit but the surfers themselves. So yeah, it's been an incredible sort of day of finals action. So look at the numbers. I mean, some of these heat totals are just through the roof, and that's a function of the waves and of the surfers in Europe. And yeah, ending up on a massive high, potentially with Maxime Husano just going to town.
As we see some more lines approaching, as Red paddles for this wave. Looks like a good one. Can Lucas get an excellent score on the board? Wow. Can he make it? Oh.
Pushing really hard. And we saw him, he looked like he emerged from that, and he'll go down in the white water. Not sure, well, it's not going to be a completion, and he's going to run out of time here as he needs a couple of 9s, basically. Can't see him getting that with just over 3.5 on the clock.
I mean, that is incredible surfing from Lucas. Just can't quite hang on. He's got some big numbers doing that exact turn. It's his go-to. And no reason why he wouldn't use it this, but here comes the man of the moment. Yeah, he's looking for some icing on some cake. He goes, what do you call that?
Grab rail alley-oop.
Grab rail alley-oop.
Yeah. I've seen Max land a couple of those. He's got it unlocked.
Yeah, that's actually a bit of a trademark move, actually. I think he mentioned in a previous interview, he saw Julian Wilson doing them with Geordie Smith on a trip to Reunion Island, and he picked it up from there. And it is actually a move he does have in the tank. He's just relentless, and he's just having fun right now. And when he's like this, when he's relaxed, when he's in form, he's dangerous, he's deadly, and, well, he's going to win this event.
Yes, I think he will. Only 2 minutes remaining, and it's
you're really going out there for the call, are you, Chico? Really putting it all on the line there and making a call. You think Max is going to win this, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, good. I like
yeah, but that trademark move, we've seen Julian Wilson do a huge one at Karamas a while ago. Well, that was a huge error, and it's on my mind since then. So Max bringing back moments like that, and what a final. And what these two guys have been reaping the whole event, so what a pleasure to watch them both surf.
Here goes Lucas, trying to get himself out of combo. He needs an 8-3-4 to do that, and he goes with that move again. It's not coming off for him on this particular occasion, and right now he'll probably just be not realising the cold, hard reality of, well, he surfed an amazing event, but right now it's going to be essentially impossible for him to get a couple of nines with under 2 minutes to go. By the time he gets to the lineup, it's just not going to be enough time on the clock. He surfed really, really well. Hats off to him. He's been brilliant throwing Estrella Galicia wave of the day moments throughout the event, but right now that's a huge combo, and you've got to say Maxim Husino, well, nobody deserves it more than him.
Yeah, I'll hold the phone. I'm not sure if he made that, but if he did, he's gone to the stratosphere. Yeah, it's just hard not to like Maxime Husino. He's a nice man. He's always got positive sort of vibe about him, and he can do this kind of stuff. It's not complete, but I'll tell you what, he's just sort of showing you what he's got. He's going to have to do some of the Challenger Series, use some of those pretty incredible grabs and twists he's got. He's so good in the air, he's going to bring it out. He hasn't had to in this event, but you're right, Paul. He's been the best surfer the whole event. He's done it with a smile, and he's done it with a degree of surfing that puts him right at the very, very pointy end of performance surfing, and I'm rapt for him.
A brilliant performance for both of these guys, but particularly in the final. Husino, Silveira, a second place finish here in a very hotly contested event. There's no shame at all on his CV. He'll finish runner-up here as we'll just watch the last few sets roll in, a break on our sandbar, and we'll just enjoy this moment on a beautiful sunny Saturday afternoon, shortly about to become evening. We've got the prize given to bring you. We've got the Estrella Galicia post-show as well. Loads of good stuff to come. We're going to break down some highlight moments. There's been loads of them. And a little wave in here for Lucas Silveira. He'll get a big round of applause from everybody on the beach. He'll throw in a massive hammer. That'll be an incomplete. And we'll get the horn right now. And your champion of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022 from Reunion Island, supported as ever by Pops, Jean-Luc, Maxime Husino, your champion, and great value for it too, boys.
Incredible surfing, incredible performance. Congrats, Maxime Husino. It's going to be a pleasure to watch you at Snapper Rocks, and what a performance.
Absolutely. Dominant surfer and brought his best to the final, which is what the best surfers do. And that board looks magic. He looks like he's having the time of his life. What a performance. Peaked at the right time. Silveira put up a pretty good fight, but just couldn't match the firepower of this man. And he's going to come in. He's going to get a big hug off his dad. That's going to feel great. And we're going to get a few words with him, Joanna Garnell. So what a performance. What a consistent level of incredible surfing throughout the whole week. And look how happy he is. That's, he's absolutely stoked.
The boys there, great sportsmanship, giving a big hug. That's nice to watch. What a show. What a performance they both put on. Max is stoked. And his dad might be too, as we see. Silly spot is what he says. Jan Fontaine there.
Jan Fontaine, who had a great heat, a great event as well. Frenchies are going mad. Alain Rao. Got the board. There he is. Carrying the man up the beach. An ancient, relatively modern surfing tradition, but a great one. Those guys that have sort of helped him out throughout the course of the week, get to shove him up the beach. Everything's all smiles, Max. The sun is shining, waves are out. He's got a beer, there we go, got Estrella Galicia. Straight away, and that'll taste sweet. And putting in the big yards. He's not a small man either. And he's going to be pretty happy about that. Can't wait to see what he's got to say with Joanna. We'll probably get him to talk. There's Joanna walking up there. She's all smiles as well. And the last interview of the day for her. She's done a great job today. Got to put it out to Joanna. Really insightful. Been busy on the beach. Made the event work well. But it's that man's going to get all the spoils. And there's Robbie D'Amico, all his mates, all the surfers that really respect Max, his friends and competitors and peers. He's a well-liked man, and we're about to see what he's got to say for himself. Joanna, all yours.
Bear, Maxine, our champion. How are you feeling?
It's amazing. I'm having a great year, and I work so hard on my surfing and to make it good. And when the conditions are like this, and you can finally show to everyone, it's just like unbelievable. And I don't know, this contest felt really nice, and they managed really good to wait for the right time. And even if it was a really long day and we are very tired now, it was worth it to wait the whole week for this condition. So congrats everyone. Lucas was on fire all contest. I was a little bit scared in the final, but then I find my waves and felt comfortable there. But I want to go for a big shout to my dad for helping me on the beach every day, to my wife. I love you and miss you, and we're going to go on honeymoon next week in Tahiti, so we'll be enjoying there. And my mom, my sister, Charlie, his boyfriend, my grandmother, everyone at home watching, and all my friends on the webcast is Oculé. Yeehaw!
And that board is magic, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, this is the copy of the one I won in Azores, and I felt like the other one was better, and I broke it last month in Peniche when I was training. And this one had the crease on it, so I had to fix it also. I was hoping it still worked because I don't have any other board than those like that, you know, like copy. But I've been having amazing boards, like using macrofoam blanks have been a huge change in my surfing since I've done it 3 or 4 years ago. And All-America has been doing an amazing job with me and putting really amazing boards. So thanks to all you guys there in America for the help, and keep it going now.
And what's next?
I don't know, have a good night, a good celebration tonight, and we'll see. And now I have to focus for Australia. It's a new year coming, so I'm going there with a lot of confidence, but I have to restart everything and start the year there.
So we won't see you in Santa Cruz?
No, I'm going there for sure, and I will try to go big there. But we'll see. I just see the condition and try to do my best.
Leave some space for the other guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's nice to win. You don't win every day. It's my second year win this year, but I haven't won contest for maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, and it was tough to do the QS every year, and you're losing, and you have this momentum up and down. Should I keep going? And I lost sponsors, and I didn't know what to do. So it's nice now to be back. Deeply has been putting an amazing job with me the last 4 years, and they've been a huge step of going back there and believe in myself, and also the board change and everything. So it's nice now. I'm getting wins, and I'm just enjoying the moment.
Now you're going to have a long list of sponsors waiting for you. We'll see you up.
I hope.
We'll see you up.
The beers if they want to go up.
Well, you're going to get a lot of beers sent to your home, so that's something to celebrate.
Yeah, well, for sure. I will do a big barbecue at home.
Congratulations, Maxime. We'll see you up on the podium.
Thanks, everyone. See ya.
Okay, thanks, Joanna. Well done, Joe. What a performance, and what a lot to unpick there from Max. I'll tell you what, how's your next month looking, Chico Alves? Because I'll tell you what Max's next month's looking like.
I know where you're going.
Yeah. So We've got, we've got his next week. He's going to Santa Cruz next week. Okay, there's a great week. I mean, I'll be there as well, but I won't be ripping like him. Then he's got a honeymoon in Tahiti. Off to his honeymoon in Tahiti with his lovely wife. It was absolutely amazing. And then, well, I might just book a plane to Australia and go to the Challenger Series and surf on Superbank. Now, to me, that is a pretty good week. What about you? What are you got up to next month? Anything like that?
Well, I think Max has the week, a way better week than mine. I think having a honeymoon after winning 2 QSs, leading the rankings, going to Australia next, I think it's hard to beat that week. So, yeah, I'm going to ask Jose, how is your week going to be better than Max?
It's going to be better. I'm just going to be around Portugal, finding some waves. No, but he actually deserves it. If there's someone who deserves it, that's him.
And it was really interesting. He talked about he's won 2 heats, 2 events this year, but then there was 5 or 6 years where he wasn't. When he lost his sponsors, he was under the pump. Where was his career going? And he fought hard. And he's worked so hard, and he's got to this stage where he's won, and so well deserved. Right now, though, we've got a big post show coming up. We've got the presentation down on the podium down the beach with Paul Evans. We've got a lot to come, a lot of highlights. Estrella gets the wave of the day. We're going to go to a short commercial break, come back with all the post show action and the presentation right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Okay, we are back live on the shores of Caparica. That was an event wrap. We've got the winners up there. We've got the guys on the beach playing volleyball. My name is Ben Mundy. Joined in the booth for the post-show wrap-up with 2 of Portuguese's finest surfers and finest gentlemen and lovely men. Chico Alves, Jose Ferreira. I mean, it's a time to reflect. Look at that beach. Look at that beach scene. It's just what a place to be, and what an event we've had. It's just been an incredible event, and it finished off today in style.
Yes, it is. And this was one of those days that made me feel like I should be competing.
Yeah.
I saw the end of the comp, and I was like, what a tasty victory for Max without winning 6 years in a row. What a warrior he was.
Absolutely. He just surfed so well. And, of course, in the women, Teresa Bonvalo, another Portuguese win. So the Portuguese surfing is in pretty safe hands. And Teresa, she's just unstoppable at the moment, Zé Ferreira. I mean, how good is that girl surfing right now?
Yeah, so 16 heats without losing, or actually winning. Great surfing all throughout the event. She had difficult heats. She didn't have her life made easy, really, because everyone was surfing really good, but she was really the standout, and she just goes with a lot of confidence to the challengers this year. So that's really what we're expecting. I'm personally very motivated to see what she's gonna do in the challengers this year.
Yeah, I can't wait to see her backhand at snapper. Going to be an absolutely incredible, and Max as well. Those two are heading there. So right now it's been those two are the standouts. Of course, we saw Lucas Silveira as well, Brazilian who's spent a lot of time in Portugal, but he pushed Max all the way. And if there was one surfer that deserved to be in the final, it was Lucas. His power and his sort of calmness under pressure was pretty incredible. Hey?
Yeah, Lucas puts in a lot of work. He surfs like 8 hours a day, every conditions. He's at Cochos with 10 foot. He's at Guincho with 2 foot. So he loves surfing, so he deserves to be in the final. Lucas is the type of guy that works in any day of the week. So, yeah, what a battle in between two warriors, I think. The final was the best moment of the day, and with two warriors.
Yeah, exactly. Lucas pushed him all the way and made Max really step up. And on the other side with the finals, we had Maud Lacar, who we had an interview just after she'd lost the final. She was all still smiles, playing a little bit of tricks throughout the course of the week. The Frenchies on poor Joanna Garnell, getting a few little sneakers in there. But, yeah, I think she's probably turned a corner a bit herself in terms of she's got the podium in Israel. Hasn't clocked the final because of Teresa's form. But, yeah, she's really shown that she belongs at this top level of the sport. After having been there so long, it shows that if you've still got the desire and the commitment, you can make your mark. Yeah,
well, Maud Lacar just proved it. Maxime, the same thing. So, what a surprise, too, from Maud.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think all those four surfers are going to be down on the podium. And we've got Paul Evans, Master of Ceremonies, down there. Paul, I'm going to hand it over to you, mate. It's all yours. Paul, can you hear me?
1 2 1 2.
We can
test.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
yeah.
Paul, maybe Paul's a bit. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
There he is.
Stylish.
Let's go.
All yours, Paul. Just waiting for Paul to get the audio sorted.
All right, thanks, Ben. Well, a very warm welcome to the prize giving of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022. Another incredible week of surfing right here. The best news is, as I'm sure you guys have all witnessed, we had amazing waves today for finals day, matched by the performance from our surfers. But my first round of applause is for all you guys. As ever, really well-supported event. So on behalf of the World Surf League, a massive round of applause for you guys, our beach support. I'd like to welcome up to the stage for our prize giving from Estrella Galicia, our sponsor, Jaime Ayuso. Welcome to the stage, Jaime. I'd also like to welcome up from Armada City Council. How you doing, mate? Felipe Pacheco, Teolinda Silveira, and Jose Ricardo. Please join me on the stage. Welcome. Welcome to the prize given. Let's also extend our warmest thanks to our sponsors, Hertz, Millennium, and Mayo. And once again, a very big thank you to our local surfing community here for lending us their break and their waves. All right, well, as I said, massive performances today, huge scores going down. And this is the end of the season for our women's QS, the penultimate event for the men, a really, really important event. If anyone was feeling any nerves, they weren't showing it today. And without any further ado, we're going to ask Jaime to hand over the prize for our women's runner-up. So Maud Lacar, if I've got Maud, I'd like to welcome her up onto the stage for the prize giving. Elle est où, Maud? Est-ce qu'elle est là? Maud Lacar, if you're around, please join us for the prize giving on stage. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get Lucas Silveira up. Lucas Silveira, if you can join us on stage. And a big warm round of applause. This guy right here absolutely ripped this place apart, dropped massive numbers, 8s and 9s, was absolutely dominant. Incredible performance. And just before I ask Jaime to hand over the runners-up trophy, Lucas, let's get a word from you, mate. How are you feeling? Your performances are incredible. I've heard you in your post-heats. You've been pretty calm and collected, but your performance has been amazing, mate. It must feel pretty good to get a final here.
Thank you. Eu vou falar português, que estamos em Portugal, né? Só quero dizer que eu adoro muito esse lugar, esse país. É um país que eu considero minha segunda casa. Passo muito tempo aqui. E quero agradecer a todos pela hospitalidade. Foi um dia incrível, muitas baterias e Caparica não decepcionou. Estava épico aí o mar e show de surf, muito feliz. E obrigado a todos aí que compareceram. Tamo junto.
Parabéns, Lucas. A massive round of applause for your men's runner-up, Lucas Silveira. Hi, mate. We'll hand over the trophy. Let's hear it for Lucas Silveira. An incredible performance from him. Woo-woo! All right, well, our women's division, as ever, hotly contested. Great to see a battle going down between two of the big nations, France and Portugal. This time, well, Maud Lecart, let's get you up on the stage, Maud. Our women's runner-up, a massive round of applause. Maud Lecart. Welcome to the stage. We'll just come in here. Let's get a little chat from you. So, well, once again, big performances on finals day from you. Unable to get it done in the final, but now with a little bit of time since then, you must be pretty stoked with a runner-up finish.
Yeah, I'm super happy. It's been nice to surf some good waves and just making hits. So, yeah, it's good.
And overall, for you, you're pretty close in contention for the Challenger Series. It's going to be a nail-biting one. I'm not exactly sure where we are with those numbers, but overall, a pretty decent season for you, and we're looking for more big stuff to come from you. What can we expect?
Yeah, I think I needed to win to make the Challenger Series, so I'm not in. So it's like this, but I will improve, and let's see what the future holds.
All right, once again, let's get Jaime to hand over our runner-up trophy. Maud Lecart, your runner-up for the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022. Massive round of applause for Maud Lecart, please. Woo-woo. Okay, well, now it is time to get to our champions. And first of all, we're going to bring up to the stage a woman who won this event last year. That was unbelievably, that was her first QS win. And ever since then, she hasn't really looked back. She's been on an incredible tear, putting together a string of amazing performances, and she's gone all the way for a victory here. Make a massive noise, please, for your women's champion, Teresa Bonvalot. Woo-woo! Let's get a quick word here with Teresa. Well, we mentioned on the broadcast the run of heats that you're putting together, Teresa. Your confidence must be sky high. Your surfing's amazing. Give us your thoughts.
English or Portuguese? Muito boa tarde a todos. Foi evento incrível poder aqui voltar à costa estes últimos 2 dias, ondas incríveis, e poder sair aqui com a vitória, onde o ano passado foi a minha primeira vitória no QS. Acho que não podia sair de melhor forma. Obrigada a todos os portugueses pelo entusiasmo que nos deram. A cada onda eu via lá dentro da água, olhava para o perdão e imensa gente, e isso realmente dá-nos uma extra vontade de querer fazer mais. Um grande aplauso também para estes restos surfistas, os finalistas que destruíram e surfaram muito bem. E obrigada à Costa por mais uma vitória. Obrigada à minha família, aos meus amigos, aos meus patrocínios que estão aqui presentes, e obrigada mais uma vez. E agora é continuar, e agora a próxima etapa, Challenger Series, Austrália, e vamos com tudo.
All right, let's get Felipe Pacheco from Almada City Council to hand over our winner's trophy to Teresa Bonvalot. And once again, please, a massive round of applause. Your women's champion, Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest, Teresa Bonvalot. All right, our last order of business. Well, our men's division, as ever, super hotly contested performances. Absolutely on point. They just seem to get better and better every time, particularly when the waves come on finals day. It's time to welcome a man to the stage who came into this one leading the ratings, been absolutely dominant throughout the event. Incredible performance in the final from Reunion Island, Maxime Houssaneau.
Legend.
Good job, mate. Maxime Houssaneau, a commanding performance from him. Brilliant surfing in the final. Let's get a quick word from Max. Mate, you've been on a bit of a tear. Coming into this one, you had loads of confidence, and you just carried it over. You're surfing absolutely on point. This must feel great.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming, watching us. The they did an amazing job. Congrats to this contest. It was hard to manage the condition at the start, but we finished in amazing condition, and that's what we all wanted as surfers, to express ourselves in condition like this. And I'm really happy with my surfing. Congrats, Lucas was on an amazing event, and everyone there, because the level was through the roof, and it was one of the hardest contests to win. So congrats, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for coming. Thanks, my family, and everyone's around me helping. And I hope I can keep going now.
All right, let's ask Teolinda Silveira from Armada City Council to hand over our trophy to Maxime Housineau. He is the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest men's champion. Once again, a massive round of applause for Maxime Housineau. Woo-woo! A brilliant job there from Maxime. Well, as we know, Estrella Galicia stepping up with a massive, amazing activation coming in to support this. We've also got another prize for our winners. We're going to ask them to do the trophy lift. But just one more thing to do before we bring the champagne. We're actually going to weigh our winners. And not only have they won massive points and prize money, but they're also going to win their weight in beer. So if I could ask Teresa, if you would be so good as to step on the scales, we're going to give you your weight in beer. So Estrella Galicia don't want to see anybody going thirsty. I believe we're going to work that out, around about a litre of beer per kilo, something like that. So no one's going thirsty who's winning this event. Estrella Galicia, amazing to step up for the sponsorship. All right, so 65 litres of beer coming Teresa Bonvolo's way once more. Make some noise. A massive round of applause for Teresa. Maxime, could you jump on the scales, mate? I like the way you're thinking. And Maxime also, we don't want to see him going thirsty after a performance which took... All right, there we go. 70 litres of beer coming Maxime Housineau's way. Once again, you guys, thanks to all of you. A massive round of applause for our winners. And an amazing event from Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. Make some noise for our champions. Woo! All right, let's get these guys wet. They're looking a little bit dry for my liking on the stage here. So if you got camera equipment, you might want to take a bit of cover, because we're going to have a bit of fun on stage. And it's time to throw it back to the studio for more from the Estrella Galicia post-show.
So we are back live. We got the competitors, the four finalists, just spraying that Estrella Galicia beer all over them. Max sculling from the bottle, and well he should. What an absolute fun time to get their body weight in beer. So there's enough beer to last, well, a couple of weeks at least. I wonder if Max could take that on his honeymoon. That might be a good idea. Take a full keg of beer. But yeah, amazing scenes. Well done, Paul Evans. And great support from all the crowd, from all the sponsors. We've got to say Armada, obviously Estrella Galicia, Portuguese Waves, Cabrera, all those sponsors for just making this effort and putting this show on. It's been incredible. But I think we've got some action. Should we see some post-hope? We see some waves, see some surfing action?
Let's do it.
We've got coming up, we're going to tease up some of the women's heat of the day. We've got the men's heat of the day. We've got the Estrella Galicia wave of the day. And then, of course, we've got some the highlights package of what's been an incredible finals day. And here we go. So this is Yolanda Hopkins. This was incredible heat. The first women's heat between Yolanda Hopkins and Mafalda Lopez. Yolanda had to get through this to keep her Challenger Series dreams alive. And she started off strong, Chico.
Yeah, she started off strong with huge moves. She got excellent scores, and she dodged a huge bullet because Mafalda Lopez on this heat was on fire.
Yeah, big eights, big numbers. And she started off so strong, and then, but Mafalda Lopez, just when you thought she was out of the game, Jose Ferreira, she came back.
Yeah, look at this upside down turn, pretty vertical, you know, and tail slide and this one
If she made this, she would have won the heat. But how close was she here?
Yeah, exactly. I think she needed a 7 or something. She landed it, and then she kind of lost her control, kind of gave up on that one.
Yeah, big numbers. End up being Yolanda. Didn't get to that Challenger Series spot. She got 8th. So it was really close. But then the men's heat of the day, well, this was Lucas Silveira versus Gatien De La Haye. Again, just sharing massive numbers, 17-point heat totals for Lucas and a 16.9 heat totals for Gatien. Gatien moves up to 5th on the Challenger Series rating, so he's one of the big beneficiaries of this weekend. Wow, look at that aerial surfing, hey, Shiko, you love that stuff, and he delivered.
Yeah, Gatien made me happy today. A lot of airs, and he put everything on the line, but this man was there to win, and this layback jam was huge. Wow, fins out, and he make it. So, men's heat of the day, what a heat.
Yeah, incredible numbers, and yeah, take a bow, Lucas Silveira, as well you should. But he came back, Gatien, he needed this score. He almost had this if he needed a 9.03. I think he got an 8.9. So that's how close he was to turning that around. Incredible surfing from Gatien and the boys. Really, really pushed it with each other and really surfed so well. And, you know, 2 form surfers of the event, Gatien and Lucas. Gatien progressing up into those top 10 Challenger Series spots. But the wave of the day, well, it's probably fitting here. There's only one man that put up that score of 9.7, and it's that man, Lucas Silveira again, Jose Ferreira. And he has got so much power. And look at this turn. One turn, it could power up the whole of Caparica, this thing.
Definitely. Lucas was just so strong throughout the whole event. Both him and Maxime deserved the win, but look at this. Bigger wave, hard section. It just kind of reminds me of that Dane Reynolds 10 points in Haleiwa a few years back. It's just an incredible one turn, really hard, really hard turn to do. So, and he was just like with a game over claim there. It's amazing.
Technical power, precision, and under pressure, and a solid wave. So, Estrella Galicia wave of the day. And we're going to have a quick look through at how those winners, how they got there, what they did to get there, and why they won. First up, Teresa Bonvalo. Well, she just keeps winning. She doesn't stop. And, you know, she's so focused, Shiko, and she's never looked like losing, really, did she?
Yeah, she's not losing anytime soon with this type of surfing. She didn't make any mistakes the whole week, looking really in form, and she's loving the competition. So, big snaps off the top to end up the week on the top, and yeah, she did such a good job. As we see the mom here excited, everyone was excited. Yeah, what a performance from Teresa Bonvalo.
Yeah, too good, too strong, and goes into the Challenger Series, having done all the hard work on form, and should be dangerous in those events, Challenger Series events, starting at Snapper Rocks. And yeah, great performance, great surfing. But, and equally dominant and equally as special was Maxime Husno, Jose. Just consistently doing everything, backhand, forehand, airs, carves, he had it all.
Definitely. And I actually got to say, I don't know if you boys remember, but I predict that Maxime would be one of the event winners.
Yeah, I don't remember that, actually.
I don't remember that too.
Yeah, of course you don't.
I give you credit